Demons rushed into the school and turned it into a living hell. In the critical moment, the plug-in that Chen Yan had been waiting for 3 years finally arrived. The Godhead has awakened, please draw authority. God of Killing, Sequence 003, Blood King. Ignore all pain and turn blood into any weapon. Every time you kill a demon, your blood strength will increase permanently by 1%. As long as you kill demons and monsters, you can become infinitely stronger. Can you also extract new divine abilities? Chen Yan chose to join the 749 Supernatural Containment Bureau. In the reverse world full of demons and monsters. Other extraordinary people who came in just wanted to hide and didn't dare to make a sound. Right now, I am sitting in the last row of a university classroom. Countdown to mission completion, 10 o'clock. As long as we can hold on for the last 10 minutes. I can complete the survival for 3 years, task assigned to me by the system and get rewards. For 3 years, I have been practicing martial arts and fighting skills for this moment. Only 10 minutes are left before I can unlock the so-called cheat. I don't believe anything else can happen in this world. But at this moment, the sky suddenly became overcast, with blood-red lightning flashing in the rolling dark clouds. The air seemed to be distorted by something, and my heart skipped a beat. Is this really going to happen? I just stood up when the front door exploded. A monster covered with moss-like scales rushed into the campus. It rushed forward like a tank, knocking several students away in an instant, with blood splattering everywhere. Teacher! Evacuate the students quickly. That's a monster, it's really coming. I rushed out of the classroom, but a group of people were laughing at me behind me. Did Chen Yan smoke? What if you were the protagonist of a disaster movie? But the next second, the sound of a monster roaring downstairs was heard. The classroom was in an uproar, screaming, running, and crying intertwined into a hellish symphony. I turned and rushed to the rooftop. If I could hold on for a few more minutes, I would be able to complete the mission. If I can survive this wave, the plug-in will be mine. But I was not the only one who escaped, a group of people also squeezed in behind me. Close the door. The monster is coming. But at this time, several female classmates rushed over. One of them was Xia Yun, who had just laughed at me for being naughty. She cried, "Don't close the door. We are still outside." I watched them coldly, but still waved to the guard to make way and let them in. Just as she calmed down, she actually got mad at me. "You are so selfish. You ran up here first and almost left us dead outside." I stared at her and sneered, "You laughed the loudest just now, but now you're the victim. Can't you explain a little more? Otherwise, how can I?" She raised her hand and slapped me before she finished her words. I grabbed her wrist, grabbed her hair, and slammed her head against the wall. "Does it hurt? If you want to lure the monsters up, just keep shouting and I'll help you." I let go and she collapsed to the ground. The people around her then reacted and quickly helped her up. A sturdy man stood up angrily, "You're going too far. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you bully girls?" I stared at him coldly, "Do you want to meddle in other people's business?" He roared and rushed over. I dodged and then stepped on the back of his head. "Can't stand it. If you are blind, just don't look at it." Within a few seconds, the whole place fell silent. But there were heavy footsteps outside the iron gate, and the monster was really catching up. Bang! A dent was made on the door panel and everyone stepped back in horror. Bang! 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 Each knock sounded like the god of death knocking on the door. Xia Yun hid in the crowd and suddenly shouted, "You're not a man. Go block the door. Beating a woman is useless." I ignored her because the system prompt came. "The mission is completed, and the fragment of the Godhead is obtained. Do you want to activate it?" I didn't hesitate, "Yes." In an instant, a strong consciousness pulled me into the bloody space. I stood on a blood jade throne, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood at my feet, and murderous intent as vast as the sea. The divine god of slaughter awakens and begins to extract authority. Golden cards were spinning around me, and I pulled one out at random. Sequence 003, Blood King. Main effect, Blood Mastery. Can manipulate the transformation of one's own blood. Side effects, respect for the royal bloodline, desire to hunt, resonance of divine thoughts. Simple and crude, but I like it. I bit my finger and the blood turned into a long, thin spike. The intensity is real. The next second, bang. The iron gate was blown away and the monster rushed in. It pounced on several girls, and I raised my hand to throw stones to attract its attention. Hey! It turned its head and locked eyes with me fiercely. I cut my wrist with a fruit knife, and blood spurted out, condensing into a long blood-red knife in the air. The next moment, a crescent-shaped blood knife chopped down, and the monster's head flew up. Xia Yun screamed and fell to the ground, and everyone else was stunned. Successful kill, blood strength plus 8%. This blood knife can be transformed and absorbed back into the body. The more battles it fights, the stronger it becomes. I looked at the palm of my hand and had only one thought in my mind: this cheat is so cruel. The dark cloud slowly dissipated and the world returned to normal. The monster's body was still lying on the ground, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Soon, a group of people in tactical uniforms rushed onto the rooftop. The leading young man was shocked. You killed him. Who else would you want if not you? He smiled. I am Zhou Lin, an intern investigator from Bureau 749. 749. A national psychic investigation organization. Only then did I realize that the so-called awakened ones are actually the psychics of this world. There are sequences, levels, martial arts, and systems, and awakening is the starting point. As for me, I killed a second-level demon as soon as I awakened, and was regarded as a genius chosen by God. Another investigator named Zhao Qian also showed up. She explained everything. This incident was a reverse world rift. The passage to another world, which is equivalent to a mirror image of reality, opens briefly, and monsters penetrate through it. Reverse world? Does that mean that this kind of thing will happen more and more? I asked. Right. That's why we need people like you. Then she showed the psychic terminal, talking about contribution points, skill exchange, and level digitization. I just asked one question: how to upgrade? She gave 4 methods. Absorb spiritual energy, cultivate resources, enter the reverse world, and complete tasks. The last 2 are what interest me the most. You have received a survival mission: survive for 8 hours. Transmission countdown: 168 hours. 7 days. Actually, you can wait a few months before preparing. Newcomers usually need a period of adjustment before they can get into the rift. Zhou Lin advised me. But I don't want to wait. My godhood is upgraded by killing monsters, and time is power. Come on, take me to 749. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up and he was as excited as if he had won the lottery. Okay, I'll take you there myself. Outside the subway station. I originally thought they were going to take a train, but they were taken to a secret platform that was not open to the public. Platform 0 is exclusively for internal use of 749. Zhao Qian explained. After passing through a security gate, we boarded a special train. There were already more than a dozen people in the carriage, all of whom were obviously members of Group 749 from different regions. 2 hours later, the train drove out of the valley and saw a military base surrounded by iron walls. The headquarters of Bureau 749 is located at the bottom of the valley. Zhou Lin introduced it as if he was introducing his own ancestral home. After registration, verification, and passing the channel, I finally officially became a member of 749. We're leaving first. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Zhao Qian did not forget to hand me her private phone number. I nodded and turned to go deeper into the base. The receptionist was a young girl with a standard smile. Let me show you around first. The base is larger than I thought, with glass passages to contain monsters. Training grounds, research areas, entertainment areas, and even basketball courts and internet cafes. This is the terminal distribution room. Pick one you like. I chose a black watch, and as soon as I put it on, a projection of a silver-haired girl appeared in the air. Welcome, Chen Yan. Her voice was cold, but quite cute. From now on, to call Amy, just call her name or tap 3 times. Scanning data. Name, Chen Yan, Realm, Spiritual Communication Level 8, Contribution Points, 0. It seems that the monster I killed directly allowed me to level up 8 levels. Amy, am I handsome? You are, tall. The receptionist burst out laughing. don't mind, she's toxic to everyone. I put aside my jokes and asked seriously, what should I do now? Evaluate the potential of new employees. The evaluation score determines your treatment. She simply explained that 60 points is a pass and 80 points is a seeded player. Those above 90 are geniuses among geniuses. I nodded, take me there. The training ground was like a military camp battlefield. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a muscular man being chased by 4 giant metal bowling balls. Come on, Brother Wang, the onlookers shouted. The light screen above lit up, Wang Xiao, 87 points. This result breaks the record again. I recognized Wang Xiao, the beastly guy on the school basketball team. He once scored 60 points in a school match and was licked crazily by countless girls. On the other side of the stands, a cold and lonely girl caught my eye. Is it her? Piano goddess Lu Lin. She suddenly dropped out of school 3 months ago and now appears in 749 as well. It turns out they are from the same industry. It's your turn next, Brother Song, someone shouted. 2 masters are competing for the monthly first place in the leaderboard, and the prize is 3 bottles of spiritual liquid. Without hesitation, I said to Amy, sign me up. Registration successful, enter the evaluation queue. My name appeared on the screen and the scene immediately became noisy. Who is it? Cutting in line at this time. Brother Wang is in the middle of breaking records, where did this passerby come from? Wang Xiao's face darkened instantly, and he walked over and stared at me. New here. Be smart and cancel the queue. I still have to challenge you. Who are you? My name is number 1 on the list, Wang Xiao. I spread my hands, so. His face suddenly darkened. Do you believe that I will make it difficult for you to take a single step in 749 from now on? I smiled and raised my hand. Blood flowed from my fingertips, turning into sharp claws. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up. You mean later? I can make things difficult for you right now. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Wang Zhao's face turned as green as pig liver. Amy, he yelled. Identification result, self-humiliation. Amy responded coldly. Please Chen Yan enter the evaluation area. I shook off Wang Xiao and walked into the venue. A male instructor handed over protective clothing. It is recommended to wear it for the first test, it can save your life. No need. He shrugged, okay, you are awesome. The test is divided into 5 levels. Each level corresponds to 1 more attack ball. You will pass if you persist for 1 minute. Let's get started. The steel door roared and a 2-meter-high metal ball rolled out. I stood there without moving, a layer of blood armor appeared on my right arm, and I raised my hand and punched. The ball flew out. Increase the intensity. Level 2, 2 balls came. I summoned the blood hammer and smashed them one by one. Continue. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th balls came on stage one after another. The onlooker's breathing became tense. Is this really his first time taking the test? I remember that Wang Gu only scored 2 goals the first time. For balls, I kept changing the form of blood to deal with them. Sometimes it's a shield, sometimes it's a hammer, and sometimes it's armor. Continue. Level 5. The operators in the control room all stood up. It's been a long time since we last saw this monster-level newcomer. 5 balls, flying from all angles. I didn't have time to block it, and was caught in the middle, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He's dying. Have you been holding on for too long? Just as he was about to terminate the test, a flash of blood suddenly erupted in the field. 5 metal balls are pierced by long thorns and strung together like candied haws. I stood in the middle, unharmed, the blood slowly flowed back, and the wounds healed quickly. The score appeared on the screen, Chen Yan, 100 points, the whole audience was shocked. Full score. I've never seen a new review with 100 points. Wang Zhao's face looked like he had eaten 2 pounds of shit, and he turned around and left in shame. And the female licker who was sticking to his thigh was staring at me at this moment, her eyes as wavering as a cheating golden retriever. Amy, how am I doing? Fine. She praised someone. Did I hear that? Brother awesome. Led my team from now on. Just as I was still immersed in the heat, suddenly an ice crystal shot out from a distance. I raised my hand and grabbed it. It was her, Lu Lin. She stood up and left without saying a word. I looked down at the ice crystal. It seemed like there was something hidden inside it. I looked down and saw that the ice crystals in my palm had melted, revealing a glowing pill. Amy, what is this? Scanning, this item is the spiritual healing pill, produced by Bureau 749, which can speed up recovery from injuries, worth 5 contribution points. I was stunned. Lu Lin actually threw this thing to me without saying a word. Not really. Did she see the minor injury just now? I hesitated for a moment, but finally swallowed it. A warm current surged through his body, his blood flowed smoothly, and even the impact caused by the previous assessment was alleviated. It's okay not to go to the infirmary. I owe her a favor. Well, I'll find a chance to pay it back next time. If that doesn't work, I can only repay you with my body. The other side. Lu Lin left the training ground. She was blocked at the intersection by her mentor, Zheng Xian. Lin, did you talk to anyone just now? All missions are team-based, so don't be so aloof. We talked. Oh. What did we talk about? I sent you a pill. Ah. Did you say anything? No. Zheng Xian was so angry that she almost fainted. You spendthrift, you sent me medicine and didn't say a word. Lu Lin ignored her and puffed his cheeks in protest. Forget it. We're going to have a meeting to select new people. Tell me clearly, what's the name of the one you like? Lu Lin raised his finger and drew a word in the air, Chen. Zheng Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting, I want to see how capable this Chen is. A few minutes later, the mentor selection meeting began. The deputy director gave an order, Amy, show the information and assessment results of the students who currently have no tutors. As the light curtain appeared, the screen full of new life information appeared. One mentor couldn't wait to speak first. I choose Chen Yan. I want Chen Yan too. The deputy director slammed the table and said, shut up, behave yourself, and wait for the information to be reviewed before making your selection. Zheng Xian was stunned. This Chen Yan, could she be the one that Lin Lin was staring at? As a result, when his message popped up, the whole audience was shocked. Chen Yan, male, 19 years old, ability, killing sequence, suspected, evaluation score, 100 points. Zheng Xian immediately slammed the table and stood up. I want Chen Yan. The instructor next to him sneered, Director Zheng, you just recruited a girl chosen by God, and now you're trying to recruit a genius boy. You're so shameless. Zheng Xian rolled her eyes. It's not me, it's that 3-no girl in my family who insisted on making friends. The deputy director coughed and said, what's the 3 no's? No breasts, no waist, no buttocks. It's speechless, heartless and expressionless, so shut up. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heated, and some people even shouted, let's go to the training ground and solve it. Whoever wins will take him. The deputy director could no longer bear it. All right, let's draw lots and decide. The 7 mentors drew lots, and finally, a neatly dressed man with a slick back hair unfolded the paper and spread it out for everyone to see. Chen Yan, Li Xiao. You got it. Someone immediately started to make a fuss. Deputy director, is your daughter under his command? Are you doing this to get Chen Yan to conquer your daughter? The deputy director sneered, you were 2 minutes late for the meeting the day before yesterday. Do you want me to punish you? The whole audience fell silent. After the selection, I was assigned to dormitory 304. You are an outstanding student. You can choose a single room or a multi-person room. I thought about it. I was used to the quietness at home, so I might as well make some friends in 749. Multi-person room. When the door opened, the first thing I saw was the girl sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a lollipop in her mouth and her hair a flamboyant orange color. You are Chen Yan, right? She was wearing a loose sweatshirt and shorts, and her legs were so unreasonably long that she looked like a hot girl from the second dimension. My name is Yi Yaya, and we'll be roommates from now on. Don't worry, I'm a man of brotherly loyalty, and I won't get too serious or emotional. She grinned and reached out to bump fists with me. According to the rules of our dormitory, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. I have a mission tomorrow. Do you want to form a team? I couldn't ask for more. I came to 749 just to kill monsters and level up. The person who came in was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a white shirt, trousers, and a thermos cup. "Hello, Director Lee." Yi Yaya greeted. He looked around and picked up a hair from the ground. An obsessive-compulsive person with misophobia? I buttoned my collar silently. "Chen Yan, this is your reward for coming in first place, 3 bottles of spiritual fluid for cultivation. Thank you. Pour it in while taking a bath. It will be absorbed in 30 minutes. Before leaving, he stared at the crack in Yi Yaya's room door and his face turned cold on the spot. "Is your room a pigsty? Socks, underwear, and dolls are all over the floor. You'll be fined 30 laps. Woo woo woo, can't I change it?" I asked a lot of questions along the way. The realm's progress from spiritual communication, moving mountains, breaking the sky, star-studded, clear light, solar, layer by layer, and at each stage one has to light up the spiritual orifice in the body. The logistics department is like a treasure house, with all kinds of martial arts, resources, and skills. Your sequence is at the top of the practical combat spectrum, so you should improve your sword skills. I nodded. Okay, then I'll choose the knife. Director Lee took me into the practice area. Based on your performance, you can choose a technique below 50 contribution points for free. I flipped through it for a long time and finally settled on a book on sword techniques, Jinghong Yulong Dao. 3-style combo, fast, accurate and ruthless, every strike is fatal. However, 100 contribution points. I was about to put it back when Director Lee snatched it away and said, "It's mine." I was stunned. "Take it and practice well." "Thank you, Director Lee. I will remember this favor and repay it sooner or later." In the evening, I practiced until midnight before returning to the dormitory. The first move, drawing the sword, was barely successful. Go back to the room to take a bath and pour a bottle of spiritual liquid into the bathtub. The yellow water surface ripples, the pores all over the body stretch out, and the spiritual orifices light up one after another. LV9, LV10, LV11. The progress is so fast, I estimate that I can reach level 18 after finishing the soak. Just when I was having a great time, someone knocked on the door. "Chen Yan. I grabbed a mission and will leave at noon tomorrow." "No problem. Can you please wash faster? I need to take a shower. Come in and take a bath together. My spiritual fluid is free." There was silence outside. The next day, I practiced swordplay for an hour in the morning, and then set off with Yi Yaya after dinner. Add me as a friend and I'll send you tasks. Case files, case of the vampire demon. The 3 female victims had their blood completely drained out. The suspect was a man named Zhang Wei, who was suspected of having made a deal with a demon. We need to assist in the interrogation, lock down the demons, and kill or contain them. Reward, 10 contribution points, 30,000 cash. We rushed to Tianhai City and went straight to the Public Security Bureau. In the interrogation room, Zhang Wei was handcuffed and had a ruffian look on his fat face. Captain Lin Feng was so angry that he shouted, 3 girls were killed by you, and you still have the nerve to do that? Zhang Wei laughed instead, "Can conscience be eaten? I'm hungry, let's have something to eat first." When the food was brought over, he took a bite and spat it out, "Pig food? Do you have Coke?" Lin Feng was about to go crazy. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Leave it to me." Pushing the door open, Zhang Wei saw me and raised his eyebrows. "Hey, this guy looks like a decent guy. Come and get me a glass of water." Without saying a word, I slapped him in the face, and his fat face was covered with flesh. He fell to the ground and was about to curse when my leather boot stepped on his face. "I just went to the bathroom and my shoes are dirty. I'd like to borrow your face to wipe them." I smiled, stretched out a finger, and a long, thin streak of blood emerged silently. "Don't be nervous. This shot isn't fatal, and it won't make you pass out. It just hurts a little." I stabbed the blood thorn into the skin of Zhang Wei's arm. Not the muscle, not the blood vessel, but the skin. Those who understand know that this hurts more than a deep needle prick and is comparable to the most perverted skin test in the hospital. "I really don't know. I didn't lie to you." I blinked. "Did I ask you a question?" The blood thorns began to turn under his skin. The twisting arc makes one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Even the security guard in the interrogation room outside shuddered unconsciously. They looked at me, the intern investigator, with a bit of fear on their faces. Stop it. I'll tell you everything. I don't want to hear it now. I pulled out the blood thorn and looked at Zhang Wei, who had collapsed into the mud and whose clothes were soaked with sweat. There are still 3 hours left before 24 hours. Take your time to think about it. I'll go out for a cup of tea. As soon as the door closed, I turned and left. Yi Yaya was waiting at the door and gave me a thumbs up. You're awesome. People like you deserve to suffer. I understand why you call me Brother Chen. You wish. The game has just begun and I haven't lost yet. Within an hour, Zhang Wei's defense was completely broken and he confessed everything. Every Friday night, he would bring the target to the hotel and hand it over to the demon to suck blood. That means the deal will be made again tomorrow night. What a fucking beast. Yaya spat. Then we will perform one last show with him. I said coldly. On Friday night, Yi Yaya and I stood across the road holding black umbrellas. The target hotel was just ahead, the lights were dim, just like usual. The two of us are the guest performers today. Yaya, the next role is Defenseless Beauty, are you ready? If you call me Old Yi again, I will let you experience what it feels like to be struck by lightning. I smiled, put away my umbrella, crossed the street with her, and entered the elevator. 10th floor, room 1009. I hid by the door, and Yi Yaya knocked on it. 10 seconds later, the door opened. A bald, fat man, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Wow, the quality of the goods delivered this time is really high. Come in, come in. When Yaya came in, I immediately followed her and kicked the door. When the bald man saw me, his face immediately fell. Who are you? Her brother. As soon as I finished speaking, I kicked him to the side of the sofa, and the bouncing carpet almost covered his head. Come on, let's start the competition and see who can finish this monster first. Then I won't be polite. Before she finished speaking, Yi Yaya's whole body began to emit electricity. Thunder God sequence, 5 thunders righteousness. In an instant, the light bulb in the room exploded, the TV started smoking, and the air smelled like something burnt. 10 seconds later, she stopped, her hair a mess. The bald man lay on the ground like a roasted steak, black and smoking. Done. From now on, I'm the boss of this dormitory. Is that okay with you? She put her hands on her hips proudly. But the next second, you too, do you look down on me too much? The corpse spoke. The bald man slowly climbed up, his eyes were bloodshot, his muscles trembled like waves, and an abnormal wriggling was churning in his body. Are you crazy? Yaya was stunned. The next moment, bang. His head exploded and a blood-red centipede rushed out of his body. Enemy confirmed, blood-sucking centipede, level LV-24, second-level demon. A whole realm higher than us. I subconsciously stood in front of Yaya. You too, you dare to ruin my business. Don't even think about getting out alive today. It can actually speak. The blood-red tentacles pierced my chest. Chen Nian. Yaya screamed. Want to run? Too late. The demon laughed grimly. But it suddenly stopped moving. Why can't I move? I sneered and pulled out the tentacle that was inserted into my body bit by bit. Suck my blood. You are the first one so bold. How come you are okay? You forgot that my blood is a weapon. I threw the black umbrella to Yaya, hold it up. What for? Just do it. Although she was doubtful, she still did as she was told. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers. Bang! The blood vessels in the centipede's body exploded. It was like a watermelon bursting with seeds, blood spurting all over the room. She held up an umbrella, blocking the bloody rain. Around me, beads of blood were floating in the air, hanging like a magnetic field. This is my field. I clenched my fist lightly, and the blood gathered into a knife. The knife pierced my chest, cleanly and neatly. Dare to suck my blood? Why are you pretending? Kill successful, blood strength plus 2%, current strength 10%. The divine mind resonance is triggered, and you get a card draw from the gods. While Yaya was feeding me the healing pills, she kept muttering. How come someone gave you pills again? I'm handsome, and others can't help it. TSK, I think she is greedy for your body. Are you greedy too? Get lost. I opened the terminal app to check the rewards and started drawing cards. Choose one of 3, 1, get a random sequence of killing. 2, blood recovery speed plus 5% 3. Directly fill up 10 spiritual orifices. Without further ado, of course, choose ability. Obtaining authority sequence 015, Latani's Blood Moon Great Bow. Main skill, Blood Moon Arrow, consumes 70% of blood and has extremely strong destructive power. Secondary attributes, long range, strong armor penetration, and AoE effect after charging. I have a close combat blood knife and a long range bow. I am now fully alive. Back at the bureau, the deputy director was drinking tea and listening to his subordinates report. Chen Yan completed the mission and killed the second-level demon alone. That's right, but the demon died too ugly to be contained. It's the first time for kids, so there's a lot of room for growth. Mentor Li Xiao drank wolfberry water with a smile, thinking, that little contribution was really worth it. Zheng Xian came up and said, Director Li, how about letting Chen Yan lead our girl in a few missions? I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Okay. But the button of your shirt has fallen off. Where are you looking, you old rascal? Countdown to enter the reverse world, 74 hours. For the next 2 days, I practiced hard. He wields the sword in the training ground during the day and practices with spiritual fluids at night, leveling up rapidly. Level 37, but I'm not satisfied. I want to keep killing monsters. On this day, Li Xiao came to inform, a large-scale simulation training will be held tonight, and the reward is the spiritual boosting pill. Yi Yaya, that thing is powerful. My dad gave me one and it opened 30 spiritual orifices. Someone with connections. I rolled my eyes. If you call me sister, I'll steal one for you. I'd better take the first place myself. Director Li also smiled and said, if you really want to win the championship, I will apply for an override for you to enter the reverse world in advance. It's a deal. On the night of the mock battle, hundreds of people crowded the training ground. Amy announced the rules: 3 people form a team, defend the stronghold, kill zombies and score points, and the one with the highest score wins. We can definitely win if we team up, I said. That's wishful thinking. Amy uses big data to divide the teams. The strong ones must be paired with the weak ones. Yaya said to me coldly. When I win, you can call me Sister Ya. No problem, Xiaoya. When I was looking for my teammates, I ran into the piano girl Lu Lin. Thank you for the pill last time, I said. Yeah. She nodded gently, her expression still calm. In fact, she had already rehearsed a sentence in her mind, can we be friends? Unfortunately, I turned around and left. Making friends, failed. Brother Chen. You are Brother Chen. Ha 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 ha, I'm in the same group with you. I'm a loser. A boy jumped up excitedly. His name was Cheng Su, and he was from the wind department. Create a wind wall. He smiled and scratched his head. There's still a girl who hasn't arrived yet. Tang Ji. He has shoulder-length black hair, wears large, sharp-framed glasses, and has a violent aesthetic hidden under his sportswear. She said, I am a war god, and I can strengthen my body. Cheng Su grinned, then why don't you hit me and see? She apologized, then punched him in the chest, knocking him to his knees cleanly. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I looked at this autistic duo and rolled my eyes. Amy, I seriously suspect that you are grouping them unfairly. This statement was overheard by one person. This is a fair allocation of AI calculations, impartial. I turned around and saw a handsome guy with dyed red hair, wearing leather boots and black clothes. He looked like a masked agent. Who are you? Ren Xiaojie, I've been here at 749 for half a year. I heard you've been acting pretty cool lately. So you want to teach me a lesson? It's not teaching, it's reminding. Don't complain about your teammates, work harder. I looked at him. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Please step back. I don't like to see it. He exploded on the spot, you called me a eunuch? Ren Xiaojie is a Vulcan sequence guy, his temper is just like his ability, he gets irritated at the slightest provocation. As soon as he opened his mouth to curse me, the flaming fist was raised and flew straight towards my head. But his fist stopped in midair, not daring to move at all. Because my blood thorn was already in front of his eyes, less than an inch away. If he moved any further, his eyeballs would explode. None of us gave in, as if the situation was about to explode at any second. Suddenly, the broadcast on the field sounded, breaking the silence. The simulation exercise is about to begin. Teams, please enter. He sneered and retracted his fist. I will make my teammates not move, so don't lose too many points. I didn't respond and just turned and walked away. It's not worth it to argue with him. My teammates and I walked into the simulation room, which was surrounded by white walls and no clutter. Then the system prompt sounded. Drill started, scenario generated. After a few seconds, the white wall changed and a wild forest appeared before my eyes. Dead branches and leaves were scattered all over the ground, and the cold wind was howling. It was so realistic that it was creepy. A huge rotting zombie mother appeared in front of us, saliva dripping and smoking. The tide of zombies followed closely and pressed forward like an overwhelming force. Ah! Tang Ji screamed, collapsed to the ground, and trembled. Killing a zombie will earn you 1 point, and rushing into the area will deduct 1 point. The system prompt appeared. All I said was, hold on. Then he rushed into the group of zombies, turned his blood into knives, and slashed wildly. Corpses were flying everywhere, scores were rising, and I was covered in blood, but I never stopped. After Ren Xiaojie from the next door entered the field, he just turned back and glanced at his two teammates. Stand still. He planned to win the game by himself to avoid me using the excuse of, my teammates are too bad, in the future. He rushed into the group of zombies and punched the ground, and more than a dozen zombies were blown away instantly. The rest of the team also started to fight. Lu Lin acted as a lone wolf and started to kill. Yi Yaya's lightning struck down, but the zombies were completely unharmed. In the 9th minute, the points rankings of each team were announced. Ren Xiaojie scored 1823 points, Lu Lin scored 1659 points, and the third place scored 1599 points. On my side, I only got 999 points, ranking 12th. The instructors have already started to comment. Ren Xiaojie is indeed a leader. Chen Yan's team is inherently disadvantaged, and their abilities are not suitable for group attacks. They all felt that the results were already decided and even began to predict the order in which the rewards would be distributed. I looked at the mother zombie that hadn't moved. What would happen if I killed it? I tried to reverse engineer the system mechanism and guessed that the hidden mechanism might be in the mother body. I retreated immediately. You two hold on, I'll go kill it. Cheng Su erected a wind wall to fight against the zombies. Tang Ji gritted his teeth and punched to hold his ground. I closed my eyes and mobilized my spiritual energy to unlock new abilities. Killing Sequence 015, Latani's Blood Moon Great Bow. The blood gushed out like a tide, turning into a bow and an arrow. The arrow radiated the glow of the red moon, which was breathtaking. I took a deep breath and let go. The arrow broke through the air and pierced through the head of the zombie mother. Boom! The holographic simulation collapsed, the scene exploded, and all the zombies disappeared instantly. The system crashed briefly, and there was even a hole in the wall where a fire was coming out. Hidden achievement detected, total points plus 5,000. The broadcasting sound resounded throughout the entire training ground. At this time, the real-time rankings of each team also changed dramatically. The top 10 all dropped 1 place, and my team instantly soared. 5999 points, crushing all the teams. Everyone in the mentor seat was stunned. There are hidden achievements. I have never heard of this kind of setting. How did this guy come up with it? This is too abnormal. This is not his area of expertise, but he can actually reverse it. Li Xiao pushed up his glasses and said, "This is the student I teach." I calmly walked out of the simulation room, while the two teammates behind me were still in shock. Don't just stand there, go out and get your reward. Wow, that's awesome, Brother Chen, are you filming a blockbuster? Cheng Su jumped up excitedly. I'm sorry, I'm so bad, Tang Ji muttered softly. Don't say that, it's really cool. I patted her shoulder. Her face turned red all of a sudden, and she was happier than if she had won first place. When I went out, I ran into Ren Xiaojie. His face was gloomy and his eyes were fixed on me. You're lucky this time. Next time, let's have a real fight. No problem, Lu Wenjie, let's spar when we have a chance. You. He was instantly defeated, his face flushed with anger, and he turned and left. At this time, Yi Yaya jumped out and slapped me hard. Oh my god, Chen Yan, your hidden kill is too powerful, it's really embarrassing for everyone. Brother Chen will always be your brother Chen. You are so beautiful, let's go for a midnight snack, I'll treat you, and I'll introduce you to Lao Xie. I nodded, then you go first, I'll get the reward. With the spirit upgrading pill in hand, my realm can be advanced further. After taking the pill, my spiritual orifice was filled up and my level soared to 67. Not only did his spiritual power recover, it was even more abundant than before. Back in the cafeteria, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. You are Chen Yan. Our new roommate in room 304. A young man in yellow clothes ran over, his face full of excitement. Xie Yi, a chatterbox. Yaya introduced him to me. Hello buddy. You are awesome, you are so awesome today. Sit down and eat, don't talk nonsense. I started eating the skewers with a smile. You have to call him Brother Chen from now on. Yaya said with a pout. As you command. With the new king on the throne, 304 will finally have a new look. Stop talking nonsense and get out of the way. Yaya kicked him. This barbecue meal has a whole new flavor. But just after the meal, the mission came. Current mission, kill any second-level monsters. This is the prerequisite breakthrough task for the chosen one. If you don't complete it, you will not be able to advance to LV100. I opened the task app and the task name, Haunted House, was particularly eye-catching. Location, Suishir Ancient Town. Mission objective, investigate the cause of the disappearance of 5 people. If there are any supernatural creatures, contain or kill them. Reward, 15 contribution points, 30,000 coins. After I finished reading the Haunted House mission file, I couldn't help but frown. There's a reason no one takes this thing. 5 people go in, and only 1 comes out alive. Moreover, there is very little information about the mission, and we don't even know what a ghost is. The veterans of 749 are all on missions all over the country. This kind of ghost work with unknown circumstances. Just throw it to us newcomers. Take it. As long as I can fight, I won't be picky. Besides, I want to see who can keep me here. But the mission required 2 people to work in a group. I had to find a teammate. I posted directly, recruiting someone who is afraid of ghosts, for the mission, must obey orders. In less than 10 minutes, the reply area exploded. Brother Chen, take me flying. I'm really good at yelling 666, my combat power is average, but my emotional value is maxed out. I can wear black stockings, brother, do you want it? I was happily scrolling through the comments when I suddenly caught sight of an acquaintance. Tang Ji, she left a message saying that she was afraid of ghosts and was obedient. It just so happens that the only person who escaped alive according to the mission description was a girl. I need a bait to lure that ghost out. Perfect. I sent a message, meet at the subway station at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. She replied quickly, okay, Captain. The next day, I arrived at the station on time and saw Tang Ji curled up on a bench in a daze from afar. What time did you arrive? 8 o'clock. You're here 2 hours early. Are you planning to stay here overnight? Sorry. Why apologize? Arriving early is an advantage. Her face turned red and she followed me into the car. We are going to Chuishir Ancient Town, the darkest place on the entire map. I have prepared spells, dog blood, and heart-clearing pills. Are you going out to catch ghosts or to open a grocery store? I'm afraid of being a hindrance. She spoke very seriously, and I didn't argue with her. The mission train was incredibly fast and reached Tianhai in less than half an hour. I called an off-road vehicle in advance, and Tang Ji volunteered to be the driver. When she arrived at the ancient town, she really looked like the best in the driving school. The haunted house is located at the westernmost end of the town, in an old courtyard. The blockade, dust, and weeds look like the starting point of a horror movie. As soon as I reached the door, a Taoist priest came towards me. Are you here to visit my house too? Who are you? I am Xiao Dao Luyan from the Taoist temple in Shirley Mountain, and I am here to investigate ghosts. This person obviously had bad intentions and tried to persuade us not to go in, saying there was nothing fishy going on inside. I stared at him, the door is not open, the dust is neat, have you been in there? Are you kidding me? His face froze, and he immediately changed his words, then let's go in together, more people means more strength. I started to confront him directly. Do you deserve it? When did 749 ever become polite to you casual cultivators? Now that I'm here, I'm in charge of this place. The Taoist priest looked unhappy, but he did not dare to take any action and retreated tactfully. But not long after, another strong man in cloth came, claiming to be Lei Zhe, a lay disciple of the Golden Buddha Temple, and wanted to subdue the demon. I rubbed my ears, Xiao Tang, show him out. She looked nervous, yes, I'm sorry, please go away. The big man opposite her turned black in the face and raised his hand to teach her a lesson. I slashed at him with my knife, and blood splattered. He stared wide-eyed at the knife scar on his chest, and finally realized that this was not a place where he could commit fraud. And the Taoist priest who was peeking, listen carefully. If you dare to cross the line again, I won't mind killing you with a knife as well. Lei Zhe and Lu Yun were both shocked, so they retreated tactfully and hid in the dark until the storm passed. I checked the time. It was almost midnight. Let's go inside. I kicked the door, dust flew everywhere, a cold wind blew in my face, and the room was even darker than I had imagined. Do you want to spill more black dog blood? Tang Ji asked timidly. Stop talking nonsense and follow closely. The house was very old, with moss-covered bricks at the corners and even a dead tree in the yard. Can I hold your skirt? No. She pursed her lips and followed me cautiously. We entered the building and the stairs creaked. Suddenly, I stopped. Tang Ji bumped into me and said, I'm sorry. Take a picture with your phone. 2 bodies were lying in the corridor. They were the security guards who had come in and disappeared earlier. She was so scared that her hands were shaking. After taking the photos, we continued our exploration. But this ghost never showed up, and I frowned. I had to provoke it to come out. Xiao Tang, go to the innermost room. Me alone. Follow orders. She gritted her teeth and nodded, then walked over timidly. I pushed open the door of the next room, a cold wind blew in my face, and a dusty photo came into view. As I was watching, a corpse suddenly fell upside down from the ceiling. I instinctively took 2 steps back, and then 2 more bodies fell. All 3 college students were found. Wisps of negative energy came out of their mouths and gathered into a female ghost with disheveled hair. You men deserve to die. She roared and rushed towards me. I sneered, turned my blood into a long sword, and chopped her head off. The female ghost screamed, her figure blurred in an instant, and she turned and ran away. As soon as he ran out of the door, he ran into Tang Ji head-on. Ghost. She poured a bottle of black dog blood on it, and the female ghost screamed again, and white mist rose. I rushed forward and stabbed him. It was over. Hunting desire is triggered, blood strength plus 1%. It's over. Tang Ji still held my arm and didn't dare to let go. Well done, the melodrama is really useful. Her eyebrows suddenly curved, really? Really? I smiled. As soon as we walked out of the door, 2 familiar faces were waiting in the yard. Lei Zhe and the Taoist priest actually climbed over the wall and came in. Where's the ghost? They asked in unison. I killed her. What? You killed her? The Taoist priest's defense was instantly broken. That's the sole body I was going to refine. My wife, Lei Zhe's lips trembled and he actually shed tears. Tang Ji was shocked. Why is he crying? I threw out the photo. This female ghost is his wife. Lei Zhe said in a deep voice, I have something on my mind, and I can't practice, so I have no choice but to send her off in person. Lu Yun cursed, you beast, you actually killed your wife with your own hands to achieve enlightenment. I smiled at him and said, you're not much better. You release ghosts to kill people, then fatten them up and take them back. Their faces changed drastically, and my blood knife slowly formed. Since you are all beasts. Then, let's kill them together. In a few moments, we completed our goal. I was just about to leave the old house when the dilapidated house behind me suddenly collapsed. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the sky, accompanied by a strong ghostly aura that made my head tighten. Captain, Qingxin pill. Tang Ji stuffed the pill into my hand and I swallowed it immediately. But the problem is, haven't I already killed the female ghost? The rewards have been received, why is the ghost aura still so strong? A small hand slowly reached out from the rubble. Accompanied by a crunching sound of bones rubbing against each other, a baby crawled out from the ruins. His face was pale, his eyes were like black holes, and a chill rushed to the back of his head. Ghost baby, the Taoist priest screamed on the spot. It turned out that the ghost girl was pregnant before she died, and the little thing died in the mother's womb. It absorbed enough resentment and negative energy to become this most vicious ghost baby. The ghost baby grinned and crawled towards us, its body expanding as it moved. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a muscular giant child. Amy, test its level. LV-26, Ghost Baby, Disaster Level. It is recommended to retreat immediately. In the official 5-level rating, the disaster level means that it is more than 30% stronger than the same level. I raised my eyebrows and was about to start fighting. Lei Zhe suddenly stepped forward and said gently, "Son, I am your father." "Dad." The ghost baby stopped moving and its voice sounded like a child's coquettish voice. Lei Zhe took the opportunity to stick a golden talisman, and the talisman light flashed. "I will let you use your last value to refine my magic weapon." Lei Zhe took out his Buddhist beads and began to suppress it forcefully. The next second, the ghost baby slapped him. "It hurts, Daddy." Bang! Lei Zhe's head exploded like a watermelon, and blood spurted all over the ground. "Fuck, this is crazy." Taoist Luyun turned around and ran away, not daring to even fart. I didn't move. If we don't solve it now, the whole ancient town will be buried with it. "Captain, I'm not afraid." Tang Ji gritted his teeth and said, "You go first." I didn't look back. "I won't leave. The people from Unit 749 will not abandon the people." Her voice trembled, but she did not retreat a single step. I chuckled, and blood gushed out from my palm, condensing into a long knife, which I held in my hand. The ghost baby roared and rushed over. Sword drawing style, hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. The knife flashed like lightning, cutting off half of its arm. "It hurts." The ghost baby screamed, and its other hand slapped me fiercely. I didn't have time to react. Tang Ji suddenly rushed over and used his right arm to block the palm strike for me. Bang! She was thrown into the rubble. She climbed up from the pile of bricks again, with blood at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were determined. "I'm buying you time, and you use that trick," she yelled. I nodded, "Don't force it." She put on the talisman, took a stance, and fought the ghost baby hard. She punched, dodged, and counterattacked, trying her best with every move. The paper talisman actually worked. I jumped onto the roof and drew my bow. Killing Order 015, Latani's Blood Moon Great Bow. The blood turned into countless blood beads, condensed into an arrow, glowing red, like a blood moon. "Tang Ji, get out of the way." "Okay." She suddenly jumped out of the battle circle. Bang! The arrow exploded, and the ghost baby was pierced by the arrow. He lay on the ground struggling, and a big hole was blown out of his body. "It hurts, Daddy." I stabbed its head with my backhand. The ghost baby fell silent and the black fog slowly dissipated. God's mission completed, blood strength plus 6%. Hunting desire triggered, blood strength plus 3%. The air was thick with spiritual energy and we sat there absorbing it. My level jumped directly from 67 to 77, and Tang Ji's eyes lit up. "Captain, I made a breakthrough," she shouted excitedly. I nodded, "Not bad." We simply cleaned up the scene and prepared to contact the logistics team to deal with the aftermath. Current blood strength increase, 20%, can obtain the gift of God. I thought about it, and 3 cards appeared in my mind. 1, blood strength plus 3%. 2, strengthen the Blood King, as long as there is your blood around, you can automatically defend. 3, skill, ghost baby howling, sit on the ground and scream, attack with sonic waves. Are these 3 serious? I chose the second one without hesitation. The automatic defense function is so powerful. The blood protects the whole body like a shield, and no matter who attacks you by surprise, it will be useless. I smiled and said, "Amy, help me check the Taoist temples nearby." Positioning completed, navigation started. It's time to settle the accounts. 10 miles away, in a small Taoist temple on the mountain, Lu Yun was lying on the bed and dreaming sweet dreams. The ghost baby is too cruel. No one should be able to survive. Suddenly, boom. He jumped up. The mahogany door collapsed and two people walked out from the smoke and dust. You're not dead. His face turned pale when he saw me. Should I die? I sneered. You ran away. He was still looking for an excuse. Tangji replied directly, we killed the ghost baby. Are you kidding? You. I didn't say anything, the blood was already flowing around me. Lu Yun's legs went limp and he knelt down, I surrender. I'll go back to 749 with you. Do you think I climbed the mountain in the middle of the night just to invite you for tea? His face turned pale instantly, and he raised his voice, don't force me. This is my territory, I'm not afraid of you. Ghost ceiling furnace, open. Boom. 9 evil ghosts rushed out from the back of the Taoist temple and surrounded me. Oh, there's another harvest. Before the first ghost got close, it was bounced away by the blood barrier beside me. The same goes for the other besiegers, who can't get close to me. My automatic defense has been activated. I picked my ears and said lazily, it was too gentle. I almost fell asleep. Go to hell. Lu Yun roared, forcing all 9 evil ghosts to their extreme state. I opened my hands and the blood gathered into 2 swords. The second style of the flying dragon, the dragon calms the sea. The 2 swords danced, the air waves were like tides, and the sword light was like a dragon, which cracked the walls of the entire Taoist temple. Blood strength plus 1%, plus 2%, plus 3%. All 9 evil ghosts were killed, leaving only Lu Yun, who looked dumbfounded. Don't kill me. You have no right to execute a human being, I am willing to pay compensation. Let's talk it over. Not interested. I raised my knife and the head fell to the ground. No reward, the target is humans. Let's go back to 749. On the way, Tangji asked me weakly, Captain, you have so many wounds, don't they hurt? It doesn't hurt and it heals quickly. She quietly put the pill that she was going to give me back into her pocket. God's gift opens. 3 cards appear, 1, immediately fill 10 spiritual points, 2, blood range plus 4 meters. 3, hematopoietic speed plus 5%, I choose the second one. Now my combat range has doubled. Everything within 6 meters centered on me is my attack circle. A sneak attack. The blood wall will bounce you back. 749th round, meeting room. The instructors were still chatting, and my name was mentioned again. He killed the ghost baby. You are kidding, that's a disaster-level monster. His combat talent is too abnormal. Li Xiao made the final decision, he did not violate any rules, this was a legitimate counterattack. I returned to the base safely. Transmission countdown, 21 hours. In 1 more day, I will be teleported into the reverse world. This is no joke, I have to prepare myself to the utmost. Even if I just learn a little more, it is better than dying in there. So I stayed in the archives, frantically flipping through apps and forums, digging up everything about reverse world. I finally understood the importance of ladder points. Each person starts with 1,000 points, which will be deducted for failure and for refusing a mission. If you reset the sequence to 0, your ability will be taken away by the system. This is not a warning, it is a sentence. The weak regard the reverse world as hell, but the strong regard it as a shortcut to upgrade. Those who live longer will make breakthroughs faster, and that's how the gap is widened. The reverse world is divided into 7 levels, and it becomes more perverted as you go back further. When I first entered, I was definitely in the simple tier, and the people I matched with were all novices like me. There's nothing to be afraid of, just do it. I have to master all the skills as quickly as possible, as a single point difference could mean the difference between life and death. There is still time, let's go to the training ground to exercise first. As soon as I entered the door, I saw 2 female students fighting. The sunlight from the training ground was so bright that I had to squint a little. I had just come back from the initial test of reverse world, and unexpectedly I saw Zhao Qian throwing the shot put. She is my senior, the one who brought me into 749, and was having fun with her bestie. Before I could say hello, 3 girls suddenly walked into the training ground. As soon as they started talking, the atmosphere immediately changed. Hey, Xiao Zhao, you didn't inform me when you came back. Isn't that too inhumane? I could see Zhao Qian's face changed. The person who came was Song Jinxiu, who turned out to be Zhao Qian's roommate. She relied on her talent and thought that everyone had to revolve around her. Sure enough, the woman threw a shot put right after she finished speaking. With a bang, Zhao Qian was knocked back 2 steps. Good shot. Sister Song is amazing. They clapped as if nothing had happened, and I frowned. How could such a person be an investigator? I walked over, said nothing, raised my hand and gave him a bloody palm. Bang! The sound was so clear that it made one's teeth ache. Her face swelled up instantly, and her eyes were full of shock. You hit me? It's okay. I can be your dad today. She was furious. You are looking for death. The shot put flew towards me again, but I didn't move, and the blood wall automatically blocked it. Her face completely fell. He is Chen Nian. Finally someone recognized me. Song Jinxiu's expression changed faster than a chameleon. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Chen, I was blind just now. It's okay. I want to practice with you, too. Her smiling face froze for half a second. Brother Chen, we are just having a small fight, how can a man like you get involved? It's really not my business. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then brother, do you want to go out and wait for a while? We'll treat you to a meal later, and you can hit wherever you want. Bang! The bloody palm moved forward again. Does it matter now? The 2 sides of my face are finally symmetrical, and it looks quite comfortable. You are crazy. I just think you're an eyesore. The corners of her mouth twitched. Just wait, I will make you regret it. Amy appeared in the air and began to judge. I didn't panic at all. Provoking trouble, 50 behavioral discipline points will be deducted. Song Jinxiu smiled like a fox, you deserve it. The next second, a prompt popped up on her terminal, she was also deducted 50 points. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qian couldn't help laughing out loud. Why do you fire me? Insulting Amy will result in 100 behavioral discipline points being deducted. Behavior score is too low, field service qualification will be suspended. Song Jinxiu's face was so green that juice seemed to be dripping out of it. You're dead. She stormed off. Thank you, Chen Nian. Zhao Qian looked at me with genuine gratitude in her eyes. Don't thank me, it's fun to beat up people like this. But she has a lot of connections, so be careful. It just so happens that I have nothing to do recently, you are welcome to come and play with me. I turned and left, ready to continue training. Just after walking a few steps, Zhao Qian's best friend rushed over and said, fuck, you actually know Chen Nian? I'm about to kneel down to you. Zhao Qian chuckled, he has a good character. That night, Song Jinxiu was indeed restless. She pulled Ren Xiaojia and acted like a spoiled child, saying that I bullied her. By the way, she hugged his arms so tightly that they were almost deformed. Brother Nian is too arrogant. I can't survive here any longer. Chen Nian. Ren Xiaojia took a puff of his cigarette. That's great. I want to practice, too. Her eyes lit up, I will help you to issue a challenge on the forum tomorrow. The next morning. As soon as I woke up, Yi Yaya kicked the door open. Look at the forum, Song Jinxiu has issued a challenge on behalf of Ren Xiaojia. He fought with me. Yes. The 2 of them are getting together, and they probably want to step on you to vent their anger. I looked at the forum and saw the most popular post. Warning. Who is the strongest trainee investigator? Ren Xiaojia vs Chen Nian. Location, Arena. Time, 10 o'clock. The comments section has already exploded. Ren Xiaojia is approaching, does Chen Nian dare to fight? I have woken up everyone in the dormitory. Take a gamble, if you lose you'll have to pay 100 contributions. I clicked on the comment and replied with a sneer. Come if you want, finish 2 minutes early, I have something to do at 10 o'clock. Bet 100 contribution points, stop talking nonsense. Instantly, the post exploded again. Wow, he picked up. He actually bet 100 contribution points. Is this brother crazy? Yi Yaya was shocked, do you really want to go directly to the reverse world after the fight? That's enough time. Where did you get your bet from? Don't you have one? If you lose, you pay for me, and if I win, I'll give you half. Make a deal. Director Lee also saw the post. This kid is so bold that he dares to challenge me to a fight before I set off. Several tutors gathered around him, watching the live broadcast with great interest. I don't believe he can finish the fight in 2 minutes. If I win, then this pretense will be worth it. Come on, watch the live broadcast. The arena was packed early. Almost all the trainee investigators came, even Tang Ji, Cheng Su, and Lu Lin were there, and the scene was as lively as New Year's Eve. Brother Ren is here, where's Chen Yan? You're not going to be scared, are you? At 9:55, I came out from the back door with Xie Yi and Yaya. Here it comes. Brother Chen Yyds. Oh. Beat him up. Ren Xiaojie stood in the middle of the field, looking handsome with red hair and a face full of confidence. He looked at me and said, "You said something happened. What is it?" The reverse world. The air paused for a second. He suddenly burst out laughing, "You are awesome. If you lose, just say you saved your life for the counter world. If you win, you are the king. I have to remember this statement." Ha ha ha, he's scared. Song Jinxiu sneered. I'm too lazy to pay attention to them. The blood gathered in the palm of his hand and turned into a scarlet long sword. Don't talk nonsense, I'm in a hurry. Flames ignited on Ren Xiaojie's palms. He is also the chosen one. Vulcan Sequence 010, True Flame Explosion. Able to detonate the flame in hand, instantly releasing a strong flame shock wave. For him, winning is too easy. He just needs to get close to Chen Yan and detonate the fire to blow him away. Don't worry, there will be plenty of time. Ren Xiaojie lowered his center of gravity and pointed his palms behind him. Boom! A storm of flames exploded in his palms, like two flame thrusters, instantly giving him powerful kinetic energy. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Chen Yan. So fast. Is this a reaction? Ren Xiaojie really doesn't hold back at all. All kinds of thoughts flashed through people's minds, and they subconsciously held their breath, not even daring to blink. It's over, kid. Ren Xiaojie punched Chen Yan in the face, with the corner of his mouth raised in the arc of a winner. To him, it didn't matter whether the punch hit or missed. There was no way he could escape the firestorm caused by the explosion. Boom! There was a deafening explosion in front of Chen Yan's eyes, and a storm of fire instantly swept the two of them in. Chen Yan didn't hide, isn't this the end? Close-range combat is Ren Xiaojie's strong point. His ability is too unreasonable. Wait, that's not right. When the firestorm dissipated, the scene on the field stunned everyone. Chen Yan was still standing there, unharmed. Ren Xiaojie's fist hit a blood-red wall, and was blocked perfectly. Even his own pupils were filled with disbelief. The Vulcan sequence is strong in destructive power, and his high sequence abilities are almost invincible, and he usually only needs one punch to defeat the enemy. The monsters I encountered before were blown to pieces with one punch, but this is the first time that it has no effect at all. Chen Yan's mind moved. The blood barrier immediately turned into a chain, hanging Ren Xiaojie's right hand in the air. Then, the knife was raised. Drawing the sword, the hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. It was like a giant blood-red dragon breaking through the mountains and flying straight into the sky. Snap! Ren Xiaojie's right hand flew out and fell to the ground. There was a sudden scream from the audience below. People's eyes kept shaking and they forgot to close their open mouths. They obviously had never expected that the outcome of this duel would be decided so quickly. Amy appeared at the right time as the referee. The winner has been decided, it's over, Chen Yan wins. Ren Xiaojie was enduring the severe pain of a broken hand and still couldn't believe the fact that he had lost. A broken hand can be quickly reattached in the infirmary, but his pride and self-esteem are completely crushed. Chen Yan also found it ridiculous. The killing sequence is the strongest sequence in actual combat. After all, it is designed for killing. And his own, Blood King, can allow blood to change freely, which is a sequence ability that almost pushes actual combat capabilities to the peak. Ren Xiaojie might be able to play for a while longer because of his realm advantage, but he still dares to suppress his spiritual power by one realm and fight with me. Isn't that asking for humiliation? No, Chen Yan has won already. I didn't see it wrong, it ended so quickly. Brother Jie even lost in actual combat, unbelievable. Awesome, Brother Chen. Clap, clap, clap. Tang Ji was also clapping hard below, with excitement written all over his little face. Zhao Qian also breathed a sigh of relief, and the stone in her heart finally fell. It seemed that she had underestimated Chen Nian before. His talent and strength are among the best among geniuses. Genius may just be close to his threshold. Some are happy and some are sad. Seeing Chen Nian being flattered in every possible way, Song Jinxiu almost bit her teeth to pieces. She had been wronged, and had spent all her efforts to challenge Ren Xiaojia on the forum, just to let him get back on her feet. But now, instead of getting back on her feet, she had created a stage for him to show off. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. She was about to leave, but was stopped by Yi Yaya unexpectedly. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I remember we bet 100 contribution points. Did you give it to him or did he? You can't just default on your debt, right? I'll give it to you. 100 contribution points, how many missions would it take to earn it back? Giving it away like this was more painful than losing a layer of skin. After Song Jinxiu transferred the contribution points, Yi Yaya smiled and waved goodbye to her. As someone with connections, she would not be short of contribution points and resources. She did not keep her own 50 points, but generously transferred them all to Chen Nian. Chen Nian, I have to treat you to a meal when you come back. No problem. Just then, the countdown ended. A string of words immediately jumped out in the air. Whether it was a task issued by gods, higher dimensional creatures, or world rules, it was officially presented in front of Chen Nian. Do you accept the survival mission and transfer immediately? Yes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian disappeared. The surroundings immediately became quiet. What's going on? Where is Chen Nianren? How could such a big living person disappear? Fuck, could it be? People suddenly remembered that Chen Nian had said before that he was going to the opposite world. At that time, everyone thought he was just talking nonsense, but now he suddenly disappeared, so he was teleported into the reverse world. He went to the reverse world, he really went. It's exactly fucking 10 o'clock now, no wonder he said he wanted to start the fight 2 minutes early. 2 minutes early, just to torture Ren Xiaojia first, and then go to the reverse world, my god. Shouldn't he be fully prepared when going to a dangerous place like the reverse world? Why is he so relaxed? Ren Xiaojia stared blankly at the empty space ahead and suffered a second blow again. So Chen Nian was not making excuses, what he just said was true. The fact that he dared to compete with me at this time proves that he doesn't take me seriously at all. Hold. Brother Ren, we know that you held back and deliberately suppressed your realm. Don't take it lightly next time. He only has one hand now, so he does have one hand left. In the office, the tutors also witnessed this wonderful show. Although Chen Nian won, Li Xiao still looked serious. Director Li, don't worry. The first time you go to the reverse world, you will be assigned to the simplest shallow level. It is too easy for Chen Nian to pass the mission with his current combat power. Li Xiao nodded slightly. It's easy to avoid completing the mission, but what if he doesn't want to just complete the mission? You mean? Killing demons and monsters can also speed up the cultivation process. With this kid's personality, he might even take the initiative to provoke the demons from the reverse world. Current ladder score, 1000, has entered the simple level of the reverse world. Current task, survive for 8 hours. Chen Nian immediately looked around. This is a closed little house with a dim chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The only furniture in the room is a round table, and I am sitting on the round table. People were teleported in one after another around the place and sat down at the round table. There were not only psychics from Daxia, but also white foreigners. Chen Nian immediately put on the simultaneous interpretation headphones. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the safe house, right? What's your ladder score? 500 points. This is the first time I accept a mission. I rejected them before. Ha. Me too. I was too scared to come before, but now that my score has been deducted to 300, I dare to come. I feel relieved when I see that everyone is a rookie. Soon, all the people in this group were teleported in. Safe house expiration countdown, 30 minutes. Current number of survivors, 10. When the safe house becomes ineffective, it means that if you stay here, you will be attacked by monsters. So people began to actively discuss countermeasures. Just at this moment, Chen Nian spoke suddenly. Don't you see a problem? What's the problem? I believe you have all received the notification of the current number of survivors, which shows that there are 10 people. How many of us are sitting here? Everyone immediately looked around and started counting. 11 people. How is that possible? There are 11 of us. Chapter 18. You don't think I can't finish off the enemy, do you? The number of survivors given cannot be wrong. Then why do we have one more person? This is horrible. Chen Yan said in a deep voice, it's very simple, one of us is not a human. You mean, there are demons and monsters that have transformed into humans and mixed in with us? How is this possible? Isn't this a safe house? It is a safe house, and the demon should not harm us during this period. But it is hard to say what will happen after the safe house becomes ineffective. Cold sweat subconsciously broke out on everyone's back. There is a demon mixed among the good people, it's really scary when you think about it. This feeling is like someone may turn into a zombie and bite you at any time. Who wouldn't be scared? There is a saying, if there is someone in the mission who is extremely powerful, such as the chosen one, then the difficulty of the mission will increase randomly. Fuck, I'm just a rookie. I just wanted to get some mission rewards and leave, but now it's over. Don't be afraid. I'm a veteran who has already completed one mission. Next, I will lead you to complete the survival mission. A white-skinned man stood up and said, my name is Jackson. I rejected 2 missions and passed one. My current ladder score is 998. People looked at him and said, what do you have in mind? Tell me. I don't want to stay with monsters. Yes, if the safe house becomes ineffective later and that monster suddenly riots and attracts other monsters, we will all die. Jackson said loudly, we can take out objects that prove our identity and tell our life stories. If we are monsters, we will definitely lack these proofs of being human. I, Jackson, was born in Bald Eagle, California. My parents are still alive. My father works in a car repair shop. I have a younger sister who is in elementary school. Stop nagging me. Why are you writing a short biography? Just then, an impatient voice interrupted Jackson's essay. Chen Yan. He stood up and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Do you know what you are doing? Interfering with our investigation of demons will only increase your suspicion, you damn yellow-skinned bastard. Oh, yes, you can identify the demons by telling a story. Don't treat us like idiots. A bloody spike appeared on Chen Yan's fingertips. As you can see, my ability can control blood. I will insert this thing into your body later to sense your blood. If it is a demon, the blood should be very different from that of humans. Of course, this is bluffing. Since it is unclear who the werewolf is, Chen Yan can only pretend to be a prophet. Everyone looked delighted. Really? This way we can quickly identify who the mole is. I agree. Time is running out in a safe house, let's get started quickly. Several Daxia psychics chose to stand on Chen Yan's side and supported him to start the inspection operation immediately. But Jackson immediately objected loudly. Wait. Don't believe him so easily. What if he is the demon himself and tries to deceive our trust in this way? How horrible that would be, my God. These words brought everyone back. That makes a lot of sense. If this person is a demon himself and we believe him, wouldn't we be doomed? At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Yan with suspicion, and their faces were a little wary. Bang! Chen Yan slapped a certificate on the table. Investigator from Bureau 749, oh my God, there really is a Bureau 749 in the world. On the side, a girl in a school uniform was ecstatic, her eyes almost lit up like stars. Her name is Luo Xiaoke. He has just awakened and has not been contacted by any supernatural organization yet. He is the kind of naive newbie who knows nothing. He entered the reverse world for the first time in a daze. However, she particularly admires supernatural events and has a special liking for Bureau 749. She never expected that she would actually encounter one. Great. I didn't expect it to be someone from an official organization. No matter how powerful the demon is, it's impossible for him to sneak into 749 and get the certificate. What is 749? A foreigner looked puzzled. It is the largest official paranormal management organization in Xia country. Chen Yan asked, who will test first? I'll do it. Luo Xiaoke raised her hand actively. As a Daxia psychic, she certainly believed in her country's Bureau 749. Show me your arms. Okay. Luo Xiaoke rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white and tender arms. Chen Yan's needle just went in like that. She groaned softly and felt a tingling pain in her arm. After about 10 breaths, Chen Yan retracted the blood needle. Next. Of course he wouldn't tell you the result, because he couldn't find anything at all. This was just a bluff and a show. Next. Chen Yan stabbed in a clockwise direction. Soon, 7 people present had been given injections by him. Next, it's Jackson's turn. He looked nervous and did not cooperate by exposing his arms, but instead slammed the table hard. This is unfair. You are from the Xia Country Psychic Organization, so naturally you will be favored by your people. 749, it has no credibility to me. Such a strong reaction. Are you hiding something from yourself? Chen Yan asked with a smile. Don't try to provoke me with such words, you cunning yellow monkey. I know that I am a human being, not a demon. I don't need you to acknowledge me. You don't deserve it. Jackson became more and more excited as he spoke, and pushed Chen Yan hard. The next moment, 2 bloody hands suddenly grew out from Chen Yan's back, one on the left and one on the right, pinching Jackson's neck and lifting him up in the air. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. I'm going to kill you and give you a chance to leave a last word. Why? I'm not a demon. Because I'm in a bad mood, white pig. Chen Yan stabbed the blood needle into Jackson's chest and slowly pushed it towards his heart. Who said that I can only kill demons, huh? No, no, no. Jackson's expression became increasingly ugly. Suddenly, a large number of scales grew on its facial features, and its body muscles suddenly expanded, turning it into an ugly gray-white monster. He is a demon. Fuck. Everyone was so frightened that they moved away from Chen Yan, and many people even retreated to the wall. Chen Yan's lips curled up slightly. Your psychological defenses are so weak, you're frightened already? No. Crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking. 2 bloody hands twisted the demon's neck, and its body fell to the ground, with its head hanging limply to the side. In fact, the demon is not dead yet. Although its neck is broken, its real-life core is actually the heart. At this moment, he just entered a state of suspended death. Damn human, I will definitely make you regret it, just wait. As soon as this safe house disappears, I will immediately shout to the demons outside, you are dead. He cursed Chen Yan madly in his heart. Luckily we have someone from Bureau 749 here. If he hadn't identified the demon, I don't know how much more difficult this mission would have been. Yeah, thanks to him, luckily I believed him just now. Everyone thought that the demon was dead, and their hearts, which had been hanging in their throats, finally settled down. Chen Yan walked to the side of the demon. Grin. He has already killed me, what does he want to do? The demon felt a chill in his heart. Everyone is praising you right now, shouldn't you enjoy the praise? Chen Yan squatted down. The blood turned into a dagger and stabbed into the demon's chest. You're pretty lucky, eh? You really think I can't finish you off, right? Killing someone requires finishing off the victim. This is the truth Chen Yan has come to understand after reading countless stupid novels and watching TV dramas. The protagonists try their best to defeat the enemies, and then just sit here and chant sutras, which is so disgusting that it makes people want to vomit. Besides, my rewards haven't popped up yet, and my blood strength hasn't increased. Do you think I'm stupid? You, what are you doing? The rest of the people were frightened by this strange scene. What's the matter with stabbing a dead body? And he was laughing while stabbing, how scary. Puff. 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 One knife after another stabbed into the demon's body. After a dozen knives. The hunting desire effect is triggered, and blood strength is permanently increased by 1%. It feels comfortable. Chapter 19 Now, it's my turn to hunt demons. Current number of survivors, 10. This time, the number of survivors and the number of heads at the scene finally matched, proving that Chen Yan did not kill the wrong person. Don't look at me like that, I'm just a cautious person. Chen Yan put away the bloody knife. The wounds on his hands and back were recovering quickly, and had basically no effect on him. This was the power of the royal bloodline. There are only 10 minutes left in the safe house. What's your name, brother? List. Brother Chen, you are the 749 investigator, and you helped us find the hidden demons. You will be our captain later, and we will listen to you. No need, I may not go with you. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Luo Xiaoke beside her showed a disappointed expression. She still wanted to learn more from the 749 investigators and see if she could join in the future. And this brother Chen is handsome and cool. After all, she is just a young girl in adolescence, and she is not afraid of being obsessed with love in such a dangerous environment as the reverse world. I don't know what the environment outside is like. Once the safe house disappears, we will immediately find a shelter and hide. Yes, everyone, please try not to make any noise. In order to avoid confusion caused by too many people, the 9 of us will be divided into 2 groups. Everyone, we have to act according to circumstances. Our goal is to survive for 8 hours and get the mission reward. Come on. After Chen Yan excluded herself, they split into 2 groups. Finally, the safe house countdown reaches 0. Instantly, countless cracks spread across the floor and walls of the room. With a loud bang, it turned into ruins. Chen Yan took in the surroundings at the first possible moment. The sky was dark and overcast, with red lightning surging in the clouds. It was exactly the same scene as what I saw at school that day. The place where we are standing now is the middle of the street, with buildings on both sides of the street, as if we are in a city. Disperse. Enter the building. The 2 teams hid in the buildings on the left and right sides respectively. They covered their mouths tightly, not daring to breathe. Chen Yan also hid in a residential building and explored the outside environment through the window in the corridor. At this moment, the 8-hour countdown for the survival mission has begun. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the reverse world is quite abundant, at least 3 times that of the real world. This means that as long as you stay here for 8 hours, you can absorb a lot of spiritual energy. No wonder it is said that the reverse world can upgrade quickly. Crack. Hearing a strange cry suddenly coming from the sky, Chen Yan looked up suddenly. I saw 2 big black birds flying by one after the other. They are hovering over the city like patrolling guards. Amy, help me scan the information on that thing. Currently there is no network, offline mode has been activated, and database information is being retrieved. Man-eating black crow, LV-21, normal level. An ordinary second-level demon. It was not difficult for Chen Yan, who had dealt with a disaster-level demon baby, but it was a nightmare for the other newcomers. No way, just 2. Now Chen Yan felt like she had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. She rushed into the restaurant with a rumbling stomach, only to find that there were only 2 fried dough sticks on the table. Chen Yan quietly came to the top floor and climbed onto the roof through the window. On the rooftop with a wide view, he discovered many more monsters. Some are crawling on the streets, some are waiting on the walls of buildings, and some are even hiding inside buildings, like wild beasts deep in the jungle. Very good, this is exciting. Chen Yan finally found it somewhat interesting. I hope that after killing all the monsters in this area, I can successfully break through. Let's deal with the 2 flying ones in the sky first. They have a very wide field of vision and pose a greater threat. Why did Brother Chen act alone? I don't know. Logically speaking, there is strength in numbers. Even if a demon really targets us, it will be easier to deal with. I guess he's afraid that he'll be easily exposed if there's too many people around. One person will be a smaller target, and it'll be easier to move to a new hiding place. Wait, why is he coming out? The others were discussing Chen Yan's movements in a low voice, but unexpectedly, Chen Yan was running coolly on the roof, jumping from one building to another. The strange bird in the sky will be patrolling here soon. Is he looking for death? Oh my god, this is the reverse world. Are you crazy? Everyone hide, hold your breath, and don't make any sound, quickly. It's over. I suddenly feel like peeing. Pee your mother. Pee in your pants, just a little bit, don't make any noise. In this dangerous reverse world, one wrong step could put your life in danger. They didn't dare to stick their heads out to see what Chen Yan was trying to do. The only thought in my mind now is, I hope he doesn't get us into trouble. Chen Yan stood on the roof of a tall building, her bangs blown by the night wind. According to his observations, the strange bird would circle past here, and at its closest, it would be only about 10 meters away. In the distance, there was a spider crawling on the wall of a tall building, and there was a humanoid monster on the ground. After going over the goal in his mind, the corners of his mouth curled up. Now, it's my turn to hunt demons. Here it comes. Two man-eating black crows flew over from the distant sky, and the two black spots continued to grow larger in Chen Yan's field of vision. After a running start, Chen Yan leaped out from the rooftop on the 18th floor with all his might. At the same time, he stretched out bloody tentacles from his hands, which just happened to entangle the man-eating black crow flying in the air. Crack! Chen Yan grabbed it and used the force to fly over. The tentacles turned into bloody swords in the air. The moment Chen Yan flew past the black crow, the knife came out as fast as a dragon. Click! The strange bird's neck was cut off by a knife, and its bloody head fell down. This is not the end yet. There was a second black crow following closely behind. When Chen Yan swung over, he collided head-on with it. The blood turned into tentacles for the second time and grabbed its body, using the force to swing up again. Snap! The second crescent-shaped knife flashed, and another strange bird head fell. After killing two second-level monster birds in mid-air, Chen Yan's body quickly crashed into another building due to inertia. On the wall of that building, there was a black spider about 2 meters long. Boom! Chen Yan rushed over, and his blood naturally formed a protective barrier. The black spider was crushed into a paste on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yan slid down the wall. The moment he landed on the ground, his center of gravity sank and his legs slightly bent. Bang! The whole person was ejected like a cannonball. Final move, the dragon breaks through the air. 20 meters away, the monkey demon's head said goodbye to its body before it could figure out the situation. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted from the demon's severed head. Chen Yan had already held up a blood umbrella in his hand, not wanting to get any stains on his clothes, and left without looking back. The hunting desire effect is triggered, and blood strength is permanently increased by 2%. Blood strength permanently increases. Now. The rest of the people were still hiding in the building with bated breath. They clearly heard the noise outside just now and thought that Chen Yan had been discovered by the demon. If he went out at this moment, he might be implicated. But Luo Xiaoke doesn't want to. She decided that she must join 749 in the future. Now she is a reserve soldier. Brother Chen is her colleague and senior. It is fate that two people meet in the opposite world, so how can we just ignore it? What are you doing? A man stared at Luo Xiaoke. I just want to go see Brother Chen. Look at shit. It's his business if he wants to die. We just need to survive the mission. Do you think you'll implicate us if you go out now? The man gritted his teeth but didn't dare to yell. He could only scold with his breath. After being scolded, Luo Xiaoke finally behaved himself. Okay. Boom. Suddenly, two loud noises were heard outside. Everyone's heart instantly rose to their throat. They covered their mouths tightly with their hands and dared not even breathe. It's a demon, the demon is coming, the demon is coming. Some were sweating profusely, some had their hearts pounding, and some were praying for their mother's blessings in their hearts. But the sound never came back again. There was not even the sound of walking. What's going on? After waiting for a while, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore and poked half of his head out to check the situation. Then he saw two strange bird heads that were still bleeding. Chapter 20, Discovering the Hidden Nest, Chen Yan breaks through the realm. What's going on? More and more people cautiously poked their heads out to check the situation. I saw two obvious strange bird heads on the street in the distance. It's the bird that was circling in the sky just now. People suddenly came to their senses and looked up immediately, but the strange bird was no longer there in the dark sky. Dead. Both of them were killed. Fuck, it was that brother from 749. He killed two second-level demons. Nobody, is this true or not? He's so strong, why is he matched with us in the shallowest area? This proves that his ladder score is not more than 1000. Is it possible that this is his first time entering the reverse world? People were horrified when they thought about it. Luo Xiaoke's delicate face was full of admiration, so Brother Chen didn't join us in order to kill the demons alone. He is worthy of being an investigator of 749, so amazing. Little sister, it's not like I haven't seen 749 investigators before. Is it possible that not all of them are so capable? That guy is at least a genius level in 749. After this, everyone let down their guard. If you meet a big boss, you're in luck. On the other hand, after killing several monsters, Chen Yan's blood strength officially exceeded the 40% mark. Received another gift from God. It's still the familiar three-choice option. 1. Blood regeneration speed increased by 5%. 2. Immediately restore some spiritual power. 3. Immediately fill up 10 spiritual points. Chen Yan thought about it for a while and found that only the first one was useful. Although I will never die from excessive blood loss, blood is my combat power, just like a mage's blue bar. Speeding up the recovery speed can make me last longer. Not long ago, Chen Yan was still level 77, but now she is level 90. The spiritual energy in the reverse world is already abundant, and you can gain spiritual energy by killing monsters. The upgrade speed is quite impressive, and it shouldn't take long to fill up all the spiritual orifices in your body. Chen Yan, who was bloodthirsty all the way, walked into the underground parking lot. There was no light in the reverse world, and the underground parking lot was completely pitch black. Amy, lighting. Suddenly, a strong white light lit up on the watch-shaped terminal. After walking inside for a while, Chen Yan found that he didn't find any monsters. When he was about to leave, a little red light in the depths of the darkness attracted his attention. Is there something in there? After going deeper, a space vortex filled with strange red light appeared before their eyes, but it was sealed by several black chains on the outside. Is this the lair of some powerful monster? Chen Yan suddenly became interested and reached out to touch the black chain. Hidden mission triggered: break the seal to enter the lair, and kill the demons entrenched in it. After entering the nest, you cannot leave voluntarily until one of you dies. Blood turns into a knife. Bang! A knife was chopped down, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. The black chain was not broken, but Chen Yan's knuckles were cracked and the blood knife was deformed. So hard. After trying a few more times, Chen Yan thought that it would be impossible to break the seal with his current strength. Break through the realm first and then come back and try again. Chen Yan left the parking lot and continued to search for monsters elsewhere. Soon, 4 hours passed. Chen Yan just felt that killing the demon was such a great feeling. Not only can you upgrade quickly, but it can also increase the strength of your bloodline. Every time you kill a demon, you can feel yourself getting stronger. If you want to kill a demon on a normal day, you can only take on a mission and search for a long time before you can find it. But it's different in the reverse world. It is a paradise for monsters and demons, and it is also Chen Yan's paradise. After a nearly clean sweep, there were no living demons left in the entire city. At this moment, Chen Yan only felt that his limbs and bones were filled with spiritual energy, every meridian was filled with surging power, and a burning heat flowed through his heart. LV 100. The spiritual realm is fully reached. It's time to find a place to break through. Chen Yan chose to join the main force. Although he had cleared the city, there was still a chance that other monsters might have slipped through the net. He would still need someone to cover him when he broke through the realm. At this moment, the other 9 people have completely relaxed and are no longer as cautious as before. Brother Chen is back. Seeing Chen Yan coming back, everyone surrounded her excitedly. That's awesome, bro. Did you kill all the monsters in this area? Too awesome. You turned this survival mission into a monster-killing mission. This is the first time I've completed a mission so easily, The short Luo Xiaoke finally squeezed in from outside. Hey, I want to join 749 in the future, okay? I've always been longing for this kind of organization. It turned out that the girl wanted to open a back door with Chen Yan and ask him to make an internal recommendation. Little did people know that Chen Yan was just a newly joined trainee investigator. Of course Chen Yan remembered that it was this little sister who cooperated most when she had a blood test before. If you really want to join, you can. I will arrange an internship for you now. Okay. What's the mission? I will do my best to complete it. Come with me. Chen Yan took Luo Xiaoke into a building on the street, and they introduced themselves to each other. Brother Chen Yan, what are we doing here? I am going to start my breakthrough now, and I need to concentrate for a while. During this time, you stay outside and don't let anyone disturb me. Chen Yan whispered. Oh, I see. Luo Xiaoke nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Chen Yan, I will guard this entrance, no one will disturb you. Okay. Here you go. If there's any danger, press the button and throw it out. What Chen Yan gave to Yi Yaya was the explosive thunderball, which was said to be able to paralyze monsters. After making the arrangements, he went to the second floor and began to prepare to break through to the mountain-moving realm. Breaking through a great realm is a rather metaphysical thing. It is not only related to one's talent and understanding, but also has a certain connection with understanding and state of mind. Perhaps after a great battle, one will have an epiphany overnight and achieve a breakthrough. However, the lower realms are not that easy to deal with. Normal psychics can break through as long as their spiritual orifices are full. Chen Yan held his breath and concentrated, and began to mobilize the spiritual energy of all the spiritual orifices in his body, gathering it in one place to temper it, and then releasing it back to his limbs and bones. This process will further temper the body, so a successful breakthrough will significantly improve the body and strength, which is called moving mountains. Outside the street, 2 men walked into an alley and were peeing in the corner. Hey, if we had known earlier, we would have hung out with Brother Chen. Maybe we could have gotten some demonic energy from him. Come on, look at him, he doesn't even want to take us with him. I guess in his eyes we are just rookies who are not worth mentioning. It doesn't matter what happens to us. But wasn't he quite kind to that little girl just now? Hee hee. That little girl is cute and well-behaved, white, young and thin. Which man wouldn't drool at the sight of her? I want to push her to the ground. The two were chatting happily and didn't notice. In the dark corner of the alley, a mass of rotten flesh-like thing quietly crawled over. When the man noticed it, the piece of meat was already in front of him. What the hell? As soon as he finished speaking, the rotten piece of flesh suddenly bounced up from the ground and covered the man's face completely. Ugh, ugh, ugh. His mouth and nose were completely blocked and he couldn't make any sound. Then the piece of flesh began to penetrate into his body little by little through his nose, mouth, and ears. A parasitic demon. In a very short time, the man's brain was completely eaten away and taken over by the monster. Brother, what's wrong with you? What are you going to do? Ugh. P.S. Brothers who think this book is good, please add it to your bookshelf, and it will be wrapped up later. Chapter 21 Breakthrough Success. Extracting the God Sequence, Infinite Killing Realm. After a while, the 2 zombies staggered out of the alley. There were visible ulcers on the skin, saliva was flowing uncontrollably, pupils were lifeless, and the whole body smelled of rotten meat. At this moment, the others were still chatting leisurely and didn't notice anything unusual at all. What the hell is this that stinks? What did you 2 do? Did you take a shit and not wipe your butt? Wait, there's something wrong with them. Before she could finish her words, the 2 men pounced on her like wild beasts, and a woman was knocked to the ground on the spot. No, don't. Let me go, ah. As soon as the woman screamed, her head was instantly covered by rotten flesh. Her limbs twisted and she struggled for a while, then stopped. What happened to you guys? They are being infested by monsters, run. A man was about to escape, but found his legs were tightly grasped by a hand. It was the woman who had just been knocked to the ground. Pus and blood oozed from her eyeballs, and large patches of corpse spots appeared on her fair skin. Fuck. Let me go, fuck. The man kept stepping on the woman's hand, but even though his hand was bent and the bones were broken, he didn't let go. Soon, he was surrounded by several people. The rotten flesh also drilled into his body, and after violent convulsions all over his body, he also became a puppet of the monster. This demon can multiply infinitely with the help of human bodies. What's going on outside? Luo Xiaoka also heard the screams and shouts outside, and subconsciously stuck his head out to take a look. At first glance, I witnessed a group of people killing each other crazily, a horrific scene like hell on earth. The streets were covered with shocking blood. What's going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? Luo Xiaoka quickly shrank back. My back was pressed tightly against the wall, my breathing was rapid and my heart was beating faster. It's the demons that are controlling them. No, I must help Brother Chen Yan guard this entrance. She immediately closed the large iron gate at the entrance. Not long. There was no other sound outside. Luo Xiaoka slowly moved out, wanting to quietly observe the situation outside. When she saw it, she was scared to death on the spot. Outside the door, People with festering bodies and hideous faces are approaching here. I know you're hiding in there, hee hee, hee 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 hee. Come out, little sister, let's be one, we are friends, aren't we? If you don't come out, we'll have to come in, to find you. A series of cold and eerie voices came from outside. Bang! A festering, bloody hand punched through the iron gate, and a bloodshot eyeball suddenly appeared on the palm, staring straight at Luo Xiaoke, who was hiding behind the wall. I found you. Puff. A short knife pierced into the monster's palm, nailing it heavily to the iron door. Luo Xiaoke's eyes were firm and her voice was like a command spell. Come out, Anos. Her abilities belong to the Spirit Summoning God sequence. In short, she is a summoner. Summoning sequence 27, Violent Black Demon Bear Anos. Roar. A huge black bear suddenly appeared beside Luo Xiaoke, and its huge body just blocked the entrance. Stop them. We can't let them interfere with Brother Chen Yan's breakthrough. The people outside who were controlled by the monsters kept charging, but the black bear's combat power was not to be underestimated. He slapped those people away one by one. There were shocking bloodstains left on the ground. But even if these people's hands and feet were broken, it would not affect their continued attack, because they had already been completely devoured by the monster, and now what supported their movements was the flesh in their bodies. Cute little sister. She actually has such a powerful summoned beast, hee hee. A lowly must be paired with a beast, haven't you heard that? The woman suddenly straightened her crooked neck with both hands and grinned grimly. Indeed, I underestimated you. Luo Xiaoke suddenly threw out the thunderball. The thunderball exploded in mid-air, sizzling, sizzling. A large amount of electric current instantly electrocuted a group of people outside, leaving their bodies charred. But next, a disgusting scene happened. These people turned into rotten meat paste at the same time. A large amount of meat paste gathered, fused and piled up. In the end, it turned into an oversized meat giant. On the chest of this flesh mud giant, you can vaguely see the faces of the people who were devoured. Its size is already larger than that of a black bear. The game is over. The meat giant slapped the black bear with one palm, and the black bear was knocked flying on the spot, and turned into a spiritual light spot and dissipated in midair. Anos, how could it be? Luo Xiaoke took 2 steps back, her face already completely pale. The flesh giant's palm slapped down again, and the horrifying shadow continued to expand in his pupils. Bang! Luo Xiaoke closed her eyes subconsciously. But the expected attack did not come, and I seemed to be fine. She opened her eyes slightly. I saw a handsome and tall figure standing in front of me. Brother Chen Yan. Chen Yan just stood there, and the blood automatically formed a shield above his head, blocking the attack steadily. The game is indeed over. Now, he has successfully broken through to the moving mountains realm. After the breakthrough, physical strength, spiritual power, and sequence capabilities have all been greatly improved. Although he had just broken through, Chen Yan was very sure that no one in the same realm could be his opponent, and he could easily crush most people even if he crossed realms. Go to hell, die 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 die. Bang! 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 The meat giant kept punching at Chen Yan. The terrifying force that could crack the ground was still unable to shake Chen Yan's blood shield, which was like an indestructible umbrella. When the monster's fist fell again, the blood shield suddenly turned into a big hand and firmly grasped the opponent's fist. Have you had enough? The monster's fist was crushed in an instant. Chen Yan raised his right hand, and a 6-meter-long blood-red sword appeared in his hand. He rushed forward with the knife in hand. The monster's other fist struck from above its head. Jump up, click. The blood-red blade light flashed past, and the entire arm broke. Chen Yan's leap was actually 10 meters high. Poof! The bloody knife pierced into the monster's head, the tip of the knife went in through the eye and out through the back of the head. From top to bottom, cut it in half. The meat giant collapsed completely. In an inconspicuous corner, a small piece of meat is escaping cautiously. This is its true form. Baji. Chen Yan crushed it with one foot. The hunting desire effect is triggered, and blood strength is permanently increased by 1%. Only this much blood strength? It seems that this demon itself is not strong at all. If those people had been more vigilant, they would have been stepped on to death. I guess they felt I was there, so they let down their guard, which led to almost total annihilation. Brother Chen Yan is so handsome. Luo Xiaoke clapped her hands, her little face full of joy. Oh yeah, I completed the task pretty well, didn't I? Chen Yan smiled and said, not bad. Leave your detailed information and I will recommend you when I return to the bureau. Now, Chen Yan's blood strength has increased by an additional 50%, and he can start drawing cards happily again. 1. Ability to extract random sequences. 2. Gain the ability, Rotten Transformation, can turn into a pile of rotten meat. 3. Blood strength permanently plus 3%. What else is there to think about? You must choose one, this is a new ability. If you draw this, it is a good deal. The moment Chen Yan made his choice, he had already entered the space of consciousness. Hundreds of cards floated around Chen Yan, all of which were killing sequence abilities. He flipped open one of the cards. The moment the card is turned over, golden words appear immediately. Authority Sequence 009, Field, Infinite Killing Realm. Introduction. The inherent domain of the God of Slaughter can instantly force the killing thoughts of billions of lives into the enemy's brain, causing them to lose their ability to move or even go crazy and self-mutilate. In the God War Chronicles, the God of Slaughter entered the enemy's base camp alone, opened up his domain and made millions of enemy soldiers kill each other, leaving corpses everywhere. It turned out to be the top 10 gods. Chen Yan was overjoyed. Other ordinary psychics do not have the talent of the Blood King and cannot draw cards all the time. A normal person can only have one sequence ability in his lifetime. Not only does Chen Yan have multiple, he even has 2 god sequences. Now that I have achieved a breakthrough and gained new sequence abilities, it's time to go take a look at the previous nest. Chapter 22, Encountering a Third-Order Dog Demon, the territory expands. Chen Yan went straight to the underground parking lot. The rest of the people died, so Luo Xiaoke followed Chen Yan to the sealed nest. Previously, Chen Yan's power was unable to break the chain seal here. Now we can try again. He simply bent the bow and pulled the string, pulling the blood moon bow to its full length. Bang! An arrow was shot. The black iron chain that sealed the nest broke with a sound. I feel very relaxed. My power has indeed become much stronger after the realm breakthrough. Brother Chen Yan, do you want to go in? Well, it's very dangerous in there, just wait outside. Okay. Chen Yan stepped into the black and red vortex. After a brief moment of complete darkness, the surrounding scenery changed and the sound of fierce fighting came into my ears. What came into view was a dark, damp, empty nest, surrounded by twisted and sharp rocks. A battle is breaking out in the open area in the center. Several humans are fighting fiercely with a demon. The demon had the physical features of a human, but a ferocious dog face. He wielded a scimitar in his hand with a cold glow, and his movements were very agile. Captain, we are no match for it. We have to fight even if we can't win. We can't get out anymore. Either it dies, or we all die in it. There were already several seriously injured people lying on the ground, and a few were still struggling to hold on. It seemed that defeat was a matter of time. Chen Yan was suspicious. Where did these people come from? He soon figured it out. These people should come from other areas of the reverse world. They also have a sealed nest entrance there, which can also lead to here. It was obvious that they came in as a group, but they didn't expect that they would all be wiped out soon. Amy, scan it for levels. Chen Yan pointed the terminal forward. A line of information popped up, LV-31, Human-Faced Demon Dog, Disaster Level. Disaster Level. The combat power of Disaster Level is stronger than that of Catastrophe Level. It's a third-order Disaster Level demon. It's too powerful. No wonder so many of them are no match for it. A figure flew towards Chen Yan. It was a burly man. He fell heavily to the ground with several shocking knife wounds on his chest. He was the captain of this group of people. A total defeat. The war stopped. Some of them died, some were injured, and they had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Cough. The man fell on his back, choking on a mouthful of blood. He looked at the strange face in front of him and said, "Run away. This monster is too powerful. Even if we put all of us together, we are no match for him. But that's all." He smiled bitterly again and shook his head. "Once we enter here, there is no way to leave. The same rule should apply if he comes in from other areas. It's over. Another seriously injured woman leaned against the wall, muttering, "Damn it. How can someone with less than 1,000 points possibly defeat a third-order disaster-level demon? This hidden mission is impossible to complete. I'm sorry, I was the one who encouraged everyone to come in. I'm the one who caused you all to suffer." In addition to this group of seriously injured people, there were also a lot of dead bones on the ground, which should be the previous challengers. It's so tragic. The dog demon carried the shiny black sword on his shoulder and looked at Chen Yan with his two violent blue eyes. "Look, here comes another person seeking death. This place really won't be lonely." He walked towards Chen Yan step by step. The smile on the dog's face became more and more intense, as if Chen Yan was already a corpse in his eyes. "Newcomer, look at them, they only came a few minutes earlier than you, and now they are only half-breathed." "So?" Chen Yan shrugged, looking indifferent. "Are you not afraid of death?" The dog demon grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. "You will be the same as them soon. Of course I won't kill you easily. After all, you are rare toys in this dark cave, hee. If you kneel on the ground and beg me to let you go." Chen Yan interrupted the other party impatiently. "I don't like to hear dogs barking, so why don't you stop talking nonsense?" "Very good, I hope your mouth can be this hard later." The dog demon suddenly kicked the ground with its 2 legs, and pounced towards him, and the scimitar brought a sharp cold light to Chen Yan. Bang! Chen Yan was blown away by the knife and hit the wall of the cave heavily, with almost his entire body embedded in it. Speed and power. The strength of this human-faced demon dog is not at the same level as other demons. Very strong. It's rare to encounter such a powerful monster. Chen Yan is completely excited. Doesn't it mean that there will be more benefits if he kills it? Since this dog demon is so powerful, it is qualified to be the first experimental subject of the new skill. Chen Yan fell down from the rock wall and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You look pretty good. The dog demon didn't expect that this attack only caused him some minor injuries. It seems that this human can let him play with him for a while longer. But the next moment, he was met with a pair of blood-red and enchanting pupils. The hairs all over my body suddenly stood up. The dog demon subconsciously took 2 steps back and felt a chill down his spine. What happened? What a terrifying murderous aura. How could a human being have such a terrifying murderous aura? This kid, what's going on? Chen Yan raised 2 fingers, and bloodshot eyes shone. The field expands, an infinite killing realm. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The dog demon looked around and found that this was no longer a dark and gloomy nest. Instead, it was a shocking and boundless sea of blood. Every step he took would create ripples. Above his head was a blood-red moon, emanating such murderous intent that he almost dared not look directly at it. What kind of ability is this, illusion? No matter what, the guy is right in front of us. As long as we kill him, the spell will be broken. The dog demon rushed over again with a knife in hand. Chen Yan raised 2 fingers and pointed forward. The murderous intent of billions of lives was forcibly poured into the dog demon's mind at this moment. No living creature can withstand such a huge and terrifying murderous intent. Their minds will be turned upside down in an instant, and they will completely lose the ability to think and act. From the perspective of the rest of the people, the scene did not change because they were not brought into the realm. Bang! The dog demon's knife fell to the ground. Ugh, ah. No, no. Die, die. The dog demon fell to his knees, holding his head with both hands and banging it against the ground. Not only did he hit his head so hard that it was bleeding, his bloodshot pupils also began to bleed, and black blood also flowed out of his ears and nostrils. Chen Yan stepped forward, his blood turning into a long sword. The first knife. Snap. The dog demon's left arm was cut off. But he still didn't react or move at all, and kept banging his head against the ground. Click. The right arm rolled to the ground. The rest of the people were dumbfounded, their mouths opened and they dared not even breathe. What on earth happened? How could that extremely powerful dog demon suddenly become like this? They looked at each other, unable to find the reason, and just felt creepy watching this strange scene. In the end, Chen Yan nailed the dog demon to the ground with a knife. The field ends. The sweaty dog demon finally regained consciousness. He was breathing heavily, with a sense of fear in his heart, followed by a sharp pain in his body. Finally, he found that his arms had been cut off and a knife was stuck in his back, and he could not move at all. In front, Chen Yan slowly squatted down. I still like your rebellious look just now. How about you recover a little? Asshole, what on earth did you do? The dog demon almost bit his teeth to pieces. In fact, I can kill you, just as easy as killing a stray dog on the roadside. Do you know why I left you alive? Because I want to humiliate you severely first, you piece of shit. Chen Yan raised his hand, and the blood turned into a pair of scissors. With a snap, the dog demon's ears were cut off. Ah! A shrill scream, anger, and humiliation broke out together. Chen Yan smiled slightly. They say that dogs will jump over walls when they are cornered. How about you jump over one now and let me see? If you jump well, I can consider playing with you for a while. After all, this is a rare big dog toy. People around. They subconsciously swallowed their saliva, feeling shocked and inexplicably refreshed at the same time. The dog demon that just tortured them is now being tortured by another psychopath. Chapter 23, Kill the Dog Demon and Obtain the Item, Blood-Melting Divine Crystal. Just as Chen Yan was torturing the dog demon, something strange happened. A powerful demonic energy burst out from his body, and countless cracks spread across the ground in an instant. Oh no, kill it quickly, the man lying on the ground yelled. The dog demon's body quickly grew larger, changing from human form to beast form. It actually broke free from the restraints, and a 2-meter-tall black dog appeared before his eyes. Oh. Chen Yan looked curious. Did this bring out your second stage? The mood of the others, which had just been relieved, sank into the abyss again in an instant. It's over. It can actually transform. The 2 front limbs of the dog demon that had just been cut off began to grow again at an extremely fast speed. It bared its teeth, its dark blue pupils filled with murderous intent. Human, not killing me just now was the worst decision you've ever made in your life. I'm so scared, I'm almost scared to death. Come on, come and kill me. The moment the 2 front legs recovered, the furious dog demon rushed over, wishing to tear the human into pieces to vent its anger. When the dog demon was less than 5 meters away from Chen Yan, a crisp snap of fingers was heard. Bang! The dog demon's head exploded like a watermelon. The huge body immediately fell to the ground and lost its life. Because just now, Chen Yan injected his own blood into his body, which was equivalent to setting a time bomb. As long as he wanted, he could make the blood explode at any time, and the result would be like this. Bastard! Kill powerful monsters, hunting desire, effect is triggered, blood strength is permanently plus 5%. Chen Yan twisted his neck and turned away. The people lying on the ground at the back were splashed with blood. They looked at Chen Yan's departing back in disbelief, and their hearts, which had been hanging in their throats, finally slowly fell down. This guy is so scary. The 3rd-level demon had no power to fight back in his hands. Is this really someone with a score below 1000? I don't know, maybe it was a powerful person who deliberately suppressed our scores. Anyway, we have saved our lives, so let's support each other. I'm still not strong enough. I have to go back to 749 and calm down. The male captain thought. Hidden mission completed. Obtain the legendary item, Blood-Melting Divine Crystal. After Chen Yan killed the dog demon, his level was increased by 8 and he also received a reward for a hidden task. A diamond-shaped transparent crystal was lying in the palm of the hand, emitting a bright white light. See what this thing is for. Blood-Melting Divine Crystal can forcibly seize the bloodline ability of any creature, and then swallow the blood crystal to perfectly obtain the bloodline ability. So, I can obtain the bloodline abilities of those monsters and demons. Amy, what supernatural bloodlines have special abilities? Dog demon bloodline can greatly enhance the sense of smell. Werewolf bloodline can transform into a werewolf on a full moon night, and greatly increase physical strength. Fire demon bloodline can increase the ability to resist fire. In the future, if I come across a supernatural creature with excellent bloodline, I will absorb it. It can be considered a good thing to enhance the versatility of my abilities. Chen Yan left the nest and returned to the previous underground parking lot through the portal. With a quick glance, I saw Luo Xiaoka huddled in the corner with her knees hugged, like a frightened kitten. Chen Yan whistled. Eh. You're back, brother Chen Yen. Luo Xiaoka hurriedly got up and ran over, her little nose red. Wait, you're not going to cry out of fear here alone, are you? No, no. Is this true or false? Jindu, I want to join 749, so I must have a strong will. Chen Yen held back the do ni ma do that she almost said subconsciously. Okay, then we can go back after the reverse world time ends. Soon, the remaining hours were over. After the mission time is over, both of them will be teleported back to their original place. Brother Chen Yen, pinky promise, keep your word. Where do you live? Number 2-1, number 77, Huangshui Road, Haigang District, Tianhai City. We are from the same city. Really? What a coincidence. Okay, wait for news at home. In vain. When the time is up, the vision becomes chaos again. Complete the survival mission, ladder points plus 100, complete the hidden mission, ladder points plus 300. Current ladder score, 1400. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy instantly poured into his limbs and bones, instantly filling up more than a dozen spiritual orifices. This should be the basic reward for completing the task. Moving Mountains Realm, LV20. It only took Chen Yen a few hours to break through the realm and reach 20 levels. If you don't go to the reverse world to practice outside, ordinary people will have to practice for at least 1 year if they want to reach level 20. After all the rewards were settled, Chen Yen returned to the location where he was previously teleported, the 749th round arena, in the blink of an eye. There was a burst of exclamations from all around. Look, Chen Yen is back. Oh my god, you look unharmed. Isn't that nonsense? With his strength, entering the area below 1000 points is not a pure dimensionality reduction attack. That's right, this guy's fighting power is too abnormal. Of course, they didn't know that Chen Yen had directly killed his way through the area of the reverse world. Directorly, Chen Yen is back safely. The instructors were not surprised that Chen Yen was safe. If someone with that kind of fighting ability could die in the reverse world, then what would it be worth for others to play? Li Xiao suddenly remembered something and called out Amy, check Chen Yen's current level. Identity authentication passed, permission verification passed, querying. Chen Yen, Moving Mountains level 20. The moment the information was found out, Li Xiao's action of drinking water froze in midair. This kid not only broke through in the reverse world, but also improved so much. I remember that he was still quite far away from breaking through before entering the reverse world. How did he progress so quickly? He is also an intern who has just awakened, but he is almost catching up with those who have been practicing for a year. Li Xiao pushed his glasses and said, there is only one explanation. He leveled up by killing monsters in the reverse world, and he killed quite a few of them. It is very likely that he killed all the monsters in the mission area. After hearing this, the other instructors all took a deep breath. Hiss, this little monster. At this time, Chen Yen called through the terminal and Li Xiao answered the call. Director Li, it's me. Congratulations on passing the first level of the reverse world. Don't be too arrogant. The higher your ladder score, the harder it will be. Understood. By the way, Director Li, I want to recommend someone to our 749. Li Xiao smiled and said, no problem. 749 welcomes any talented people. Who do you want to recommend? A little girl named Luo Xiaoka. I'll send you the information. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to visit. That night. 304 gathered for a midnight snack, Chen Yen treated us. Cheers. After taking just 2 bites, Yi Yaya angrily punched Chen Yen in the chest. What's wrong? Why are you hitting me? I'm not saying this, but ever since you came to the bureau, I've been under a lot of pressure. What's the matter? Chen Yen asked with a smile. Xie added, Sister Ya is the deputy director's daughter after all, and the deputy director is her father. They are father and daughter, so. Shut up. Yi Yaya was annoyed, my dad scolded me not long ago. She imitated her father's tone, shaking her head and saying, you have such a great talent and the best resources, but you are surpassed by Chen Yen. You even need others to help you when you go on a mission. It's really shameful. Ha. Chen Yen laughed. She didn't expect that she would become someone else's child. So, you assigned me a strict training task and told me not to go out on field missions until I mastered the thunder method. It's all your fault, damn it. Chen Yan shrugged helplessly. Stop talking, buddy, I'll drink a glass as punishment. By the way, do you remember the blood-sucking demon case we handled last time? After investigation by relevant departments, they found that the demon had the blood curse mark on his body. Blood clan. It's a vampire. The blood race can plant a curse to mutate other monsters, such as the vampire centipede. After it sucks blood, it will feed the refined blood back to the blood race, so it is just an offline vampire. We haven't caught the vampire hiding behind it. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. That's a good thing. I was thinking about absorbing the bloodline of some supernatural creature. The bloodline of a vampire must be awesome. Shall we continue our investigation? Damn, I want to go too. But I haven't practiced thunder magic well, and old you won't let me go out and embarrass myself. How about I just sneak away? No, the deputy director will say that I kidnapped you. I can't afford it. Chen Yan poured himself another glass of wine. You practice in the bureau, and I go on missions. We both have a bright future. Cheers. You deserve a beating, don't you? Chapter 24. I see your ears are not working well, what now? Tianhai City, Haigang District. Luo family. Hello, I am the investigator of 749. Get out of here. Originally, this investigator was dispatched by Director Li to specifically recruit Luo Xiaoke. But he didn't expect to run into such a setback as soon as he arrived and was directly driven out by the Luo family. Luo Xiaoke was quite stubborn. Dad, I just want to join 749. I've already promised them, how can you do this? Why join 749? Our Luo family has the resources to train you. What are you going to do with 749? The head of the Luo family said angrily. But that is our Daxia's official organization, and I want to serve the country. What a bullshit official organization. The head of the Luo family was furious. There are two 749 investigators stationed in the harbor area. They are very good at accepting bribes, but they don't do any real work. You don't understand. These organizations are not as noble as you think. But, not all 749 investigators are like this. I only know one who is particularly good. No need to say more. I haven't even told you that you're going to the opposite world without telling your family. You're not allowed to go out for the next month. Humph. If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. I hate you. Not long after. The investigator returned to room 749 and informed Chen Yan of the situation. That girl is the youngest daughter of the Luo family in the harbor district. Their family is a faction of their own and they look down on us, 749. I was kicked out before I could say a few words. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. It's okay. It's a tiring trip. Luo Xiaoke herself really wanted to join 749, but she didn't expect that he was a typical housewife, a canary in a cage. When I have time, I'll go there in person. However, the most urgent thing is to inquire about matters related to the task first. Chen Yan really wants that vampire. He had already looked up information on Amy. The bloodline of a vampire could speed up the regeneration of the body, and perhaps even gain the ability to become stronger by sucking blood, which was quite suitable for him. So, Chen Yan found Li Xiao. Director Li, I want to ask about the vampire thing that Yi Yaya mentioned. That matter is not simple, and may involve the 10,000 Demons Palace. Temple of 10,000 Demons. The most powerful demon organization spanning the entire world. A large number of demons are lurking in human society. They are 749's greatest enemy. Li Xiao pushed up his glasses and said, the purpose of the 10,000 Demons Palace is to take over the ruling power of the world from humans. Vampires are demons that easily lurk in human society. It is very likely that they have been recruited by the 10,000 Demons Palace. I see. But a single vampire isn't a big threat. Do you want to get involved? I really want to. The Bureau conducted a spiritual power reverse tracking of the Blood Clan spell, and only got a rough area. The Blood Clan is hiding in the harbor area of Tianhai City. The investigation is currently handed over to two official investigators stationed in the harbor area. The harbor district, isn't that where Luo Xiaoke is? Chen Yan is still a trainee investigator and needs to complete 5 tasks before she can be promoted to a formal investigator. If you want to go, you can only serve as an assistant to the two official investigators and follow their instructions. No problem. Chen Yan agreed immediately. Okay, I'll arrange another strong teammate for you, so that the two of you can take care of each other. What do you think of Lu Lin? Director Zheng from next door kept nagging him every day, saying that he must find a chance for Chen Yan and Lu Lin to meet. Li Xiao thought that other trainee investigators could not keep up with Chen Yan, but Lu Lin's ability was no problem at all. The face of that cool little beauty emerged in Chen Yan's mind. Yes, that's absolutely fine. Go get ready and set off tomorrow. Lin, good news. Due to her personality, Lu Lin lives in a single dormitory, and the only person who visits her is Zheng Xian. At this moment she was squatting on the ground carving ice rabbits for fun. Her few hobbies were making ice sculptures and playing the piano. Don't you like difficult tasks? Auntie has arranged one for you. How about tracking down a vampire? Oh. Lu Lin continued to carve the rabbit with a blank expression. Chen Yan will go with you. We will set off tomorrow morning. Snap. The rabbit's ear is broken. Lu Lin looked at Zheng Xian and tilted his head, as if asking, really? I've sent the mission details to your terminal. You and Chen Yan are mainly responsible for cooperating with the two official investigators. Don't act on your own. Have fun, Lin. This is an opportunity your aunt has fought hard for you. You must make good friends. Lu Lin didn't say anything, but just carved a smiling face on the ice rabbit. In fact, she is very eager to make friends, but because of her own abilities, she is naturally separated from others by a barrier. Water God Sequence, 003, Absolute Zero, all water and ice abilities are in this sequence. Her abilities fluctuate with her emotions. While in college, she had a nightmare one night and gave her 3 roommates a bad cold. Eventually, I was kicked out of the dormitory by several roommates who hit me with pillows. I sat alone in the corner of the corridor, hugging my pillow for the whole night, until my aunt who worked at 749 came to pick me up. The next day. Train platform 749. When Chen Yan arrived, he saw Lu Lin standing at the edge of the platform waiting. She wore a white woolen coat over a black long skirt, and under the skirt were her slender legs in black socks. Her skin was the whitest of all the girls Chen Yan had ever seen. That face was too delicate, like a cold work of art. AI picture, just for fun, don't take it seriously. Putting aside her personality, she is definitely a beautiful girl with outstanding appearance. Her only shortcoming is her skinny figure. Morning, Lu Lin. As soon as Chen Yan approached her, he felt a chill attacking his skin. But he is not afraid, and can even cover the blood on the surface of the skin to resist the cold or high temperature. Morning. Lu Lin looked at Chen Yan expressionlessly, his fingers subconsciously grabbing the hem of her skirt. She was carefully observing Chen Yan's reaction, fearing that he would dislike her because of the cold. The car is here, shall we get in first? The two got on the train. Chen Yan sat next to Lu Lin and began to discuss the details of the mission with her. Lu Lin didn't think about what was said specifically, but she felt very happy and even restrained her abilities a lot. Anyway, that's it. When we get there, let's go say hello to the 2 official investigators first. Is that okay? Okay. Lu Lin nodded obediently. Not long after, Chen Yan returned to Tianhai City, a familiar place, and the two headed straight to the harbor area. Harbor area. 749 offices. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were lying on the sofa, eating snacks and playing games. They are all D-level official investigators. The official investigator level ranges from D to S. To get promoted, one needs to perform tasks of varying difficulty. In theory, the higher the level, the stronger the investigator. These 2 people have just been promoted not long ago, and their strength is in the late stage of Moving Mountains realm. Han Feng, I heard that the Bureau is going to assign 2 interns to assist us in the investigation. Do you think our secret will not be exposed? Hehe, what are 2 interns afraid of? As long as we don't put in any effort, how can they find out anything fishy? That's true, haha. As long as we accomplish this, the Wang family will give us a lot of benefits. It's stupid of you to investigate vampires. You are looking for death. Cheers. The 2 of them picked up the lemon juice and clinked their glasses, both with satisfied smiles on their faces. In 749, not all members are as hardworking as Chen Yan, and there are many who take advantage of their positions to gain benefits. Those two seem to be arriving soon. I hope the newcomers can understand things and reward the hardworking seniors. Soon, Chen Yan and Lu Lin arrived. Walk into the office. There were two people sitting on the sofa playing King of Glory passionately. They were Han Feng and Yuan Zhen, who were stationed in the Haigang district. Oh, you loser, why did you die so suddenly? Catch him, catch him. We must not lose this promotion match. This idiot in the middle lane can't even defend this. Chen Yan said, hello, we are trainee investigators transferred here to assist. The two of them didn't even raise their heads, still concentrating on playing the game. Of course, it's not all for playing games. I also want to give the two newcomers a warning so that they will behave themselves. Suddenly, the phone screen was pierced by a blood-red spike. Both mobile phones broke down at the same time, and the office fell silent in an instant. I see your ears aren't working very well. Can you hear me now? Chapter 25. What a coincidence, we meet again. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng looked up at the same time. At first, they felt confused rather than angry. A trainee investigator attacked the official investigator as soon as he arrived. Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang. Moreover, these two people came empty-handed, without bringing any gifts for their first visit. It seemed that they were indeed young and ignorant people who did not understand the ways of the world. In this case, he needs to be given a good scolding. Trainee investigator. You have a very hot temper. Han Feng stood up and smiled, then he suddenly grabbed the remains of the scrapped phone and slapped it straight at Chen Yan's face. But the next moment, his arm was suspended in mid-air, unable to move. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. Han Feng's arm had been sealed by ice, and a sharp blood thorn was suspended in front of his eyeball. Chen Yan and Lu Lin both took action. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office was tense. The situation was completely beyond Han Feng's and the others' expectations. I originally wanted to scare the two interns, make them behave themselves and not get in the way. But I didn't expect to run into such a troublemaker who attacked his boss without saying a word. What shocked Han Feng even more was that these two interns were both at the Moving Mountains realm, not weak at all. I was so busy playing games that I forgot to check their files. Hey, we're all colleagues from 749, why are you so nervous when you meet each other? Put away your magic. Yuan Zhen acted as a peacemaker. Han Feng also put down his fist, but there was still a hint of coldness in his eyes. An intern is pretending to be your mother in front of me, and you are still dragging me down. I will punish you when the time comes. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, I'm sorry, you too, I really didn't hear it just now. Old Han, there's no need for you to get so angry, they were just joking, how could they really do anything, right? So I was just joking. Unbelievable. Chen Yan laughed. You. The smile on Yuan Zhen's face froze immediately. I didn't expect this newcomer to be so arrogant. He didn't even want to give way when given the chance. He is really shameless. Chen Yan sat directly on the office chair and turned to look at the two people. I read the information before coming here. You two have been on duty in the harbor district for so long, but you didn't find any information about vampires. It was only after the reverse tracking of the Blood Clan's curse that we knew there were vampires in this place. What do you two want to say? Yuan Zhen's face was full of disbelief. Vampires? I've never heard of them. Are there such extraordinary creatures in our district, Lao Han? No. Yeah, we patrol everywhere every day, but we didn't hear any news. If there really is any, it's only because the vampire is hiding too well. Yuan Zhen laughed and said, how about this, I'll treat you two tonight and welcome you both. You two just apologize to old Han, and the friction just now will be over. Only if we get along well can we get things done. Apologize? Chen Yan couldn't help it, it was so interesting that someone actually asked him to apologize. I see. Senior, are you kidding me? Don't tell me you're not kidding. Huh, you kid. Seeing that Chen Yan was not going to give in, Yuan Zhen immediately turned his gaze to Lu Lin. Beauty, how about you come and make peace? We will definitely take good care of you later. Lu Lin didn't say anything, and the coldness around him became even more intense, with even icy flowers appearing in the air. Yuan Zhen shuddered immediately. Who the hell are these two people? Since when did the interns of Unit 749 become so arrogant? Shouldn't normal interns be timid and cautious, have no ability and no connections, and have to please the people above them in every way to avoid being manipulated by others? That's how all their interns came here. Give gifts every few days, ask people to wash your feet, give you massages, touch your body and sing for you. Once you join 749, you have a stable job. The world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Who are these two? Yuan Jin immediately opened the terminal and began to check the information of the two people. You don't know until you see it, it's so scary that your eyelids will twitch. Chen Yan, the chosen one of the killing sequence. Rookie assessment scored 100 points, 2 missions completed successfully, all demons were killed, including the second-level ghost baby. Lu Lin, the chosen one of the water god sequence. He scored 98 points in the rookie assessment. During a mission, his abilities went out of control and he froze an entire building. What the hell are these monsters? These are the materials Amy recorded in the file. After reading it, Yuan Jin took a deep breath and called Han Feng out. Old Han, these two interns are all chosen by God, they are not easy to mess with. The chosen one? Yeah, I was wondering why you were so crazy. Let's tone down our behavior for a while. Chen Yan briefly looked through the information but didn't find any useful clues. It seemed that if he wanted to find the vampire hiding in the harbor area, he would have to rely on himself. At this moment, a phone call came in and the landline started buzzing. I'll do it. Yuan Jin walked quickly to the phone and picked up the phone. Hello? Brother Yuan, our two families are fighting for the ownership of the underwater ruins. We would like to ask 749 to come and do the notarization. Don't worry, there will be benefits. When we are done over there, I will treat everyone to a massage. Okay, no problem, I'll be here in a minute. Yuan Jin hung up the phone and said to Chen Yan, it's like this. We have to go take care of something right away. How about you two come together? After we're done, we can have a meal together and get along well. No, please. What about you, Xiao Lu? Lu Lin was too lazy to reply, he just took a step closer to Chen Yan and expressed his wishes. Okay, let's contact each other if we have anything. Yuan Jin and Han Feng drove away in a hurry. Chen Yan thought about it and decided that since he had no clue at the moment, he might as well visit Luo Xiaoka's home to see what was going on. I'm going to visit a friend's house, want to join me? Yeah. Lu Lin nodded expressionlessly. Half an hour later, Chen Yan brought Lu Lin to the vicinity of the Luo family mansion. I didn't expect that Luo Xiaoka was the daughter of a wealthy family. But why are there so many black business cars parked at the door? At a glance, two groups of people were confronting each other in the yard. Are they going to have a fight? In the yard. The Luo family and the Wang family are on the verge of a war. Since the ruins were discovered by our two families together, I will ask the two investigators from 749 to notarize it today. 749. Huh, everyone knows that you are close to these two people. Why don't I ask them to do the notarization? I might as well let the big yellow dog in the yard do the notarization. The head of the Luo family scolded with spit flying. Yuan Jin came to the middle and said loudly, don't worry, old man. 749 has always been about the matter, not the person. Since both of you want to obtain the mining rights of the ruins, then take the simplest and crudest way, and fight. After all, we are facing supernatural creatures. Money is useless, only fists are useful. Otherwise, we will not only fail to find treasures in the ruins, but also lose lives. Isn't that right? It turns out that both the Wang and Luo families are engaged in the sea exploration business. There are many places in this world that have quietly become supernatural, such as ruins, ancient tombs, and caves, all of which are extremely worth exploring. Not long ago, the Wang family explored a cave in the sea and accidentally found a river clam that had become a spirit. They harvested a large number of pearls with an estimated value of tens of millions. And just recently, the exploration teams of the two families discovered a mysterious underwater ruin at the same time. There was a dispute over ownership. Therefore, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were invited to do the notarization. Wow, it's so lively. At this moment, a voice attracted everyone's attention. The two groups of people turned their eyes at the same time. Isn't it a coincidence that we meet again? Chen Yan's appearance startled both Yuan Zhen and Han Feng. How did he end up here? Chapter 26 Vampire, Baron of Ireland. As soon as Luo Xiaoke saw Chen Yan, her eyes lit up instantly. Brother Chen Yan. She didn't expect Chen Yan to come to her house in person, and she was extremely happy. But when he saw a stunningly beautiful girl next to Chen Yan, he felt inexplicably upset. Don't run around. Luo Xiaoke was about to run to Chen Yan, but was pulled back by his father's ruthless iron hand. Chen Yan's high-profile entry immediately aroused dissatisfaction from two waves of people. Who are you? Everyone get out. Yuan Zhen was scared when he saw someone trying to stop Chen Yan and Lu Lin. These two people were not easy to deal with. No, they are not random people, they are our colleagues from Unit 749. What a coincidence, it really is too much of a coincidence. Yuan Zhen greeted them warmly. Why are you here? Visiting a friend. Chen Yan looked at Luo Xiaoke, who was about to wave at him, but was glared at by his father again. The head of the Luo family already disliked 749. Now that he saw Chen Yan was still in cahoots with those two, it was natural that he would not let his daughter get close to her. It's like this. There's some friction between the two families. Let's do a notarization on 749. Now that we're here, why not watch a good show together? Okay, you guys go ahead. Yuan Zhen smiled and asked, do the two family heads have any opinions? The head of the Wang family said loudly, I have no objection to psychic solving problems with force. Wang Xiu, go meet the young talents of the Luo family. Yes. A young man named Wang Xiu stepped out. He had an evil smile on his face, and there was a hint of blood in his pupils. Patriarch Luo looked at his son beside him and said, Mingcheng, you go ahead. Both families sent their eldest sons. Come on, brother. Luo Xiaoke made a cheering gesture from below. People began to talk in low voices. Luo Mingcheng is in the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, while Wang Xiu is only in the middle stage of the mountain-moving realm. He shouldn't be able to lose. That's right, young Master Luo's talent is at the quasi-genius level. Soon, the showdown officially began. Spiritual power burst out. The two fought together. Luo Mingcheng found the opportunity first and hit Wang Xiu in the chest. Qi Jin, collapse. Bang! A powerful airflow exploded in his chest, and Wang Xiu immediately vomited blood. At this moment, a flash of blood flashed in Wang Xiu's pupils, and his blood vessels swelled, veins popped, and muscles tensed. That's it. He punched Luo Mingcheng in the face with his backhand, causing his bloody teeth to fly off. Lion fist. A barrage of punches rained down on Luo Mingcheng's chest. The punches stopped, and Luo Mingcheng fell unconscious in a pool of blood. Wang Xiu spat a mouthful of blood and phlegm on the ground. You are useless. You only have this much strength. Elder brother. How so? He actually lost. When did Wang Xiu become so strong? Luo Mingcheng was carried away to treat his injuries, and the rest of the Luo family fell into cold silence, as if they had lost their parents. Since the winner has been decided, congratulations to the Wang family. Yuan Zhen came forward to take charge of the situation. Thank you. Let's go back and celebrate. After the Wang family led their people away, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng followed closely. As soon as they walked out of the Luo family's gate, the two sides exchanged glances, and it was obvious that they had colluded secretly. In the yard. Patriarch Luo looked at Chen Yan and Lu Lin. What are you still doing here? People from 749 are not welcome here. Get out. Luo Xiaoke hurried over and stood in the middle. Dad. Brother Chen Yan saved me before. Even if you are prejudiced against 749, you shouldn't ignore his life-saving grace. The head of the Luo family snorted coldly, said nothing more, and left quickly. I'm sorry, Brother Chen Yan, don't worry about my dad, he's just a stereotype. I wanted to join 749, but he wouldn't let me go. It's okay. I just want to ask you something. Yeah, Brother Chen Yan, you tell me, I will definitely tell you what I know. I'm tracking down a demon. Has anything untoward happened recently, such as people going missing or corpses being sucked dry? Luo Xiaoke thought for a moment and said, yes, there are, but they are all people who go out to sea. I heard that every time the Wang family goes out to sea, many people die, but that is quite normal. Supernatural creatures are often encountered in the sea. Wang family. Yes. Speaking of the Wang family, I don't know what happened recently, but the old man in their family used to be bedridden for many years, but now he is more energetic than young people. Also, Wang Xiu was never my brother's opponent before. I didn't expect him to become so strong all of a sudden. It's like he had some kind of adventure recently. According to Luo Xiaoka's recollection, Chen Yan sensed something was wrong. There is something fishy going on in the Wang family. If these signs are taken separately, they may be coincidences, but if they are added together, it is hard not to associate them with something else. For example, the Wang family colluded with demons. I have only been here for less than a day and I have already received this information. How could Yuan Zhen and Han Feng not know anything about it? Chen Yan didn't believe it. Do they not know, or do they know but refuse to tell? It seems that the water in this harbor area is deeper than imagined, and it is necessary to clean it up. By the way, brother Chen Yan, can I ask you a question too? You say. Hey. Luo Xiaoka whispered, who are you with this beautiful sister? Colleague from 749, we usually act in pairs. What's wrong? Oh, it's okay. It's getting late now, you probably haven't eaten yet, if you don't mind, I'll treat you. Chen Yan looked at Lu Lin, and after making sure that she had no objection, he smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't just want to entertain us. I will definitely join 749 in the future. I'll build good relationships with the two seniors in advance and learn more knowledge, hee. Okay, I also want to get more information from you. Chen Yan met her request. Okay, I will tell you everything I know and cooperate with the work to the best of my ability. A luxury cruise ship is docked at the port. This is the Wang family's ship. The head of the Wang family got on board, walked through the red-carpeted corridor, and came to the VIP room inside. Opened the door. Sitting by the window was a blond man in a white shirt, holding a red wine glass in his hand, leaning against the window and enjoying the evening breeze. On the ground lay the body of a naked woman, her fair skin forming a sharp contrast with the bright red pool of blood. Someone, clean it up. Yes. The two subordinates hurriedly put the woman into a black plastic bag and threw it into the warehouse on the bottom floor of the cabin. There were dozens of similar black plastic bags inside, all filled with corpses. Your Excellency Baron Ellen, today, thanks to the blood curse you planted on my son, he won a great victory in the competition. Ellen took a sip of the blood in the wine glass and said, I want a girl. It's not that easy to get a woman. There are more than a dozen women locked in cages in the cabin, all prepared for you. Come on, grab a clean woman and bring her up. Unexpectedly, Ellen shook his head and said with an intoxicated look on his face. 2 days ago, I was enjoying the sea breeze on the deck and saw a lively girl on the shore from afar. She looked as pure as the sky and as sweet as cake. I thought about her day and night and couldn't sleep at night. As he spoke, Ireland took out a photo and couldn't help but kiss it. I want to strip her clothes off, kiss her snow-white neck, and then gently bite her blood vessels, ah. The photo flew out and landed right in the hands of the head of the Wang family. Bring this girl to this baron. This. Patriarch Wang's pupils suddenly shrank, this is the girl from the Luo family. Baron Ellen, this matter may not be easy to handle. After all, the Luo family still has some background. Bang! The wine glass smashed onto the head of the Wang family, and bright red liquid splashed all over his face. Don't forget that I saved your life, and your son still has my curse mark in his body. I want her, and I want her now. If you can't do it. No. If I can do it, I will definitely find a way to catch it for you. After leaving the room, Patriarch Wang took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his face while speaking to his subordinates. Find a few good fighters to sneak into the Luo family, and use all means to capture the little girl from the Luo family. We can completely turn against the Luo family, but we must not offend Baron Ellen. Chapter 27 Late Night Attack, Chen Yan and others took action. That night, Chen Yan and the other person stayed at the Luo family. There were snacks on the table, and the three of them sat around having a discussion, turning on the heater to neutralize Lu Lin's coldness. Lu Lin, please help cool the coke. Oh. Lu Lin touched the edge of the glass with his fingers, and ice cubes immediately floated up in the coke. Wow, that's awesome. Luo Xiaoke applauded. After several hours of discussion, Chen Yan obtained more useful information with the help of Luo family connections. Integrate all the information, sort out the context, and make inferences. The vampire is probably being harbored by the Wang family. What? Hearing this conclusion, Luo Xiaoke covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that the Wang family was so bold as to secretly hide the demon. Lu Lin looked calm, eating iced potato chips in small bites with an expressionless face. Every time the Wang family led a team out to sea, they would hire some fair-skinned and beautiful young women at high salaries, but accidents often happened, resulting in several women unfortunately disappearing. One accident is an accident, but repeated accidents are not. The two investigators stationed in the harbor area by the 749th Division did not find any foul play. Instead, they had close contacts with the Wang family. It is very likely that they were bribed. Lu Lin, let's go check out the Wang family tomorrow. Hehe, I'm glad I can help brother Chen Yan. I'm doing a great service to 749 in advance. At this moment, the quiet night was suddenly torn apart by the sharp sound of gunfire. Bang bang bang. Chen Yan immediately went to the balcony to check the situation. He heard the roar of the motorcycle engine and a red tail light immediately disappeared into the distance. It looks like someone drove a motorcycle to the Luo family's doorstep, shot and injured someone, and then ran away. Damn it. You want to run away after hurting our brothers? Chase. The cicada ran away as bait. The mantis chased after him. The next one to appear is the yellow bird. The doors of two black SUVs parked on the roadside opened, and a group of men in black got out and walked quickly towards the Luo family mansion. Brother, is my trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain okay? Remember, capture the girl alive, and kill the rest. Clear. Superior. The door of the Luo family mansion was kicked open. Who are you? Stand. Bang. Before he finished speaking, a cold bullet had already shot into the bodyguard's forehead, and he fell to the ground. Not everyone is a psychic, and for most ordinary people, guns are the most effective weapons. Soon, all the bodyguards left in the mansion were eliminated. Just as the men in black were about to storm into the mansion. Creak. The door suddenly opened. A bright orange light shone into the dark yard. Chen Yan put his hands in his pockets and walked out leisurely, glancing at the men in black. Who are you? Bang 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 bang. The men in black had no intention of replying. They raised their cold guns and emptied the magazines towards Chen Yan. Flames and gunshots continued to intertwine, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The gunfire stopped. The ground is covered with brass bullets. The blood barrier disappeared, and Chen Yan appeared in everyone's sight again, unharmed. It seems like you guys don't like listening to people talking. Brother, it's a psychic. Stop talking nonsense and kill him. Two men in black suddenly rushed towards Chen Yan, attacking him from both sides with punches and palms. The gust of air exploded with the force of collapsing mountains and shattering rocks. Bang! The fists and palms were blocked by the blood barrier that suddenly appeared. What? The two were horrified. They didn't expect that this thing's defense was so terrifying. Not only could it block bullets, but it could also defend against psychic martial arts. Puff! A sharp pain suddenly came from my chest. It turned out that the blood shield turned into sharp blood spikes, which suddenly pierced through the chests of the two men, and boiling hot blood gushed out like a spring. Chen Yan's mind moved, and the bloody thorn turned into a bloody hand, grabbing the head of a man in black and lifting it up in the air. Ask again, who are you? Brother, help. How rude. Why don't you answer other people's questions? With a snap, the neck was instantly twisted by the bloody hand, and the person was thrown to the ground like a dead dog, without any breath of life. At this moment, the hearts of several people in the back suddenly skipped a beat. Chen Yan grabbed another man in black and asked with a smile, please tell me where you are from and what your purpose is. He saw what happened to his companion just now, and his whole body was shaking with fear. We are the king. Bang! A bullet lodged in the back of his head. It was fired by a companion behind him. Obviously, they didn't want him to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. The point is tough, retreat. The men in black immediately prepared to flee, but just as they reached the gate. The air was filled with a biting cold like white mist, and the door was actually covered by a thick layer of ice and was sealed. The petite girl stood at the door with no expression on her face. Court death. The men in black raised their guns and pulled the triggers frantically until no more fire came out. Lu Lin stood there, the short ice blade emerging from the back of her hand chopped off all the bullets. Her arm movements were so fast that afterimages appeared. The gunfire stopped and she was also unharmed, the bright moonlight casting a glow on her delicate features. What the hell are you standing there for? Come on. The two men in black looked at each other and rushed forward desperately. But before they could get close to Lu Lin, their feet were frozen and they could not move. Then, the ice quickly spread all over the body, turning into two ice sculptures. Lu Lin raised his hand and clenched his fingers. Boom! The ice sculpture exploded, scattering into ice crystal fragments all over the sky. Fuck, what the hell? Damn it! When did the Luo family have two more ruthless people? Brother, what should I do? The hearts of the remaining three men in black were tense. As Chen Yen approached step by step, it seemed as if a grinding file was hanging over their heads and would fall at any time. Finally, one of them's psychological defenses collapsed first. I'll tell you. Chen Yen brushed past him, the bloody long sword left a bright red arc, and his head rolled down. I haven't asked yet, what are you trying to answer? This scene scared the remaining two people to death. Damn, this boy is a bit too cruel. Chen Yen looked at the other person and smiled slightly. I'll give you a minute, tell me. Where are you from and what do you want to do? It was the Wang family. The Wang family sent us here. The purpose is to capture the youngest daughter of the Luo family and bring her back. We don't know what they are going to do with her, but they ordered us to capture her even if we have to break off relations with the Luo family. So they came to capture Luo Xiaoke. Anything else? No, brother. I've told you everything I know. Please let me live. What if you lie to me? I don't dare, The bloody long knife unexpectedly pierced the man's heart, and he fell to the ground and quickly lost his life. Chen Yen drew his knife and looked at the last person. Are you their eldest brother? You just shot and killed your companions very decisively. Tell me, where are you from and what are you doing? What he said is true, it's true. The man immediately knelt on the ground and said, we are from the Wang family and we want to arrest Luo Xiaoke. We are not lying to you at all. Both of them said so it seems to be true. Chen Yen asked again, where are you going to take her? Go, to the Wang family's cruise ship docked at the harbor. Puff. The bloody knife suddenly stabbed into the man's back, and a scream rang out. You answer my questions. It seems like you don't have a strong desire to survive. Brother. I said, the Wang family is secretly cooperating with a vampire, who is now living on the cruise ship. It was that demon who specifically asked for this girl. Chen Yen turned on the video on his phone. Continue. There are many women imprisoned in the bottom of the cabin, all prepared for the vampire. He sucks a woman's blood almost every day, and many times I am the one who delivers her to him. Where is the exact location? It's the VIP room on the top floor. His room is at the end of the corridor. It's a blonde, white-skinned man. There's really nothing else. Big brother, I'm sure it'll be useful to you if you keep me. Very well. Good night. Chen Yen stabbed him with a knife and sent him to drink mengpa soup. If I wasn't here tonight, Luo Xiaoke might have been caught, and the consequences would have been disastrous. On the balcony of the house. The head of the Luo family witnessed the whole process with his own eyes and was shocked beyond words. When they were raided just now, he was ready to escape through the back door with his daughter, but his daughter insisted that he could not leave them behind, so he had to stay and witness the massacre in the yard. The people from Bureau 749 are so cruel. These two people are completely different from the two stationed in the harbor area. For the first time, the head of the Luo family changed his mind about Game 749. Soon, the rest of the Luo family members who had chased out also came back. Seeing the corpses scattered all over the yard, they were all frightened. Thank you both for your help. Where on earth did these bastards come from? They're actually trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Don't worry about it. Bureau 749 will handle it next. Chen Yen called Lu Lin, we found the vampire, let's go and take a look. Oh. Let's divide the work. I'll go kill the vampires, and you go rescue the others who are imprisoned. Oh. P.S. You can add the new Chen Ninshuan to follow the new book. Chapter 28 Seizing Vampire Bloodline. Chen Yan and the other person arrived at the port. At a glance, you can see the luxury cruise ship docked on the shore. The two of them divided the work, one up and one down. Chen Yan went to the VIP room on the top floor to look for the vampire. Lu Lin went downstairs to find the imprisoned girl. In the cruise ship's monitoring room, the monitor discovered the whereabouts of the two people and immediately reported to the head of the Wang family. Master, someone broke in. It's the 749 investigator from earlier. How did they find this place? Where are the people? The man went to the VIP room on the top floor, and the woman is walking downstairs. Huh, so they are looking for death. Ellen will naturally deal with them. Don't worry about it. In the VIP room, Baron Ellen was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. On the coffee table stood an elegant goblet filled with a mixture of sweet blood and red wine. The 7-3 mixture was his favorite. This glass of wine is prepared for eating the cake tonight. He couldn't wait any longer, and every cell in his body was buzzing with excitement. Boom boom boom. There's someone knocking on the door. Come in quickly. Ellen immediately stood up excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. The door opened. What came in was not the long-awaited cake, but a young man with an unfamiliar face. Who are you? Where is the girl this Baron wants? Facing the blonde man's cold questioning, Chen Yen sighed. Oh, my Lord Baron. I'm sorry, but I'm the only innocent boy here. Would you mind just putting up with me? I will give you 10 seconds to tell you a reason why I won't kill you. Otherwise, you will see your intestines flowing out of your stomach. Oh. As expected of a distinguished baron, even your threats are so grand. Looking for death. Ellen raised his hand, and the powerful spiritual power belonging to the third-level demon burst out instantly. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to tear Chen Yan's body into pieces, he was met with a pair of scarlet blood pupils. Those pupils were like the most enchanting rubies, full of murderous intent and blood, even vampires could not compare to them. Field, infinite killing realm. Chen Yan was too lazy to test the waters with you, so he just used his ultimate move directly. In an instant, Ellen was brought into the realm space. There is an endless sea of blood under your feet and a blood moon hanging high above your head. What is this? What's going on? My head, ah. The murderous intent of billions of lives flooded into Ellen's mind, and he instantly lost the ability to think and act. No. Kill me, ah. Damn it. I'll kill you, at #UN%. His speech was confused and illogical. He just held his head with both hands and banged it against the ground repeatedly. His eyes were bloodshot with fear, as if he was experiencing the greatest terror in the world. Chen Yan walked up to Ai Erlin and stabbed him in the chest, injecting blood into his body. In this way, even if he recovers from the control of the field, he will still be able to fight back. Then, he cut off Ellen's hands and nailed him to the ground with dozens of thin bloody spikes. Then comes the most important part. Chen Yan took out the blood fusion divine crystal and used this diamond-shaped crystal to seize Ellen's bloodline ability. Soon, the crystal absorbed the blood and became like a ruby. Success. Once the vampire's bloodline is successfully extracted and swallowed, its bloodline abilities can be perfectly integrated. Chen Yan swallowed the blood crystal immediately. Bloodline, vampire, is merging. Fusion completed. Gain the talents, flesh regeneration, and blood-sucking desire. Flesh regeneration is simple and crude, further accelerating the recovery of physical injuries. Even if your arms and legs are broken, they can heal themselves. Then, the talents of blood-sucking thirst and hunting thirst appear at the same time. The two are actually fused together. The new talent, Blood Hunt Feast, appears before your eyes. In addition to the original effect of increasing blood strength by killing monsters and demons, there is an additional effect. When sucking the blood of others, you can perfectly absorb the power contained in their blood. Suppose I sucked Yi Yaya's blood, I could temporarily gain her lightning energy, and then when I used the killing sequence, Blood Moon Bow, wouldn't I be able to shoot lightning arrows? This new talent is interesting, isn't it? I'll try it out when I get a chance. Well, Ellen finally regained consciousness. He found that both his arms were broken and he was nailed to the ground, unable to move. The human being just now was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at him with a playful expression. "Your Excellency, Baron, why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Even though this is our first meeting, there is no need to be so polite, right? Human, if you dare to mess with this Baron, you're dead." "Oh, tell me how I died." "Huh, you can't kill me. This Baron has noble bloodline. Even if you chop off my head, it will be useless. And I will put you on the hunting list of the 10,000 Demons Palace, and you will be hunted endlessly." Chen Yen smiled and clapped. "That's amazing, Baron. By the way, why haven't your hands recovered yet?" Ellen said nothing. "Because he discovered this too." "Why? Why didn't my torn body tissues automatically heal? Why is there no sign of recovery at all? This is unusual. What exactly happened?" He suddenly felt his scalp tingling. "My bloodline ability has become ineffective." AI Erlin suddenly raised his head and glared at Chen Yen, shouting in an almost roaring tone, "What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" Chen Yen smiled, and his blood turned into a dagger. With a click, he cut off half of his index finger. "You." Ellen suspected that he had seen it wrong. "Am I having a nightmare? How can there be such crazy people in the world? Hey, how come my index finger is recovering automatically? Look, noble Baron, does this look like the ability of you vampires? You, how is it possible, how is it possible?" Ellen looked at Chen Yen's fingers which had quickly recovered, and felt a strong sense of horror in his heart, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. "I have taken away your bloodline ability. Now if I want to kill you, you will die completely." "You can't do that, no, no." Chen Yen stood up and said, "It's a pity that I'm a coward. You just threatened me. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to sleep." He walked to the door, turned around and smiled. "Good night." The moment the door closed, the blood in Ellen's body expanded rapidly, and then, bang! Ellen's body exploded. The last thing he saw before he died was his internal organs scattered all over the floor. The splattered blood and flesh were blocked in the room by the closed door, and not a single drop splashed onto the corridor outside. Blood strength permanently increases. The Wang family naturally knew about the invasion of Chen Yen and his companion. After all, there were surveillance cameras. But when the Wang family saw Chen Yen going to find AI Erlin, they thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he came out alive. Therefore, the Wang family immediately sent people to check on Ireland's situation. "Open the door and take a look." There was no trace of Ellen anywhere, only blood and broken flesh all over the ground. It was a horrible sight. "The head of the family. Lord Ellen seems to be dead." "What?" The head of the Wang family didn't expect that the vampire he had always regarded as a powerful figure would be killed like this. His heart suddenly sank. As far as he knew, the 749 investigators stationed in Harbor City would never be a match for Ireland. Who is this new investigator? Why is he so powerful? No time to think about it. A phone call was made to Yuan Zhen and Han Feng. At this moment, the two of them were still in the KTV room, hugging beautiful girls on both sides and enjoying life. "Yuan Zhen. The two of you from Group 749 have already entered the cruise ship. What's going on? If our Wang family is in trouble, you two will also be responsible. Find a solution quickly." Yuan Zhen sobered up instantly. "Old Han, something happened." "What is it?" "Those two interns are causing trouble on Wang's territory. Get out of here. If we can't clean up this mess, we're screwed." Chapter 29, Execute first and report later. Not bad. After Chen Yen dealt with the vampire, he prepared to go downstairs to meet up with Lu Lin. "Amy, help me locate Lu Lin's coordinates." When two people work together to perform a task, they can use Super AI to obtain each other's location information in real time. Location has been obtained. A virtual map on a blue light screen appeared in front of Chen Yen. He took a quick look, understood what was going on, and hurried over. Many corpses were seen on the road, and there were still a lot of ice crystals left in the corridor. I guess all the Wang family members who were blocking her way were killed by her. Wow, this girl seems to be a cold-blooded killer, so she's a perfect match for me to team up with. After a while, Chen Yan found Lu Lin and discovered that she was standing in front of a large alloy door. How about it? In. Lu Lin raised his hand, and an icy blade emerged from the back of his hand and suddenly stabbed towards the gray-black alloy door. Crash! The ice blade shattered, but the door remained motionless. Let me try. Chen Yan's blood turned into a knife, and he wanted to show off, but he also failed to destroy the door by force, and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. It seems that this door is specially designed to prevent psychics. It cannot be easily broken by force. Of course, Chen Yan could use the Blood Moon Bow to break it in, but considering that there might be ordinary people imprisoned inside, he was afraid that innocent people would be hurt. Yes. Chen Yan came up with a plan. Water can penetrate any hole, and so can blood. Although the door is closed tightly, there is still a gap at the joint. He immediately controlled the blood to flow into the gap in the door, and after a certain amount of blood seeped in, he immediately controlled the blood to deform. Crack! The connection was stretched open by blood. Chen Yan kicked open the alloy door and said, "Let's go." As soon as the two came in, they smelled a foul odor. It's not just the smell of dampness, there's also the smell of excrement and spoiled food. All these smells intertwined together can almost make people vomit on the spot. Chen Yan felt his stomach churning, so he immediately blocked his nostrils with blood and temporarily breathed through his mouth. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Lin. There was still no ripple on her delicate face, just like the calm surface of a lake. And she has to be a 3-no girl, how can you tolerate this? Just as he praised her in his heart, he saw Lu Lin holding his stomach and retching with an expressionless face. You also feel physically uncomfortable. Weird. I am not a doll. As the two of them went deeper into the room, they were both stunned. Chen Yan saw an infuriating scene. There were nearly a dozen iron cages stacked here, each containing a woman. They were half-dressed, sitting in the iron cages like penned poultry. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are all done in a cage, no wonder it smells so bad. They will probably only be captured when the vampires above need them. This is what the Wang family does secretly. No wonder the door is sealed so tightly, it turns out he did something wrong and is afraid that others will find out. If the vampire baron alone was not enough to bring down the Wang family, they could simply insist that they had no idea of the existence of vampires. But when these women are found, the evidence is clear. Not only the Wang family, but also Yuan Zhen and Han Feng, the two investigators who turned a blind eye, are not free from blame. Just at this moment, a thick smoke poured in from outside, and the temperature in the cabin was rising rapidly. Amy popped up a prompt. According to real-time environmental analysis, the ship is on fire, please evacuate immediately. Hurry up and save them. The two men broke open the iron cage as quickly as possible. Ah! Don't pull me out, don't. The women huddled in the cage in extreme fear, constantly slapping Chen Yan's hands. They also knew that those who were caught never came back, so it was obvious that there was no good ending. Chen Yan immediately showed his ID. Don't be afraid, we are from the Public Security Department and we are here to rescue you. Really? There's a fire outside. Please follow us and evacuate in an orderly manner. Don't worry, I will protect your safety. After some persuasion, everyone finally let down their guard. Soon, more than a dozen people were rescued. Walk. Chen Yan and the other person protected everyone and escaped. As soon as I escaped from the warehouse, the corridor was already filled with thick smoke. Ahem. Cough cough cough. In such thick smoke, people will quickly lose consciousness and faint. Most people in the fire were not burned to death, but suffocated to death. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded overhead. The ceiling of the corridor collapsed and a large amount of flames instantly poured in. It seems that the people outside really want to burn the cruise ship completely, and it would be best if no one was left alive, so that there would be no evidence left. What should I do? I don't want to die. Please, save us. In this extreme environment where their lives were hanging by a thread, several people collapsed immediately. Lu Lin, I'll blow open the hull, but there's water outside. You freeze the water and send them ashore. Oh. Get out of the way. Chen Yan activates the sequence ability. The blood moon bow appeared before his eyes, countless blood beads gathered on the bowstring, and a blood-red arrow slowly formed. Outside. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were also there. Burning the cruise ship was their doing in order to bury all the evidence forever in the sea. Because once exposed, not only will the Wang family be guilty of harboring evil spirits that harm civilians, but the two 749 investigators will also be implicated. Covering up the same crime. In order to burn this thing, we even used the incendiary bombs produced by the Bureau. Yeah, I poured a lot of gasoline, otherwise it wouldn't burn so fast. Do you think, can they make it out alive? A mere fire shouldn't be a problem for them, but the ordinary people trapped inside probably won't be able to get out. Yuan Zhen said with a smile, let's pretend to put out the fire so that no one can see us. Suddenly there was a loud bang. A hole was opened in the burning cruise ship, and a huge splash of water suddenly exploded on the sea surface. This is Chen Yan's work. The moment the cabin was blown open, a large amount of seawater was about to pour in, and Lu Lin took action. Water God Sequence 003, Absolute Zero. The rushing sea water actually formed a corridor of ice crystals that extended all the way to the shore, just like the glass corridor for watching fish in an aquarium. Walk. Chen Yan asked the girls to climb up the ice crystal corridor and run towards the shore. See this scene. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were no longer calm. Who would have thought that they could actually rescue so many people? What should we do? Silence him. Han Feng asked in a low voice. It's not a good idea to quarrel here. If they use the terminal to send a message back to the headquarters, we won't be able to stay out of it. What should we do then? Get away with it. Yuan Zhen ran over with an anxious look on his face. Are you all right? Come here quickly, Lao Han, call an ambulance quickly, someone is burned. Don't worry, we are from 749. It's okay. The ambulance will take you to the hospital soon. He even considerately took off his suit and put it on the shoulders of a disheveled girl, his tone full of concern and care. Chen Yan and Lu Lin also returned to shore safely. Yuan Zhen was surprised. Xiao Lu, Xiao Chen, why are you two on that boat? Are you all right? We just received news that someone deliberately set fire here, but unfortunately the arsonist had already escaped when we arrived. What a pity. Han Feng also echoed, yes, I'm glad you're all okay. Let's put out the fire first, and then track down the arsonist together. Yuan Zhen nodded. I think that person must have a grudge against the Wang family, otherwise he wouldn't do such a cruel thing. Chen Yan smiled. So you all graduated from Beijing Film Academy? Why don't you stop being investigators at 749 and start making movies? Hearing this, Yuan Zhen's expression immediately turned cold. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Although you are talented, you are just trainee investigators transferred here to assist us. You are out of luck. What do I mean? Chen Yan smiled and asked, why aren't you curious about why there are so many disheveled girls on this boat? Yuan Zhen. Han Feng. Is it possible that the two seniors knew the reason in their hearts and therefore did not ask subconsciously? You have to do the whole act, this is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? The two of them didn't expect that there was such a loophole. We are only concerned about the condition of the injured. How can we be in the mood to ask questions? If we want to ask these questions, we should wait until they are calm and then ask slowly. Chen Yan, what do you mean? Are you still doubting us? Originally, I wanted to take you two back to 749 for disposal, but I changed my mind just now. Blood was flowing from Chen Yan's palm, and a bloody knife was held in his hand. It seems like a good idea to kill first and ask for permission later. Chapter 30, One person kills one, just right. The tense atmosphere was filled with a sense of oppression, and irrelevant people had already fled to the rear. Yuan Zhen had imagined many scenarios. The only thing I didn't think of was Chen Yan actually wanted to kill a trainee investigator executing a formal investigator, not to mention the issue of exceeding authority, is a big problem in terms of strength. Even if he suspected the two people, he should have reported it to 749, and then the Bureau would have sent a more senior official investigator to handle it. This is the correct procedure. This kid is really daring to ignore the rules. At this point, both of them realized that there was no need to act anymore. Chen Yan, why are you doing this? It will not do you any good to quarrel with us. If you turn a blind eye, we should be able to cooperate happily. Yes, we have some dealings with the Wang family, but it's always right to live for the benefit of your position. Just pretend that what happened today never happened. The benefits you get will definitely be much greater than if you were to carry out a normal mission. Chen Yan frowned. As a last word, you are a little too long-winded. You. Han Feng glared at Chen Yan. He didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. Chen Yan looked at Lu Lin. How are you? You've been exhausted just now, so you can take a rest. Leave this to me. Lu Lin raised his index finger and pointed at Yuan Jin expressionlessly. Meaning, I kill this. Okay, then we'll each take one. Okay, very good. Today I will show you how thick and heavy our senior is. Yuan Jin took out a 1,000-pound hammer from his storage device. Old Han, make them shut up forever. I've been wanting to kill this guy for a long time. Han Feng held a green sword in his hand, and the surging spiritual energy made his black hair fly. Psychics not only rely on the abilities of the god sequence to fight, but also on the magic and martial arts they cultivate. If they practice properly, killing the chosen ones of God is not difficult. Han Feng has sufficient combat experience, a slightly higher realm, and has practiced for a longer time, so he believes he has a great chance of winning. The sword comes out. Sword of the Waves, the first move, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The swift sword light came towards him, and the suffocating sword energy blocked Chen Yan's body like a raging sea wave. Ding! 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 The sword beams kept intersecting, and the direction was difficult to comprehend, but they were all blocked by Chen Yan's blood barrier. This kid's ability is so weird. Just as Han Feng was frightened, Chen Yan's knife moved. If you don't move, it's fine. If you move, it's like thunder. He drew his sword with lightning speed and slashed at Han Feng. Clang! Sparks exploded where the swords clashed. What a fast knife. Han Feng was shocked. This guy actually has accomplishments in knife skills. Chen Yan's knife did not stop. The dense blood-red blade light was like a blood-red dragon rolling and galloping in the sea. Jiaolong calming the sea style. Han Feng's sword did not retreat either. The tide-ridden sword style stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, using the surging waves to kill the dragon. The sound of swords clashing continued. In this kind of high-speed close combat with cold weapons, Chen Yan had to concentrate completely and could not control the transformation of his blood to do other things at the same time. Fortunately, the blood surrounding his body can automatically defend himself. So Han Feng's body kept getting more and more knife wounds, and hideous bloody marks appeared on his arms, face, and chest. Chen Yan was unharmed. He could attack without restraint and wield his sword without restraint without any worries. Taking a step back, even if Chen Yan was injured, the royal bloodline and vampire bloodline could make the wound heal quickly without any pain. For Chen Yan, Han Feng can be used to hone his close combat abilities. That's all. Clang! Another violent roar. Han Feng, who was covered in wounds, took advantage of the force to retreat quickly and quickly distanced himself from Chen Yan. Take my sword if you can, boy. He concentrated almost all of his spiritual power into this sword, abandoned all defense, and prepared to fight to the death with Chen Yanyu. This sword is the last move of the wave-riding sword, stepping on the waves and cutting through the air. Once the power is fully accumulated, you will be able to rise up from the waves and slash the sky with your sword. Pick up your mom. How could Chen Yan wait for him to finish accumulating strength? The knife comes out. Final move, a dragon breaks through the air. Almost in an instant, he flashed behind Han Feng, so fast that even his afterimage could not be seen. Put away the knife. A head rolled to the ground. The other side. Naturally, Yuan Jin could not be Lu Lin's opponent. If it weren't for his higher realm and the fact that he used his spiritual power to resist the horrible cold, he would have been frozen into an ice cube long ago. When Yuan Jin saw Han Feng die in battle, his pupils suddenly constricted and he knew that the game was over. Wait, I surrender. Yuan Jin immediately raised his hands and gave up resistance. Amy, Amy. As he shouted loudly, Amy's virtual image immediately appeared above the terminal, a silver-haired, barefoot lowly. I am Yuan Jin, a D-level investigator affiliated with Bureau 749. I colluded with the Wang family to harbor evil, and I plead guilty and surrender myself. I have violated the regulations of Bureau 749 and am willing to accept the punishment from the headquarters. He made the best decision at the time. If you continue to fight, you will surely die. Surrender and confess, let Amy report the news to headquarters, there is still a glimmer of hope. At least then it will be the Bureau that will interrogate and punish me instead of these two horrible killers in front of me. Although there is a high possibility that he will be removed from office or even thrown into jail, at least he can save his life. Don't mess around. Amy has been synchronized to 749 now. The headquarters will send people to take me back. If you touch me now, you are blatantly breaking the law. Amy, look carefully. These two are trainee investigators from 749. I have already pleaded guilty and surrendered. If they kill me, it will be a serious violation of discipline. Lu Lin raised his hand expressionlessly, and an ice cone was quickly taking shape. As a 3-0 girl, she doesn't care about any rules. Chen Yan killed another person, so I have to kill you too. Otherwise, how can I be friends with Chen Yan? Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed by Chen Yan in midair. Etc. Lu Lin looked at Chen Yan with doubt in his eyes. He's right. He has surrendered. Killing him now would be a blatant violation of discipline and would result in punishment from the Bureau. Oh. Lu Lin listened to Chen Yan's words obediently, and the ice cone disappeared quickly. Brother Chen is still very humane. Yuan Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately his life was saved. He would find a way to take revenge on these two bitches later. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Chen Yan walking towards him. The smile on that face drew a chilling arc that sent chills down one's spine. You, what do you want to do? You don't think I won't kill you if you violate the rules, do you? You don't think you can get away with allowing the demons to kill so many innocent people, do you? Wait. Puff. A bloody thorn pierced Yuan Zhen's chest. Until the last moment before his death, his eyes were full of disbelief. Kill 749 colleagues in front of Amy. I didn't expect that this trainee investigator is such a lunatic. He fell to the ground, his eyes open. Lu Lin then realized that the reason why Chen Yan didn't let him take action was to prevent him from violating the rules. For a moment she felt unhappy and her cheeks puffed up. Aren't friends supposed to share weal and woe? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me angrily? It seems you are still unhappy. Chen Yan said with a smile. Lu Lin didn't say anything, but turned his head to express his displeasure. TSK, quite stubborn. As for the girls who were rescued, they were escorted away by ambulances and the sheriff's department. But the matter is not over yet, the culprit, the Wang family, is still safe and sound. Why don't we kill the Wang family on the way? Otherwise, if we delay for too long, I'm really afraid that these evildoers will run away. Okay, I'll let you take action this time and make you break the rules. Then we'll be punished together. Good. Lu Lin agreed immediately. Wang family. The head of the Wang family paced back and forth, feeling very uneasy. After all, the vampires were killed. I hope Yuan Zhen and the other guy can be trusted. If they can settle the matter, the Wang family can survive the crisis safely. For the benefits I promised, these two people will probably spare no effort to clean up the mess for my Wang family. Just at this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open and fell to the ground, raising a large amount of dust. A voice, resounding and powerful. 749 is investigating the case, everyone get the hell out of here. Those who resist, those who escape, die. P.S. Brothers who think this book is good, please add it to your bookshelf, and it will be wrapped up later. Chapter 31 Mission accomplished, the punishment is paid leave. Master, people from 749 have broken into our house. Where are those two Yuanjin bastards? Hurry and leave through the back door. The Wang family also knew that if they fell into the hands of 749, they would be in great danger, and they would have a chance of survival if they escaped. Dad, what's going on? Aren't the members of 749 on our side? Wang Xiu hurried over. Stop talking nonsense and run away. The Wang family rushed to the back door and prepared to escape. There was a cold and petite girl standing behind them, staring at them expressionlessly. It's the beautiful girl from that day. Wang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about women? She's an investigator for Section 749. Old Master Wang couldn't help but want to slap his son. I understand, Dad. I'll knock her out first and then kidnap her. Wang Xiu rolled up his sleeves, his arm muscles bulged, and the blue veins looked like a coiled green dragon. I've offended my sister. Lion fist. Fists rained down on him. An ice crystal blade appeared on the back of Lu Lin's hand. He stood there, waving the blade expressionlessly, at such a speed that an afterimage almost appeared. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Wang Xiu's arms were covered with wounds, while Lu Lin didn't even have a single hair left. Fuck, this woman is so powerful. Wang Zheng wanted to step back, but found that his legs had been frozen without him knowing when. Wait, I was wrong. Puff, the ice crystal snow blade pierced Wang Xiu's throat. The spurting blood solidified into blood-red ice crystals in midair. Xiu'er. Mr. Wang's eyes were red with anger. What are you all standing there for? Kill this woman for me. Several subordinates looked at each other. They were not stupid. This woman's strength looks terrifying. We are even weaker than her. We are not the villains in brainless novels, so why are we rushing over to die? Sister, we work for money. The real mastermind behind this is Mr. Wang. He is the one who colluded with the demons behind the scenes and harmed the common people. I'll leave the person to you, we'll leave now. Mr. Wang was so angry that his chest ached. You are just bastards. I'm sorry, Master Wang. If you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. You better take care of yourself. After saying that, several subordinates tried to escape through the back door. They had already made a lot of money and could enjoy the rest of their lives, so there was no need for them to risk their lives for such a long time. Lu Lin slightly raised his foot, which was wearing white socks and black leather shoes, and then stepped on the ground. Laugh. Several huge ice spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, instantly piercing the chests of several people and hanging them in the air. You. Several people vomited blood, and the shocking amount of blood kept flowing down. At the last moment of their lives, they felt hopeless. This woman didn't say a word, and I thought she had agreed to let us go, but who would have thought that she would kill us without saying a word? Lu Lin said expressionlessly, 749 is investigating the case. Those who escape will be killed. Why didn't you say so earlier, fuck? Several people died with their eyes wide open. Mr. Wang was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and no longer had any thought of escaping. Under the control of Chen Yan and the other man, all members of the Wang family were taken away by the Public Security Bureau, and a major scourge in the harbor district was brought down. The news soon reached the Luo family. Master, good news. All the members of the Wang family were arrested by the Public Security Bureau. I heard that Wang Xiu was killed on the spot by the 749 Bureau investigators. The Wang family has been secretly colluding with demons, and now it has been discovered. No wonder Wang Xiu's strength was so abnormal that day. They are completely finished. The head of the Luo family never dreamed that his mortal enemy in the harbor district would fall like this. What about Yuan Zhen and Han Feng? Aren't they also from 749? In Mr. Luo's eyes, the Wang family is very close to these two people, and they can't just sit back and watch. These two were even more miserable. They were also killed on the spot. The ones who did it were the two new investigators who came that day, and one of them seemed to be the young lady's friend. It's them again. The head of the Luo family couldn't help but take a breath. When the group of men in black broke into the Luo family earlier, they were the ones who rescued them. They had only been in the harbor district for a short time, but they had already vigorously investigated the Wang family and even killed the two investigators who had done nothing before. The ruthlessness of this method and the speed of it are so fast, it's really scary. I didn't expect that besides scum like Yuan Zhen, Bureau 749 also has investigators who actually do their job. This time, the head of the Luo family completely changed his mind about 749. I am no longer so opposed to my daughter wanting to join 749. The next day, Chen Yan and Lu Lin did not stay any longer and prepared to go back to the bureau to report and receive punishment. Unexpectedly, not only Luo Xiaoka came to see him off, but the old man of the Luo family also came. Brother Chen Yan, are you guys leaving? Yes, after all, we are here to work. Oh, by the way, Brother Chen Yan, my dad has agreed to let me join 749, hehe. But I have to wait until I learn some combat skills before I can go, because now I only have the ability of the summoning sequence, and I can't protect myself well. That's great. Then work hard on your training. 749 will be waiting for you. Aha! Old Master Luo gave his men a look, and a bulging black handbag was brought forward. This is. You two have helped my Luo family a lot this time. These are just a small token of my gratitude, said Grandpa Luo. Chen Yen smiled and said, no need. I helped the Luo family out because Xiao Ku is my friend, and I dealt with the Wang family because I was on official business. Okay, in that case I won't force it. Chen Yen and the other person left. As Mr. Luo watched them leave, he did not hide his admiration in his eyes. What an outstanding young man. Xiao Ku, if you join 749 in the future, you have to follow Chen Yan's father. He is very reliable. Of course. I told you a long time ago, Dad, Chen Yan is really good. Bureau 749, Conference Room. The deputy director sat in the upper seat and looked around at the instructors. I think you have all read Chen Yan's mission report this time. Tell me what you think. I'll go first. Zheng Xian spoke first. I think Chen Yan has made great contributions in this mission. Not only did he kill the demons hiding in the harbor area, but he also uprooted the Wang family that colluded with the demons. He has exceeded his mission. Director Zheng, you're praising Chen Yan to prevent your niece Lu Lin from being implicated. Your intentions are obvious. To be honest, I really didn't expect Chen Yan to be able to kill the vampire. That was a third-level demon. He has just entered the mountain-moving realm, right? When did crossing the border become so easy? At this time Li Xiao spoke. As an absolutely meticulous, strict and fair mentor. He pointed out the problem directly. According to the 749 investigator regulations, when an investigator violates discipline, the other investigators have the right to deal with him. However, if the other party surrenders, he should be escorted to the 749 Bureau for interrogation and punishment. Chen Yan violated this rule and should be dealt with according to the rules. Blockhead. Zheng Xian rolled his eyes in annoyance. In addition, the two were too violent in the execution of their mission, resulting in the death of a large number of people. According to the investigator regulations, such behavior should be avoided as much as possible. Hey, that's enough, Li Xiao. Our Lin Lin is so well behaved, she will definitely not kill anyone casually. Zheng Xian muttered in dissatisfaction. The deputy director asked again, Lao Li, how do you think we should deal with this? Li Xiao drank a sip of wolfberry tea. I just explained his violation of discipline. It is not within my job scope to deal with him. I am just a deputy director. If you want to deal with Chen Yan, then the next time Yaya violates discipline, she must be severely punished according to the law. The deputy director was speechless for a moment. Amy, what do you think of Yuan Zhen's surrender and being killed by Chen Yan? Good death. Then how do you think it would be best to punish Chen Yan? Investigator Chen Yan completed the task as quickly as possible and prevented more innocent people from being harmed. Why should he be punished? I suggest that the questioner undergo a brain neurological medical diagnosis. Puff, a burst of laughter came from below. The deputy director rubbed his brows and said, Bureau 749 should clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. Chen Yan and Lu Lin completed the task perfectly, so the rewards should be paid normally. As for the punishment, it is not good to stay in the bureau openly after violating the rules. I will arrange for Chen Yan and Lu Lin to take administrative leave. Administrative leave, commonly known as paid leave. Chapter 32, Inch Power, Creation of the Martial Saint. Dormitory 304. Chen Yan, I didn't expect you to carry out the mission with that ice-cold girl next door. Yi Yaya expressed great shock. She is still wearing the trendy hooded sweatshirt, and her hot girl outfit gives her a sunny and lively feeling. What's it like to be her teammate? Is she difficult to get along with? I feel like she's more useful than you. She's ruthless and doesn't talk much. Yi Yaya, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but kick Chen Yan in the chest with her bare feet. You actually said that I'm not as good as Ice Cube Girl. Are we still brothers? How can you destroy the prestige of your own people like this? Chen Yan immediately tied up Yi Yaya with bloody tentacles, grabbed her feet and started tickling her. What are you doing? It's so itchy. All. Knock your mother, I'm knocking your mother, do you hear me? Although Yi Yaya struggled hard, she was still tied up tightly. Call me daddy, or I won't let go. My dad is the deputy director, you really want to die. Hearing the noise outside, Xie Yi ran out to take a look. brother Chen, sister Ya, you two are so good at playing. I admire you. Finally, Yi Yaya exploded. Sizzle. A powerful electric current bursts. The whole room suddenly crackled, the lights went out, and the TV screen was distorted. Chen Yan also suffered. The electric current flowed through his blood and made his whole body smoke. His clothes and pants were torn. You're so arrogant now, do you think I can handle you? Just when Yi Yaya was feeling proud. The door of room 304 opened and Li Xiao walked in with a thermos in his hand. He saw the mess in the room and his face immediately darkened. Director Li, although all of this was done by Yaya, as her roommate I failed to stop her, so I have no choice but to take responsibility. Chen Yan said seriously. You, Chen. Run 100 laps around the playground as punishment. Go now. Yi Yaya made a fist towards Chen Yan, as if to say, I'll deal with you when I come back, and then ran off to the playground in a bad mood. Li Xiao called Chen Yan to the corridor. Chen Yan, you violated discipline when performing your previous mission, and you should be aware of that. You are now placed on administrative leave. Go out and rest for a few days during this period, and don't show up in the bureau. When Chen Yan heard the news, she felt like the sky was falling. How can I take on quests and kill monsters when I am on vacation? After all, if I want to find monsters, I need 749's intelligence system. Director Li, is there no other work for me to do? I want to work. Are you born to work hard? That's right, Director Li. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't work. Li Xiao had no choice but to apply to his superiors. Considering that the 2 investigators stationed in the harbor area have died, we need to arrange for new investigators to be stationed there. You go and fill the vacancy. Doesn't that mean I can handle supernatural events on my own? Cool. Thank you, Director Li. By the way, how is Lu Lin? Director Zheng will take care of her, don't worry. But I have to remind you of one thing. Han Shuang called the bureau to inquire about the cause of her brother's death. She is Han Feng's sister and has the right to know the truth. Are you trying to say that Han Shuang might seek revenge on me? That's right. Han Shuang is from Yuzhu Mountain, which is also a psychic sect. She wanted to take Han Feng to Yuzhu Mountain to practice in the early years, but Han Feng didn't want to work hard and didn't go. Yuzhu Mountain. A small sect of psychics. This mountain sect does not need to go out on missions, and can focus on cultivation. Many powerful people have been born here, so they should not be underestimated. Clear. Li Xiao nodded and prepared to leave. But after walking a few steps, he turned back and said solemnly, there is something very important that I haven't told you yet. Your sequence ability is very strong, but don't rely on it too much. Chen Yan looked puzzled. What I mean is that you should not slack off in your cultivation of other magics and martial arts. That is the capital that supports us. Sequence ability is like steamed buns falling from the sky. If one day steamed buns stop falling, maybe someone will starve. These words were profound and showed a sense of preparation for a rainy day, so Chen Yan kept them in mind. Chen Yan planned to spend his contribution points to exchange for some magic and martial arts at the logistics department before going to the harbor district to take up his post. In this way, even if there are no monsters to kill, you can still practice new skills and your strength can still grow steadily. Contribution points, 140. For a trainee investigator, this is already a very generous contribution point. Chen Yan came to the logistics department. After swiping the terminal to log in, all kinds of rare treasures, skills and martial arts immediately appeared before his eyes. When deciding what to exchange, first consider what you are lacking. I'd better listen to Director Li and continue to improve my fighting ability. After all, a good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. Watched for a long time. A martial art called Inch Power caught Chen Yan's eye. The name is too simple, but it takes 200 contribution points to redeem it. Isn't this too expensive? Out of curiosity, Chen Yan took a look at its introduction. Introduction. Chu Wuwang, after 3 days of enlightenment, threw 3 punches. On the first day, he punched the mountain in front of him, causing it to collapse. On the second day, he punched the sea in front of him, and the sea split. On the third day, he punched the boundless sky, and all the white clouds dispersed. After 3 punches, his realm was broken through and he became a saint instantly. His name is Martial Saint. Later, the artistic conception of these 3 punches was left behind for later generations to understand, and the boxing style was named Cun Jin. There are 3 types in total. 1. Inch strength, collapse of mountains. 2. Cun Jin, split the sea. 3. Inch power, open heaven. Just after reading the introduction, Chen Yan felt a surge of emotion. This is a martial art created by the martial saint. Warriors are usually not very cultured, so it's normal for them to have such a simple name, but Badeo is really domineering. Ahem. Just then, a cough was heard behind me. Young man, you'd better not look at this. Your realm is too low and you are aiming too high. Chen Yan looked back and saw that it was the old gentleman who was in charge of this place. What do you mean, sir? I can't learn this if my realm is low. Chen Yan asked back. If you exchange this for enlightenment, it's just a waste of contribution points. It contains the fist spirit of a martial saint. Not long ago, an investigator in the Qingguang realm also exchanged this, and he vomited blood as soon as he opened the first page. Qingguang realm is the 5th realm. Is this punch so powerful? Now Chen Yan became even more interested. Since it was a hidden skill, he would definitely learn it to be awesome. It's a waste of time to learn something too crappy, and you will have to practice again when you come across something better. Old man, what you mean is that as long as you can withstand the fist power inside, you can practice this thing. That's true, but this is the fist power of a saint. At your level, you might be shocked half to death. And that's an internal injury that's not easy to recover from. You'll have to stay in the medical department for at least a month. Chen Yan thought for a moment and said, Old sir, if I can withstand that punch, can you give me a discount? I only have 140 contribution points now. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. I know who you are, the new genius Chen Yan. But you are not courageous, but reckless and conceited. Okay, since you want to die, I can agree to your request. Okay, that's a deal. Chen Yan took a deep breath, and a strange bloody light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. The field expands, a boundless killing realm. What's wrong with this kid? The old man suddenly felt a cold breath coming towards him and subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, Chen Yan opened the first page of Inch Power. Suddenly, a golden light as powerful as a rainbow shot into Chen Yan's brow. That was the fist intent left by the martial saint. At this moment, Chen Yan was already in his own territory, with an endless sea of blood under his feet and a bright red blood moon above his head. He raised 2 fingers and touched their brows. In an instant, the violent murderous intent from billions of lives flooded into his mind like a tide. That's right. He wants to use this endless murderous intent to resist the fist of the martial saint. Chapter 33, Ruins Exploration. Trouble just after taking office. In my mind, the martial saint's fist intent is like a great general sweeping through thousands of troops. The countless murderous auras are being eliminated. When the 2 collided, Chen Yan was already bleeding from the mouth and nose. He was just bleeding from the mouth and nose. The old man was not far from Chen Yan. In his estimation, Chen Yan could only last 2 breaths at most before bleeding from all 7 orifices and being sent to the medical department. But now 20 breaths have passed, and he is still standing. No one can match the martial saint's boxing skills. 1 move can destroy thousands of murderous thoughts. But since ancient times, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. After a thrilling battle, the martial saint's fist was barely suppressed. This means that Chen Yan can barely carry the power of this fist and can also start practicing Inch Power. After a while, Chen Yan opened his eyes. After wiping the blood from his nose, he found that the old man was looking at him as if he were a monster, stammering and wanting to say something. Old man, our bet stands, I'll take it. Good boy. I underestimated you. Fine, take it. Since you can bear it, it proves that you are qualified to practice. The Inch Power created by the martial saint who practiced in the moving mountains realm was also eye-opening. The waves behind pushed the waves ahead. Chen Yan asked curiously, Senior, is this so-called martial saint the current #1 martial artist? Common sense says that when it comes to boxing and kicking skills, he is indeed the best martial artist today. Are there any exceptions? With Mr. Li, the pavilion master of Jiaxing Tower, in this world, no one dares to claim to be the absolute best in swords, spears, halberds, or martial arts. But that is not the level you can reach at the moment, so you should practice diligently. Outskirts of Kyoto. Among the mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, a high peak stands out from the crowd. The name of the mountain is Feishin. Two people were standing face to face on the cliff. One was a sturdy middle-aged man with a stubble on his face, bandages wrapped around his fists, and a light suit on his body. His exposed muscles were as hard as steel. Opposite the man was a short girl, probably less than 1.4 meters tall. She was wearing a pink and white dress, and her hair was tied into cute braids with pink ribbons. She looked like a real adorable loli. The girl closed her eyes slightly, lowered her center of gravity, and raised her little hands. Inch force, split the sea. In an instant, his 5 fingers formed a fist and punched forward an inch. Bang! The storm is coming. The terrifying energy force crushed the 1,000-meter-long forest to the ground, and even the white clouds in the sky were shaken out of shape. Ha ha ha. Your inch strength is still a little lacking. You need more practice. The middle-aged man laughed with his hands behind his back. I don't want to practice anymore, old man Chu. Have you lived too long and have nothing to do? You insist on teaching me some inch power. It's so hard to learn. The little loli grumbled in dissatisfaction. Little girl. I am a contemporary martial arts saint after all. I refuse to teach others even when they begged me to. Yet you actually despise me. The middle-aged man's name is Chu Wuwang, and he is the contemporary martial saint who achieved sainthood with just 3 punches. Martial saint is nothing. How can he compare to my master? Otherwise, you beg me to teach you, but I won't bother to learn from you. Well, that's indeed not as good as Mr. Lee, but your master doesn't have as much free time as me to teach you, right? Ning Meng girl, you are born with a martial arts body, so don't waste your time learning fancy techniques, fists are the hard truth. Stop talking nonsense. That's all for today. Next time you want me to practice boxing, remember to bring milk tea. Just at this moment. Several ethereal auras descended from the top of the pavilion and transformed into an old man in white with an immortal look. Her hair is as white as snow, and although her face shows traces of time, she still gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Master. Ning Meng ran over happily. Hello, Mr. Lee. Chu Wuwang also saluted with his fists. The owner of the star-picking tower, Li Bai. Li Bai looked at him and smiled faintly. Chu Wuwang, you go to Zhaixing Tower every other day, are you trying to steal my apprentice? Huh, of course I don't dare to snatch Mr. Lee's disciple, but I really like this girl. She has a similar temperament to me, so I want to teach her a few tricks. Even if I teach you the famous boxing skills, it's not even a single move. Let's stop here for today's training. I have something to leave to this girl. Then I'll come back another day, girl, and I'll treat you to milk tea next time. When Chu Wuwang left, Ning Meng made a face at him from behind. Master, what do you want me to do? Last night, I used the stars to calculate that a dragon might appear in this sea area. You should go there. The last true dragon in the world must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Okay, master. Let's go down the mountain. Ning Meng jumped directly from the top of the mountain and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. The place she was going to was Tianhai City, Harbor District. Harbor area. Chen Yan didn't expect that she would be back so soon. Still as an investigator of 749 stationed in the Harbor District. At the same time, in order to facilitate Chen Yan's work, the 749th Bureau also arranged a residential unit as an employee welfare unit, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with sea view. However, Chen Yan was in no mood to lie down and enjoy himself. He had already started practicing the inch power he had just acquired. Only by becoming stronger could he better slay demons and monsters. The second day after Chen Yan took office. 749 offices. I didn't expect that a group of guests would come so soon. Brother Chen, congratulations on taking office, congratulations on taking office. Please take good care of me in the future, please take good care of me. This group of people had smiles on their faces, and each of them was holding various gifts in their hands, which they placed on the ground. There were all kinds of gifts, such as liquor and high-end cigarettes. No, who are you? Chen Yan asked. We are from the Haigang District Public Security Bureau. We have all heard of Brother Chen's reputation. We will have to look for you if we need anything in the future. Let's say hello first. Good fellow, you are quite particular. You come to bribe someone in plain clothes instead of uniform. When the two were in office, we had to go to their homes and give them gifts every holiday. This was to maintain relationships. It can't be said to be a bribe, brother Chen. Chen Yen sneered, I don't like that here, take it back. Ah, this. Several security guards looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect that the investigator this time was so honest and upright that he didn't even want gifts. Not long after. Luo Xiaoke is here too. When she heard the news that Chen Yan was taking office, she was so happy. She came a little late mainly because she had to dress up, after all, she was a girl. Brother Chen Yan. From now on, you will be our resident investigator in the harbor district. That's great. I can learn more from you. You won't learn anything good from me. Do you think you can learn how to fight and kill? That's fine too. Brother Chen Yan, you look so cool when you fight and kill. Luo Xiaoke is like that naive little star-chasing girl, and her admiration for Chen Yan cannot be greater. Soon, more and more people came to visit. All the major families and forces came to give gifts. The Station 749 investigator is the official head. Who dares not to come and show up to make it easier to get things done in the future? As a result, the entrance of the office was filled with various gifts. A bunch of people were crowding at the door, wanting to meet and say hello to Chen Yan, or even better, add her on WeChat. The most exaggerated thing was that an old man's son brought his timid daughter over. Investigator Chen, I heard that you are still single. My daughter is fair-skinned, beautiful, smart and intelligent, hee. Go away, you guys are not worthy. Luo Xiaoke quickly helped Chen Yan drive them away. Although she extremely despised this kind of behavior in her heart, she also blamed her father for not doing this. Am I not a young and beautiful girl with fair skin and beautiful looks? After working for a long time, Chen Yan finally dealt with these people. As for the various gifts sent to him, he returned all those that could be returned, and asked the Public Security Bureau to donate those that could not be returned to a charity foundation. In any case, they were all confiscated. What's the point of giving Xia something flashy? Why not take me to a good place for a foot bath? Chen Yan thought. By the way, brother Chen Yan, do you remember the last time our Luo family and the Wang family competed for the mining rights of the underwater ruins? The exploration team will set off tomorrow, and my father asked if you are interested in going with us. Oh. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect good things to happen right after taking office. Chapter 34 Dug Out. Go, you must go. Chen Yan agreed immediately. Go explore the underwater ruins, kill any extraordinary creatures you encounter, and it is not impossible to encounter any adventures or secret treasures. Okay, brother Chen Yan, if the exploration team finds anything good, you must take more. Isn't the exploration team yours? It's okay. Our family is blessed by you, so of course you, brother Chen Yan, should not be left out of the benefits. Did your father teach you to say that? No, that's what I think. And my father also has his own reasons for inviting you to go, because you are so powerful. So if he wants to use you, you should not be polite to him. A dutiful daughter. After get off work, Chen Yan sent Luo Xiaoke home and continued to practice boxing all night. The mystery of inch power lies in speed. Drive the whole body to exert force at the fastest speed, draw strength from the 100 spiritual orifices in the body in the shortest time, and finally gather it completely on the fist to explode. All I can say is that this move is worthy of being created by the martial saint. It looks simple and unpretentious, but it actually contains mysteries. After 2 days of practice, Chen Yan had only touched the threshold. The next morning. Port. Chen Yan boarded a cargo ship that was more than 10 meters long, ready to set sail with the exploration team. Be careful on the road. Luo Xiaoke waved and shouted on the shore. Grandpa Luo did not allow her to go with him because there was a high probability that such an exploration team would encounter danger. Chen Yan stood on the deck and began to observe the team's strength. In addition to the ordinary crew members, there are more than a dozen psychers. Their strengths vary greatly, with most of them at the mountain-moving realm and spirit communication realm, and the strongest being just over the third realm. The boat sailed for 2 hours, and it was exactly noon, with the sun shining brightly. There is a vast blue sea all around, and the port is about 40 nautical miles away. The sea breeze is fresh, and seagulls occasionally fly overhead. We're here, drop anchor. A man in tight clothes walked up to Chen Yen and said, Brother Chen, this is the place we found last time. Tell me what the specific situation is. 7 days ago, our ship stopped in this sea area to explore, and the Wang family's ship happened to arrive. They deliberately picked a fight and also stopped in this sea area to fight for it. Not long after, an earthquake suddenly occurred in the sea. After the earthquake, we suddenly found a neatly arranged building suddenly emerged from the seabed, like some kind of ancient ruins. Our two families discovered it almost at the same time, so there was a fight over it later. After listening to the introduction, Chen Yen nodded. What are you going to do? We have only discovered the tip of the iceberg of the building. We are going to use the most primitive method to dig away all the surrounding mud and sand. This way, we may be able to see what is buried underneath. Okay, let's do it. So, a group of people immediately went into the water with their work tools. As a psychic, his body has already begun to transcend the mundane world, so he doesn't need to bring complicated diving equipment. The entire team dived to the bottom of the sea and began excavation work, while Chen Yen continued to practice boxing on the deck. Soon, several hours passed. The teammates working underwater finally became dissatisfied. Captain, that guy is just sitting on the boat basking in the sun while we are working so hard here. Should we give him a share of the benefits when we get them later? The captain frowned, don't talk too much. We can explore these ruins thanks to him running the Wang family. That being said, I still feel a little unhappy. Master Luo asked him to come with us, so he must have a reason for coming. Let's get to work. Soon, half a day passed. Even if more than a dozen psychics worked together, it would not be easy to dig a huge building out of the mud and sand. In the evening, Chen Yen also went into the sea to see the situation. When we dived to the bottom of the sea, we saw that they had dug a big pit on the seabed, and the buildings in the pit were almost visible. The smooth jade-white stone building sparkles with bright white light in the dark seabed. I touched it and found it was smooth and had an even texture. It was definitely not formed naturally. I didn't expect there was really something here. Look, the young master of 749 is coming down to inspect the work. Hey, they are officials, so they are much more noble than us. Chen Yen was in no mood to argue with these little people. At this moment, a huge black monster suddenly attacked from the distance. It was a black shark that was nearly 5 meters long. The moment it passed by, a man's hand was bitten off on the spot, and a large amount of blood dyed the sea red. Oh no, the ghost shark is coming. Everyone be careful. Damn it. How could I be so unlucky to run into this thing? Get ready for a fight. Even the captain of this exploration team looked quite unhappy. The ghost shark is a demonized giant shark. Although it is only at the second stage, it is huge in size and moves very fast, and many people have died in its mouth. During its first attack, it bit off the hand of a team member. Turning around, the second attack is about to come. Just as everyone was retreating and shrinking their formation, Chen Yen took the initiative to rush forward and collide with the behemoth. A palm strike out. A sharp blood spike suddenly shot out from the palm of his hand. The manta ray is only about 5 meters long, while Chen Yen's attack distance is 6 meters. So the result was that it was pierced from head to tail and died on the spot. Blood hunting feast effect is triggered, blood strength plus 1%. The people around looked at the corpse of the ghost shark floating in the water, and a large area of red spread out, and their hearts were filled with shock. Just, killing him so easily. This is a ghost-headed shark. Normally, it would take several of us working together to subdue it. The captain said in a deep voice, I've said it before. Since he came here, he must be useful. Don't talk nonsense on the side. Yes, yes. The wounded will be bandaged back on board, and the others will continue to work. Another few hours of digging. It was already completely dark, and the sea was almost pitch black. During these few hours, the team was attacked by sea monsters several times, but they were all low level and were all killed easily by Chen Yen. At this point, Chen Yen's blood strength increased by 60%. You can get another gift from God. Open. 3 options immediately appeared in front of Chen Yen. 1. Blood strength plus 2%. 2. Gain the ability to feel like a fish in water, be able to breathe freely in water and swim more freely. 3. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. There is a chance that the god's gift will give you the abilities of the monsters you have killed, but the abilities of the monsters you have killed in the previous times were very useless. I didn't expect that this time they would be quite useful. Choose 2, no doubt about it. Gaining the ability to feel like a fish in water. Although Chen Yan was very happy to be attacked by monsters and demons, he felt it was a bit abnormal. Do you usually encounter so many attacks when you go out to explore at sea? No, we only encounter this once or twice. If we encountered this many times, we would have returned long ago. It's only because of you, Brother Chen, that there is no damage. I don't know why, but it happens so much more frequently this time. Chen Yan also slowly began to feel that the things in this sea were not simple. Midnight. Brother Chen, we dug it out. P.S. This book is updated stably around 8 o'clock every night. It is a critical period recently. I hope everyone will follow the update and don't keep reading QAQ. Chapter 35, Dragon Palace. A living dragon. It's been dug out. During the third watch of the night shift, good news came back. Chen Yan immediately dived to the bottom of the sea to check the situation. With the gift of, like a fish in water, he swam in the water much more comfortably, as if he were a real fish. Seabed. What appeared before our eyes was a jade-white square building with many intricate patterns carved on the stone walls, embedded in the mud and sand. Everyone gathered around excitedly. Being able to build structures on the seabed, even our generation doesn't have this ability. Could this be the legendary Dragon Palace? If we can really get in, won't we be rich? You are so useless. If it is really the Dragon Palace, the wealth is secondary. What's important is that we little people have the possibility to soar to the sky. The captain said, we have observed that the stone walls on both sides are tightly closed. Only the upper side has a gap in the middle, which is more like a door. Open this door and we can get in. After taking a look around, Chen Yan had a similar idea, but after trying for a while, he found that the door didn't move at all. Come here, everyone, use all your strength to suck milk. Opening the door means victory. Everyone gathered on this side of the stone wall and exerted their strength. 3, 2, 1, hard. 3, 2, 1, keep going. A dozen psychics were unable to shake him in the slightest. Can't open it. Shit. What should we do? We have been digging for a whole day. We can't just give up. Damn it, if I can't get in today, I'd rather die in the sea. No one wants to see the duck in their mouth fly away. This time you listen to my commands. At this time Chen Yan spoke. After what happened before, everyone recognized Chen Yan's strength and immediately nodded in agreement, ready to go. Chen Yan pointed 4 fingers at the center of the stone wall and took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Get started. People's strength burst out again, and veins bulged on their arms. At the same time, Chen Yan's palm turned into a fist and moved forward an inch. At this moment, all the spiritual power in his limbs was concentrated on his fist. Inch strength, collapsed the mountain. Bang! Followed by a dull explosion. The gap in the middle of the stone door finally opened. At the same time, a domineering golden light rushed out from the crack in the door, instantly broke through the sea surface, and went straight up to the sky 10,000 meters high. Someone suddenly woke up from his sleep, came to the window, and looked at the golden aura in the sky with trembling eyes. An elder from a certain sect stood on the roof, with his hands behind his back, gazing into the sky. An old man from a secluded bamboo house rose into the air and stared at the sky with squinted eyes. Such a domineering aura. It's actually Dragon Chi. I didn't expect there would be such an atmosphere in the world, something extraordinary must be coming out. The surrounding forces were ready to move, and several streaks of light appeared in the night sky. A master and his disciple also stood on the treetops looking at the dragon energy. Master, are there really real dragons in this world? Yes, dragons were once the patron saints of Daxia. They were gods. If all dragons in the world died, the dragon veins would be cut off. Perhaps there would be no spiritual energy in the world anymore, and all future generations would no longer be able to practice. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has not been cut off, it proves that there should still be a real dragon in the world. This dragon energy is rising to the sky, perhaps the remains of an ancient dragon have appeared in the world somewhere. What are those people trying to do? A dragon is a treasure, especially in this era when gods are declining. If you can get a real dragon, it will be a smooth road to the sky. Master, why don't we go and fight for it? That dragon is rarely seen in 1,000 years. This is not something we are qualified to get involved in, so let's not get involved in this mess. Chen Yan and others didn't know that they had caused such a big commotion. Fuck, is it really open? Brother Chen is awesome. I'm going to be rich, I'm going to be rich, People finally pushed the heavy stone door open to both sides. A shimmering water curtain appears before your eyes, emitting a mysterious blue light. Chen Yan was the first to pass through the water curtain, and the others followed closely behind. After entering, everyone stayed where they were, staring in a daze at the scene in front of them. There are many glowing crystals growing on the rock walls, emitting a dazzling brilliance like diamonds, filling the entire cave with dreamy light and shadow. Dragon crystal, it's dragon crystal. Some people couldn't help but lose their voices on the spot and rushed directly towards the crystals. Fuck. This is the first time I've seen so many dragon crystals in my life. Brothers, we're rich. People immediately scattered and used various tools to mine dragon crystal. The captain explained, dragon crystal is a precious or rich in spiritual energy. If it is used to forge weapons, smelting a small piece into it can improve the quality of the weapon. In the past, we were lucky to find a small piece, but we didn't expect there to be so much in here. Brother Chen, just take it. I won't be polite. Everyone was excitedly searching for dragon crystals, but Chen Yan was not in a hurry. He had a vague feeling that this place might not just have rare minerals. Continue inside and through the dragon crystal cave. A jade-white palace with mottled light and shadow suddenly appeared before our eyes. The first thing that catches the eye is the two stone pillars at the gate, each of which has a domineering dragon with bared fangs and claws. Chen Yan was shocked. Could this really be the legendary dragon palace? The people in the back were naturally not stupid either. After collecting some crystals, they hurried over from the back. For this kind of ruins, the deeper you go, the better things you can get. They couldn't let Chen Yan get there first. Fuck, it's actually a palace. I can't imagine what good stuff is in there. I'm going to make a fucking fortune. These two dragons are so realistic. If they weren't made of stone, I'd be really afraid they would come to life. Brother Chen, what's up, shall we go in together? This group of people did not dare to act rashly. Although they were a little greedy, they knew that benefits always come with risks. If it weren't for the big brother Chen Yan walking in front, they would feel uneasy. Go in and take a look. Chen Yan was the first to leave, but it was not in vain. He had already decided that he would take the best thing here. If someone tries to snatch it without knowing the tact, he doesn't mind taking action. The moment this group of people stepped into the palace, some stones fell from the pupil of the dragon on the Panlong pillar, revealing half of its yellow-brown dragon pupil. The palace that everyone stepped into was the main hall at the deepest part. The main hall was empty. There were no magical instruments or gold, silver, or jewelry. The only thing that stands out. It's the coffin placed in the temple. The entire coffin is crystal clear and radiates a holy glow. Someone swallowed subconsciously. That coffin is made of pure dragon crystal. If we can move it out, we will become rich. Brother Chen, what do you think? We will follow your instructions. You will take the lion's share of the benefits, and we will share the smaller ones. Don't move. There is blood suspended around Chen Yan's body, so even if he is attacked, it can trigger automatic defense. He walked towards the coffin carefully. Finally, he reached the top of the coffin. My eyes passed through the light of the dragon crystal and I vaguely saw, there seemed to be a woman lying in the coffin. Click, click. Suddenly there was a sound of rocks breaking outside. Chen Yan turned back suddenly. It's bad, it's bad. Those two dragons must come alive. Run away. As soon as he finished speaking, the two dragons were completely resurrected. The body of the person closest to him was pierced by the dragon claws, and blood was spilled on the spot. Those two dragons are guardians. The dragon ignored the others and locked its yellow dragon eyes on Chen Yan. Not good. Chen Yan felt a chill in his heart. No matter how strong I am, I can't possibly defeat the dragon, and now I'm trapped in the hall. Isn't it like being caught in a jar with nowhere to escape? An idea suddenly occurred to me. The blood around Chen Yan immediately turned into several large blood hands, which lifted the coffin lid up. Excuse me. He climbed into the dragon crystal coffin and immediately closed the lid. Chapter 36, The Birth of the Dragon Girl. Encountering followers of the evil god. Run away. The rest of the people were so frightened that they didn't care about Chen Yan anymore and ran away for their lives. Fortunately, the two dragons did not chase them, but ran straight towards the coffin, allowing them to escape. Captain, Brother Chen is still inside. We can't take care of it. The two dragons are already alive. If we stay here, we will die. Hurry back to the boat, don't waste your life. In the narrow dragon crystal coffin, Chen Yan could only lie on his side next to the woman. Roar. A deafening dragon roar came from overhead. Chen Yan could clearly feel that the two dragons were floating above the coffin. Fortunately, they did not dare to move the coffin, he was safe for the time being. I actually made the right choice. If I had run away just now, I would have run into two dragons head-on. But the problem now is that I can only hide inside. If you show your head, you will be killed instantly. Chen Yan began to look at the woman in the coffin. The girl was wearing a water blue fairy dress with golden dragon patterns embroidered on it. Her skin was as white as snow and her facial features seemed natural. The corners of her eyes and forehead are covered with some crystal clear dragon scales, and a pair of small and cute dragon horns are on top of her head. These features do not destroy her beauty at all, but instead make her more charming. Dragon girl. It can't be a real dragon. Daxia is also known as the Dragon Kingdom. The dragon is an auspicious animal and a symbol. However, these are all legendary things. I am afraid that even the ashes of the 749th Bureau have never seen a real dragon. Suddenly, a soft murmur sounded in my ears, like a lazy girl who just woke up. Still alive. Chen Yan raised her hand which had been placed on her chest. There are two vicious dragons outside and a living dragon girl inside. What kind of thing is this? The dragon girl slowly opened her sleepy eyes and suddenly felt a little crowded beside her, so she slowly turned her head until she saw Chen Yan lying on her side. Hello. Wow. Chen Yan quickly covered her mouth and met her sparkling eyes that were wide open with surprise. Don't ask why. I didn't want to disturb you. It's just that the two dragons outside suddenly came to life. I couldn't escape, so I hid in here temporarily. I don't want to hurt you, and I hope you don't hurt me. If you understand, just blink. The dragon girl nodded repeatedly. I asked you to blink, and you nodded. What are you doing? She blinked rapidly again. Sorry. Chen Yan then let go. The girl was stunned for a while, then suddenly said something. I'm so hungry. Dragons don't eat humans, right? Chen Yan looked alert. No. Then stay hungry. The dragon girl rolled her eyes in anger, turned sideways, and touched her flat belly with her hand. The two of them sat back to back, speechless for a moment. I have a question. Did we accidentally wake you up when we broke in here? You think too much. The princess is about to wake up. You just happened to arrive there by chance. I'm so hungry. It seems that we don't have any grudges against each other. Why don't you let the two dragons let me go and I will leave this place? They have long lost their power. What you saw just now was just a last glimmer of life. Now they have probably turned to dust. The dragon girl said in a sad tone. Chen Yan then realized that the terrifying oppressive feeling from above his head was no longer there, and he could no longer see the shadows of the two dragons. He carefully pushed open the coffin lid. Really? The two dragons had turned into white mud and sand, scattered all over the ground. Chen Yan hurriedly got up from the coffin and crawled out. After breathing a sigh of relief, he prepared to close the coffin lid again. Hello. A tender little white hand with a silver ring blocked the coffin lid. What are you doing? You continue to sleep, I'll cover you up. Get out of the way. The dragon girl sat up unhappily, and the first thing that appeared outside was the pair of cute silver-white dragon horns. Human, this princess advises you to leave as soon as possible. It won't be long before this place is filled with blood and gore. With your strength, you will only end up dead. Why? The dragon's energy is rising to the sky. Given human greed, there must be many people on their way here. What about you? There is no point in asking more questions. Or do you also want to get something from the dragon? Disturb. Chen Yan didn't have any greedy thoughts and turned away. When he surfaced and returned to the boat, he scared everyone. Fuck, brother Chen, you're not dead. How did you escape from those two dragons? Did you get any treasure, brother Chen? Chen Yan was not going to tell them about the dragon girl. Prepare to return, it's not safe here. Okay, brother Chen, we'll listen to you and prepare to return. Just as the boat turned around, there was a sonic boom as an airplane passed overhead. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. It is normal for planes to fly over the sea. But the plane was not in a normal state, it was not cruising normally, but falling headfirst. The inside of the passenger plane was already a hell on earth. More than 300 passengers and 10 flight attendants are fighting wildly inside the plane. Someone was stabbing the woman sitting next to him with cutlery and forks, someone was punching an old man on the ground, and someone was pulling out a fire extinguisher and smashing it on someone else's head. Blood kept splattering on the windows and the floor. These crazy people all have one thing in common. There was a fire burning in their eyes. There was a black mass in the middle of the flame, and ominous dark red flames on the outside. The whole thing looked like the eye of a devil. Ugh hi. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. Screams, screams, and laughter intertwined into a creepy melody. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot were already dead in their seats. There was only a man in a black robe standing there. He opened his arms wildly and watched the plane continue to fall. There was also an ominous fire burning in his eyes. Boom! The plane crashed into the sea and exploded violently, with flames shooting up into the sky and instantly lighting up the dark night. The crashed passenger plane was not far from the ship carrying Chen Yan and others. The rushing sea water made the entire sea area turbulent. Hold! What on earth just happened? Why did a plane crash suddenly? This is so weird. Captain, do you think there will be any survivors? Save as many as you can, go and take a look. The crew members hurriedly sailed the boat close to the place where the plane crashed, and the captain stood on the bow of the boat with a telescope and looked out. Not long after, he actually found a survivor who was trying hard to swim towards him. Someone dropped the lifeline and pulled him up. With everyone's help, a man was finally rescued. He was sitting on the deck, wearing a black robe and dripping wet. Dude, you're really lucky. You can survive this. What happened to the plane? Why did it suddenly fall down? Yeah, I've only seen plane crashes on the news, this is the first time I've seen one with my own eyes. The man stood up, smiling. I am lucky, but it seems your luck is not so good. Welcome everyone, embrace the fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the man held his head with both hands, and a strange flame suddenly erupted in his eyes. Crazy Fire Evil God, Sequence 008, Crazy Flying Snake. Countless fire snakes burst out from the pupils, flying towards everyone around indiscriminately. At the critical moment, blood rushed out of Chen Yan's body and turned into a 360-degree blood barrier throughout the body. Just like that, a fire snake was kept out. He was the only one who was not hit. A strange flame burned in the pupils of all the others. Chapter 37, Fighting Against the Evil God's Followers, the Most Dangerous Battle. Oh. I didn't expect there would be someone who reacts so quickly. The man in black robe looked at Chen Yan, who was covered in blood, with a sinister smile on his face. All the others rushed towards Chen Yan like crazy. Nearly 20 people surrounded Chen Yan and attacked the blood barrier frantically. Chen Yan didn't expect such a development. It seems that what Xiaolongnu said was true. There will be a bloody storm here and I will be dragged into it. Although the blood barrier was under fierce attack, those people were unable to break the barrier. Chen Yan did not panic and immediately opened the terminal to call out Amy. Amy, just now a man suddenly had many fire snakes popping out of his eyes, and all the others seemed to have lost their minds in an instant and were attacking me crazily. Identified as the owner of the evil outer god, Jianhua Xieshan, sequence, a distress signal has been sent to the headquarters for you. Ecstasy can completely erode the consciousness of ordinary people and is permanently irreversible. Please retreat immediately. Repeat once more, please retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. Amy was able to repeat the retreat 3 times, so you can imagine how terrifying the opponent is. That was easy to say. Chen Yan was now surrounded by a large group of people. Once the blood shield was turned off, there was a risk of being corroded immediately. Amy, what is the evil god? The sequence abilities obtained by normal awakeners are such as God of Fire, God of Thunder, etc. Some people who are unable to awaken and have paranoid and crazy personalities will be bewitched by the evil outer gods and join their organizations to become members, which is called the outer god cult. They are invaders, terrorists, and disasters. They will hunt anyone for no reason, and their actions are illogical. Their ultimate goal is to make the whole world become believers of the evil god. They are as dangerous as the demon organization, Temple of 10,000 Demons. As the lines of text came out, Chen Yan realized how dangerous the other party was. The plane that exploded just now was probably caused by that madman. He could instantly make a bunch of psychics at the mountain-moving realm on the ship fall victim to his attacks, so their realm and sequence abilities must be very high. Without a doubt, this was Chen Yan's most dangerous battle. At this time, the terminal rang. 749 headquarters immediately contacted us, and a female liaison officer answered the call. Investigator Chen Yan, this is the 749 command. We have received your distress signal. The nearest investigator is coming to support you. Please do not fight the evil god sequence psyker alone. Clear. Suddenly, there was an unbelievable and suspicious voice coming from the other side. Wait, Chen Yan's coordinates are on the sea. This position is where the dragon energy rises to the sky. The deputy director suddenly cut off the call. Chen Yan, I'm the deputy director of 749, listen to me. That evil god believer is coming for the dragon energy. Now I have an urgent task for you. Don't let him in. Director Li's voice came from the other end, that's a follower of the evil god. Do you want Chen Yan to die? Old Li. The dragon is the guardian god of our great Xia. If it is defiled by an evil foreign god, the consequences can be imagined. I'll take this mission. Li Xiao shouted, Chen Yan. Be sure to protect yourself. No one will blame you if you can't stop it. Clear. Chen Yan hung up the call. Not to mention the grand belief of protecting the Xia, the little dragon girl just kindly reminded him to leave. Just based on this point, Chen Yan didn't want to see her being defiled and persecuted by the evil god. In that case, just kill him. Chen Yan slashed his chest with a blood spear, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Burst. With Chen Yan as the center, countless sharp blood spikes exploded like a blooming blood flower. The crazy people surrounding Chen Yan were all killed instantly. Their bodies were pierced by blood spikes and many of them were hanging in the air. When Chen Yan collected the blood, they fell onto the deck one after another. Oh. Interesting. The man in black robe put his hands in his pockets and grinned. You are quite strong. Why don't you consider joining the outer god cult? Don't worry, you won't become a piece of trash like them. You will be embraced by the new god and have the authority of a new god. Part of the blood surrounding Chen Yan turned into a bloody long sword. Chen Yan gripped the knife handle tightly with 5 fingers. Killing sequence, could it be the chosen one? You seem very confident. However, I have already killed 3 chosen ones. It seems you have chosen the most unwise path, what? The man in black robe met a pair of seductive scarlet pupils. That pupil, filled with murderous intent that seemed as real as a substance, actually suppressed his own crazy fire demon eye. Suddenly, he found that the ocean had turned into an endless scarlet sea of blood, with a blood moon hanging above his head. Just looking at it made his heart tremble. This kid actually has this ability. Field, the realm of infinite killing. Chen Yan didn't dare to be careless at all, and he used his ultimate move right from the start. In order to prevent any accidents, he must be killed as quickly as possible. The murderous intent of billions of lives instantly flooded into the black-robed man's mind. The knife comes out. A dragon breaks through the air. A swift knife strikes at lightning speed. Chen Yan's plan was to simply chop off his head and kill him in one blow without leaving any hidden dangers. But I didn't expect. The knife penetrated his neck a few centimeters and only cut halfway. His head was half drooped, hanging crookedly on his neck. There was a dark red fire burning at the neck joint. Was that the thing that blocked my knife? Chen Yan continued to push hard on the knife, but unexpectedly, a hand grabbed the knife. There were many dark red cracks spreading on the hand. You really surprised me. Breaking free from the domain power so quickly. This was the first time Chen Yan encountered such a situation. The reason is that this man is a complete lunatic. The foreign god he believes in is also insane, and his mind is always in a state of frenzy. Chen Yan's murderous invasion would also cause a person to go crazy and be unable to move, but he had become accustomed to the crazy state, so the duration would be greatly shortened. Come. Follow me, completely crazy. The strange flames in the man's pupils instantly expanded tenfold. Countless dark red fire snakes splashed out from inside and shot towards Chen Yan desperately. Chen Yan retreated and used his blood barrier to block, but the crazy demon fire was about to burn through the blood barrier. What's wrong? Don't run, let me see, how long can you hold on? Plop. Chen Yan jumped into the sea. The man in black robe stopped at this point. Run away. That's meaningless. He slowly lifted up the half-broken head, and Manhwa was slowly repairing the wound. And just at this moment. Bang! There was a deafening explosion under the feet, and the bottom of the ship was instantly pierced by the terrifying force. An inch of strength can collapse the mountain. With Chen Yan's punch, a huge wave arose on the sea surface. The fist wind brought with it a shock wave that blew the man in black robe away. At the same time, a huge blood thorn emerged from the water and pierced the chest of the black-robed man in the air. Impossible. A large amount of Chen Yan's blood entered the black-robed man's body through the blood thorn. Then, transformed into sharp spikes, bursting out of the body. Hands, legs, chest, forehead, and even throat were pierced at the same time. The man in black robe instantly turned into a hedgehog. Full of holes and blood flowing everywhere. Chen Yan looked up, looked at the black-robed man who was pierced all over, and smiled. You seem to have said that 3 of God's chosen died at your hands. I'm sorry, I never remember how many stray dogs I killed on the roadside. Chapter 38, Farewell Dragon Girl, Sucking the Blood of a Real Dragon. Die. It is not scary for the madman who dare to receive the power of the evil god. So when he was dying, the man in black robe did not beg for mercy, did not show fear, and did not cry. The corner of his mouth even curled up. The blood thorn that pierced his body burned with strange flames. What's going on? Bang! The black-robed man's head suddenly exploded, like a watermelon with explosives attached. Then, a ball of fire came out of the body. There was a deep darkness in the middle of the flame, and a strange dark red outside, like the eyes of a demon, an endless abyss. Without any warning, it shot towards Chen Yan. That ball of fire contained the divinity of the crazy fire evil god and all the power of the man in black robe. Yes, he is dead. But he wants to pass on the fire. The followers of the evil god will continue to spread the fire until their followers are spread all over the world. Chen Yan is obviously an excellent target. It came too fast and too suddenly. Chen Yan had no time to escape, only the blood shield was protecting him. Once this ball of fire enters the body, Chen Yan's divinity will be dominated by the mad fire evil god, and he will become a believer of the evil god hated by all righteous people. Maybe he will even lose the sequence power of the god of slaughter. The blood shield is being evaporated at a high speed. The devil's fire was getting closer and closer to Chen Yan. Although Chen Yan had been using the blood in his body to replenish it, he had already consumed a lot of blood in the previous battle and could not replenish it now. The blood in my body is almost dried up. Finally. The madness entered Chen Yanmei's heart. Ugh, ah. Chen Yan held his head with both hands and roared, a fire of madness instantly ignited in his pupils. Logically speaking, he should have lost his mind immediately and become a follower of the evil god. But at the critical moment, he poured a lot of murderous intent into his mind to resist the erosion of the mad fire. The man in black robe just used the crazy fire to resist Chen Yan's infinite killing realm. Now, he is doing the opposite. But it can only be a temporary resistance. Killing Feast is triggered, blood strength is permanently plus 5%. After killing the evil god's followers, the talent effect can also be triggered, but now Chen Yan has no time to take care of other things, and a voice keeps ringing in his mind. Go, down. Kill her, devour her. You will gain supreme power and control everything in the world. The devil's whispers echoed in his mind. Chen Yan jumped into the water again, dived all the way down, and returned to the ruins of the Dragon Palace. In the sparkling palace, the dragon girl sat alone on the steps, hugging her knees with her hands, as if she was the only one left in the world. She knew it from the moment she woke up. There are no relatives or fellow tribesmen left in the world. I am, the last true dragon, shouldering the heavy responsibility of maintaining the dragon veins of Daxia. I'm so hungry. Someone is coming. She suddenly looked up with a look of surprise. Why, are you back again? Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Ugh. Chen Yan grabbed the dragon girl's snow-white neck with one hand and lifted her up. There is an extremely evil power in your body. The dragon girl closed her eyes, and her snow-white skin showed a ripple-like luster. She did not use her power to attack Chen Yan, but was sensing his physical condition. At this moment, Chen Yan's consciousness took over again, and the strength in his fingers instantly loosened. Roll! Get out of here! Chen Yan roared. One of his eyes was blood red, the other was burning with madness, and his spirit was on the verge of complete collapse. At this moment, the dragon girl also knew the general situation. You were fighting the bad guys outside just now, and unfortunately, the evil god invaded your body. I see. If we leave him alone, he might soon become a follower of the evil god. From a good guy to a bad guy. The dragon girl didn't want to see that kind of scene. The intruder was the first person he saw when he woke up. He fights the bad guys and is also protecting himself in disguise. We can't just leave him like this. She gritted her teeth and pointed her green jade finger at Chen Yan's brow. In an instant, an invisible water wave bound Chen Yan's body, making him unable to move. The dragon girl let Chen Yan lie on her legs, stretched out her snow-white wrist, and drew a bloody mark on it with her fingertips. Next, this princess will use the blood of a real dragon to save you. The true dragon power contained in your blood can help you resist the evil thoughts of the outer gods for a short period of time. I hope you can hold on. After saying that, drops of pure dragon blood fell into Chen Yan's mouth. The blood of a true dragon is a divine object in the world. Prolonging life, strengthening the body, tempering the meridians, and expelling impurities, are all basic abilities. That's why so many people rush to grab it so frantically. The dragon blood entered Chen Yan's body. It instantly turned into a warm current and flowed into every part of his body. Chen Yan's expression immediately calmed down a lot, and the fire burning in his pupils slowly died down. Strange, how can he absorb the power of dragon blood so perfectly? Of course, the dragon girl didn't know that Chen Yan had the bloodline of a vampire and could perfectly absorb the power contained in the blood of others. Therefore, when dragon blood enters his body, the effect is several times greater than when it enters other people's bodies. Although it is impossible to eliminate the power of the epilepsy fire, it is enough to suppress it. At the same time, on the sea, nearly 20 psychics have gathered. This group of people are the vanguards, generally young, and are here to take the lead in gathering intelligence. Many old guys have not dared to show up yet. However, despite this, most of them are from the Moving Mountains realm to the Breaking Sky realm, and almost all of them are young heroes. It's so lively, it seems everyone is here to look for dragons. Chen Yuan from Huaying Hall, nice to meet you masters. Shenbao Garden, Su Qing. I am Zhou Hong from Xianya, everyone is polite. Since everyone is here, why don't we stop pretending to test each other and go in? That makes sense. Let's go in and take a look. About 20 people dived into the seabed and entered the Dragon Palace. The dazzling dragon crystals and the magnificent palace made everyone sigh in awe. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. They saw the dragon girl sitting there at a glance, and greed appeared in everyone's eyes. She is as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon. There really is such a fairy-like woman in the world. There are dragon horns on the head and dragon scales on the skin. Is she a real dragon? Ha 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 ha, we're here today, it can be said to be a great opportunity, maybe we'll soar to the sky in the future. A real dragon is a legendary auspicious animal, its entire body is full of treasures. It is said that using its dragon horns to make soup can prolong one's life. I am practicing fist and palm skills. I wonder if eating a dragon's paw will help me improve my skills. But it looks like a woman. Are the dragon claws hands or feet? Everyone, I am Feng Yun Sek's eldest disciple Qian Sanqin. Let me be frank. I am greedy for her body. Such a beautiful lady, and you are discussing such vulgar things here. It makes me sweat. I can't pamper her enough. Little dragon girl, come home with me, I will protect you. The dragon girl looked at the group of people in front of her, and an undisguised disgust flashed across her brows. Just at this moment. Chen Yan, wake up. He stepped forward and stood in front of the dragon girl, with cold murderous intent in his pupils. Stand back. Chapter 39 Chen Yan, I gave you a chance. Are you, okay? The dragon girl's eyes trembled with surprise. This guy regained consciousness so quickly. After Chen Yan perfectly absorbed the power of the real dragon blood, he not only suppressed the crazy fire in his body, but also had some excess dragon power in his body. Although this power is temporary, it can be used by him. Stand back. Chen Yan stood in front of the dragon girl. The blood turned into a knife, and his eyes glanced at the people below indifferently. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Mountain moving realm. The realm is not high, but you can run pretty fast. The reason why we discussed coming in together at the door was to avoid conflict. But you came here first and got there first. Can someone go up and take care of this guy? I don't like him. I'll do it. A burly man holding a hammer walked forward. He was the burly man who had just said that he was greedy for the dragon girl's body. He spat, I can't even use 30% of my strength to beat this thin pole to death. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he raised the hammer and jumped up. He raised the war hammer high with both hands and smashed it hard on Chen Yan's head. Chen Yan did not make any unnecessary movements. Sword drawing style, a hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. The phrase, a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, was originally just a metaphor for the momentum of this sword. But this time, the sword really carried the domineering dragon power. The knife flashed by. The man's upper body and lower body separated instantly. Bang! The war hammer hit the ground and broke into two pieces. This time, there was a sudden silence below. The monks opened their mouths and looked at Chen Yan in disbelief. Although the man holding the hammer is only at the late stage of Moving Mountains realm and is not a strong enemy, that guy is only at the early stage of Moving Mountains realm. At the same level, the early stage instantly kills the late stage. What a joke. Is it possible to do such a thing without being a super genius? The dragon girl stared at Chen Yan's back, feeling somewhat puzzled. In order to protect me, he was willing to offend so many people. Isn't he afraid of death? Chen Yan took out his 749 investigator certificate. Very powerful. I give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, these will be the last 10 seconds of your life. Puff. Someone else couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, sorry everyone, I really can't help it, let me laugh for a while. Investigator 749, and you're still an intern. Bro, you've made me laugh this year. You know what I want to do right now? I want to post a complaint on WeChat Moments. Where do you get the confidence from, bro? Don't say you're just an intern. Even if you're a formal investigator, would you dare to touch us? National establishment is more formal and means more constraints. These disciples from various sects all have their origins. If one of them is touched, the forces behind them will probably be implicated. Generally speaking, 749 investigators will not take action against others easily, and they mainly deal with demons and monsters. So they are not afraid at all. What are you afraid of? Even if this guy is tough, the worst that can happen is that he can just run away. Can he really stop us from leaving? Even if we take a step back, we are just here to explore the way, and there are real masters watching us from behind. How dare you, a small investigator, jump here? Therefore, no one took Chen Yan's words seriously. Unfortunately, time is up. Chen Yan took a deep breath and slowly raised two fingers. All the spiritual power in his body, including all the remaining dragon power in his body, was mobilized by him at this moment. The field expands. Infinite, killing world. In an instant, all 20 people present were brought into the field. At this moment, the smiles on their faces froze. What's going on? What kind of place is this? It's so weird. Do you feel a creepy aura? Someone took a few steps back, creating a few ripples in the endless sea of blood. Someone looked up at the blood moon in the sky, and blood flowed from his eyes. Why was it that boy who did it? Impossible, how can he have such power? Something is wrong with this place. Normally, Chen Yan would not be able to bring so many people into the field at the same time, but now he happened to have the support of the dragon power, which was completely sufficient. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't want it. The murderous intent of billions of lives began to erode everyone's minds. Ah! Help, help! No, no! Someone was kneeling on the ground, banging his head against the ground. Some people scratched their faces with both hands, leaving shocking bloody marks. Some people were bleeding from all 7 orifices and curled up on the ground, talking nonsense. No one is in a normal state. Chen Yan stepped forward. There was no emotion at all, the knife flashed wildly, as casually as slaughtering a stray dog on the roadside. Soon, the ground was full of corpses and blood. When the last one was killed, the effect of the field disappeared. The last man came to his senses, knelt on the ground and begged. Let my brother go, I was wrong. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Puff, a bloody knife pierced his chest. Chen Yan put away the knife. This time he was really tired and all his strength was exhausted. It's a pity that these people are not demons, so there is no reward for killing them. Just as Chen Yan closed his eyes to rest, the voice of the dragon girl sounded in his ears. Hello, what's your name? Chen Yan. You've killed so many people, aren't you afraid of offending others? You have to know, there may be more than just them coming. I've been ordered to protect you at all costs. Upon hearing this, the dragon girl's expression darkened a little. So this was the reason. However, even if I hadn't been told to do so, I would still protect you based on my personal wishes. After all, you just saved me. This time, the dragon girl's eyes lit up. My name is Qian Long. Chen Yan, you are the first person I met after waking up. I hope you can live well. Oh. The two of them didn't chat for too long. Because someone else came in. However, this time, they were not enemies, but reinforcements sent by Bureau 749. 1 man and 1 woman, 2 powerful warriors in the 5th realm. Are you Chen Yan? I'm B-level investigator Zhou Heng. I heard that you were attacked by the evil cultists. Oh, I have killed that one. What? The 2 senior investigators were stunned. You can even kill the evil cultists alone, what kind of terrifying combat power is this? Are you really an intern investigator? After being shocked, Zhou Heng asked, are you okay? Have you been contaminated by the evil god's power? That thing is very dangerous. Fine. It was naturally impossible for Chen Yan to say that he had absorbed the power of the evil god, otherwise he would probably be executed on the spot. As for the dragon girl, she also tacitly helped Chen Yan keep the secret. What's going on with these people? The 2 pointed to the bodies scattered all over the ground. It was done by me, the princess. These people are greedy and deserve to die. Qian Long took the initiative to help Chen Yan take on this responsibility, fearing that he would be retaliated against in the future. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Chen Yan, take her back to the bureau. Just when a few people wanted to leave. Those powerful men who had been eyeing them covetously finally couldn't help but show up. Killing so many people, 749 has great authority. Chapter 40, Ant, Jiaxing Tower, Ning Meng. Killing so many people, 749 has great authority. Look, isn't this Zhou Heng, who is known as the Swift Wind Leg? And the one next to him, what's her name? Oh, I remember now, Sunya, the Rainbow Spear Master. As a group of people entered the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere became tense again. Xingxuan Realm, Qingguang Realm, Sunlight Realm. The people who came this time were all masters of Realm 4 to 6, and all of them were seniors who had practiced for a long time. Chen Yan, take her back. 749's other reinforcements are still on the way. We must protect the dragon girl. Zhou Heng did not explain that these people were not killed by 749. After all, their mission was to protect the dragon girl, so conflict was naturally unavoidable. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, are you guys going to tear your face off with 749 just for your own benefit? Wait, we are not doing this for any personal gain. You, 749, have killed so many innocent youngsters, and we just want justice. Use high-sounding reasons to justify your behavior. This is why they let the younger generation explore the way first. What a bunch of cunning guys. Everyone, there is no point in talking anymore. Let's deal with these two first, otherwise there will be more trouble later. That makes sense, do it. The war is about to break out. Although Zhou Heng and Sunya were very strong, they were facing the backbones of various sects and were still besieged. There can be no suspense about the outcome. An old man in black with gray hair slammed out with his palm. Bang! The terrifying spiritual power immediately caused the two men to vomit blood and fly backwards, hitting the stone wall behind them heavily. As expected of an elder of the Iron Palm sect, Senior Zhao, who is known as the Diamond Bone Smashing Palm, is really amazing. Old man Zhao put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. The sixth realm is the Sun realm. He is the strongest person present. Of course, he is also the oldest and he is very old. Therefore, he wanted to get a real dragon more than anyone else, even if it was just a little bit of dragon blood. Dragon blood can not only prolong his life, but also give him the opportunity to break through to the 7th level. The temptation is really great. Within 10 breaths, get out of here or die. The seriously injured Zhou Heng and Sunya retreated again and again. They didn't expect these people's greed had reached such a level that they even dared to touch the people from group 749. Oh my, there are so many people. At this moment, a slightly childish voice was heard. Who? Old man Zhao looked around. A little girl walked in. She was wearing a pink and white dress and had 2 cute braids, and she looked like a girl in her teens. The little loli walked to the front, standing in the middle of the two sides who were on the verge of a showdown. Girl, since you can find this place, I naturally don't treat you as an ordinary person. Tell me your name. Old man Zhao said coldly. The little Lolita giggled. Are you worthy enough to ask for the name of my aunt? When they sensed the girl's aura, everyone present was stunned. 5th realm, Clear Light realm. She only looks a few years old, how could she have such a high realm? How come I have never heard of such a person in the psychic world? It shouldn't be someone from 749. If there was such a monster, we wouldn't be unaware of it. I guess he must have learned some kind of magic to change his appearance to achieve this effect. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. Old man Zhao laughed. He is in the 6th realm, the Sun realm, so naturally he would not take the Qingguang realm seriously. What an arrogant girl who doesn't know how to respect the elderly. No matter if you are from sect 749 or another sect, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Don't cry and sniffle later. Come on, old man, let me see how capable you are after practicing for a lifetime. The little loli stood in place and hooked her finger. Old man Zhao pushed off the ground with his back feet and shot out like a cannonball, his raised palm instantly gathering terrifying spiritual power. Vajra bone-crushing palm. People were horrified, thinking that Senior Zhao was going to kill them directly. It seems that he really wants to get the real dragon, so he will kill anyone who is a stumbling block. How cruel. Faced with this shocking palm, the girl also raised her hand. She wants to face old man Zhao head-on. The little girl really doesn't know her place. Not to mention that her realm is far behind others, but old man Zhao is a specialist in physical cultivation. It's over. She will probably be beaten to death by this blow. People still feel some pity in their hearts. After all, humans are animals that follow their own values. The little girl is cute, so of course she is more likable than a white-haired old man. The girl thrust her 5 fingers forward, and the instant they moved forward an inch, they formed a fist. An inch of strength can split the sea. Fists and palms connected. Bang! In an instant, the air seemed to freeze and people lost their hearing. A wave of air exploded. Old man Zhao's entire arm was shattered in an instant, and the terrifying air wave tore his black cloth shirt apart, destroying his old skin with scars all over his body, and vaguely showing his skinny bones. As for the group of strong men watching from the back, they were instantly pushed back 3 feet by the airflow, and some even fell to the ground. If old man Zhao was half buried in the ground before, after this collision, he was only left with 1 breath to live. He sat on the ground, almost falling apart, his pupils sunken in his eye sockets, full of horror. Inch, Inch Force. You are the disciple of Martial Saint Chu Wuwang. All the disciples of the Martial Saint are here. No wonder she can advance to a higher realm so easily, her strength is too terrifying. Chen Yan also recognized this move. It was clearly the second move of the Inch Power 3 punches, splitting the sea. Everyone is practicing the martial arts saint's boxing skills, so it seems very familiar. Puff. Just when everyone was surprised, the girl laughed out loud. Chu Wuwang is not worthy of being my master. Shocked everyone. What is she talking about? Is the martial saint not worthy of being her master? He is a saint, the top combat force in the world. Countless people dream of becoming his disciple. Chu. At this moment, the martial saint who was far away in Kyoto sneezed loudly. Could it be that Ning Meng is thinking about me? She is just stubborn in words, but she probably still wants to learn boxing from me. He said to himself. Old man Li knew he was going to die. The sixth realm was killed by a fifth realm with one punch. It's funny to think about it. But before he died, he still wanted to know the answer to the question, so he asked again. Who are you? You're so annoying, come on. In order to prevent you from dying with your eyes wide open and turning into a ghost to scare me, I'll tell you. The girl put her hands on her hips. Auntie, I'm ranked 6th in Jiaxing Tower, my name is Ning Meng. Master, this is Li Bai. Li Bai. After hearing this name, everyone fell into strange silence. P.S. There are always a few comments saying that 749 sucks and give it a bad review, most of the rest are basically good reviews. The author will go back to this chapter to explain. 1749 is a civilian organization in this book. Its main force is stationed in Kyoto, and most of its strong men go out to solve incidents and monsters across the country, so its personnel are relatively dispersed. 2. In the setting of this book, 749 is a T1 level organization, and Jiaxing Tower is a T0 level 1. The reasons are described later, no spoilers. I hope you can respect the setting. The story will become more and more exciting as it unfolds. Chapter 41 Genius Club Member, a powerful man from the 8th realm takes action. Li Bai, people's understanding of this person is still based on some rumors and legends. Star-picking Tower. This was the second time Chen Yan heard this name. He asked Zhou Heng, what kind of organization is this? Under normal circumstances, they don't care about the affairs of the psychic world, but the ones they intervene in are all major events. The star-picking pavilion currently has 6 disciples, and each of them is a super genius in the world. What kind of person is Li Bai? Why are they silent when they hear this name? I haven't seen it either. It is said that one year, he was riding a horse alone in the wild in spring and passed by a peach mountain. He got drunk and got excited, so he used his sword to pick up all the peach blossoms on the mountain. That Taoshan is also known as Tianjian Mountain. It is the sect founded by the Sword Saint. So later there was a poem to describe him. He rode his horse at full speed in the spring breeze, and plucked all the flowers on Peach Mountain with one sword. Later, the Sword Saint felt that he had lost face, so he went to the Sword Star Tower alone, hoping to compete with Li Bai. No one knows the outcome of that battle, but ever since the Sword Master came back, he has only dared to claim to be the second best in the world. In fact, our 749 director also wanted to enter the Jiaxing Tower, but failed. After listening, Chen Yan finally understood. The star-picking tower is basically the most powerful force in the world. Holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. The name is very domineering, not bad. If I have the chance in the future, I can also try to join Zexinglu. I remember now. Suddenly someone exclaimed, she is Ning Meng, the first place winner in the genius competition 3 years ago, and later joined the Jiaxing Tower. Don't be fooled by her small stature, that's because of her skills. In fact, she is already a woman in her 30s. Bang! Ning Meng punched him and sent him flying. Stop talking. Since Jiaxing Tower has taken action, goodbye. I can't play anymore. See you later. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Many people began to retreat, but there were still a dozen greedy ones who hesitated. Count to 3. 1. The remaining dozen or so people disappeared in an instant, and rationality finally overcame greed. Ning Meng turned around and her eyes fell on Chen Yan. Here. A black card flew over. Chen Yan took it in his hand and saw 2 lines of small golden words written on it. Genius Club. Current ranking, 100. Seeing this scene, investigators Zhou Heng and Sunya widened their eyes, and the envy in their eyes was almost difficult to conceal. This is an invitation to the Genius Club, oh my god. Ning Meng herself is a super genius, so her judgment of people is never wrong. If I'm not mistaken, you killed all those people below. You have made great contributions in protecting the Dragon Girl, and your talent is also top-notch. Congratulations on becoming the 100th member. Zhou Heng and the other man finally reacted. It turns out that Chen Yan not only killed a follower of the evil god, but also killed so many psychics of the 2nd and 3rd realms. If you cross the border and kill one person, that's fine, but if you kill a group of people, are you still a human being? Chen Yan, you are too fierce. The 2 of them were not at all jealous of Chen Yan receiving the invitation letter, because he was indeed qualified. So what is the use of this? Chen Yan asked. The Genius Club has a maximum of 100 members, and all members are young super geniuses selected by the star-picking building. These 100 geniuses are competing with each other. Only the final winner will be eligible to join the star-picking tower. Ning Meng was the final winner 3 years ago. It looks like a new round of genius gathering is about to begin. Chen Yan, you must seize the opportunity. If you enter the Zhaixing Tower, you can worship Li Baiyi as your master. Chen Yan understood after hearing this and took the black card with a smile. Meet 6th senior sister. Bah, she's not your senior sister yet, wait until you win first place. Ning Meng looked at the 2 749 investigators and said, and you guys, if you have nothing else to do, you can get out of here. The Dragon Girl will be protected by the Zhaixing Tower. Then let's take our leave first. The 2 investigators supported each other and retreated. When they left, Qianlong then said anxiously, I can go with you. But you are so powerful, can you help him? What's wrong with him? Ning Meng came to Chen Yan's side in an instant and grabbed Chen Yan's wrist. His eyes were closed, as if he was sensing something. A few seconds later, her eyes suddenly widened. You have the power of the evil god and the power of dragon blood in your body. He became like this just to save me. Qianlong hurried to defend him. TSK, you kid actually drank precious dragon blood. If those old guys outside knew about this, they would be so pissed off. But what I'm curious about is why you can contain 2 kinds of divinity in your body at the same time. Logically, the 2 kinds of divinity would fight each other, and eventually cause your body to explode and die. Could it be that he has a special physique that allows him to possess 2 divine attributes at the same time? Oh, I don't understand. Ning Meng scratched his head and glared at Chen Yan, saying, I will keep this secret for you for now. If you can successfully join Zhaixing Tower, you will be my junior apprentice. Then I will ask Master to help you. Qianlong hurriedly added, even if I fail, I can use dragon blood to help him suppress it. How is it possible to keep feeding him with real dragon blood? Ning Meng felt a headache. Okay, get out first. Ning Meng, Chen Yan and Qianlong left the Dragon Palace and floated to the surface. But it just floated to the surface. Suddenly, I saw someone coming against the wind and waves from afar. He put his hands behind his back and stepped his feet into the air, and the strong sea breeze blew up the hem of his blue shirt. Zhaixing Tower is so overbearing that it really doesn't take the world into consideration. The voice was so loud and clear that it echoed through the heavens and was heard by everyone. Even the waves of the sea surged a little more. 8th realm, a strong man in the destiny realm. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. Many of the onlookers were so frightened that they quickly retreated several miles. Who on earth is that person? His aura is too terrifying. Qingqing Mountain. Zhang Sansi. I mainly cultivate the magical power of Taoism. I can change the weather of the world and the flowers bloom and fall in the blink of an eye. Qingqing Mountain is a super large sect, and there are saints in the sect. It seems that they are not convinced. They do have the capital to be dissatisfied. Li Baiyi of Zhaixing Tower has never been concerned with worldly affairs. If he does not take action, it will be difficult for the other disciples to use the name of Zhaixing Tower to suppress the entire spiritual energy world. Zhang Sansi was suspended in mid-air, looking down at Ning Meng. For a while, A strong wind suddenly arose, and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Even a monster like Ning Meng looked a little pale in front of an 8th level strongman. After all, she had practiced for a short time and was only at the 5th level now. What are you so proud of? Give me another 10 years, and I can flatten your Qingqing mountain by myself. Presumptuous. As soon as Zhang Sansi finished speaking, a huge wave instantly turned into a water dragon and attacked. Suddenly, an incomparable and domineering voice came from the sky. So what if I don't take you seriously? The water dragon suddenly shattered and turned into scattered sea water again. Are there any experts? People looked up. P.S. Friends who like this book, remember to add it to your bookshelf. It will be updated steadily every day. Chapter 42 The Contest of Geniuses begins. Chen Yan wins the special merit. In the air, a man in white stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was standing very high, he could see even higher. That's right, his eyes were not looking down, but he was looking at everyone with his nostrils. Third brother. Ning Meng curled her lips in disgust. This third brother of his is good in every other aspect except that he likes to show off too much and always looks down on others. Who are you? Zhang Sansi looked up and asked. Zhang Sansi, you were defeated at the Genius Conference that year. You forgot about it pretty quickly. Xiao Chang'e. Hearing this name, people exclaimed again. Seeing so many big guys, today's trip was really worth it. Who is Xiao Chang'e? The third in Jiaxing Tower. Even though he looks like that, he was also a super genius in his time. It's just that he has a problem with his brain. It is said that when he first entered Jiaxing Tower, he shouted to the world in the capital, saying that if heaven had not given birth to Xiao Chang'e, the sword path would have been dark forever. Then the sword master came and beat him up. Although he was covered in wounds, he still insisted on looking at the sword master through his nose. He is the most mediocre person in Jiaxing Tower, but in terms of strength, he is not weak at all. Xiao Chang'e raised his finger. A huge wave exploded at the bottom of the sea and turned into a water dragon. Zhang Sansi was equally unyielding. The two water dragons collided violently in mid-air, and for a moment the waves were surging and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! The water dragon broke, and the water splashed onto the corner of Zhang Sansi's clothes. The difference is obvious. Boring. Xiao Chang'e put one hand behind his back and said, if anyone is dissatisfied with what Jiaxing Tower is doing today, you can come and fight me, Xiao Chang'e. After finishing the installation, he came to Ning Meng's side below. Junior sister, it's time to go back to Jiaxing Tower. Can I not go with you? It's too embarrassing. Junior sister, please don't say such words that will destroy my prestige in public. I will lose face. Idiot. At this time Qianlong walked to Chen Yan. Open your mouth. You dragons still like to kiss goodbye. Open your mouth. The moment Chen Yan opened his mouth, a green index finger pressed on his lips. In fact, the index finger had been bitten by Qianlong, and blood was seeping out at this moment, wrapped in a ball of spiritual power and entering Chen Yan's body. In this way, if Chen Yan behaves abnormally next time, he can directly absorb these drops of true dragon blood, gain powerful strength and suppress the evil fire again. It is a precious life-saving trump card. Chen Yan, you are the first friend I met when I woke up. Don't die. I'll be waiting for you in Jiaxing Tower. Xiao Chang'e asked doubtfully, Junior sister, did you send him the last invitation to the Genius Club? That's right. So, all 100 geniuses have gathered together. Xiao Chang'e said loudly, on behalf of Jiaxing Tower, I declare that a new round of genius competition has officially begun. The final winner will enter the Shanghai Pavilion of Jiaxing Tower. A new round of competition among geniuses is about to start a bloody storm. The world's top 100 talents are competing for the only spot. It's going to be a good show. Alas, these geniuses would be popular in any force, but they are trying their best to get into Jiaxing Tower. Aren't you talking nonsense? With Mr. Li in Jiaxing Tower, who in the world can compare to him? It's a pity that I'm too old, otherwise I might have been chosen. As Ning Meng and the other two left, Chen Yan was also picked up by Specialist 749. A true dragon appears, and the selection of geniuses for the star-picking pavilion begins. It caused a huge sensation not only in Bureau 749, but also in various schools and factions, even in Kyoto and the entire psychic world. Many senior officials in the bureau are stationed in the Kyoto branch, and they all came to attend the online meeting this time. A virtual round table with nearly 10 people sitting at it. They are all big shots. The deputy director of the 749th Bureau, the chief of the 749th Bureau, the tactical commander, the general of Dacia, the chief of the public security bureau. Fortunately, it was the star-picking tower that took action this time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us 749 to convince the other sects to obey our orders. It is safest for the dragon girl to stay in Jiaxing Tower. As long as the real dragon is alive, the dragon veins of our great Xia will not dry up. In fact, this time, in addition to Jiaxing Tower, there is another kid in our bureau who also made great contributions. Deputy Director Yi said, his name is Chen Yan. He first stopped a cultist, and then stopped the invasion of various sections. What a young talent. He deserves an award. Ha 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 ha, this also brings honor to our 749th Bureau. The Director General said, I'll make the decision and give this kid a special merit. Special merit. That is an honor that only comes with significant contributions. Deputy Director Yi nodded, okay, I'll reward this guy in public when he comes back. On the way back to 749, Chen Yan was also making plans for the future. Although there is an extra evil power in the body, it is not a completely bad thing if it can be suppressed. Maybe you can call upon its power at a critical moment. One more trump card. What you need to do is simple, just keep killing monsters and become stronger. Plus one more to beat all geniuses. Soon, the train arrived at the station. As soon as Chen Yan got off the train, he saw a large circle of people surrounding the train station. There are not only Yi Yaya, Xie Yi, Lu Lin and others, but also dozens of investigators and several mentors. Director Li and Deputy Director Yi, why are they here? Deputy Director Yi said loudly, applause. Bang 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 bang. The applause was thunderous. At the same time, a silk banner was unfurled. On the red background, there are 3 large golden characters written in a flamboyant style. Special merit. Applause broke out again. Good boy, this is the first time I've seen a trainee investigator achieve special merit. Heroes emerge young. We, the mentors, have never achieved any special merit in our lifetime, It's not surprising that some senior investigators don't have it either. This thing is something you can only come across by chance. Director Li came forward and helped Chen Yan straighten his collar. Just come back safely. For Li Xiao, he didn't care what great achievements his students made. At that critical moment, his instinct was to let Chen Yan escape. Awesome, Chen Yan. Brother Chen is awesome. This is the person who really does great things. I wonder what Ren Xiaojie, who had previously fought with Chen Yan, would think when he sees this. Are these two people comparable? Deputy Director Yi stepped forward and said, Chen Yan, you are now promoted to a formal investigator. This is your 749 tactical uniform. Put on this and everyone will know you are from 749 no matter where you are. In addition, a special medal of honor has been specially made for you on your arm. This will be an honor that will accompany you for the rest of your life. Yes. Chen Yan saluted and took the black tactical uniform. Now, he will be an official D-class investigator. By the way, your access rights to Amy will also be upgraded to level B. At the same time, you will enjoy a 30% discount when exchanging any resources in the logistics department. The rest of the people were so envious. What kind of divine treatment was this? Normally, a D-level investigator only has D-level authority, but he was promoted directly to B-level. Only then did Chen Yan feel that it was worth the effort she had put in before. Not only did he make contributions to the country, but he also gained fame and fortune. Only Yi Yaya rolled her eyes at Deputy Director Yi. Look at that, he wishes Chen Yan was his biological son. Sister Yi, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Forget it, I'd better not say it. Xie Yi covered his head with his hands, looking like he was about to be beaten. If you have to fart, do it now. Chapter 43 Chen Yan, I can learn to fly a sword in one day. Then I'm telling you, Sister Yi, please don't hit me. No. I feel like the deputy director might be looking at his son-in-law in this way. You want to be reborn right here, right? Yi Yaya beat Xie Yi violently. On the other side, Zheng Xian frowned. Lin Lin. This is not going to be easy. Chen Yen is a very popular guy. Maybe a lot of female investigators are interested in him. You will be under a lot of competition. We are just friends. Lu Lin said expressionlessly. Yes, other girls also want to make friends, but they are boyfriends. But with your personality, it will be difficult for you to have a boyfriend in your life. Hey, Aunt, to be honest, you are still angry. Chen Yen glanced at his own file. D-level investigator, Chen Yen. Realm, Moving Mountains Realm, LV24. Clearance level, B. Contribution points, 200. I also received an additional 200 contribution points as a reward, which is equivalent to the reward for completing nearly 20 tasks. I made a lot of money. No trainee investigator who has just arrived can be as rich as Chen Yanfu. Li Xiao came over and asked, I heard that you got an invitation letter from the Genius Club. Yes. Very nice. Li Xiao rarely smiled. Looking at the world of psychics, there is no one who doesn't want to study under Mr. Li. If the people he brings out enter the star-picking tower, their names will definitely go down in history. Which teacher doesn't want to teach an awesome student? Let me tell you the rules. The Genius Club has a total of 100 members, all of whom are talented young people. However, it is limited to people who have come into contact with the star-picking tower. For example, Lu Lin did not receive an invitation because he rarely shows up in the outside world. You are currently ranked 100th. If you challenge and win the 90th ranked person, you can replace that person's ranking. If the two parties holding the invitation letters duel, no outsiders are allowed to interfere in the fight, otherwise they will be held accountable by Jiaxing Tower. When there are only 8 geniuses left, a genius competition will be held to determine the final winner. Chen Yan asked doubtfully, what's the point of ranking? Can't we just hide and wait until there are only 8 people left? In the final competition, those with higher rankings will have advantages, such as the right to choose opponents first. Understood. Then I will prepare to return to my post. Li Xiao was stunned. I thought that other investigators would have to rest for several days after completing a mission. You, on the other hand, have just won a life-threatening special achievement, and now you are going to continue working. Aren't you a little too diligent? Talented and hardworking, great. Xie, come here. Here comes Director Li. You should follow Chen Yan for a while and learn well. Really? That's great. Brother Chen, please give me more advice. I will do whatever you say and I will never be careless. Xie was so ecstatic that he spoke incoherently. It's an honor to work with Chen Yan. There are quite a few people around who are waiting to get close to Chen Yan. They are not blind and they all want to curry favor with her. What? You two just left me alone like this. Yi Yaya expressed disbelief. Chen Yan smiled and said, there is a word that is quite suitable to describe you, empty nest elegance. Knock your mother. I'll go to the logistics department to exchange some things first. Brother Chen, I'm with you. I'll go too. I'm familiar with it. Xie and Yi Yaya followed closely behind. Lu Lin watched the 3 of them walking together from a distance, feeling a little envious. Logistics department. Why are you here again? The old man lost his composure the moment he saw Chen Yan. The last time he gambled with this kid, he actually succeeded in taking away the inch power of the martial saint. You have to make up the missing contribution points yourself. Hello, Mr. Zhou, hee. Yaya. When he saw Yi Yaya, the old man stood up from his chair on the spot as if he had seen the god of plague. When this girl was a child, she would pluck out my beard while I was taking a nap. I can still remember it clearly. I want to change my magic weapon this time. Is there any magic weapon that can fly? Yes, there is. Flying instruments are very expensive. You just spent so many contribution points last time. Is it enough? Enough. So the group followed the old man to the magic weapon warehouse. The most popular flying magic weapon among young people is the flying sword. Flying sword, wouldn't it be possible to fly with the sword? It's so cool just thinking about it. Price, 300 contribution points. I've used this thing before, it's extremely difficult to control, and it hit my head. Yi Yaya's face was full of disgust. Elder Zhou also nodded, flying swords are difficult to control. You can't just fly wherever you want. You need extremely subtle spiritual power to guide you. A normal person needs to go to the flight training ground to practice for at least a month before they can get started. Old sir, how about we make another bet? Chen Yen said with a smile. Why? You want to say that you can master the flying sword faster? I believe you. After all, you are a rare genius. It will probably take you 10 days or so. No bet, no bet. Chen Yen raised a finger. 1 day. What? Mr. Zhou suspected that he had heard it wrong. Is this kid crazy? He wants to learn how to control a flying sword in just 1 day. If I learn it within 1 day, you can give me a discount of 200 contribution points. If I can't learn it, I have 200 contribution points here, all of which are given to you. Chen Yen, are you sick? Yes, Brother Chen, this is really not simple. I saw Sister Ya being rushed into the infirmary with my own eyes. Yi Yaya and Xie Yi are not optimistic about Chen Yen. Okay, young man, but don't blame me for bullying the young. This was your own suggestion. Mr. Zhou agreed immediately. If this isn't free money, then what is? He really didn't believe that someone could learn to control a flying sword in 1 day. Flight training ground. The site is vast and open, with grass underground and a dome dozens of meters high. Many other investigators are training. At a glance, those people were flying crookedly in the air, some were crashing into cars in the air, and some were hitting the wall with bloody heads. It can be said that they are all new drivers who have just started on the road. The coach on the scene was cursing. Where the hell are you flying to? And you don't know how to brake, right? You're like a dump truck, are you going to kill someone? Can't you see the wall ahead? Will it turn? If you have a mental illness, go to the medical department first, otherwise you might get hit by a plane on the road someday. Just like a driving school instructor. When the coach saw them, he hurried over and asked, Mr. Zhou, why are you here too? Heh, this kid said he could learn to fly a sword in 1 day. I don't believe him, so I came here to see the fun. 1 day. Boy, controlling a flying sword has nothing to do with your fighting ability. It requires extremely delicate spiritual power control. I understand. You know nothing. Seeing Chen Yen nodding seriously, the coach couldn't help but yell, if you go on the road with this attitude, it's okay to fall to your death, but what if you hit a civilian plane? Can I start now? Okay. The coach picked up the bullhorn and yelled, everybody get down. The rest of the people on the field fell to the ground. What's wrong, coach? Here comes a genius who wants to learn to fly a sword in 1 day. If he can do it, all of you here are useless. 1 day. Haha, you're really overestimating yourself. You thought you were taking a driver's license test. Wait, that person seems to be Chen Yen, the fierce one among the trainee investigators. Being fierce is useless, it's nothing. The coach looked at Chen Yen and said, the venue has been cleared for you. Start your performance. Chapter 44, The Demon in the Footbath Center. Now, Chen Yen has become the focus of everyone's attention. If he fails to fulfill his boast, he will not only lose 200 contribution points, but also become a laughing stock to everyone. Chen Yen stepped onto the flying sword. The moment spiritual power was injected, the sword whoosh soared into the air like a rocket. The speed is incredibly fast. Chen Yen's flying sword drew an unstable S shape in the air and was almost about to hit the wall. Ha, fun. Next time you brag, remember to make a draft. But just when Chen Yen was about to hit the wall, the flying sword stopped strangely. It's less than 1 meter away from the wall. What? Fuck, how did he break so suddenly? Isn't sudden braking a difficult maneuver? At this moment, everyone's expression changed, and even the instructor couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chen Yen's flying sword was covered in a layer of blood. That's right, he couldn't control the flying sword at will, but he could control his blood at will, just like installing a steering wheel. This is Chen Yen's physical plug-in. After he stabilized, he began to fly in a straight line, then slowly accelerated and turned. I originally thought it would take a day, but now it seems that it won't take a day. Controlling a flying sword with blood is easier than you think. What kind of complicated spiritual power manipulation? Unnecessary. Inject more spiritual power when you need to accelerate, and less when you need to slow down. Stability and steering are controlled externally with blood. After mastering certain skills, Chen Yan began to fly around, not only able to turn smoothly, but also to perform various difficult moves such as super spins. Fuck. What the hell have I been practicing for the past half-month? This brother is a human being. No buddy, he really is new here, not an experienced driver who has been learning for a year or so. What the hell are you practicing? People's eyes followed Chen Yan's trajectory, and they forgot to close their mouths, and the sounds of, oh shit, came one after another. Even the instructor with 10 years of flying experience had a look of shock on his face. Mr. Zhou, this is really his first time. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong with you? My heart hurts. Mr. Zhou didn't expect that this kid could really do it. He didn't even give away the contribution points of his salary to him. Soon, Chen Yan landed steadily. I knock, you have something, so it can fly. As expected of Brother Chen, with him in our 304, the future will be prosperous. Chen Yan came over and clasped his fists with a smile. Old gentleman is generous. The flying sword cost 200 contribution points, but because Chen Yan had made special contributions, it was discounted by 30%, so he finally bought it for 140 contribution points. So cool. After putting the flying sword into the storage bag, Chen Yan and Xie prepared to set off. They couldn't kill monsters while staying in 749. Destination, Tianhai City, Haigang District. On the subway. Chen Yan opened the terminal. Amy, now that my permission level has been upgraded to B, what additional functions do I have? You can retrieve archive data below level B, apply for big data to investigate other people's information, and allow Amy to hack into certain electronic devices. Amy, please rate my appearance. I'll give you 3 options, handsome, very handsome, and extremely handsome. You are very tall. Chen Yan closed the terminal out of boredom. He turned his head and looked. What is Mr. Xie looking at so intently? I'm reading a novel called Global Awakening, my words come true, and I'm invincible from the start. I highly recommend it to you, Brother Chen. Look at your sister. What is your ability? Like the protagonist of this novel, I belong to the god of words, but I only know how to freeze the body. Freeze. As Xie spoke, a mosquito in the air was immediately frozen. Wow, that's pretty cool. Brother Chen, you are too kind. It is not easy to pin down those who are stronger than me, but I can still assist you. Not long after, Chen Yan returned to the familiar harbor area again. As soon as the two arrived at office 749, they found someone waiting there. Judging from the uniform, he was from the Public Security Bureau, a gentleman with glasses. Brother Chen, you are finally here. Who are you? I am Yuzhou, the police station sent me to look for you, Brother Chen. I have something very important to tell you. Explain. I want to invite Brother Chen to go to the foot bath center. What? Chen Yan immediately became furious. Do you think I, the 749 clerk, am here to eat, drink and have fun? No, Brother Chen, please listen to my explanation. Yuzhou immediately panicked. Old Xie, do you want to wash your feet? Okay, you actually want to go? Fine, then let's go and inspect the people's livelihood in the harbor area. At this time, Yuzhou explained, there is something fishy about that foot massage shop. Several men who went there became seriously ill, but after they recovered, they still went there happily. I suspect there is something fishy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Yan looked a little embarrassed. You mean, there are monsters in the foot massage shop? It's possible. Let's take a look tonight. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll send you the location. Everything is up to you. We in the Public Security Bureau will try our best not to alert the enemy. After Yuzhou left, Chen Yan suddenly felt that something was wrong. How did the Public Security Bureau know that I would be back today and was so well informed? They had already sent someone to wait. Amy. Check for me, the Harbor District Security Bureau, the security officer named Yuzhou. Authorization check passed, querying. Query completed, the Haigang District Security Bureau did not find a security guard named Yuzhou. That night, 9 o'clock. The city is full of lights and green wine. Chen Yan and his companion met up with Yuzhou. Across the street, the neon sign named Chunfeng Foot Massage Shop was flashing. Brother Chen, this is the foot massage shop. Look, it's very busy, many people are rushing in. With so many people, can we get a number? Of course, in order to facilitate my work, I have already arranged a number in advance. Not bad, very neat. Old Xie, learn from this. Chen Yan walked towards the main door confidently, while Xie Yi followed behind cautiously, looking both nervous and curious. The receptionist saw the three men and said, "Hey, you three are here. We have packages for 88, 188, and 388. Yu Zhou took the initiative to say, "I have made a reservation, 388 for 3 people. Oh, brother, please follow me." Soon, the three were brought into an elegantly decorated room. There are 3 footbath chairs placed side by side in the room. Just sat down. Then 3 young girls dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in. One is mature and charming, one is wearing JK white stockings, and one is wearing a long floral dress. The JK girl with white stockings squatted in front of Chen Yan, and the fragrant breeze blew on her face. "Brother, stretch your legs. The air is filled with a dreamy pink scent. Makes you sleepy. The smell in this air has a sleepy effect. Obviously, there is something wrong with this foot bath shop." Chen Yan immediately used murderous intent to stimulate his nerves and he immediately woke up. When I opened my eyes again, where are the 3 young and beautiful women in front of me? They are clearly 3 ugly humanoid monsters. P.S. I strongly recommend the author's old book to everyone. You can see it by clicking on the personal homepage. All the comments are full of praise. The more you read, the better it is. Trust me. Chapter 45, What are you doing here? To kill people. In front of Chen Yan. The 3 gorgeous girls all turned into monsters. Although they were humanoid, their skin was like rotten bark and their facial features had no beauty at all. The 3 demons are Yin demon women. This kind of demon becomes stronger by sucking human yang energy, so any man who comes to this store will feel weak or even seriously ill. They were also in deep shock. Why isn't this human falling asleep? How is it possible? Just at this moment, a flash of cold light came from the blind spot on Chen Yan's right. It was a sharp dagger tipped with poison. The target was Chen Yan's neck. Just when the dagger was 10 centimeters away from Chen Yan, a bloody hand accurately grabbed it in midair. What? It was not the 3 demons who took action. They did not want to reveal their identities, so they usually only absorbed the yang energy and did not take lives. The one who took action was Yu Zhou. He looked at Chen Yan in disbelief. He didn't expect that this wouldn't work. "Do you think I wasn't on guard against you at all?" Chen Yan smiled. "You didn't trust me from the beginning. I checked the list of personnel of the Harbor District Public Security Bureau. Your name is not on it. You are not from the Public Security Bureau. I deliberately did not expose you in order to see your purpose." Chen Yan raised the corner of his mouth. "Now it seems that your purpose is to kill me." 3 demons. They didn't understand the situation, but they knew that these 2 people were extraordinary and might not be ordinary humans. Escape. Just when the 3 of them were about to slam the door and run away, Xie Yi also woke up. "Demon, where are you escaping to?" Set. Set. Set, 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 set. God of Word Sequence, 030, Immobilization Technique. The 3 demons were frozen in place at the same time. Certainly. Xie Yi turned his head and froze Yu Zhou as well. Chen Yan used 2 blood tentacles to pierce Yu Zhou's chest and nailed him to the wall. "Untie him." "Okay, solve it." Yu Zhou regained his mobility. "Now I'll ask a question and you answer it," Chen Yan said. Yu Zhou stared at Chen Yan with a ferocious look. "I admit defeat if I didn't kill you. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. I won't." Bang! A heavy slap hit Yu Zhou's face, forcing him to shut up, and 2 bloody teeth popped out. "Why are you pretending to be a tough guy in front of me, huh? I'll ask you one question, and you answer it. First question, why are you killing me?" Yu Zhou sneered and didn't intend to speak. Pa! One of his fingers exploded. He turned into a pile of minced meat and blood on the spot. Hi! Yu Zhou immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the severe pain almost made him sweat profusely. At this time, the lady boss outside heard the noise inside and hurriedly opened the door and came in. "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you screaming so miserably?" Mom, it's a monster. 749 is investigating the case. Go out and don't let anyone in. Xie said. Yes, yes. The proprietress fled in panic. Old Xie, start a video and point the camera at him. Okay, Brother Chen. Chen Yan sighed, I still like your rebellious look just now, why didn't you stick to it? By the way, your body is full of my blood. I can control it to blow up any of your organs. Next, you will watch your fingers and toes burst one by one. Go on, why are you killing me? Yu Zhou gritted his teeth and said, I am a professional person, I must not, ah. The second finger exploded. Xie was frightened. He didn't expect Brother Chen to be such a ruthless person. His method was so terrifying. As for the other 3 demons that were immobilized, I'm scared to death. I thought to myself, we are here to absorb men's yang energy, how come we met such a scary man? Chen Yan yawned, why kill me? I'll kill your mother. This time, 2 fingers exploded at the same time. Why kill me? Heh, I can already endure this level of pain. You can't force me to speak. All right. Chen Yan nodded in admiration and snapped his fingers. Pop. Yu Zhou's eyeballs popped. Ah. Screaming like a pig being slaughtered. I said, a woman hired me to kill you. I am from the assassin organization, Nightfall. Who is that woman? Han Xuan. Oh, she's the one who killed Han Feng's sister a while ago. How dare she hire someone to kill me for revenge? It seems like she's a brother-supporting demon. Chen Yan suddenly realized, you deliberately led me here, do you want to kill me, and then frame these demons? You are quite thoughtful. Unfortunately, I'm still not as meticulous as you. Any last words? Let me go, I will do things for you. In your next life, remember to become a locksmith so you can make keys more conveniently. Translated it is. Are you worthy? Chen Yan stabbed him through the heart. Brother Chen, what should we do with these 3 demons? If we capture them and take them back to 749 for shelter, we can get extra rewards. Chen Yan smiled and said, I'll give you your share of the reward, but I have to kill these ones. Only by killing demons can you become stronger, there is no reason not to kill. 1 knife each. Permanent blood strength plus 2%. Permanent blood strength plus 2%. Permanent blood strength plus 2%. I have to thank this killer for helping me find a few demons that are harming people. Current blood strength, 71%, divine resonance, effect triggered, God's gift has been obtained. I can draw cards again. Old Xie, let the Public Security Bureau clean up the mess. Okay, Brother Chen. I'm going somewhere tomorrow, will you stay or come with me? Brother Chen, wherever you go, I will follow you. Now you are the boss of our 304, and you will go through fire and water without hesitation. Oh, someone wants to kill me, so I have to go and thank her, right? Chen Yan remembered what Director Li had said. Han Shuang is from Yuzhu Mountain, a sect of psychics. So this trip. Then they went to Yuzhu Mountain to kill. When I go back to rest. Chen Yan washed his hands and started a new round of gifts from the gods. 3 options immediately come to mind. 1. Ability to extract random sequences. 2. Blood strength plus 3%. 3. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. There is no need to think about it at all. You are so lucky to be able to draw the sequence ability. This is the ultimate prize. Others only have 1 sequence ability in their lifetime, and only Chen Yan, who possesses special talents, can draw unlimited times. In an instant, hundreds of cards were spinning around Chen Yan. It's you. The card in front of him was turned over, and a blood-red light suddenly bloomed. God of Slaughter Sequence 032, Or's Death Chain. Introduction, Or, the executioner under the throne of the God of Slaughter, a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. All prisoners who fall into his hands are tortured to death. Main ability, summon bloody chains in space to trap the enemy. When the enemy is trapped, it will continue to lose vitality, which will be converted into spiritual power to replenish the user. Control plus damage plus recovery power. The mechanism of this ability is a bit abnormal. Isn't it a magical skill to kill the enemy with low health? Rest for a night. The next morning. Amy, help me locate Yuzhu Mountain. Location has been obtained. Chen Yan came to a deserted place and summoned the flying sword he had just bought. Covered with blood, the flying sword is activated. Let's go. With a whoosh, the flying sword rushed into the air, bringing up a gust of wind. Brother Chen, that's awesome. This is my first time riding a flying sword. It feels like flying in the sky. Don't you fucking talk nonsense. Chen Yan's flying sword ran at full speed, reaching an incredibly fast speed. All that could be heard was the harsh sonic boom. After a 2-hour flight, Chen Yan arrived at the navigation location. Yuzhu Mountain is a mountain covered with bamboo forests, and the sect was built in the bamboo forests. From a distance, Chen Yan saw the mountain gate with the words Yuzhu written on it. It is early in the morning and there are still dozens of disciples practicing martial arts outside. It seems to be a large scale. 2 gatekeeping disciples immediately blocked Chen Yan's way. Who is coming? Investigator 749, Chen Yan. What are you doing here? Kill. Chapter 46. Now, you only have one direct disciple. Kill. These 2 short and cold words made the gatekeeper tremble all over. How arrogant. How bold. Maniac. You really don't take Yuzhu Mountain seriously. Chen Yan summoned his bloody hand and slapped the gatekeeper disciple away. You're right. I really don't take it seriously. Chen Yan swaggered into the Yuzhu Mountain sect. The disciples who were practicing also noticed the situation here and hurriedly reported it to the elders in the sect. Master, someone is causing trouble. Make trouble. That's right, that man was extremely arrogant, and even the gatekeeper disciple was beaten by him. Practice square. Chen Yan sat casually beside the stone table, his feet resting on the stone bench, a dogtail grass in his mouth, and Xie Yi stood beside him. The disciples of Yuzhu Mountain retreated a few meters away, whispering and talking among themselves. Who is this person? He looks so young, but his strength should not be underestimated. I don't know him, but he must be here to die. Look, the second sect leader is here. The disciples made way to both sides, and a middle-aged man in gray and white cloth walked to the front with a menacing look. His 2 thick black eyebrows were raised and his face was angry. What an arrogant young man. You dare to come to Yuzhu Mountain and make trouble so early in the morning. Tell me where you came from. Investigator 749, Chen Yan. 749 Bureau. You guys are using the country's resources, but instead of going out to slay demons and maintain peace, you come to Yuzhu Mountain to show off your power. I do want to slay demons, but I was almost assassinated recently, and I feel really uneasy. When I think about someone trying to kill me, I can't sleep at night. Chen Yan smiled and said, so, I decided to kill someone. Nonsense. Someone wants to kill you, what does this have to do with Yuzhu Mountain? If you don't come up with an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of this door alive. You'd better shut up, or I'll kill you too. You. Chen Yan dared to come alone, so he must have something to rely on. Not to mention that he now has incredible fighting power, there is also a crazy fire containing the power of the evil god in his body. Once it is completely released, it can directly destroy this sect. Moreover, he still has the blood of a true dragon in his body that has not yet been digested, which can forcibly increase his combat power and suppress the fire of insanity. Furthermore, as an investigator of 749 and a member of the Genius Club, elders with higher realms generally did not dare to take action against him. The middle-aged man really didn't dare to attack Chen Yan, and his anger was instantly silenced. Old Xie, show them the video. Good. Xie Yi turned on the video and projected it into the air using a light screen. It was the scene from last night when the killer was being interrogated. The content is extremely bloody and horrifying. The disciples were terrified. Some covered their eyes with their hands, some turned pale and bit their lips, subconsciously holding their breath. In the end, under torture, the killer revealed the mastermind behind the incident, Han Shuang. There was an immediate sensation. Senior Sister Han Shuang. How is it possible? Why would Senior Sister Han Shuang hire someone to kill Investigator 749? Yes, they are from the assassin organization Nightfall. How could Senior Sister Han be in collusion with them? The disciples' eyes fell on one of the women. The woman was wearing a blue training suit and had a graceful figure. She held a silver sword in her hand and was staring at Chen Yan with cold eyes. Han Shuang is a disciple of the head of Yuzhu Mountain, and has reached the mountain-moving realm. Han Shuang. Is this true? The middle-aged man asked. If it was really Han Shuang who hired a killer to kill the 749 investigators, that would be a big deal. No, he's talking nonsense. I've never seen the killer. Han Shuang denied with a cold face. I believe in Senior Sister Han. Yes, he must have spread rumors and slandered Senior Sister Han. Several Fiangyang began to mindlessly protect Han Shuang. After all, she was the direct disciple of the Grand Master and was very popular in the sect. Chen Yan couldn't help laughing out loud. So I traveled all the way to your place just to spread rumors about a woman who I don't even bother to look at when she walks on the street? That's so funny. You. Han Shuang's eyes almost spit fire. Watch carefully, I am going to kill your brother Han Feng. His sword skills are not good enough to look at. Killing him is like killing a chicken. You, bastard. The enemy who killed your brother is right in front of you, and you don't feel anything at all. Unbelievable. I kill you. Han Shuang suddenly rushed forward and slashed with his sword. Certainly. Xie Yi held her in place, still holding his sword high in the air. You're already broken after just a few words. You still can't keep your cool. The middle-aged man's expression turned extremely ugly, because he knew that Han Shuang's move had confirmed the crime of hiring a killer. No matter what, it can't be cleaned. Confusing, so confusing. Secretly communicating with a killer organization and killing people from an official organization just to take personal revenge is so stupid. How could this happen? Senior Sister Han actually. No, I don't. Senior Sister Han's brother is dead, so it's understandable that she wants revenge. I think she did nothing wrong. On the contrary, she is just being true to her nature. Chen Yan applauded. That brother is right. It is indeed understandable. Then should it also be understandable for me to kill her? The blood-turned long sword was held in Chen Yan's hand. At this moment, an old voice came from the hall in the back. Sir, please hold back. People turned around and looked. It was an old man in a long robe. His face was full of traces of time, but his steps were as light as the wind. He was obviously a powerful man. Grand Master. He was in seclusion, but he came out. The old man walking towards him was the head of Yuzhu Mountain. Polygonata moderatum. He walked through the crowd and came in front of Chen Yan. Who are you? I am Yuzhu, and I have connections with several investigators in Bureau 749. I think they will give me some face. So. Little kid, Han Shuang is one of my only 2 direct disciples. Let's just forget about this. Don't be too murderous. Han Shuang, apologize. Han Shuang gritted his teeth. How can I apologize in this state? As the immobilization spell was released, Han Shuang regained his freedom. She looked at Chen Yan coldly. I was inconsiderate and shouldn't have hired someone to kill you. Yuzhu nodded and looked at Chen Yan. Little kid, are you satisfied now? Today, your intrusion into my mountain gate is over. You can go now. Is that all? I've already apologized, what else do you want? Not much. Chen Yan smiled slightly. The sword flashes like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, as fast as lightning. The knife fell with a sudden movement. Snap. A head fell to the ground. Blood splattered 8 feet. There was a lot of screams at the scene. Han Shuang died in public. Unfortunately, you only have 1 direct disciple now. P.S. Friends who think this book is good can give Laoyin a 5-star rating, thank you. Chapter 47 The Battle of Geniuses, the First Battle. Chen Yan's knife attack was so sudden and fast. He was smiling 1 second and suddenly killed someone the next. No one expected this. Even sect leader Yuzhu didn't have time to stop it. When he realized what was happening, he became furious. You, bastard. I'm sorry, I accidentally killed your disciple. I've already apologized, what else do you want? Chen Yan asked. Yuzhu's face turned green and red, and his hair and beard stood on end. What's wrong, senior? Can't an apology offset the mistake? That's what you just said. Although Yuzhu was furious, he was an older man after all and knew that he could not act rashly against the 749 investigators. If this matter was to be handled, he had to report it to their bureau. But it is different for those hot-blooded male disciples. Especially Fiangyang, who usually admired Han Shuang, pointed at Chen Yan and cursed her on the spot. You dare to kill people in public in Yuzhu Mountain, fuck you. Before the male disciple could finish his words, a bloody hand slapped him hard in the face. The terrifying force hit him in the face, causing him to do a 360-degree spin in the air and fall heavily to the ground. Do you think it's particularly handsome, brave, and manly to come forward now? Chen Yan said calmly, don't stare at me like that. If you say another word from your mouth, I'll kill you too. The male disciple didn't dare to speak again. He kept moving his butt backwards, and was so scared that his courage was lost. Very good. Little kid, I will report this matter to your 749 General Bureau. If I don't punish you, someone else will. Chen Yan almost laughed out loud. He was such an adult but still wanted to complain. Wait for good news, then I will take my leave now. The disciples were dissatisfied. Master, just let him go like this? Yes, Master, he killed senior sister Han Shuang in front of us. The head of the sect gritted his teeth and said, well, what else can we do? They are personal enemies. If I take action, it will be suspected of openly declaring war on 749, which will implicate the entire sect. The only thing that allowed Yuzhu to comfort herself was, although Han Shuang has good talent, he is still not as talented as another disciple. The eldest disciple was named Wei Shujin. I went down the mountain to gain some experience some time ago. Wei Shujin is very talented. Some time ago, he was even given the nickname Wind-Chasing Sword in the psychic world. This was a high praise for his fast swordsmanship. It is also said that he has received an invitation letter from the Genius Club and may even have a chance to join the Star-Picking Tower in the future. Wei Shujin is the future of Yuzhu Mountain. When he grows up, he will avenge today's revenge. Chen Yan just walked to the door. Outside the mountain gate, a handsome man was walking towards me, holding a sword in one hand and wearing a flowing green robe. It's senior brother. Big brother is back. Senior brother Wei, that man just killed senior sister Han Shuang. As soon as the man came back, a large group of disciples surrounded him. He looked at the corpse on the ground, his brows furrowed, and a hint of cold murderous intent appeared in his black eyes. Suddenly a strong wind blew. Bang! The door in front of Chen Yan slammed shut, blocking her way. You killed the people from Yuzhu Mountain and you just want to walk away like this? Shujin. Sect leader Yuzhu came over and sighed, he is from 749. Han Shuang tried to hire someone to kill him but failed, so he came to us to seek revenge. This is a personal grudge, so we can't fight him openly. Master, don't worry. I have a way. Wei Shujin took out a black card and said loudly, you, come and compete with me. We are both members of the Genius Club, so I think you will not be afraid of fighting, right? There is a mutual induction between black cards. Not only Wei Shujin sensed it, but Chen Yan also felt it. Unexpectedly, a tiny Yuzhu mountain gave birth to a talented disciple, and he happened to be the second disciple of the old man. Isn't this a coincidence? In the battle between geniuses, outsiders should not interfere, and life and death are their own responsibility. Therefore, once Chen Yan accepts the challenge, even if he dies here, no one can be held accountable. Interesting. Chen Yan turned back and said, okay, I'll take it. Yuzhu didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. In this way, if this guy is killed here, 749 won't have anything to say. He immediately gave Wei Shujin a look and tried his best to kill him. Come on, big brother. We must avenge senior sister Han. Don't worry, senior brother Wei is a genius at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. He has even surpassed the Great Realm and defeated sky-breaking realm masters many times before. He has long been famous. It's been a while since I've appreciated senior brother Wei's wind-chasing sword. I heard that he can use 18 swords in a second to attack the enemy from all directions, just like the wind that can penetrate any hole. This person's aura is only at the early stage of the mountain-moving realm, and he is even crushed by senior brother Wei's realm. There is no way he can win. All the disciples cheered for Wei Shujin. They couldn't wait to see Wei Shujin crush Chen Yan. Otherwise, it would be hard to vent the anger just now. The middle field was cleared. Chen Yan and Wei Shujin face each other, standing on each side, and a battle of geniuses is about to begin. The wind blows. A leaf blown up. The moment the leaves fell to the ground, Wei Shujin moved. His sword stabbed towards Chen Yan head-on, and a phantom sword flower danced in the air, so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. What a fast sword! People were dazzled. The sword flowers continued to suppress Chen Yan, piercing out dents on the blood barrier. He's almost dying, come on, brother. He is only concerned with defense and retreating. He has no room to fight back under Brother Wei's attack. This is the wind-chasing sword, the swift wind and rain sword technique, so cool. Right at this moment, Wei Shujin stopped moving. The sword hung in the air. But it wasn't that he stopped attacking on his own initiative. Instead, a blood-red chain suddenly appeared in the space and fixed his wrist in midair. What is that? Wei Shujin tried to mobilize his spiritual power to break the chains, but not only did he fail, but his other hand was also locked. Suddenly, blood-red chains emerged from the ground, nailing his feet to the ground, making him unable to move. Killing Order 032, Or's death chain. The blood barrier disappeared, and Chen Yan, unharmed, appeared in front of everyone again. Do you think you're handsome? Wind Chaser, you think you're Yasuo, right? Just be quiet if I control you. You only have this weird sequence ability. Do you think you deserve to be selected as a genius by the star-picking tower? Without sequence ability, you are nothing. Wei Shujin was quite dissatisfied. Oh. Chen Yan raised his right hand and suddenly pushed it forward an inch. An inch of strength can collapse the mountain. A punch hit Wei Shujin's chest. Bang! His back suddenly exploded. Blood mixed with broken internal organs spurted out, splashing onto the faces of the surrounding disciples. Chapter 48. Am I qualified now? After being hit by a powerful punch head-on, Wei Shujin died instantly. The extremely miserable death caused several female disciples to scream and yell, their eyes bloodshot. They couldn't believe it was real. Brother Wei, no, no. How is it possible, how is it possible? In their hearts, Wei Shujin is like a male god, the famous Juefeng sword, and the elegant and graceful senior brother. Just like that, died. Chen Yan immediately replaced his ranking and rose to 95th. Yuzhu looked at this scene and murmured. Yes. Inch power. How can a person at the mountain-moving realm possibly cultivate the martial saint inch strength? Monster, monster. He staggered 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. His face looked 10 years older in an instant. I'm sorry, senior, but now even your last disciple is gone. How about you accept a few more? Old Xie, get down the mountain. Here comes Brother Chen. The two of them left Yuzhu Mountain on flying swords. 749, Office. The old man from Yuzhu Mountain came to complain to Chen Yan. What did Chen Yan do? He first went to check out a foot massage parlor with demons, killed several demon women, and also killed a killer named Night Murder, who was hired by Han Shuang to avenge her brother. Then what? Chen Yan didn't indulge him, so he went to Yuzhu Mountain alone and killed Han Shuang in front of old man Yuzhu. Fuck, good kill. This kid is quite temperamental. The deputy director chuckled. Not only that, Chen Yan just happened to run into Wei Shujin, who also happens to be a member of the Genius Club, so the two of them had a fight. What was the result? Chen Yan won completely. Wei Shujin didn't even have a complete body left. Damn, this guy is really cruel. He has never killed any monsters or demons he has come into contact with, even humans. That's right. Remember the last time a true dragon was born, more than 20 young psychics were killed by Chen Yan. Several of them are still clamoring for 749 to give an explanation. Give me a bullshit explanation. You're planning to attack a real dragon, damn it. You don't know, because his ability often turns into bloody hands, and he kills people without blinking an eye. He now has a nickname, Blood Hand Slayer. Ren 2 is usually used to describe the god of killing by qi. The fact that Chen Yan was given this nickname is a high recognition of his strength and talent. As for killing without blinking an eye, that is only limited to his enemies. The investigators of Unit 749 are still very glad that Chen Yan is their colleague. Deputy Director, how are you going to explain this to old man Yuzhu? What the hell is he talking about? He's not worthy of that. His disciple hired someone to kill the 749 investigators, and it's a good thing I don't ask him for an explanation. Get him out. Okay, Deputy Director, I'll go and make him go away. Wait. Forget it, be polite. The Deputy Director quickly changed his words. What do you mean? Please ask him to go away. After Chen Yan returned to the harbor area, he only had time to rest for half a day before he had to go back to work. But it's not 749's job, but a new reverse world mission. Speaking of going to the reverse world, Chen Yan is so friendly. He got a huge improvement the last time he went there because there are so many monsters in it. But this time the mission is not a survival mission. Received a battle mission. Transmission countdown, midnight. Battle mission. Is it a fight with others? That would be a little less interesting. However, you have to go to the reverse world anyway. The speed of cultivation will naturally become faster in it, and there will be rewards after completing the mission. Chen Yan gave Xia Yi some instructions and asked him to temporarily take charge of the 749 office in Haigang District. Soon, the countdown ended. Do you want to accept the mission and transfer immediately? Yes. Current ladder score, 1400, has entered the normal level of the reverse world. Current task, win 2 out of 3 battles. Chen Yan looked around. It was still the familiar safe house with a round table in the middle. Teammates were being teleported in one after another. I counted the heads in my mind and found there were 10 people in total. Matching the number of survivors, it seems that there are no traitors among the crowd, and they are all Daxia people. However, the teammates this time are obviously more mature than last time, because this is the ordinary layer of the ladder 1K-2K, and those who can reach this score are veterans with certain experience in clearing levels. Please decide on 3 candidates to participate in the battle. A muscular man said, now, we have to select 3 people from the 10 to participate in the next battle. Best of 3, everyone should understand the rules. That's nothing to say. Just pick the 3 strongest ones to fight. The muscular man said, my name is Guo Hao, I have a score of 1830 on the heavenly ladder, and I have reached the perfect mountain-moving realm. I think everyone should have no objection to me taking up a position. You only need to choose 2 more people. Jiang Yun, 1988 points. A pretty woman spoke lightly. Her aura was clearly that of the sky-breaking realm. Fuck, sky-breaking realm boss. We are so lucky. Among the 10 people present, most of them were at the mountain-moving realm, and Jiang Yun was indeed at the highest level. Then we are sure to win, right? We have a huge advantage. There's still 1 person missing. Who's coming? Let me do it. At this time, Chen Yan spoke. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on him, sizing up his aura. TSK, the early stage of the mountain-moving realm. The man with a crew cut next to Chen Yan laughed out loud. Little brother, go home and drink your milk. You are not worthy of the table in the early stage. When you are matched with the brothers, just lie down and don't cry or make a fuss, and that's it. After saying that, he stood up and said, I'm in the late stage, let me do it. Indeed, if you can't make any progress in the early stages, you'll be giving the opponent a game for free. Brother, it's not that we look down on you. Being full of vigor and vitality is a good thing, but you still need to practice more. You should be thankful that it was only 3 out of 10 people who were chosen, so you didn't have to do anything. Chen Yan was too lazy to refute them. A bloody hand suddenly appeared from behind, grabbed the man with the crew cut by the head, and slammed it on the table. What you do? Several people shouted at the same time, stood up and glared at Chen Yan. At this moment, the strongest Jiang Yun spoke up, didn't you notice that he can't move? Everyone suddenly reacted. The guy with the crew cut who was in the late stage of the mountain-moving realm was pinned on the table like a chicken, unable to move. This means, if a fight really breaks out, he will be no match for that kid. The later stages were suppressed from all sides by the early stages, which was terrible. Am I qualified now? Chen Yan asked calmly. Chapter 49 Mission failed, killed by monsters. Am I qualified now? Chen Yan looked around at everyone and asked calmly. Enough, enough. The 3 contestants have been decided. Only then did Chen Yan let go of his bloody hand. The man with the crew cut regained his freedom, staring at Chen Yen with his whole body tense, and it was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied. You'd better not speak. I'm afraid I'll kill you if I can't help myself. You. The words of the airplane head were stuck in his throat and he didn't dare to speak out. The chill that sent a chill down his spine told him that this guy was serious. He was the kind of killer who would do whatever he said. This kid is too crazy. The others were also frightened. It is not a good thing to have such a person in the team, as it will destroy the team's atmosphere and cohesion. Let him go on stage first later, and he will behave himself if he loses. Everyone, take a rest first. The battle will officially begin in 1 hour. Reverse world. Safety time is over. What appeared before everyone was a circular arena. The sky was as gloomy and dark as ever, with occasional flashes of thunder in the clouds. The air was filled with a gray atmosphere, as if it was the end of the world. The Colosseum is divided into 2 sides, one for the 2 opposing sides. Next, the 3 members selected by both sides will come to the center of the field to fight. The party that wins both games can complete the task and get rewards. It seems that the person on the other side is not Ardashia psychic. From the looks of it, he looks like he's from Sakura country. He can't lose now. Whoever loses will be embarrassed. Who goes first? Brother, how about you come first? Yeah, we're counting on you. Everyone's focus was on Chen Yen. No matter whether he was a mule or a horse, he had to be taken out for a walk, especially since he had been so arrogant just now. Chen Yen said nothing and walked into the Colosseum. Once he enters, everyone else will be kept out until this game is over. There's a man on the other side too. Is that man's aura, at the peak of the mountain-moving realm? At least they are one of the strongest opponents. It seems that they really want to win the first game. Do you think that boy will win? Hee, I'd rather see his expression when he loses. It should be exciting. The guy with the haircut said with a cold face. Rather than seeing the final win or loss, he wanted to see Chen Yen make a fool of herself. On the court. Chen Yen's opponent was a tall man wearing a kimono and wooden clogs, holding a knife in his hand. You are my opponent. You are too weak. Take action. Otherwise, if I take action, you won't have a chance to do anything, haha. A bloody knife appeared in Chen Yen's hand. The dragon breaks through the air. In an instant. He had already rushed behind the man in kimono, his speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye, and even an afterimage was left there. A bloody knife flashed by, and a head with wide eyes rolled to the ground. The opponent's knife was still in the scabbard. At this moment, everyone on both sides was in deep shock. What just happened? I didn't see it clearly. It was too fast. He is really at the mountain-moving realm. After being shocked, the teammates all showed joy on their faces. They had won the first game, and they only needed to win one more game to win. This is such a pleasant surprise. As for the other side, he was cursing something like, Bakayalo, how can we repair this? He seemed quite angry. Chen Yen walked back. Awesome, bro. I underestimated you just now, my. Second game. The one who appeared was Guahao, a muscular man at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. The opponent's realm is almost the same as his. A war broke out between the 2 sides, which was almost a pure showdown of strength. Unfortunately, Guahao was defeated in the end and was hit by a punch, causing him to fly out with blood spurting from his mouth. He hurried back to the audience seats in a panic, announcing his defeat in the second game. Sorry, I lost, sorry everyone. It's okay, it's 1-1 now, and there's only 1 game left. Come on, sister, it's up to you. The last person to appear was Jiang Yun, the person with the highest realm and the only player to reach the breaking sky realm. The opponent was a man wearing a flowered shirt, and he was only in the late stage of the moving mountains realm. Woman, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can give you a decent explanation. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yun's center of gravity suddenly dropped, and she rushed towards the opponent like an agile cheetah, punching him directly in the chest with a soft fist. If this palm hits, the opponent will be seriously injured if not killed. But something unexpected happened. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky and hit Jiang Yun. The opponent is from the Thunder God sequence, and the sequence ability is very strong. Jiang Yun was paralyzed by the lightning, and the opponent certainly did not miss this opportunity. The fist moved upward from bottom to top, hitting her chin, a rising dragon punch. Jiang Yun spurted blood from her mouth. The huge force carried her up into the air, and she was kicked by the man again. Boom! The air exploded. Jiang Yun flew dozens of meters away and lost consciousness on the spot. This is what the sky-breaking realm is all about. Trash. The man from Sakura country put his hands in his pockets and looked disdainful. We lost. No one expected that they would lose the next 2 games. A cold reminder text appeared immediately. Mission failed. The loser will be killed by the monster. The next moment, all 10 defeated Daxia psychics were teleported to the center of the arena. People's hearts suddenly turned cold. At this moment, only Chen Yan was overjoyed. Are there monsters? How could this happen? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. You 2 losers can't even win a single match. What a shame. Fuck. This isn't a matter of embarrassment. It's a matter of dying. You, look there. A woman pointed forward with a trembling voice, her lips turned pale and her whole body was shaking. People looked in the direction she pointed. At the edge of the Colosseum, behind the steel fence, is a ferocious, pure black giant lion. The lion was tense, its ferocious eyes fixed on everyone, and its hot saliva could not help but drip. In its eyes, everyone here is prey. Monster, monster. Rumble. There was a loud bang, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. The steel fence enclosing the black lion was slowly opening. It's coming out. Not just over there, in other directions too. People suddenly realized that there were monsters in the 4 corners of the Colosseum, which meant they would be attacked by monsters from 4 directions at the same time. It's over, it's really over now. If I had known about this mission I would have refused it, damn it. Can't we unite to fight these monsters? What the hell? This monster's aura is at least level 3, and it's probably even catastrophic. One of them is enough to wipe us out, let alone 4. Insults, infighting, complaints, and despair. Various negative emotions intertwined, almost making everyone collapse. In contrast, the group of people from the Sakura country were watching leisurely in the audience. As the winners, they can slowly enjoy this hunting feast. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to see such a good show. This is the kind of fun I get to watch on my first battle mission. It's so much fun. Speaking of which, those monsters won't attack us, right? Of course not. As long as we don't take the initiative to pass through this light curtain, the monster will only attack the people in the venue. Chapter 50 Chen Yan, Wadaxi was seriously injured. The cages in 4 directions are completely opened. 4 black lions rushed out. They are 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, and are as big as large trucks. Everyone huddled in the middle, backs pressed against each other, their faces pale without a trace of blood. Right at this moment, a figure rushed out. It's Chen Yan. The psychics of Sakura country all turned their eyes over, ready to watch the fun. That kid actually dared to go and die. He won a game, so he must be feeling very proud, Oh Moses Roy. Chen Yan held the bloody knife in his hand, and the sharp blade light slashed out in an instant. But the black lion was no pushover. After all, it was a 3rd-level demon, and it actually bit the blade with its sharp teeth. The next second, the knife melted into blood and entered the lion's mouth. Burst. The blood exploded in the black lion's body, causing it to let out a miserable roar, and its ferocious eyes suddenly became clearer. Chen Yan immediately jumped onto his head and stabbed a bloody spear in his hand into his head. Black blood splattered. The black lion fell to the ground with a bang, seriously injured. Another flash of sword light slashed down, cutting the lion's head in 2. Blood Hunt Feast triggers, blood strength plus 4%. What? That guy is so strong. The people of Sakura don't know yet, this is just the beginning. At this time, the other 3 lions were attacking the other people in the middle. Some people's arms had been torn off. It was extremely tragic. Chen Yan stepped on the black lion's corpse and drew his bow. Countless blood beads condensed into a big arrow. Latani's blood moon great bow. Bang! The air exploded in a ring. The arrow flew out of the bowstring and instantly pierced through the chest of one of the black lions. Flash sale. Blood hunting feast triggers, blood strength plus 4%. People finally realized that Chen Yan was the real pillar. The guy with the crew cut who had made sarcastic remarks not long ago was afraid of death and ran directly towards Chen Yan. He judged that it would be safe to stay next to Chen Yan. In the life and death crisis just now, he didn't even use any strength, and pushed others to the front to resist the black lion, while he himself survived in the back. "Brother, help." The guy with the airplane head ran to Chen Yan and said, "Brother, I know you are the best. They are all trash. Roll." Chen Yan slapped him and sent him flying. Rushing towards the crowd. Bloody swords are dancing wildly, and dragons are calming the sea. The third black lion was covered in hideous wounds and was eventually killed by a knife piercing its head. Blood hunting feast triggers, blood strength plus 4%. The divine resonance effect is triggered, and the gift from God has been obtained. After Chen Yan killed 3 black lions with lightning speed, the main force was safe. Because the 4th black lion ran to chase the airplane head, he was pinned to the ground by the huge lion's claws and was trampled to death. Roar. It seems that the last black lion is the strongest. I saw its whole body tense, and its strong limbs exerted force at the same time, rushing towards me like a cannonball. Chen Yan stood where he was and took a deep breath. Slowly raise your right hand. An inch of strength can collapse a mountain. The force of the fist collided head-on with the lion. Bang! In an instant, the black lion exploded into a ball of blood mist in midair. Blood hunting feast triggers, blood strength plus 4%. The whole audience was silent. Everyone stared at Chen Yan as if he were a monster. He actually forcibly killed the monster that was trying to kill everyone. He was too strong, so strong that it was unbelievable. Is this the strength of the moving mountains realm? The real mountain-moving realm should be like the airplane head, being pinned to the ground like a dead dog, unable to resist, and then being crushed to death. But he fought the monster head-on with his fists, and with one punch he knocked the monster so hard that no bones could be seen. What a human being! Everyone was shocked, but also felt lucky to have survived the disaster. Great, we survived. Yeah, if he wasn't there, we would definitely be dead this time. Thank you, thank you. Brother, you are so awesome, I am totally convinced. There was endless praise from everyone. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly staggered 2 steps and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay, brother? Wow, Dashi is seriously injured. Of course Chen Yan was not injured, he was just pretending. At this time, the Sakura country psychics in the audience also saw this scene. I didn't expect that boy could really kill all the monsters, but he seems to be injured. Hehe, it looks like he used some powerful forbidden technique. This kind of technique usually backfires on the person. He should be in a weakened state. Then what should we do? Should we stay here and wait for the countdown to end, or? The man in the flowered shirt stood up, a smile on his face. Needless to say, of course we should take advantage of his weakness to kill him. If we encounter such a powerful enemy again in the future, wouldn't it be a great disaster? Huh, that's true. So, the man in the flowered shirt swaggered over the barrier and came to the center of the Colosseum. A group of people followed closely behind. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Several Daxia psychics hurriedly protected Chen Yan behind them. Nothing, I just heard that there is an old saying in Daxia, which is to uproot the grass. We are here to uproot it, hey. You've gone too far. You're killing them all like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by God in the future? Ha ha ha, if I don't kill you, I will be punished by God. The man in the flowered shirt hooked his finger at Jiang Yun, woman, come here and please me. If I am happy, I can let you go. Bastard. Even if I die today, I'll take a few of you with me. Jiang Yun gritted her teeth. Ha ha ha, she actually wants to drag us down with her. Don't kill her too quickly later. I want to see how long she can hold out. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. To lure the dogs out, you still have to show them the bones. Interesting. People turned around and unexpectedly, Chen Yan, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, stood up again. Are you okay? Jiang Yun was surprised and speechless. You're just killing a few bastards, do you think you deserve to hurt me? Chen Yan walked to the front and looked at the group of arrogant Sakura country psychics calmly. Why are you retreating? Are you afraid? You were just pretending. Are you trying to lure us out of the safe zone? You sinister bitch. He's the only one who can fight, are we afraid of him? Chen Yan smiled and said, how about this, I will be merciful and give you a chance. If anyone is willing to lie on the ground and imitate the dog barking 3 times, I will consider letting him go. Looking for death. The man in the flowered shirt took the first step, and a bolt of lightning struck Chen Yan's head. Boom. However. But it was perfectly blocked by the blood barrier. With this little power, you're not as good as Laoya, so boring. Chen Yan raised his hand, it's my turn now. Several blood-red chains suddenly appeared in the space, binding the hands and feet of the man in the flowered shirt in place. Sequence 032, Or's death chain. What is that? I can't move, why, damn it. The man in the flowered shirt kept struggling, but to no avail. While he is imprisoned, his life energy will continue to be lost. Although he will not die immediately, he will become weaker and weaker. On the contrary, Chen Yan's spiritual power was replenished, and the huge amount consumed just now was being quickly replenished. He made a bow-drawing gesture, and countless blood beads gathered again. Yes, it's that move just now. He just used this move to kill a demon in an instant. Get out of the way. The Sakura people's faces changed drastically. They dared not to run into the muzzle of the gun and dodged to the sides like a frightened bird. You can't do this. Save me. Save me. No. Chapter 51 Obtaining a new sequence ability, Blood Flame. Chen Yan released the bowstring. The arrow shoots out. The man in flowered shirt was hit by the blood moon bow in the front and died instantly. Not even a scrap of flesh was left. The rest of the people were frightened to death. Can't fight at all. Someone fell to his knees with a thud. I'll bark like a dog. I'll bark like a dog. Woof, woof. Woof woof woof. Leave me alone. You've learned well. Chen Yan walked forward and stabbed him in the chest. You all want to kill my Daxia psychic, and I'm letting you go. Do you think I'm a saint? The rest of the Daxia people also became angry. Kill. They want to kill us all, can we still tolerate it? Fuck him. The war is about to break out. How could the remaining bunch of chickens and pottery dogs in Sakura country be a match? They could have stayed in the safe zone, but the evil thoughts in their hearts led to the final destruction of the whole group. Next, Chen Yan only needs to wait for the time to end and he can return to the real world. I just killed 4 black lions and leveled up 15 levels. I have officially reached the middle stage of the Moving Mountains realm. And also received a gift from God. Open. 3 options immediately come to mind. 1. Gain random killing sequence ability. 2. Obtain the monster ability Lion's Roar, emit a lion's roar to scare the enemy. 3. Blood strength plus 3%. Chen Yan already has enough control skills, and the lion's roar is definitely not as strong as the infinite killing realm. In comparison, other practical abilities are still needed. Choose one. In an instant, hundreds of cards surrounded him. Chen Yan picked one of them. The cards are turned over. Authority Sequence 045, Blood Flame. Main effect, consumes a certain amount of blood, spurts out a bloody flame that cannot be easily extinguished. Another powerful combat ability, and pretty good luck. Chen Yan was overjoyed. Although I failed the battle mission this time and didn't get any extra ladder points, other improvements were huge. Real world, harbor area. 749 offices. CAE was sitting in the office sorting out documents. Brother Chen once said that if there are any extraordinary incidents involving demons and monsters, I must tell him and he will handle it personally. This serious attitude is worth learning from. Just then, someone came outside. The visitor did not knock on the door, but walked directly into office 749. A yellow-haired man wearing a shirt and jeans, wearing sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets. Chen Yan is not here. Huang Mao walked in, looked around, and asked. Do you have something to do with Brother Chen? Xie asked politely. My master wants to invite him to the dinner tonight. The banquet is already set. It's a 5-star sea view restaurant. Oh. Brother Chin usually doesn't attend these social events, so please go back. Haha. Huang Mao couldn't help laughing out loud. Do you know who my master is? Huang Zhentian, the biggest boss in the harbor district. You 749 should take the initiative to go and pay your respects to the boss when you move in. Chen Yan has become quite famous recently. The master gave him face and took the initiative to host a banquet for him. Do you think he won't go? I can't make the decision for Brother Chen, but he's not here now. I'll wait. After saying that, Huang Mao wanted to sit on Chen Yan's leather swivel chair. That's our office seat 749. Please sit on the sofa. I'm reminding you kindly, otherwise if Brother Chen Yan is upset. Can you please stop whining? You're just a grown man, acting like a bitch. Huang Mao was usually arrogant and domineering, so he ignored Xie Yi. Certainly. After Xie Yi said the word ding, his body froze in midair. I'm really reminding you kindly. It's okay for you to be rude to me, but if you offend Brother Chen, you will definitely suffer the consequences. If Brother Chen comes back later, you'd better be polite when talking to him. Fuck, shut up. Just then, the yellow-haired man moved. That's right, he broke free from the immobilization spell. After all, the immobilization technique is just a form of spiritual power control. As long as the opponent is strong enough, he can break free. Fuck you, you dare to do that to me. The yellow-haired man punched Xie Yi in the face, knocking him to the ground with blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Then, Huang Mao sat smoothly on Chen Yan's chair and put his feet comfortably on the table. Don't act like a jerk to me, 749. The two people who were in office before, Han Feng and Yuan Zhen, have to call me Big Brother. Do you understand? Huang Mao had been waiting for Chen Yan here for an hour and was completely impatient. Fuck. Where the hell did this kid go? Forget it, I won't wait any longer. He missed Boss Huang's banquet. He will regret it later. Huang Mao left cursing. Less than half an hour after he left, Chen Yan returned safely. Brother Chen, you're back. Someone was looking for you just now. When Chen Yan saw Xie Yi and noticed the marks of being beaten on his face, his expression immediately darkened. What's wrong with the wound on your face? It's okay, Brother Chen, it's just a small problem. Explain. Chen Yan emphasized his tone. Not to mention that Lao Xie is his colleague and roommate in the same dormitory. Who dares to bully others and bully him? So, Xie Yi had to tell the whole story, including how the yellow-haired guy beat him and sat on Chen Yan's chair. Okay. The local boss of the harbor district invites me to a banquet. Interesting. I'm afraid this is a demonstration. Chen Yan called Luo Xiaoke. Brother Chen Yan. Xiaoke, let me ask you something. There is a man named Huang Zhentian in the harbor district. Who is he? He is the big boss of the Huang family. He is in charge of many companies. He is much stronger than our Luo family. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the boss of the harbor district. So it's quite a big deal. But Mr. Huang is a very nice person. He often donates to the Red Cross, often goes to nursing homes to help the elderly, and even pays for the construction of schools. Okay, got it. Brother Chen Yan, when you are free, remember to come and play with me. No problem. Chen Yan hung up the phone. Xie Yi advised, Brother Chen, I'm fine. It seems that Boss Huang is a good person, but his subordinates are a bit arrogant. Don't be angry. Heh, like boss, like subordinates. If you dare to attack my people, this matter will never end. Chen Yan was just about to go find someone to settle the score. Suddenly the terminal rang. It's Amy's emergency contact. Investigator Chen Yan, Donghai Road in Chaoyang District has been attacked by demons, please rush to support immediately. Receive. Chen Yan immediately summoned his flying sword, said hello to Xie Yi, and flew into the night sky. With the help of flying swords, it only takes a few minutes to get from Haigang District to Chaoyang District. Chaoyang District. A huge demon bird was hanging in the air, spewing flames from its mouth. A huge fire had already started in the office building below, and the entire night sky was burning red. Outside the cordon were security teams and fire trucks. The two investigators stationed in Chaoyang District could only stare blankly on the ground. The reason is simple, it can't fly. Not everyone is as rich as Chen Nian, able to buy a flying magic tool, or even learn it so quickly. There was no way to deal with the evil bird in the sky, so Amy had to call for support. Oh my, there are still many people working in that building. This is the end. Yeah, it's too tragic. I guess they'll all be burned to death. That demon bird is also weird. It only sprayed fire at that one building and didn't attack other places. What nonsense are you talking about? A lot of people must have died in this building alone. Look, Mom, there's a flying man in the sky. You're talking nonsense again. How could anyone really do that? Chen Yan flew on his sword and arrived. P.S. Let me say a few words from my heart. This book is enjoyable from beginning to end, and many people read it. But Lao Yin still likes to write. Stories with multiple female protagonists and in-depth plots are more in line with my personal preferences. Readers of high-level martial arts novels don't seem to like female characters, and the completion rate of chapters with female characters has dropped significantly, so as a result, I am a little afraid to write. So while continuing to update this book, I secretly started another one. I will write 2 books at the same time, no matter how tiring it is. When I was writing another book, I completely let go of my true nature and stopped pretending. I immediately felt refreshed and it felt so damn good. It will not be distributed for the time being. I will save up about 100,000 yuan at one time and then distribute it. It is expected to be distributed in a month. This book will not be abandoned, and will be updated slowly. JPG. Chapter 52, Good Red Wine. Chen Yan's first target was naturally the demon bird that was hovering in the air and constantly spewing fire. He flew into the sky with a sword and jumped down directly. Mid-air. The blood gushed out and turned into a 6-meter-long blood-red sword. Click. With one knife, he cut off the wings of the monster bird, and blood spilled into the sky. The monster bird let out a strange cry, and immediately fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a bang. The other 2 investigators were extremely shocked when they saw this. So they are here to provide support. They can actually fly. What a powerful strength. Chen Yan also fell from the air, and happened to step on the monster bird. He raised the bloody knife and was about to kill it. Etc. The male investigator named Su Song said, "Don't kill it, take it back to 749 to get extra contribution." Puff. Chen Yan stabbed the demon bird's head with a knife. What did you say? You. Permanent blood strength plus 2%. The current total blood strength has reached 89%. Killing any small demon will give you a chance to get a new round of lottery. It is impossible for Chen Yan to leave anyone alive. Su Song was dissatisfied because this was the area under his jurisdiction. If he captured him, he would get contribution points, but if he was killed, he would lose everything. The office building was still burning, and the raging fire almost reached the sky. Look, there's a person lying outside the balcony, and he can't hold on any longer. That must be more than 10 stories high. If you fall down, you will definitely die. Fuck, that's pathetic. There was a huge fire inside and a building dozens of meters high outside. It was a dead end inside and outside. You can imagine how desperate that person was. It fell down. Ah! People burst into screams. Chen Yan immediately flew up on his sword, grabbed the man who fell from the building with his bloody hands in mid-air, and sent him back to the ground. Although under normal circumstances 749 investigators are required to try not to reveal their abilities in front of ordinary people, human life must still be put first. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yan rushed into the fire scene again and rescued more than a dozen people. The fire was finally put out by firefighters. Thanks to you, I am Zhao Lin, the Chaoyang District resident investigator. Another female investigator walked towards Chen Yan and was about to thank him when she suddenly caught a glimpse of the Special Merit award on his arm. You are the bloody hand butcher Chen Yan. Zhao Lin's eyes were instantly filled with surprise. I've heard about your deeds in the forum before, and I didn't expect to meet you again. Nice to meet you. Blood Hand Slayer. That's the nickname everyone gave you. Isn't your ability to turn into a bloody hand? I saw it just now. Just then, a man with glasses ran up to the security guard and yelled. I'm a reporter, I want to report it. This demonic attack was definitely not accidental. It was that beastly bastard Huang Zhentian. 2 years ago, my parents' company bid against the Huang family enterprise and was attacked by a demon that night. He used such dirty tricks to get to his current position. I have been investigating secretly for 2 whole years. The same thing happened to the companies in this building that were attacked today. All the companies that compete with him have suffered misfortunes. Do you think this is a coincidence? Soon, the shouting man was taken away for questioning. Chen Yan frowned. Huang Zhentian, isn't he the big boss who sent someone to invite me to a banquet? His men also beat up Lao Xie and were about to settle the score. Interesting. Chen Yan quickly returned to the harbor area and found Xie Yi. Old Xie, let's go. Where are you going, brother Chen? It's not too late to go to the banquet now. 5-star seaside restaurant. This is an extremely luxurious restaurant for the rich, with precious red carpets, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and magnificent decoration style. At the table, stood your waitress in uniform and black stockings. The banquet was hosted by Huang Zhentian, and the rest of the people at the table were upper-class people from the harbor district, but there was one seat left vacant. Suddenly, Huang Mao walked up to Huang Zhentian. Boss, Chen Yan was not invited. What's going on? No, he went to Chaoyang district and just happened to save the reporter you wanted to kill. He didn't come to the banquet but instead caused trouble for me. It seems like I have to find a time to give him a good beating. Huang Zhentian looked at everyone and said, this investigator has something to do. No need to wait for him. Let's eat first. Haha, he's just an investigator from 749. How can his power compare to that of Mr. Huang? Why are you waiting for him? That's right, come on, let's eat and drink. Just then, there was a commotion at the door and Chen Yan and Xie Yi came in. Boss, he's here. Looks like there's no need to wait until another day. We can get him to wise up today. The yellow-haired man sneered. Seeing Chen Yan coming over, Huang Zhentian stood up and said, is this brother Chen? Why are you here so late? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Do I have the habit of arriving early? Chen Yan asked calmly. The air suddenly became stiff for a moment. The rest of the people looked obviously unnatural. He was the first person who dared to speak to Huang Zhentian like this in the harbor district. Sit down first. Come on, sit down. Several people immediately tried to smooth things over. Brother Chen, I am the CEO of Zhixiang Machinery Company, and this is my business card. I'm in ocean shipping, Brother Chen, please take care of me in the future. Chen Yan sat on the only empty chair, looked around at everyone and said, I don't care who you are, who is Huang Zhentian? Why, Brother Chen, do you want to talk to me about something? Huang Zhentian is a middle-aged man wearing a neat white suit and with a friendly smile on his face. Your men injured my brother, and I wanted to see which expert it was. Huang Zhentian immediately looked at Huang Mao and asked, is this true? I'm sorry, boss. I was a little impulsive at that time. Apologize to them. Yes. The yellow-haired man walked up to Xie Yi with a heartless pace, staring out the window, and said nonchalantly, sorry, brother. Huang Zhentian smiled and said, look, Brother Chen, he has apologized. For my sake, let's just let this matter go. Who do you think you are? The air suddenly solidified at this moment. Even Huang Zhentian couldn't keep the smile on his face. The yellow-haired man at the side was furious, you are so shameless to talk to my boss like that. Puff. A bloody thorn unexpectedly pierced the yellow-haired man's chest. You. The yellow-haired man covered his chest with his hands, and hot blood flowed out uncontrollably. The waitresses were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they ran away quickly. The lobby manager didn't dare to get close. I'm sorry, I don't like to hear cats and dogs yelling in my ears, I hope you can shut up and lie down for a while. Fuck. I'm going to kill you. The yellow-haired man's muscles suddenly swelled. This is the ability of the God of War sequence. A fist as big as a bowl suddenly swung towards Chen Yan's head. This force can break huge rocks weighing thousands of pounds. The next moment, a flash of blood flashed by, and snap. His head separated from his body and fell suddenly to the ground. Puff. A large amount of red liquid spurted out from the fracture, splashing all over the suited bigwigs present. Their white suits and faces were covered with blood foam. On the other hand, Chen Yan's blood barrier opened automatically and blocked him perfectly, without even a single stain of blood on his body. Chen Yen picked up the glass of red wine on the table and took a sip. The wine is good. Chapter 53. I didn't hear you clearly. Who did you want to kill? P.S. I wish all book lovers a happy 2025. Set a goal for this year, to write a good, high-quality book. The whole place was silent and no one dared to say a word. These capitalists who usually live a life of luxury and debauchery and can call the wind and rain, their hearts skipped a beat at this moment. Ruthless and leaving no room for leniency. It was the first time they had seen such a 749 investigator. Chen Yen stood up and looked at everyone. I am in the harbor district. I have the final say here. Do you understand? I understand. This group of people who usually act as superiors and bigwigs now nodded their heads in agreement, not daring to say a word of objection. By the way, Boss Huang, I heard that you secretly colluded with the demons and asked them to kill your competitors. Is this true? I dare not. How can I have such ability? If you have any, please contact me. I am very interested in demons. Helping 749 catch demons will be a great contribution. After saying that, Chen Yen left the table. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him completely leave the restaurant. Crazy, so scary. Damn it, I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I was almost scared to death. Boss Huang, let's not talk about business anymore. Goodbye. I'm leaving too. Just be honest and behave yourself. Soon, everyone left the table, and Huang Jintian was the only one left at the dinner. The next morning. As soon as Chen Yen returned to office 749, he saw Xie Yi with a serious expression on his face. Brother Chen, something happened. What is it? This incident actually happened in a neighboring Chaoyang district, but it is related to our district, so it is. Get to the point. A journalist died in the next district, and even a family of 3 died tragically at home. The death was extremely horrific. The surveillance camera captured that they were attacked by a humanoid demon in the middle of the night. Reporter. Is it the one from last night? Brother Chen, have you met him? That reporter also reported Huang Jintian, but he didn't expect that right after the report. Hey, we are a good family, what a bastard. Oh, it seems that he has quite a lot of tricks. But Brother Chen, there is something I don't understand. If Huang Jintian killed him, wouldn't that prove that he was guilty and afraid of being stabbed in the back? He deliberately provoked me. It seems that he was dissatisfied with what happened at the banquet yesterday, and he was venting his dissatisfaction. This behavior can be summarized in one sentence. Chen Yen. I'm not afraid of you. I killed someone right under your nose. What's wrong with that? What should we do, Brother Chen? It stands to reason that we need evidence to investigate a case. We can't do anything to him without evidence. He knows this, so he is fearless. Come on, old Xie, get out of here. Where are you going, Brother Chen? I'll deal with him even if there's no evidence. I'll give him face. Gaoxin Building, a 30-story commercial building. At this moment, Huang Jintian, wearing a white suit, sat on the top floor, overlooking the creatures below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had the superiority of a king who was in control of his affairs. Boss Huang, if we kill that reporter's family, will that Chen come looking for us? He came to my house. What can he do to me without evidence? How can anyone know that it was me who did it? Huang Jintian sneered, I just didn't bring anyone to the banquet last night. Does he really think he is the boss of the harbor district? If I had brought anyone, I would have killed him last night. Yes, with your strength, Mr. Huang, it's no problem for you to kill a small 749 investigator. Where is Wu Feng? Brother Feng is still in the underground base. Let him come over for 2 days. It would be best if we could find a chance to get rid of that Chin guy. Otherwise, it will be hard to do things in the future. Brother Feng is a chosen one of the Soul Sequence and a member of the Genius Club. He is at the peak of the sky-breaking realm and can even cross the realm to fight in the starry realm. If he comes out, Chen will have to kneel down on the spot. Just then, a phone call came from downstairs. Boss Huang, there's a guy named Chen Yen downstairs looking for you. He's already gone upstairs, and he's very skilled. We can't stop him. What, you are so brave, you dare to come here. I'll tell my brothers to get ready right away. If that guy dares to mess around, we'll kill him right here. Soon. Chen Yan and Xie arrived. Isn't this Investigator Chen? What brings you to my company today? Huang Jintian stood up with a familiar business smile. Hello again, Mr. Huang. Chen Yan sat directly on Huang Jintian's boss chair. You shouldn't mind me coming here uninvited, right? The chair was taken away, so Huang Jintian had no choice but to stand there. No problem, what can I do for you, Investigator Chen? Nothing, I just heard that a reporter's family was killed. Before he died, he said he would report you. Does Mr. Huang know about this? I have no idea. I don't usually watch the news. Bang! The black solid wood desk was smashed to pieces by a palm strike, and Huang Jintian was so scared that his eyelids twitched. I'll ask again, I really don't know. Investigator Chen, don't you guys at 749 rely on evidence when doing things? Please don't slander or spread rumors. I prefer to torture you to find evidence. If the torture is correct, wouldn't it be more efficient? If the torture is wrong, I will personally apologize to you, Mr. Huang. A sharp bloody thorn emerged from Chen Yan's fingertips. Next, I will stick this thing into your fingernail, Mr. Huang. I hope you can bear with it. You, don't go too far. Huang Jintian's face turned pale instantly. He had never seen such an unreasonable maniac. He was violent without any reason at all. He was simply a complete lunatic. Don't be nervous. If you still insist on not doing it when I give you the 5th injection, then I will admit that you are innocent. Come in. Following Huang Jintian's order, several strong men who were on standby outside the door rushed into the office. There are 5 people in total, all of them are powerful people in the sky-breaking realm. How could a private company hire so many talented people? Money is indeed useful. Mr. Chen, if you want to tear your face off with me, I will fight you to the end. Want to force a confession from me? Wait until you come out alive. After saying that, he straightened his tie and walked out of the office. The door was closed again. Huang Jintian's face was grim. When he decided to go all the way, the hypocritical mask on his face was completely torn off. Mr. Huang, are you okay? Go call Wu Feng over quickly and tell him that he killed the 749 investigators, so that I won't be covered in blood if they die. Okay, I'll call Brother Feng over to take care of it right away. The two of them had just finished talking. There was a loud bang from behind, and the door was blown away by a kick. Chen Yan and Xie came out. I didn't hear you clearly. Who did you say you wanted to kill? You, how is it possible? Huang Jintian was instantly frightened out of his wits. There were 5 sky-breaking realm experts inside, all hired by him at a high price. How could he come out unscathed? What about those people? Suddenly, he saw large bloodstains on the ground and walls. 5 people, all dead. Huang Jintian felt cold all over and had goosebumps all over his body. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? Chapter 54, Warcraft, Greedy Wolf. Chen Yan sighed. I originally just wanted to interrogate you, but what happened? You actually wanted to kill Investigator 749. His tone suddenly became more serious. Huang Jintian, you are so brave. Now, even if you didn't do anything wrong, you'll be sentenced to death. No. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I will do anything you want me to do. Huang Jintian hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. It's fine if I don't kill you, but you have to make amends for your crime. I said before that helping 749 catch monsters is a great achievement. Chen Yan raised a bloody knife and placed it on Huang Jintian's neck. You have 10 seconds to think. 10. I know where the demon is. I'll take you there right now. Thank you, Lao Xie. Please stay here and protect the scene until the sheriff's bureau comes to collect evidence. After explaining everything, Chen Yan grabbed Huang Jintian and brought him to the window, then jumped out directly from the 30th floor. Ah! Sword coming. The flying sword circled in the air and flew right under Chen Yan's feet, carrying him away through the air. Don't just shout, show the way. Yes, yes. Under Huang Jintian's guidance, Chen Yan flew to the woods and the suburbs on his sword and walked into a man-made cave. Chen Yan glanced around and saw several large iron cages in the cave, which contained different kinds of demons. A werewolf with black mane and muscular body. A demonic bird with wings as sharp as steel and a beak. A demonic bear with red lines covering its body like magma. There are about 5 or 6. This time it's a success. Chen Yan was delighted. It seems that Huang Jintian is using these demons to do bad things, but there is a question: why do these demons stay in the cage obediently and not struggle? How does he make the demons obey him? Just when Chen Yan was puzzled, a door on the cliff suddenly opened and a man in black jumped out. Wu Feng, save me. When Huang Jintian saw him, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and ran over, crawling. Chen Yan ignored him and focused all his attention on the man. Black Card responds. He is a member of the Genius Club and seems to be no ordinary scum. Wu Feng, kill him. This kid is against me everywhere. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I kill him. The man named Wu Feng snapped his fingers. Clatter. The demons in the iron cages rioted instantly, almost tearing the cages open and attacking Chen Yan together. God of the Mind Sequence 007, Mind Control. He can manipulate the minds of all living beings and control their actions. These demons have been secretly controlled by him. It's a great gift, thank you. Chen Yan held the blood-red sword in both hands and began to dance wildly, like a dragon calming the sea. The 2 demons that attacked first were immediately cut into pieces. Blood strength increases. Blood strength increases. Chen Yan jumped up with a knife in hand and chopped off the head of the monster bird in midair. The moment it hit the ground, the blood turned into several huge spikes, turning the werewolf into a hedgehog. In Chen Yan's eyes, these controlled demons are nothing more than walking blood. In less than a moment, they were all killed. Blood strength went directly from 89% to 102%. Blood strength increased to 90%, obtained, God's gift. Blood strength increase reaches 100%, and you will definitely gain 110 sequence abilities. Reward for 2 consecutive stages. However, Chen Yan was not in a hurry to open it, as his top priority now was to deal with the enemy in front of him. Not bad. Wu Feng asked calmly, I'm ranked 89th, how many are you? When I kill you, your ranking will be mine. Chen Yan said. You're looking for death. Wu Feng suddenly activated his ability and used mental control. He can directly invade other people's consciousness and seize control of their bodies. Once controlled, they will lose any ability to resist and become lambs to be slaughtered. Wu Feng's consciousness successfully invaded Chen Yan's mind. However, he accidentally peeked at the evil god's crazy fire. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. In an instant, Wu Feng screamed and retreated from Chen Yan's sea of consciousness. He covered his bleeding eyes and screamed like crazy. You actually have something like this in your body. You evil monster. Chen Yan sighed, how about I teach you what spiritual pollution is? What? Infinite, killing realm. Wu Feng only felt that the air became icy cold, goosebumps appeared uncontrollably, and he didn't know when the ground beneath his feet had become an endless sea of blood. Come, let me let you feel the murderous intent of billions of lives. Chen Yan snapped his fingers. Ah. My head, No. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Wu Feng is crazy. His mental strength was already strong, and when it was polluted, the damage he suffered was greater than that of an ordinary person. In just 10 seconds, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and lying on the ground unconscious. Huang Jintian was shocked. This is his trump card, the invincible chosen one of God, the top genius. But in front of Chen Yan, he was like a dog without any ability to resist. Not to mention that his realm was even higher. This gap is too big. So big that it is beyond reach. Chen Yan walked up to the 2 men and killed Wu Feng first. The Genius Club ranking rose again, replacing Wu Feng's 89th. Then, he looked at Huang Jintian. How do you think you should be dealt with? Escort me to 749 and let me get the punishment I deserve. I am willing to bear everything. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. So, you admit your guilt? Admit it. I admit that I did it all. I also killed the reporter's family. I should be tried and convicted. I will cooperate with everything. Chen Yan stabbed Huang Jintian between the eyebrows. I still like it this way. It saves trouble. Solved. Chen Yan then began the joyful card drawing session. First, it is a gift from God. Choose one of the 3 options to enable. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Latani's blood moon bow, reduces the charging time. 3. Latani's blood moon bow, blood consumption reduced by 50%. Chen Yan chose 3. In the past, one shot from a long bow would consume 70% of the body's blood. If the blood was not recovered after being shot, it would become unusable within a short period of time. Now you only need 20% of your health to fire 5 shots in a row. Keep coming and feel good. Next, there is a 100% reward for blood strength, which will ensure that you will obtain the top 10 sequence abilities. Exciting moments. Extract. Authority Sequence 007, Warcraft, Greedy Wolf. Introduction. The Tan Lang star in Ziwei Do Shu is called the Killing Star in ancient books. Tan Lang is the strongest monster under the throne of the god of killing. He likes to eat corpses. Every time he eats corpses, he becomes stronger. If he eats millions of corpses, he will become the Killing Star god. Wherever he passes, all spirits will die. Main effect, summon the monster, Tan Lang, to fight. Every time it devours a corpse, it becomes stronger. I didn't expect that the killing sequence also has summons. Tan Lang, come out. Immediately, a burst of black mist condensed on the ground into a black wolf with red pupils, exuding a domineering and murderous aura. Go, eat all these corpses. Ah. Tan Lang immediately began to eat with a grunt. Soon, all the corpses of monsters and humans were swept away by it, and Tan Lang's body had obviously grown larger. You will enjoy a good life if you follow me. From now on, I will kill monsters and you will pick up food. Ah. Chapter 55 Brother Chen, someone is causing trouble. Chen Yan has become famous in the Haigang district. Whenever a 3-year-old child hears the name, Bloody Hand Butcher Chen Yan, he will burst into tears. Some children are naughty, and their parents educate them like this: if you don't listen, I will send you to the bloody-handed butcher and you will be obedient. Chen Yan said that having too good public security is not a good thing. There are no demons to kill. That day, Chen Yan was sleeping on the sofa in the office, while Xie was working at his workstation with a piece of yellow tape on his mouth. If he didn't shut up and kept chattering, Chen Yan would not be able to fall asleep. A guest is coming. When Xie heard the footsteps, he thought it was Luo Xiaoke, who often came to play with Chen Yan. She came every 2 or 3 days and often brought sumptuous meals. Xie also enjoyed the blessing of following Chen Yan. But today, it was not a cute little girl who came, but a hot girl holding a lollipop. She was wearing an orange hooded sweatshirt and fashionable ripped denim shorts, and underneath it was a pair of straight white legs. 749's number 1 relative, the deputy director's daughter, 304's Tyrannosaurus, the chosen one of the Thunder God sequence, Yi Yaya. Xie instinctively wanted to call out, Sister Ya, but the tape on his mouth limited his voice. Shoo. Yi Yaya made a gesture to keep quiet, and quietly walked to Chen Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, ready to play a good trick on him. She took out her cell phone, turned on the special effects camera mode, and aimed it at Chen Yan. Cat ears activated, beauty activated, pink filter activated. Click, Chen Yan's sleeping posture was captured like this. Yi Yaya directly uploaded this photo to the 749 forum and added the text. Is this the legendary bloody-handed butcher Chen Yan? Once the post was published, it immediately became popular. 1L, oh my god, is this the bloody-handed butcher Chen Yan? 2L, so cute. 3L, I originally thought Chen Yan was very scary and didn't even dare to get to know him, but I didn't expect he had such a cute side. 4L, is this the legendary cute contrast? I declare that I am a die-hard fan of Chen Yan. Originally, Chen Yan's ruthless style of killing people made people feel fearful in their bones, but now that his daily life photos have been leaked, the sense of intimacy has suddenly doubled, and he has a lot more female fans. No, why do I feel like I did a good thing? Yi Yaya was speechless. Chen Yan woke up. Lao Ya, why are you here? Is your retreat over? Great progress. Then let's have a fight and test your skills. Beat your sister. You want to bully me, right? Brothers all get along like this. Didn't you say that I don't treat you like a girl? So how the hell did you ruin my reputation on the forum? A bunch of girls sent me private messages praising me for being cute. You're welcome, buddy. Yi Yaya said with a smile. Old Xie wanted to interrupt, but could only make a mumbling sound. Chen Yan finally reacted and tore off the tape for him. This guy is reading a novel and talking to himself. Every now and then he blurts out something like, "Word spirit death," making a lot of noise for no apparent reason. Xie Yi scratched his head embarrassedly. "Sister Ya, why did you come to the harbor district?" "Of course there is a mission. Do you think I'm here for fun? New Year's Day is coming in 2 days. Many people like to gather outside during this kind of festival to celebrate the new year. The high density of people gathering may make some evil forces ready to act. So, Investigator Chen Yan, the Bureau asked me to go with you to Chaoyang District to keep an eye on things on New Year's Eve. As for Old Xie, you stay in Haigang District." Chen Yan smiled and said, "Lao Ye, are you inviting me to celebrate the new year? Using your position for personal convenience?" "Hey, I'm just joking, don't hit me." In Chaoyang District, a man in a black robe is walking on the street at night. He turned into a deserted alley. At the end of the dark alley, I pushed open a door and entered a small wooden house with candlelight. I lifted a piece of floorboards and found a passage leading underground. Obviously, this is a highly concealed secret base. The man entered the underground passage, at the end of which was a bronze iron door with a protruding image of an evil ghost carved in the middle. Stretch out your index finger and put it into the evil ghost's mouth. Blood seeped into it. Boom, the door slowly opened to both sides. Inside was a huge stone chamber. On both sides of the chamber, there were several people wearing the same black robes, all kneeling and kowtowing. "Greetings, Master Priest." The man called the priest took off his black cloak, revealing a gloomy face and eyes burning with evil madness. "This is the secret gathering place of the outer god cult. Priest is a relatively high-level position, and only people from the 4 realms can be elected. New Year's Eve is 2 days away. Most people like to join in the fun, so they usually gather in large numbers somewhere and count down 10 seconds to the new year. I was squeezed to death in the crowd, and I still had to use my phone to post on WeChat moments. That's the best time for us to expand our congregation." A member of the church buried his head and whispered, "Master Priest, we have been keeping a low profile recently because a killer called Bloody Hands Butcher appeared in 749. Master Ming Shiki was killed by him. Ming Shi is the evil god cultist killed by Chen Yan at sea. He possesses considerable prestige and strength and was originally a candidate for the next priest. What are you afraid of? We will start at Chaoyang Square. As far as I know, Chen Yan is not a member of the Chaoyang District Garrison and should not be able to interfere with our cause. Besides, he is just an investigator who is less than the 3rd realm. How can he scare you so much? If the plan succeeds, even those in the 5th realm will die. Your Excellency the priest is wise. The gods are useless, and the madness lasts forever. The gods are useless, the madness lasts forever. On the streets of the harbor area, a young girl in a light blue dress was looking around with curiosity, as if everything had an incomparable attraction to her. The girl was none other than the little dragon girl who woke up in the dragon palace, Qianlong. She used magic to hide features such as dragon horns and scales, and looked no different from an ordinary girl, except that she was more beautiful. There was a little girl beside her. Wearing a yellow sports t-shirt and a black baseball cap, he walked with big strides. Ning Meng, ranked 6th in Jiaxing Tower, a disciple of Li Bai, the final winner of the Genius Conference 3 years ago. The pinker she looks, the more hateful she is when she beats people. Wu Sheng is her cheap master. I'm so hungry. Qianlong covered his stomach. Didn't you just eat an hour ago? Ning Meng asked fiercely. Dragons just have big appetites, you can't blame me. We in Jiaxing Tower are all out of this world people. We don't have the money to treat you to a big meal. Ning Meng also glanced at the milk tea shop called Kayan Usa and swallowed subconsciously. Why don't we go find Chen Yan? Qianlong suggested. He said that it was too stuffy upstairs in the star-picking tower and he wanted to come out for some fresh air. His real purpose was to come and see how that guy was doing. Don't worry, he was doing very well and even defeated 2 geniuses. Just as the 2 were waiting for the traffic light at the zebra crossing, suddenly a little girl ran out. And a fully loaded truck was heading straight towards them. It happened in a blink of an eye. Ning Meng instantly came in front of the girl and punched the truck. Bang! 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 A chain rear-end collision occurred, and the entire road was littered with vehicles that were smashed all over the place. Hey, I used a little too much strength. Ning Meng stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Since this was Chen Yan's territory, the news was immediately passed back. Brother Chen, there's a psychic causing trouble. He destroyed all the cars on the street with one punch, and he even escaped. Who is so brave? Let me go and see. Chapter 56, Crazy, New Year's Eve. Chen Yan rushed to the scene of the accident. Fortunately, it was just a chain rear-end collision and no one was hurt. However, the prisoner actually escaped. This is intolerable. He immediately rode on his flying sword to chase after them. With a wide field of vision, he soon saw two figures fleeing among the tall buildings. If I let you escape from my territory, will I still be able to survive? Chen Yan landed on the rooftop of a tall building, just in time to block the two people's way. Ning Meng rolled up her sleeves and was about to fight, but found that the other party was an acquaintance. Why is it you, kid? Chen Yan. Qianlong took a step forward, his eyes filled with joy. No, it was you two who caused the accident and fled the scene. Chen Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The lowly is the junior sister with extraordinary strength in Jiaxing Tower, and the other is Zai Longnu, who has gone through life and death with her. Nonsense. I was trying to save someone, but I couldn't control my strength, so I used a little too much force. Ning Meng put her hands on her hips. So why are you two here? She was worried that the evil power in your body would backfire, and she kept saying that it was too boring to be on the mountain and wanted to go down, so I had no choice but to bring her here. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Qianlong hastily explained with a red face, and two crystal dragon scales appeared uncontrollably on his forehead. Chen Yan felt touched when he heard this. Thank you. I'm fine. As a result, Chen Yan asked the relevant departments to deal with the aftermath of the matter, and he took the two of them to the buffet restaurant. Welcome to the buffet, 78 per person, take more and leave less to avoid waste. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Qianlong's eyes were as bright as sapphires. I can eat all of these. Yes, this is a buffet. You can eat as much as you want as long as you don't waste it. Heaven. The restaurant owner probably never dreamed that there would be a long line coming to the buffet. Qianlong was getting food, and Chen Yan poured a drink for Ning Meng. Please, senior sister. Don't shout, you haven't joined the star-picking tower yet. It's still early. Chen Yan smiled and said, I saw you use the inch force that day. I also practiced this move. We are from the same school, so shouldn't I call you senior sister? You. Have you ever practiced inch power? Ning Meng looked unconvinced. Although she didn't want Wu Sheng as her cheap master, he was a saint after all. The inch force was not something that ordinary people could comprehend and endure, let alone a person in the middle stage of the moving mountains realm. Yes. Boast. If you can master the inch power, I will let Chu Wuwang be your cheap master. Chen Yan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and suddenly sent a stream of energy into the air. Oh my god. Ning Meng's eyes widened to become as big as copper bells. Even though it's only a small achievement, it's really impressive. As a monster, she saw the same monster for the first time. This guy is so talented, maybe he will have the chance to join Jiaxing Tower and become his junior fellow apprentice. How is it? Do you still keep your word? Chen Yan smiled. Forget it. When has my aunt ever broken her promise? I am a martial saint after all. Ning Meng picked up her phone and made a call. A surprised middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ning Meng girl, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Could it be that you want to practice martial arts with me? Don't be so narcissistic, Chu Wuwang. Come to Tianhai City and I'll give you a good disciple. I don't want any other disciples. Don't talk nonsense. He is no worse than me. If you don't come, don't expect me to practice with you in the future. Okay, I'll come and see tomorrow who can compare to you, Ning Meng girl. You have to be the one to call yourself an ant in front of the martial saint. This cup of peanut milk is for senior sister. Chen Yan never thought that he would find such a powerful person just by going out. After a while, Qianlong had put a table full of delicious food and started to devour it. By the way, Chen Yan, is there anything fun here? It's fun. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. I can't say whether it will be fun or not, but it will be lively. Ning Meng, how about we go and take a look together? Not good. Ning Meng sipped her milk tea in small sips. Tens of thousands of people are crowding around there. What's so fun about that? With her height, if she tried to squeeze into the crowd, she would be swallowed up by the sea of people in a matter of minutes. I just happened to be on duty that day. I can take you with me if senior sister Ning Meng agrees. Lemon cute, asterisk. Asterisk. Okay, I'll find a place to keep an eye on you. You didn't learn anything else, but you did learn the bad habits of humans. 2 hours later. The buffet manager looked at the table full of plates in astonishment. How did such a slim girl eat so much food? And her belly was only slightly bulging, so scary. The next night. New Year's Eve. People are about to move from the last day of 24 years to the first day of 25 years. Chen Yan met up with Yi Yaya, and brought Qian Long with him, preparing to go to the Chaoyang district square. Who is this girl? She's so pretty, she can't be your girlfriend, Chen Yan. My sister, just call her Chan Chan. Chen Yan called Amy from the terminal, wanting to see what the sharp-tongued artificial intelligence had to say about Xiao Long Nu. How would you rate her appearance? Slightly inferior to Amy. It seems that he is not only sharp-tongued, but also quite narcissistic. The group came to Chaoyang district and met with 2 other investigators. Chen Yan had met them last time. They were Su Song and Zhao Lin, a man and a woman. The 4 people will act separately and will be responsible for maintaining public security tonight during the New Year's Eve. As time passed, it approached 12 o'clock. More and more people come to the square to celebrate the new year. The surging flow of people fills almost every corner of the square, and it is crowded with people. The scale of tens of thousands of people. In the center is a huge stone monument with a clock on it that tells the time every hour. Chen Yan, does this have any special meaning? Why are there so many people here? The meaning is to celebrate the new year with my best friends, take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to record life. Best friends. Qian Long smiled softly. Although she didn't know what the circle of friends was, with this sentence, tonight was meaningful. The 4 corners of the square. There was a man wearing a black cloak. They have waited too long for this moment. Tonight is the time when the grandest fireworks will be set off and the sky full of stars will be filled with flames. The 4 of them picked up their daggers and stabbed them into their hearts. I will sacrifice myself, please let the fire of madness light up the world. I will sacrifice myself, please let the fire of madness light up the world. Bang! The bodies of the 4 men began to burn fiercely. They activated the evil formation at the cost of their own lives. The range of the formation is this square that includes tens of thousands of people. The people in the square were unaware of the undercurrent and began to count down. 10. 9. 8. 2. 1. When the count reaches 0, the bell rings. Countless colorful balloons were released into the night sky, like gorgeous fireworks. People shouted Happy New Year and took out their mobile phones to record this beautiful moment. Bang 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 bang. The sky full of balloons exploded and burned without warning. 1, 10, hundreds. The entire sky was instantly lit up by orange-red flames. People were so scared that they held their heads and screamed, not understanding why this was happening. A couple hugged each other. Baby, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, baby. I'm here. The man held the woman in his arms to comfort her, but suddenly. Ugh, ah. My head hurts so much, ugh hi. The girlfriend who was as obedient as a kitten suddenly let out a crazy roar. She tore her delicately made-up face with her hands and screamed like a mad beast. Not just her. Most people in the entire square began to go crazy. They tore, beat and howled madly. Humanity is lost. Chapter 57. If you say one more word, I don't mind killing you first. Walk. Chen Yan reacted quickly, holding Qian Long in his right hand, and using his blood to wrap around the billboard, he flew out. He stepped on the flying sword in mid-air and temporarily escaped from the danger zone. It's the outer god cult. Chen Yan turned on the headphones. Lao Ya, how are you doing? It's fine for now. Yi Yaya used electromagnetic force to stick to the outer wall of a tall building. She looked at the scene below that seemed like hell on earth and felt a lingering fear. What on earth is going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? She had just finished speaking. A huge ball of fire suddenly exploded in the center of the square. In the center there was a ball of strange, dark flame, a crazy fire. The flame formed a fire giant about 5 meters tall. Hundreds of people in the surrounding area were infected instantly. There was a burning fire in the pupils. Ugh! They knelt on the ground with their hands on their heads, and the crazy fire in their pupils shot out flame energy, which was fed back to the fire giant. The fire giant grew larger again, climbing from 5 meters to 10 meters. His entire body was ablaze with orange flames, but his eyes were as dark as the abyss. Whoosh! Suddenly, the pupils shot out laser-like flames again. All those who were affected became believers of mad fire. In just a dozen seconds, the number of crazy fire believers had risen to nearly 1,000. Thousands of people were crawling on the ground, and the energy rays shot out from their pupils gathered on the fire giant, like a crazy fiery flower that continued to bloom. The fire giant is still expanding. Chen Yan turned on the microphone and said to the other investigators, "Attack the flaming giant in the middle." Good. Receive. Yi Yaya took the first step, arcs of electricity jumping all over her body, and lightning energy was accumulating rapidly. When the money was accumulated to the extreme, a coin bounced from the fingertips and was suddenly ejected by the thumb in midair. Bang! The coin shot through the air like an electromagnetic cannon and hit the chest of the fire giant. However, it fell on deaf ears. It didn't work. The other two investigators also used their own methods, but they were naturally inferior to Yiyaya, so their efforts were naturally in vain. At this time, Chen Yan had already bent the bow and drawn the string. Today's blood moon bow only consumes a small amount of blood, so there is no psychological pressure in using it. Bang! A circular airflow exploded around. A large bow shot broke through the air. Unexpectedly, the fire giant consciously raised his palm and blocked the attack in midair. The huge flaming palm was blown through on the spot. Is it effective? No. It's recovering. The fire giant's palm quickly returned to normal. I've called for reinforcements from the bureau. We can't handle this thing. With the increase in believers, this fire giant has absorbed a large amount of energy, and its strength may have exceeded the 6th realm. Find a way to evacuate the people first, otherwise more and more people will be infected by the crazy fire, and the fire giant will become even more powerful. Having absorbed the strength of thousands of people, its power has surpassed the 6th realm. There were tens of thousands of people at the scene. If all of them were infected and became crazy fire followers, and then the fire giant was supplied with energy, who knows what kind of horrible monster it would become. But why are those people outside who are not infected also going crazy? A large number of people were still attacking and killing each other, with no intention of fleeing the area. At this time, Qianlong spoke. There was a mysterious glint in her pupils, and she could see faint red lines on the ground, forming a huge formation. An evil array has been set up in this area. Ordinary people have weak resistance, so they have lost their sanity. It is obvious that this was a premeditated terrorist attack. Let me go down. I can use the earth veins as a guide to activate the dragon power to fight against the evil formation. You. That's too risky. Chen Yan naturally knew the importance of Qianlong. She was a real dragon that Jiaxing Tower had to protect. If she was contaminated by the power of the evil god, it would be a major event that would affect the whole world. I know my limits. And I'm not trying to save anyone else, I'm just trying to help you. Qianlong jumped down from midair. Half squatting on the ground. He was reciting obscure dragon characters. Suddenly, a light blue light spread outward with her as the center. Soon, the crazy people around gradually calmed down and seemed to have really regained consciousness. Some people who regained consciousness tried desperately to escape. A vacuum zone was quickly cleared around. Just at this moment, hundreds of people who had been infected by the insane fire turned their heads to look at Chen Yan and Qianlong, with the devil's fire burning in their pupils. Hindering the transmission of fire, death. Die, 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 die. Kill them, kill them. Hundreds of people rushed over like infected zombies. Chen Yan must protect Qianlong. Tan Lang, come out. The domineering black wolf with red eyes immediately appeared beside Chen Yan. Kill. With an order given, the greedy wolf arrow shot out and bit the head of a crazy cultist to pieces in midair. It is a magical beast and will not be affected by any abnormal status. Tan Lang rushed in and began to kill crazily. This monster was agile and fast as lightning, and its fighting power was amazing. Hundreds of believers were killed by it, and no one of them succeeded in getting close to Chen Yan and the others. Without waiting for Chen Yan's order, it had already begun to devour the corpses. Right at this moment, the fire giant's pupils locked onto Qian Long. From those pupils that looked like the abyss, a beam of energy was about to burst out. Energy beam cannons shot through the air. In a flash, a petite figure suddenly flashed out from the side, raised her fist and blasted the light cannon into pieces in midair. Lemon Meng, a Lolita who interprets the aesthetics of violence. Protect her well, I'll go meet her. After saying that, Ning Meng rushed out like a cannonball and smashed most of the fire giant's head with one punch. But in less than 2 seconds, it recovered. Even someone as strong as Ning Meng could only hold it back but couldn't kill it completely. After a moment, 1 or 2,000 people have already regained consciousness and fled from the square. But it is only limited to the area around Qianlong, and her power cannot affect a wider range. Cough, cough, cough. Qianlong covered his chest and coughed continuously, his face looked a bit sick and pale, and it was obvious that he had reached his limit. How are you? It's okay. My power can't completely suppress the evil formation. But I just sensed 4 special energy points. That should be the key to the formation. If we destroy the key, we can break the formation. Take me. Following Qianlong's instructions, Chen Yan searched all the way and indeed found something unusual behind an alley. It turned out to be a follower of the evil god kneeling on the ground and burning himself. The ground where he was kneeling was a conspicuous dark red magic circle, which was the center of the formation. Clear. The sound of the knife buzzing. Chen Yan suddenly stabbed the ground with a knife, but unexpectedly it bounced off. No. The array centers are connected to each other and need to be destroyed at the same time, otherwise it will be ineffective. Qian Long said urgently. Chen Yan rode on the flying sword and scanned and recorded the 4 array points using the terminal. And called in 3 other investigators. There are 4 coordinates here, representing the 4 centers of the formation. Each of you will take 1. Follow my command and destroy them at the same time. Then those people will wake up. Yi okay, I'll go to the upper left corner. Zhao Lin, leave the lower left corner to me. But another male investigator named Su Song disagreed. Are you crazy? I've already contacted the bureau and told us to wait for reinforcements in a safe location and not to act on our own. Of course, he was not obedient, but afraid. Rushing in under such circumstances would be extremely risky, and he didn't want to risk his life just to save others. However, he also didn't want to see Chen Yan leading the team to achieve merit. After all, Chen Yan was transferred here for support, and he was the resident commissioner of Chaoyang district. I thought that without him, the plan could not be carried out. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan ignored him at all. Leave the 2 formation points on the right to me. Prepare for action. Didn't you understand what I said? The bureau told us not to act on our own. Chen Yan, why do you give us orders without authorization? Before he could finish his words, Su Song was slapped and sent flying. Chen Yan placed 1 foot on Su Song's chest and stuffed a blood-filled pacifier into his mouth. Hold the pacifier tightly, or you'll be scared and call for your mom later. If you say another word of nonsense, I won't mind killing you first. Chapter 58, 1 arrow destroys. The formation is broken. Being stepped on by Chen Yan, Su Song felt a chill down his spine and dared not say a word. He could feel. If he said another word of nonsense, Chen Yan would really kill him. Yi Yaya thought that this was Chen Yan. Normally he can laugh and joke around with his friends, but when it comes to the critical moment, he will let people know where his nickname, Bloody Hand Butcher, came from. Making friends with such a person makes people feel particularly reliable and at ease, because he will never let you down at critical moments. Unlike Su Song, he would be scared to death if asked to carry out a dangerous mission. Action. Chen Yan shared the coordinates with Yi Yaya and Zhao Lin. There are 4 formation points in total. The 2 of them solved 2, and I needed to solve 2. Chen Yan flew up on his sword and took Qian Long away with him. Main battlefield. The reinforcements for 749 have also arrived, all of them are senior investigators at the 5th or even 6th realm. B-level investigator Gua Hao has arrived at the scene. B-level investigator Jiang Yun has arrived at the scene. Headquarters, please give us instructions. Operator at the command desk, the huge fire giant in the middle is constantly infecting ordinary people and is expanding. Try to defeat it. Receive. Be careful to protect yourself. If the epilepsy fire invades your body, you will also be infected. Clear. Several high-level investigators attacked the fire giant at the same time. Heavenly Black Ice Palm. Haotian Red Tassel Thorn. Wave after wave of powerful attacks bombarded the fire giant. However, even Ning Meng couldn't destroy this thing, let alone them. Command station, this thing is too big, and its regeneration speed is extremely fast, the attack will not be effective. Careful. Gua Hao was contacting the command center and did not notice several flaming tentacles suddenly emerging from the ground. Unexpectedly, the flame tentacles wrapped around his body. As they continued to tighten, a tentacle drilled into his mouth. Help, help. The others rushed over and quickly cut off the flaming tentacles. Hey, are you okay? After a long silence, Gua Hao suddenly grinned. Of course I'm fine, and I feel great, an unprecedented feeling, like a new life. Is this the power of the mad fire? His pupils also ignited with devilish fire. Careful. He's infected. A normal person, even a strong man in the fifth realm, will immediately lose control once the evil fire invades his body. Chen Yan's incident was an exception among exceptions, the kind that no one would believe if you told others about it. Command desk, Gua Hao has lost control, please give instructions. Kill them on the spot. Being infected by the epilepsy fire is permanent and irreversible, unless one has the blood of a true dragon and the murderous intent to suppress it like Chen Yan. There is a saying, darkening is 10 times stronger, and whitening is 3 times weaker. The infected Gua Hao had no taboos and was extremely crazy. The power of the devil made his fighting power surge instantly, and he even grew a pair of blazing wings on his back. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly teleported to Gua Hao's side and kicked him away like a cannonball. It's Ning Meng. Gua Hao slammed heavily into the outer wall of the tall building next to him. The next moment, Ning Meng teleported in front of him again and clenched her 5 fingers into a fist. Inch power, split the sea. Bang! Gua Hao was instantly blasted into pieces. Thanks to his mastery of the power of inch force, Ning Meng did not blow the tall building behind him into ruins. It's really troublesome. I still have to clean up the mess of 749. However, even her delicate little face looked more solemn than ever before. Since she couldn't destroy the fire giant, she could only try to delay its actions. If any of the senior brothers and sisters from Jiaxing Tower were here, they could have been easily eliminated. I am still not strong enough. The 749 command center was also in chaos, with several large screens needed to splice together the shape of the fire giant. One could imagine how big it had expanded to now. If this continues, and tens of thousands of people are infected, its power may infect the entire Tianhai city. Most people just went crazy, not infected. Is there something controlling them? We must find the root cause and find a way to make the people wake up and evacuate the area, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. If we want to trace the source, we need a sensory investigator. The nearest sensory investigator is on the way. The deputy director was so angry that he punched the podium. At this moment, a voice came into the command console. Investigator Chen Yan is preparing to destroy the formation and has now reached the center of the formation. Chen Yan, how did he find it? Impossible. He is not a perception type. Everyone in the control tower looked at each other. The deputy director had no doubts and had absolute confidence in Chen Yan's abilities. Chen Yan, if you need any help, just let me know. There's still a formation center that no one has visited. I've sent back the location information. Let's find a way to destroy it. Okay. Dispatch the drone immediately. Soon, a drone carrying a bomb flew into the night sky and flew to the location designated by Chen Yan. Chen Yan issued an order on the public channel, listen to my command, count down 10 seconds, and destroy the 4 array centers at the same time. Got it. Yi Yaya and the other person responded. The countdown begins. 10. 9. 8. 7. At this moment, something strange happened. The drone was attacked by a ground force and blew up in midair. The person who took action was none other than investigator Su Song. Negative emotions will make people more vulnerable to the erosion of evil power. After Chen Yan stepped on him and trampled his self-esteem, his negative emotions had swelled to the extreme. Invaded by the evil power again, he was already engulfed in madness. His crazy voice came from the headphones. You want to destroy it, but I have to protect it. As long as I'm here, you can forget about making any achievements, hee hee, hee hee hee. Command desk, that guy is crazy. He stood in front of the formation, and all the bombing drones were shot down by him. What should I do? Is there anyone who can support me now? The other investigators are all fighting the fire giant, so they are temporarily unable to split up. At this time, Chen Yan's voice came again. It doesn't matter, the countdown continues. Chen Yan, shouldn't the 4 array centers be destroyed at the same time? But... Continue. Chen Yan stepped on the flying sword in the air, bent the bow, pulled the string, and aimed at the distance. Countless blood beads gathered together and condensed into a large blood-red arrow. The current blood moon bow only needs to consume 20% of blood, but if it increases the blood consumption, its power will also increase. 60%. Triple the power. 3. 2. 1. Do it. The moment the countdown ended, Chen Yan suddenly let go. Bang, the arrow flew out of the air. A beam of red light tore through the darkness and instantly magnified in Su Song's pupils. Impossible. Boom. A huge hole was blown out in the ground. Su Song was blown to pieces by an arrow, and the formation behind him was also blown to pieces. Chen Yan immediately fell from the air and pierced through the second center of the formation with a knife. At the same time, Yi Yaya used thunder to shatter the third center of the formation. Zhao Lin also destroyed the fourth center of the formation. The formation that covered tens of thousands of people was broken. Well done. Everyone at the command desk exclaimed. This is an incredible feat. I shot the target with an arrow from 1,000 meters away, and I also killed the contaminated traitor. It's so satisfying. The formation has been broken, send the security team in to evacuate the crowd, quickly. Soon, a large number of people were evacuated. But the crisis is not over yet. This was because the fire giant, which had absorbed the power of thousands of believers, had become as huge as a skyscraper. Even Ning Meng and several 749 strong men could no longer stop it. Chapter 59 Space-based weapons activated, the last 2 minutes. Hee hee, hee hee. It has come to this point, no one can stop it. In the center of the fire giant, the priest of the outer god cult was laughing crazily. Epileptic Fire Evil God Sequence 015. Crazy Fire Giant, Scarlet. This is a summoning technique. Using itself as a guide, it summons the evil god Scarlet, who can devour the power of all believers around him to make himself infinitely stronger. So, they chose the place where the most people gathered on New Year's Eve. Welcome death, embrace the fire, and be reborn. Boom. 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 The terrifying energy beam cannons scattered all over the city. Its attack range was no longer limited to the square. 1 kilometer away, a skyscraper was reduced to ruins in an instant. People fled screaming, and the city was filled with smoke. Command Center. No. We can't control it anymore, and the casualties are still increasing. At least nearly 5,000 people have been contaminated by the insane fire, and they are constantly providing power to the fire giant. Damn, can this monster become infinitely stronger? This is too abnormal. What should I do, Deputy Director? Deputy Director Yi sat in front of the command desk, the fire from the big screen reflected in his pupils, his hands crossed on his chin, not saying a word. No one from the psychic sects around Tianhai City is taking action. Who dares to take the risk of fighting those lunatics? If you get infected by mistake, you will definitely die. They can't even hide, how could they attack? What a bunch of selfish bastards. S-level investigator Wei Tianhu is on his way and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. But if this continues, there will be more casualties every second. The deputy director said in a deep voice, Amy, verify the authority and start, Apocalypse. Command received, authority verification passed. Apocalypse is starting. Deputy Director. You. That's the Apocalypse. Apocalypse, a near-Earth satellite orbital cannon, a space-based weapon of Bureau 749. At this moment, in the space 2,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, the satellite orbit has been officially launched, and the huge gun barrel full of technology is slowly turning and aiming at a certain place. Positioning completed, aiming completed. Charging, current energy 1%, 2%, 3%. Expected to reach energy threshold in 2 minutes. At this time, Chen Yan received a call from Bureau 749. Everyone evacuate immediately. The square within a 300-meter radius is about to be bombarded by space-based weapons. I repeat. Everyone please evacuate immediately. Space-based weapons. Chen Yan subconsciously looked up into the sky. Does this mean that there are cannons in the sky aimed at this place? A radius of 300 meters is enough to destroy the fire giant and the thousands of infected believers. Chen Yan, the Public Security Bureau has withdrawn, let's leave quickly. Yi Yaya ran over and reminded. Won't space-based weapons destroy this entire area? Zhao Lin looked at the square covered in flames and said, there are still thousands of people who have not been infected, but have fallen into a coma during the previous frenzy. What should we do with them? It looks like the Bureau intends to give up on them to prevent greater sacrifices. Chen Yan said. How could it be? The other 749 investigators who came to support also retreated. What are you still standing there for? Go. This is no longer a situation we can control. Ning Meng also retreated back to Qianlong. There were a lot of black and gray on her delicate little face, but she was quite unconvinced and was ready to roll up her sleeves and fight again. Don't go, senior sister. This area will be completely destroyed soon. Damn it, I've smashed this thing's head off several times, but it just won't die. Qianlong whispered, I can feel, there is actually a person inside the flame, or the energy core, and he is controlling it. Don't be ridiculous. You have to be extremely careful when fighting it outside. Who can get into the crazy fire? Yeah, wouldn't it be a death wish if we went in? We might get infected before we even find the core. Even someone as fearless as Ning Meng couldn't say that she could come out of there safely, let alone others. At this time Chen Yan spoke. I'll try. He is the only one who can be infected by the epilepsy fire and still control it, the only exception. Everyone looked at Chen Yan. Are you crazy, Chen Yan? Let's go. Yi Yaya pulled him and wanted to leave. I'm serious. Chen Yan turned on the microphone, control desk, give me 2 minutes, I will try to destroy that thing. You. Chen Yan, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. Just 2 minutes, I'm sure. Everyone at the command desk looked at the deputy director, waiting for his instructions. The deputy director clenched his fists and said, everyone on the scene must stop the flame giant from moving and reduce damage. The countdown is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, everyone must evacuate. Amy, stop apocalypse. Chen Yan had just taken 2 steps when Qianlong grabbed the corner of his clothes and said, come back alive. Rest assured. After saying that, Chen Yan rushed directly towards the fire giant. Along the way, he dodged several light cannons with agility until he completely disappeared in the flames. How dare this boy? All the investigators present were shocked. My whole body is burning with epilepsy, so isn't that a 100% chance of being infected? He is not afraid of death. The last 2 minutes, keep fighting. Superior. The investigators attacked the fire giant again, and Ning Meng also rushed out. She was the only one who could withstand the fire giant's attack head-on. Chen Yan wrapped himself with a blood barrier and rushed into the fire. But the blood barrier, which normally has a terrifying defensive power, can only be quickly evaporated in the fire of the epilepsy. If this goes on, we'll be finished in half a minute, let alone 2 minutes. In that case, let's fight fire with fire. Killing order, 045, blood flame. All the blood outside the body was turned into blood-red flames by Chen Yan, burning fiercely on the surface of the body. This flame cannot be easily extinguished and can be used to resist epileptic fire. In this way, he finally gained basic mobility. However, this defense was not perfect, and some of the evil spirits still crept up his body and began to make his nerves agitated. If it had been anyone else, it would have gotten out of control. But Chen Yan could hold on, after all, he had experienced that state once. The true dragon blood that had always remained in the body began to take effect. The tremendous force poured into the hundreds of spiritual orifices in Chen Yan's body, greatly strengthening his spirit, will, body, and spiritual power. In this state, he finally saw a figure. It was the priest who activated the warlock. "I found you." The priest also noticed him, his face full of disbelief. "No, it's impossible. You have come this far and are still able to resist the erosion of the insane fire. Monster, you monster." Chen Yan grinned. "Gan Lang, kill him." Black gas appeared and transformed into a 2-meter-tall black wolf with red eyes. As a magical beast, it can also directly ignore the insane fire. Greedy wolf leaped out, a black light flashed past, and instantly bit off the priest's arm. Ah! The second time it passed by, it tore off a large piece of flesh from his thigh, revealing the white bones. In order to maintain the fire giant, the priest was unable to resist the attack from within. No one can stop me. Then. Let's die together. With my blood and body, I will light up the world. He wants to control the fire giant to self-destruct. Chapter 60, The Second Godhead. Dragon God. Chen Yan was mentally prepared. This group of psychopathic foreign gods like to do something weird whenever they are about to die. Gan Lang. The next moment, Tan Lang bit off the priest's neck. Sure enough, the fury in his body was rapidly expanding and about to explode. Eat him. Tan Lang treated the broken neck as the mouth of a bowl and sucked it like sucking bone marrow, actually completely devouring all the crazy fire energy in his body. Moreover, there will be no impact. This is the monster known as the Heavenly Killer Star. The head that rolled to the ground stared at the scene in disbelief, and finally died with its eyes open. When the priest died, the flames that were almost 100 meters high collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. Talent, Blood Hunt Feast, is triggered, blood strength plus 10%. Gift from God. The blood strength increased so much this time because the priest absorbed a large amount of energy from believers, and the individual has become unprecedentedly powerful. It is equivalent to Chen Yan killing him across several major realms. However, Chen Yan was in no mood to enjoy the fruits of victory. The effect of the dragon blood power wore off, and he was finally unable to resist the erosion of the insane fire, and a faint demonic flame burned in his pupils. Outside. Look! The fire giant is disintegrating. What's going on? It's Chen Yan, that guy succeeded. He went in alone, to eliminate the core of the fire giant. Unbelievable. Yi Yaya hurriedly contacted the control desk. Hey, the flame is disappearing, Chen Yan succeeded. On the big screen on the command console, the fire giant was visibly disintegrating. The deputy director immediately ordered, Amy, cancel the Apocalypse launch. Canceling the launch command. Everyone at the command desk breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect he actually did it. If an asteroid were to strike, that area would be reduced to ruins in an instant, costing at least several thousand innocent lives. It's a miracle, it's simply a miracle. Compared to the jubilation of the others, Deputy Director Yi looked calm. That kid went into the fire giant alone and even eliminated the enemy. Can he really be safe and sound? There was a gleam of fire in Qianlong's pupils. She didn't care what great contributions Chen Yan had made or how many people he had saved. She only cared whether he was okay. Just as he was about to rush in, Ning Meng grabbed his arm. It's dangerous to go in now, wait a little longer. No more waiting. Qianlong broke free from Ning Meng's hand, with the aura of water protecting his body, and rushed directly into the flames that had not yet been extinguished. Fuck, idiot. Soon, she found Chen Yan. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, holding his head with both hands and roaring. One pupil was full of bloodshot, and the other pupil was burning with devil's fire. It was obvious that he was forcibly suppressing his killing intent, but he was on the verge of losing control. Qianlong didn't hesitate at all and cut her wrist directly, drawing out a string of bright blood beads. Just as she was about to pour the blood into Chen Yan's mouth, unexpectedly a large hand grabbed her neck directly, and the 5 fingers were so strong that they almost sank into her neck. If Chen Yan was invaded by the crazy fire, the first person he would kill would be Qianlong. There is no other reason. The evil god of madness and fire is an external god. Qianlong is the last true dragon in the world. He is represented by the local god of Daxia, the dragon god. If foreign gods want to invade this place, they naturally have to wipe out the local gods first. She knew it was dangerous for her to get close to Chen Yan, but she still rushed in without hesitation, because Chen Yan had protected her in the same way. The string of blood beads was finally successfully transferred into Chen Yan's mouth. The power of dragon blood dissolved in Chen Yan's body, sounded the clarion call for counterattack, and began to suppress the evil god's power in his body. Chen Yan then loosened his hands. There were obvious red finger marks on Qianlong's neck. She stepped forward and hugged Chen Yan, wrapping his whole body with gentle water spiritual power. It's okay, it's okay. Suddenly, there was a tingling pain like an electric shock in the neck. Because Chen Yan tasted the delicious blood of a real dragon, which caused the vampire blood in his body to react and his desire to suck blood was activated. It immediately bit Qianlong's snow-white neck and began to suck the blood of the real dragon. Qianlong closed his eyes and endured the tingling pain. She held Chen Yan in her arms, patted his back gently, and let him suck blood, just like coaxing a big boy. Fortunately, soon Chen Yan regained consciousness and let go. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Unexpectedly, Qianlong was already leaning limply in his arms, with a touching blush on that beautiful face that went all the way to the base of her ears. Like, being kissed soft. I just ate your meal, you are so rude. She is fine. The amount of blood she lost is equivalent to donating blood. In fact, she will recover soon. It's purely shameful to become like this. This time, Chen Yan absorbed much more real dragon blood than last time. Also thanks to the effect of vampire blood, he can perfectly absorb the power of dragon blood. The body's meridians and bones can be tempered, and the strength of the body can be further improved. The simplest and most direct improvement is that the use of inch power can be directly improved to a higher level, at least the first level has been mastered. Suddenly, a line of text appeared. The Godhead, Dragon God, has awakened. What? Chen Yan suspected that he had seen it wrong. There was actually a second Godhead awakening. What's going on? In fact, he has a bug in his card. By accident, he obtained the vampire bloodline ability, which happened to be able to perfectly absorb the power of dragon blood, and this time he accidentally sucked a large amount of dragon blood. This led to the awakening of the second Godhead. No one in the world can have such an opportunity and luck. More importantly, this is a god belonging to Daxiao, and he seems much more reliable than other gods. Xiaolongnu has given me a great gift. Please extract sequence ability. In an instant, a large number of cards were spinning around Chen Yan in his mind. The familiar card drawing session. Smoke. A card was turned over, and suddenly a dragon's roar sounded in the mind, and terrifying dragon energy rushed towards him. Suddenly, Chen Yan seemed to see a man punching towards the sky. The terrifying energy was like a 10,000-meter-long blue dragon, piercing through the 9 layers of the sky. Dragon God Sequence 005, True Dragon Holy Fist. Main effect, one punch, a dragon penetrates the sky, with infinite power. If this ability is used in conjunction with my inch power, wouldn't it be able to surpass the original version of the martial saint and become True Dragon, Inch Power? Fortunately, the harvest was rich this time, otherwise it would have been so worthless to have almost lost my life. Just at this moment, S-level investigator, Wei Tianhu has arrived. This is a tall and strong man wearing tactical uniform, known as the Ruthless Iron Hand. Boom! After he arrived at the scene, he punched the ground from the sky. In an instant, a large area of madness fire was extinguished, and countless madness fire believers on the ground were crushed into meat paste. Chen Yan and the other person were also exposed to everyone's sight. He thought the matter was finally resolved and was ready to take Qianlong out. But a fierce questioning voice suddenly came from the sky. Are you still human? Normally speaking, someone who can enter the depths of the insane fire and come out safely is definitely not a human. The person Wei Tianhu questioned was Chen Yan. Chapter 61. You are indeed unworthy. The sky was dark and a drizzle began to fall without my noticing. Are you still human? Chen Yan, as a hero who quelled a huge disaster, was questioned as soon as he escaped from danger. Admittedly, this is for safety reasons. If Chen Yan was contaminated and turned into a follower of the evil god, it would also have the potential to cause a huge disaster, so Wei Tianhu asked this question. Stand still and let me examine you. Wei Tianhu looked down at Chen Yan and issued an unquestionable order. Once he finds that there is something wrong with Chen Yan's body, he will kill him without mercy. There was no way Chen Nian would let him check. Because there is indeed the power of the evil god in his body, but he is able to suppress it. But others won't believe it. You say it can be suppressed? What if it can't be suppressed one day? Wouldn't that be a time bomb? Dilemma. Do you think I'm not like a normal person now? Chen Nian asked back. Don't say useless words. Whether you are a normal person or not will naturally be defined by me. If you resist, I don't mind using force to make you submit. As soon as the words fell, the terrifying aura of the earth-profound realm was revealed. He is the strongest person present. Are you worthy? Chen Nian's eyes suddenly turned cold. I know you have made special contributions, and you have also made great contributions this time, but merit is not a golden ticket to immunity from death. Let me say this one last time. Right at this moment. A deep voice suddenly came from behind. You really don't deserve it. It's like the sound of an ancient bell, ringing in my ears. Who? Wei Tianhu turned around suddenly. It was obvious that the voice was directed at him. I saw two people at the back. One was a very short girl, and the other, a burly middle-aged man with bandages wrapped around his fists, wearing a light suit. He was the one who spoke. Chu, Senior Chu. Wei Tianhu immediately dropped from the air, clasped his fists and saluted respectfully, his voice trembling a little. One of the 7 saints of the time. The martial saint, Chu Wuwang. Previously, Ning Meng said that she would introduce him to a good apprentice, so he really came here and arrived just in time. What? I said you are not worthy. Are you dissatisfied? Chu Wuwang asked back. Senior Chu, this is an internal matter of Bureau 749. Please don't interfere. Wei Tianhu said in a deep voice. Get lost. You attacked my apprentice and asked me not to intervene. Who are you? Are you itching for trouble? Disciple. Wei Tianhu's body shook. Chu Wuwang frowned and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Suddenly, he raised his bandaged fist and punched the sky. Boom! The powerful energy of the punch actually shattered the dark clouds in the sky and the rain stopped. Inch strength, opens the sky. Come on, if you can take my punch, you can do whatever you want with my apprentice. Wei Tianhu. How many people in the world can take your punch? Don't dare to say anything. Then get out. Ning Meng also shouted at Chen Nian, what are you two doing standing there? Come here quickly. Chen Nian and Qian Long then walked over, supporting each other. Ning Meng put her hands on her hips, looking very proud, as if to say, I promised you, is that okay? Walk. Chu Wuwang didn't ask any more questions. He let the energy flow around his body and disappeared in an instant with several people, leaving everyone confused. Especially Yi Yaya, her heart was filled with shock and fear. I thought I was the most connected person in 749, but I didn't expect that Chen Nian became the disciple of the martial saint. What the hell? That's a saint of the 10th realm. Can you accept any disciple? This is something that countless people envy. In the future, if those strong men want to touch Chen Nian, they must not only consider the 749 game, but also the martial saint behind him. At least, if the older generation wanted to make it in the psychic world, they would not bully Chen Nian by taking advantage of their age. The other side. Chen Nian and his companions were brought to a mountain by Chu Wuwang. Thank you for your help, senior. Chen Nian clasped his fists in thanks. Ning Meng girl, this boy is what you said. He has something extraordinary in his body. Chu Wuwang only touched her and sensed the evil god's power in Chen Nian's body, and his thick brows furrowed. He does have some issues, but he can suppress that power. Just like this time, I thought he was dead. Wait, Xiaolong knew, why are there red teeth marks on your neck? Chen Nian was too embarrassed to say anything, so he sucked Qianlong's blood fiercely. Qianlong subconsciously covered his neck and blushed to explain, I accidentally, was bitten. Who bit her? Chen Nian, you wouldn't suck her blood, would you? You damn vampire. Ning Meng kicked her in annoyance. It was my idea. Don't blame him. Qianlong helped Chen Nian argue with reason. Ning Meng glared at the latter and raised her pink fist to threaten, don't let me see you, or I'll beat you up. Yes. Chu Wuwang said, Ning Meng girl, I only care about one thing. You said that his talent is not inferior to yours. Is it true? He can give you an inch of strength. He can use inch force. I don't believe it. I did leave a copy of the inch force training method to 749, but it's not something a kid at this level can learn. I didn't believe it at first. Chen Yan, why don't you call this old man and see? Chu Wuwang pointed to a tree 10 meters away. If you can only make a tiny movement like farting, that's not called inch strength. I'll be embarrassed if I tell anyone about it. As long as you can smash that tree, you'll pass. Several people looked at Chen Yan and began waiting for him to perform. Chen Yan took a deep breath. Squat slightly in horse stance with 5 fingers facing forward. Suddenly, the spiritual power of the limbs and bones was mobilized in an instant, gathered in the fist, and suddenly punched out. At the same time, the sequence ability, True Dragon Holy Fist, is activated. This combo is called True Dragon, Inch Power, Collapse of Mountains. Boom! This punch actually created a vaguely visible blue dragon. Nearly 100 trees in front were all smashed to pieces in an instant. Ning Meng. Chu Wuwang. At this moment, both the big and the small opened their eyes wide and stared ahead in disbelief. Is this fucking inch power? Why is it different from mine? Being able to deliver such a terrifying punch at the mountain-moving realm cannot be considered a genius, he is a pure monster. Chu Wuwang was in a daze for a long time and could only utter 2 words. Awesome. Ning Meng was speechless. No. How come your inch power also has dragon energy? The power is so terrifying. Chen Yan smiled and said, I originally wanted to try to combine the 2 moves, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Boy, your name is Chen Yan, right? From today on, you are my disciple, Chu Wuwang. Chen Yan clasped his fists and said, Greetings, master. Then he looked at Ning Meng and said with a smile, Can I legitimately call you senior sister this time? Tisk, it's a good deal, old man Chu, but you are only qualified to be my second master. Chu Wuwang was so happy that he thought it was a great thing for Ning Meng to be his cheap second master. He didn't expect that good things would come in pairs and he got a monster apprentice as well. Boy, I'll give you a welcome gift. Oh. Chen Yan began to look forward to the gift from the martial saint. Chapter 62, Meeting the Martial Saint. A greeting gift from the martial saint. Chen Yan's heart was filled with excitement, thinking that it shouldn't be too bad. Chu Wuwang spread out his palm, and an inky black pill immediately appeared on his palm. The rich fragrance of the pill was filled with a domineering aura. It's like a flood and a beast rushing towards you. Wu Yuan Body Shaping Pill. Since I am called the martial saint, I will naturally follow the path of martial arts and physical body. Unlike those who use fancy magic, my main point is to break all laws with force. After you take this pill, it will automatically refine your meridians, bones, and muscles, giving you a more solid foundation. As my disciple, you naturally cannot have a poor foundation. Don't underestimate this pill. I personally refined it with all my strength. You can't buy it in 749. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Yan gladly accepted the pill. It was a treasure. You are also a chosen one. You have a strong dragon energy in your body, which can also strengthen your muscles and bones. With the help of this elixir, who knows what kind of monster physique you will develop. If you run into the disciples of the Sword Saint in the future, I'll let you spar with them and make me proud. Chu Wuwang is already extremely looking forward to Chen Yan's future. Before, he was too envious of the Sword Saint and the Taoist Saint because they were both super geniuses with extraordinary talents, while he had never taken a fancy to them. Until I saw Ning Meng. Unfortunately, Ning Meng is Mr. Li's disciple, and no one in the world has the ability to compete with Li Baiyi for disciples. The fist of the martial saint, the sword of the sword saint, if Li Baiyi doesn't look at the world, they are the first. If Li Baiyi enters the world, they can only be second. Now, we have accepted this kid Chen Yan. Even if Chen Yan can enter Jiaxing Tower in the future, Chu Wuwang will still be his senior master, and Li Baiyi will be his second master. Ha 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 ha. So refreshing. Boy, I see you're acting too aggressively, so I'll leave you a life-saving trump card. After saying that, Chu Wuwang pointed his finger at Chen Yan's brow and suddenly sent a hidden force into it. You are now in the mountain-moving realm. If you activate this energy, you can at least kill enemies in the sun realm. However, you will also suffer internal injuries. Don't use it unless it is absolutely necessary. This means that when Chen Yan is forced to do so, he can kill the sixth realm with the second realm. Crossing 4 major realms is too scary. Next, Chen Yan added Ning Meng and Chu Wuwang as friends so that they could contact each other next time. Okay, your senior sister, have to go back to Jiaxing Tower. If my senior brothers and sisters knew that I brought Xiao Longnu out to take risks, I might even get criticized. I don't know what kind of gods those people are in Jiaxing Tower. Even Ning Meng has to bow her head. I'm afraid that any one of them is a monster capable of leading the times. Chen Yan's biggest goal at the moment is to become the number 1 in the Genius Club and join the star-picking tower. At the moment of parting, Ning Meng saw that Qianlong had something to say. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute, if you have to fart, hurry up and fart. Chu Wuwang, what's wrong? Ning Meng kicked Wu Xing backwards. Get out of the way, understand? Only Chen Yan and Qianlong were left on the cliff. I'm about to leave, take care of yourself. Qianlong stood under the bright moonlight, the breeze between the mountains and forests lifted her long silver hair, and her facial features, which looked like works of art, were covered with a layer of holy silver light, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Take care of yourself. You don't have anything else to say? Come and visit me when you have time and I'll treat you to a buffet. Chen Yan smiled. That's a deal. You are not allowed to lie to the dragon. What do you mean by pointing your finger? Xiao Longnu blinked curiously. Hanging a hook for 100 years means keeping a promise. Why 100 years? Because a person can only live for 100 years at most, it is equivalent to keeping a promise for a lifetime. Is that so? Hearing this, Qianlong's eyes dimmed a little. 100 years was not a long time for her, but after 100 years, wouldn't everyone she knew be dead? She didn't want to see Chen Yan die. Chen Yan smiled and consoled, but psychics are an exception. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. It's probably not a problem for a saint to live for hundreds of years. But I heard that dragon blood can prolong life. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianlong was seen preparing to bite his finger. What are you doing? I'll feed you more dragon blood, and you can treat me to a meal later. Just teasing you, stupid dragon. Humph, bad guy. Ning Meng's voice came from behind, and Qianlong didn't stay any longer. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around and shouted, Chen Yan, you must become a saint in the future. After shouting, he followed Ning Meng's footsteps along the moonlit path. Chen Yan first swallowed the Wu Yuan body-shaping pill, given by the martial saint. Soon, one could clearly feel a tingling sensation in the meridians and bones. That is the elixir that is tempering my body. It is equivalent to becoming stronger even when sleeping. It is indeed a good thing. After the previous battle, Chen Yan's level had also increased a lot, from LV54 to LV76. Then, Chen Yan opened the gift from God he had obtained before. Suddenly 3 options appeared. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. 3. Evil gods fire resistance plus 10%. When Chen Yan saw the third option, his eyes lit up. There is actually an option that can permanently increase resistance. If the resistance is stacked to 100%, doesn't that mean the insane fire will be useless to me? Choose 3 from 3. Evil gods fire resistance plus 10%. Then, Chen Yan took a look at his own abilities. Killing Sequence, 003, Blood King, 007, Warcraft Greedy Wolf, 009, Boundless Killing Realm, 015, Latani's Blood Moon Great Bow, 032, Orse Death Chain, 045, Blood Flame. Dragon God Sequence, 005, True Dragon Holy Fist. In addition, he has his own sword skills and inch power, so his fighting methods can be said to be quite rich. Not to mention the Moving Mountains realm, even the Breaking the Sky realm itself is probably invincible. Hello. Yi Yaya called, excuse me, is this the honorable disciple of the martial saint, Chen Yan? Chen Yan, I feel like you are being sarcastic. The Bureau asked us to go back and report the mission and give rewards. I took advantage of your contribution this time, so I have to be polite to you, my honorable disciple of the martial saint. If you keep yelling like that, I'll spank you. As expected of you, the noble disciple of the martial saint. You dare to spank me. What will happen next? No more jokes, let's find a place to gather and go back to 749. Chapter 63, Can you heal yourself first so I can see? Chen Yan returned to 749 and completed the mission report. An announcement came out soon. Investigator Chen Yan single-handedly saved thousands of lives and was awarded a special merit. Reward, 200 contribution points. The 749 Bureau Forum was in an uproar. He's only a D-class investigator, and he's already won his second special merit. Is he going to let people play with him? Poet Chen Yan. I feel like a loser for being in the same class as him. Don't forget, he is now a publicly acknowledged disciple of the martial saint. Otherwise, don't compete with him. As for whether Chen Yan was infected by the power of the evil god. How could a human martial saint not know this? Why should others worry about it? For the next 2 days, Chen Yan stayed in the bureau to calm down, preparing to go out and take on missions after all the medicinal power of the elixir was absorbed. Unexpectedly, the mission to enter the reverse world has arrived. Received a subjugation mission, subjugated the designated demon. Transmission countdown, midnight. Chen Yan likes the subjugation mission. It can be completed by killing a monster. It's a great thing. He will soon be able to enter the long-awaited reverse world again. Chen Yan's physique has been greatly enhanced, so he might as well take this opportunity to give it a try. Zhejiang City, an art exhibition hall. Lu Lin is carrying out a mission, which is quite bizarre. Case file number, CD 9322. Location, Zhejiang City, High-Tech Zone, Art Exhibition Hall. Overview, at an art exhibition 3 days ago, as of 2 p.m. that day, there were 190 people in the exhibition hall, but no one came out later. Unexpectedly, all 190 people disappeared mysteriously in the exhibition hall. Mission objective, please investigate the reasons why a large number of tourists disappeared in the art museum. There are 3 investigators on this mission. Including Lu Lin, there are 2 D-level investigators and 1 C-level investigator. As the team leader, Lin Sun is a powerful person in the Xingchuan realm. At this time, the art gallery has been cordoned off and no one is allowed to enter except for 749 investigators. The museum was brightly lit, with paintings on display on the walls, and there was nothing unusual. But did those 190 people just disappear from the face of the earth? Separately look for clues, keep in touch, and report any situation at any time. Lin Sun commanded. So the 3 of them began to search separately. Lu Lin came to the central exhibition hall and stood quietly in front of a huge mural. Village and Monsters is the name of the painting. In the picture, a large number of people are fleeing in panic in a ruined village, and a huge inky black monster is chasing them from behind. It's a bit creepy to look at. But Sanwa girl is not scared, she is just curious. After a closer look, she found that the people in the painting were wearing very different clothes. Some wore beautiful dresses, some wore modern sweatshirts, some wore suits and leather shoes, and some wore ordinary sweatshirts. What painter could create such a stylistically inconsistent work? Author's signature, painter. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Beautiful lady. Lu Lin turned back suddenly, his whole body filled with chills ready to burst out. Standing behind her was a tall, thin man in a white magic costume. I am very happy to see that someone appreciates my work. I am the painter, the author of this painting. Lu Lin was about to contact the other 2 people, but unexpectedly, the huge painting behind her suddenly burst out with a terrifying suction force, swallowing her in like a whirlpool. There were originally 190 people in the painting. Now, there are 191 people. Lu Lin. Lu Lin. Got it? Please reply, Lu Lin. The other 2 immediately rushed to the scene, but did not see Lu Lin. They only sensed a chill in the air that had not yet dissipated. What's going on? Her communications are down. How could this happen? Both investigators felt a chill down their spines and goosebumps appeared on their backs. Even the investigator of Unit 749 has disappeared, this has become terrifying. Chen Yan heard some bad news from Yi Yaya. Chen Yan, do you know that the 3-No Ice Girl disappeared during the mission? The 3-No Ice Girl naturally refers to Lu Lin. She's missing. After all, the 749th Bureau investigators are investigating supernatural events. They can't always defeat monsters, and there are cases where they are killed and sacrificed by monsters. What's going on? Not long ago, there was a mission called Horror Art Museum, where more than 100 people disappeared. She accepted the mission and went to investigate, but she also disappeared. Of course, the surveillance video was also out of order, so nothing was captured. It's so weird. But the Bureau has suppressed this matter. They don't want to cause panic. I also overheard it from my dad. Chen Yan frowned. The disappearance of an investigator is no small matter. Why, are you worried about her? Of course. After all, we have been on missions together and we are still friends. Don't worry, the Bureau has secretly assigned 2 senior investigators to investigate, so don't worry too much. Overstepping your authority and interfering is a big taboo. You will be hated by others, Yi Yaya kindly reminded. Okay. Since a senior investigator has already started the investigation, Chen Yan has no right to intervene and decides to focus on the reverse world mission first. The countdown is over, the mission is about to begin. Do you want to teleport? Yes. In the blink of an eye, the world turned into chaos. Current ladder score, 1400, has entered the normal level of the reverse world. Current mission, defeat the demon, 9-headed demon bird. Chen Yan looked around. It was still the familiar safe house with a round table in the middle. Teammates were being teleported in one after another. Just as everyone was chattering, a girl was teleported in. She was lying on the table, covered in bruises and seemed to have lost consciousness. Lu Lin. Chen Yan recognized the girl's identity at a glance. Unexpectedly, I ran into her in the reverse world. That being said, her realm is similar to mine, and her ladder points are also similar, so it is possible that we can be matched together. Chen Yan came to Lu Lin's side immediately. She had many obvious external injuries on her body and her physical condition was extremely bad. It was estimated that she was teleported into the reverse world at the last moment before she fell into a coma. Chen Yan took out a pill. Lingyuden. When the two first met, Lu Lin gave one to Chen Yan. Later, Chen Yan prepared a few for himself, but he was basically never injured and never used them. He didn't expect that they would come in handy now. After feeding Lu Lin the pill, she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. I could only wait for her to wake up and ask her what happened. What's going on? There's a burden as soon as you come in. This is a crusade mission. Without more people, the difficulty will increase. Chen Yan looked around. Who has the healing ability? I am, hee. A fat man with a wretched face stood up and smiled with narrowed eyes. I have healing abilities. I can heal the wounded just by touching them with my hands. Leave her to me, I will definitely be able to treat her well. He swallowed his saliva as if he saw a piece of delicious cake. This injured petite beauty has a kind of lovable feeling, and her porcelain-like skin must feel very comfortable to touch, the fat man thought. Of course, his healing abilities don't require touch. I have read too many urban medical novels, and when I see a beautiful woman injured, I want to go up and massage her. Not only can I get the pleasure of NTR, but I can also take advantage of her. Really? That's amazing. Chen Yan suddenly raised his hand, and a flash of blood appeared. Snap! Half of the fat man's arm was cut off on the spot. As the severed arm rolled to the ground, the spurting blood sprayed all over the faces of the other people at the table. Can you heal yourself first so I can see? P.S. Realm, Spiritual Realm, Moving Mountain Realm, Skybreaking Realm, Star-Rotten Realm, Clear Light Realm, Sun Realm, Earth Mysterious Realm, Destiny Realm, Wandering God Realm, Holy Spirit Realm, Saint. Another very good new book has 40,000 words in manuscript, the author is not slacking off. JPG. Chapter 64, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Killing the demon bird with one punch. Ah! The fat man knelt on the ground, howling like a pig being slaughtered. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the others also began to loudly accuse. How could you harm your companions? Yeah, even if he says something unpleasant, you can't just do it. We were already short of people, and now we have lost our combat effectiveness. Do you want us to fail in our mission? For a time, Chen Yan became the target of public criticism. Of course, they didn't know Chen Yan, nor did they know the bloody hand butcher, otherwise they wouldn't dare to speak like that even if they had 100 courages. Chen Yan glanced at everyone casually and said calmly, don't just talk, why don't you try it? Everyone's chatter stopped immediately. Take action. Everyone present here is not a fool. The knife just now was so fast and fierce, it was obvious that this person's fighting ability was not low. If you act rashly, you might end up in trouble. The wretched fat man had already picked up his broken arm. A green light emerged from his hand, and he quickly reconnected the broken arm. It seems that he really has healing abilities. Chen Yan said, "You, come here and treat her wound. But if you touch her hair, I will chop off the hand that touched it." With your attitude? You want me to treat her injuries? Impossible. The fat man hurriedly hid behind everyone and sneered, "Apologize to me first, then beg me. Otherwise, don't dream. I am a valuable medic. Everyone will treat me as an important companion and protect me. If you attack me, you will have to pay the price. You apologize to me first, and then I will go and treat that girl, and she will have a good impression of me after she wakes up. What is pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face? This is pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face." Chen Yan stood up and walked closer to the fat man. "What are you doing? Don't come over here." The rest of the people couldn't bear to watch any longer and stood in front of the fat man. On the side, a man took out a 1,000-pound wolf tooth club and smashed it hard on Chen Yan's forehead. Bang! The dull sound of bone and metal colliding. But Chen Yan was fine. The spirit-infused wolf tooth club was actually bent. What? With a body tempered by the martial saint elixir and dragon blood, Chen Yan has reached a point where his physical body alone is invincible. Roll! A bloody hand slapped him away, and he spun several times in the air and fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. Stop him! The fat man was frightened and turned pale. Chen Yan is in a very bad mood right now. The chilling murderous aura immediately frightened the rest of the people so much that they quickly retreated. They had a hunch that this guy was really going to kill. If this goes on, not to mention the next subjugation mission, someone will die in the safe house. Wait. I'll help you heal your brother, don't be impulsive. The fat man, who was scared to death, finally compromised. Under Chen Yan's supervision, he was forced to start treating Lu Lin. After a while, the fat man said exhaustedly, "I tried my best. She is not in danger of life. She will wake up soon." After saying that, he immediately ran to the side of the others like a fat rat. Chen Yan was in no mood to kill him again. The most urgent thing was to wait for Lu Lin to wake up and then ask her what happened. After all, when the mission in the reverse world is completed, she will be teleported back. It was clear that she was facing another dangerous situation. The others were discussing in whispers. He's not coming with us to complete the mission. Instead, he's there looking after that unconscious woman. Don't worry about him, we will go and defeat the demon ourselves. That won't do. We go to the trouble of completing the mission, but he does nothing. How can he still get the mission reward? Why? Yes. This kind of person only knows how to bully others at home. We can't let him get any benefit by lying on the ground. The fat man sneered, "I do have an idea. Let's provoke the 9-headed monster bird first, and then lure it over here. In order to protect the woman, the guy will definitely not run away, so he will be forced to fight." Haha. I'm so smart to kill people through monsters. Okay, let's do it this way. A group of people began to act. The gray urban area, the gloomy sky, the city seems to be shrouded in smog. They searched everywhere and finally found the target of the mission. In the middle of a square, a huge strange bird with 9 heads was lying on the ground and sleeping. Its size was comparable to that of a helicopter. Several people were watching from a distance and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The 9-headed demon bird, also known as the ghost car, is a monster from the classic of mountains and seas. Such a huge size. This monster must be at least level 3, right? How do we lead it over? The fat man chuckled and said, "It's very simple. I will shoot at it here, and it will definitely be attracted by the bullet. Then I will escape to the vicinity of the guy's hiding place." The others asked, "How did you get out of this?" As a medic, I naturally have a self-protection device. The invisibility cloak can completely conceal my figure. Wait and see the show. Bang! A gunshot ripped the silence of the reverse world. The nine-headed demon bird suddenly opened its eyes. The 9 heads raised up at the same time, looking in all directions like snakes, and those pairs of pupils were like enchanting rubies. "Come on!" the fat man shouted in the distance. The 9-headed demon bird immediately locked onto its target, spread its wings and flew into the sky. Its huge black wings stirred up a large amount of dust on the ground. Bait! The 9-headed demon bird flapped its wings and flew away, and the fat man led it all the way to the building where Chen Yan was. The heads opened their mouths one after another, and terrifying flames were about to burst out of their mouths. "That's about it. Bye." The fat man immediately put on an invisibility cloak and suddenly disappeared into the air. Boom! Several pillars of fire poured down from the sky like jets from a high-pressure fire gun, instantly turning the building where Chen Yan was into a sea of fire. The flames burned fiercely, lighting up the gloomy sky. The fat man and several other people were gloating in the dark. "Well done. You deserve it, let him pull you, pull your mother. I didn't expect this demon bird to be so powerful. They should all be burned to death in there. I guess even if we join forces, we are no match for this monster bird. How about giving up the mission to save our lives?" "That makes sense." Just as they were discussing the follow-up plans, a figure walked out from the raging fire. "What? He's not dead." The blood barrier around his body dissipated, revealing Chen Yan's figure. He was holding Lu Lin in his arms with a cold expression. "Look up. I saw the huge demon bird hanging in the air. Its wings stirred up a fierce black storm, and everything on the street was torn apart by the strong wind, and countless cracks appeared on the ground and buildings." Chen Yan raised his hand. All the energy in the body is gathered in the fist and explodes. Dragon Fist, Inch Power. Bang! A black dragon rose from the ground and pierced the demon bird on the spot. The next moment, the ensuing energy smashed the 9-headed body into pieces in midair. The sky was filled with blood and flesh, like a torrential rain. Chapter 65, Tan Lang, Eat Slowly, Understand. Permanent blood strength plus 6%. With one punch, Chen Yan blasted the 9-headed monster bird into pieces. With a blood-red umbrella held above his head, he walked in the blood rain holding Lu Lin in his arms, his cold pupils full of chillness. The shocking scene left everyone stunned in place. What just happened? The 9-headed demon bird was killed instantly by him. Is he still a human being? Impossible, impossible. Some people held their heads with their hands, some were shaking all over, and some had fear in their pupils. Under normal circumstances, having such teammates is a great thing, and they can directly lead the team to complete the mission. But no one present could be happy. Because they were about to kill Chen Yan and were ready to watch the show. Now, what should we do now? He won't take revenge on us, will he? Don't run away, and don't panic. Let's keep calm and say that the monster passed by on its own and has nothing to do with us. Okay, that's it. When Chen Yan came over, no one ran away, but walked towards him with a relaxed look. Awesome, bro, that's awesome. We were just about to come over to help, but we didn't expect you to take care of the monster all by yourself. Brother, we finally got the upper hand, ha 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 ha. Facing the flattery and praise from the crowd, Chen Yan's cold voice suddenly rang out. You think I know nothing? The air suddenly became quiet. A burst of black mist emerged and transformed into a huge black wolf beside Chen Yan. Warcraft, greedy wolf. Its body tensed up, its center of gravity sank, its bloodshot pupils locked onto the people in front of it, and its hot saliva dripped onto the ground. Just by being stared at by Tan Lang, everyone felt a chill on their backs, and even their breathing became heavy. What kind of monster is this? Wait, don't be impulsive, brother. This was all the fat guy's idea. He wanted to lure the monster to attack you. Yeah, we were all unaware. Chen Yan gave a calm order, Tan Lang, kill them all without sparing a single one. As soon as the words fell, Greedy Wolf shot out like lightning and bit off the head of one of the men. Screams broke out and the rest of the group ran for their lives. The scope of activities in the reversible world is limited. They are like chicks trapped in a cage, hunted one by the greedy wolf. The ways of death were each more miserable than the other. The fat culprit was hiding in a corner, his heart was beating extremely fast, he was sweating profusely, and his crotch was wet. He was already scared to death. Who could have thought that the man had such terrifying strength that he not only killed the monster bird alone, but also killed all the others. Fortunately, I have the invisibility cloak, so I can survive. The fat man was feeling lucky. Suddenly, the terrifying greedy wolf came over, sniffing around as if he smelled something. You don't think that no one knows you are hiding here? Chen Yan's voice rang out. The fat man covered his mouth tightly with both hands, not daring to breathe, but the urine-smelling liquid in his crotch was flowing uncontrollably onto the ground. This is what gave away his position. Tan Lang, have you ever had dessert? Remember, eat it in small bites. Don't eat too hard. I don't want to see him die too quickly. Ouch! Tan Lang rushed out immediately, tore the fat man's arm off in one bite, and quickly chewed it into pieces and swallowed it into his stomach. Ah! After a heart-wrenching scream, the fat man finally revealed his figure. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please consider that I helped you save someone. Chen Yan suddenly came over and kicked Tan Lang on the butt. I told you to eat slowly. If you keep eating so fast, I won't let you eat anymore. Do you understand? Ah! Tan Lang cried out in grievance. Chen Yan ignored him and turned away. Screams continued to be heard from behind him, until they gradually faded away and could no longer be heard. Soon, Tan Lang ate all the corpses and became much stronger. Next, we just need to wait for the task timer to end. Lu Lin was lying aside, while Chen Yan sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb spiritual energy. A few hours later, Lu Lin finally moved, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he finally slowly opened his eyes. How do you feel? Chen Yan asked with concern. Lu Lin was a little confused and blinked expressionlessly. Am I dreaming? Or is he already dead? Is this a revolving lantern? Because she was first sucked into the painting and came to an abandoned village, and the 190 people who had disappeared before were in that village, and had all been torn to pieces by a huge monster. This is how the painting got its name, Village and Monsters. Of course, she was constantly being chased by monsters, but luckily her strength was strong enough to delay her escape. In the end, in order to conceal his breath, he sealed his entire body with ice crystals and hid deep underground. The turning point is that she also received a mission from the reverse world and was ready to teleport into the reverse world to rest and recover her injuries and strength. But unexpectedly, just before entering the reverse world, he was discovered by that horrible monster. The ice crystal that protected her body was shattered, and she suffered serious internal and external injuries. She could only desperately continue to escape until the last moment of consciousness, when she was teleported into the reverse world. I lost consciousness after that until I woke up now. After waking up, I found that my injuries were mostly healed, and the first person I saw was Chen Yan. So, she thought it was a dream or a revolving lantern. Chen Yan. Lu Lin bit his lip and said with an extremely serious expression, "Can I be friends with you?" Normally, she would only say this in her heart. But since it was just a dream or a revolving lantern, she had no worries and finally mustered up the courage to speak out. Chen Yan couldn't help laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? We have been friends for a long time. Really? Lu Lin blinked cutely, but you didn't say that. How can I explain this to you? Being friends is different from being a boyfriend. We don't need to formally say it, and we don't need to get a marriage certificate. We just understand each other. Oh. Lu Lin was very happy. It turned out that we have been friends for a long time. She kept performing difficult tasks and working hard to catch up just to qualify as Chen Yan's friend. But I'm not as strong as you. Let me correct you again. Being friends doesn't require everyone to be equally strong. It's not about being equal in social status. Oh. All the doubts and worries in my heart were confirmed. Lu Lin was very happy, although her expression was expressionless, but she thought this journey was worth it. After speaking her mind, she still had one more thing she wanted to do. Seeing those girls usually go to the cafeteria and go to the bathroom together holding hands, I think this is what friends should be like. It's a pity that I have never done this before, and my hands are icy cold. I'm sure no one would be willing to hold hands with me. She wanted to take this opportunity to give it a try. So without asking Chen Yintong whether he agreed or not, since she was just dreaming, she just took his hand and interlocked all 5 fingers into it. Chen Yan. How about we talk about business first? You should still be in danger now. Lu Lin. She tilted her head again, obviously not realizing that this was not a dream. What I mean is, what kind of danger did you encounter? After I get out of the reverse world, I can find a way to save you. Lu Lin's brain froze instantly, and his body became stiff, like a delicate doll. She hugged her legs and buried her head in her knees. The next moment, the biting cold spread with her as the center. Wait, hey, what are you doing? Soon, Lu Lin turned into an ice sculpture and froze himself inside. So shy that I became autistic. P.S. You can rest assured about Laoyin's level. Those who should be killed will definitely be killed. Laoyin knows how to write more satisfyingly. Chapter 66. Enter the painting. After Lu Lin's autism ended, Chen Yan immediately asked her about the situation. Got key information. She is trapped in a painting called Village and Monsters. All the missing people were sucked into the painting, and she was the only one alive. There was a huge monster like Godzilla chasing her. I don't know how to leave the painting. Okay, I understand the situation. Chen Yan said, after I get out, I will first ask for support from the bureau, and then rush to rescue you as quickly as possible. You try to hold on. Lu Lin nodded obediently. His eyes were still wandering on the ground, not daring to look at Chen Yan. Thanks. If you can get out alive, I'll give you something. Chen Yan was curious, what is it? It can't be a pill. Secret. Soon, the mission countdown ended. The two were about to say goodbye and were teleported back to their original locations. Protect yourself and wait for me. Complete the subjugation mission, ladder points plus 300. Current ladder score, 1,700. The moment the mission was completed, a large amount of spiritual energy immediately rushed into Chen Yan's limbs and bones, allowing his level to rise again. LV90. There is only a fine line between him and the great perfection of the moving mountains realm. Chen Yan returned to the real world and immediately contacted the headquarters as quickly as possible. I know where Lu Lin is. She is trapped in a painting. Upon learning of the situation, the headquarters immediately directed on-site investigators to launch rescue operations. Of course, Chen Yan was definitely worried, so he personally flew to Zhejiang City on his sword and arrived at the so-called Horror Art Museum. There was a cordon at the entrance of the art gallery and several law enforcement officers were on duty. Chen Yan stepped forward and was immediately stopped by security personnel. 749 Investigator. Chen Yan took out his ID. Excuse me, please come in. When Chen Yan crossed the cordon, she saw a familiar figure. It seemed to be Director Li's colleague, Instructor Zheng Xian. If I remember correctly, she is Lu Lin's aunt. It seems that she must be concerned about Lu Lin, and even ran to the scene herself. Director Zheng. Chen Yan. Why are you here? I wanted to come and see what's going on. How is it now? Have you found Lu Lin? No. I've already been to see the painting myself, but I couldn't find a way to get in. It's killing me. I'll go in and take a look too. There are 2 investigators inside. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to go in. It's against the rules. Chen Yan smiled and said, don't worry, Director Zheng. What I do is never against the rules. 2. Zheng Xian forced a pale smile and did not try to stop him. Although the 2 investigators inside are both senior investigators in the 5th realm, she always has a feeling that if Chen Yan comes, there may be a turning point. This young man gives people the feeling that he is very reliable. Art Gallery Lobby. Chen Yan just walked in and saw 2 investigators sitting on the exhibition stand smoking. Now that Lu Lin's life or death is uncertain, how could they, as investigators carrying out their mission, be so lax? I couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in my heart. Who are you? Who allowed you in? 749, Chen Yan. Upon hearing this name, the 2 investigators' expressions paused slightly. Words like Bloody Hand Butcher, Disciple of the Martial Saint, and Special Merit are all his code names. What are you doing here? Assisting in the investigation. An order from the Bureau. Personal wishes, caring about friends. What do you mean, you interfere with other investigators' missions without permission, you don't trust our abilities? The 2 men asked the question, with obvious displeasure between their brows. Although Chen Yan is very strong, he is a junior after all. Acting like this is too disrespectful to his predecessors. I don't trust you very much. Chen Yan ignored the two of them and started investigating the museum on his own. Damn, look at him like that. We have already checked the painting, but we can't find anything. Can he do it? Soon, Chen Yan found the painting. Village and Monsters. The painting shows a ruined village, people are desperately running for their lives, and a giant monster is chasing them from behind. Lu Lin said that she was trapped in this painting. But both the two investigators and Director Zheng had already investigated this painting and there was no progress. How can we rescue Lu Lin or enter the painting? Just as Chen Yan was studying the painting carefully, a sudden voice came from behind him. I've finally waited for you, the 192nd sacrifice. The moment he heard the voice, a bloody knife appeared in Chen Yan's hand, and he turned around and slashed out a half-moon arc. But the knife went through the opponent's body without causing any substantial damage. It was a man wearing a white magician's uniform. Clatter. Behind him, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the painting and swallowed Chen Yan. Oh. The man gave a sinister smile. Just then, two other senior investigators arrived. You are the mastermind behind this. Get started. The two investigators attacked from the left and right respectively. But their attacks still passed through the enemy's body without causing any substantial damage. The man in the magic costume stood there gracefully, like a magician waiting for the curtain to open and the play to begin. Let me introduce myself to you too. I am the painter from the Pantheon. I love painting and killing people. Where's that kid Chen Yan? It feels like I was sucked into the painting. The painted ghost grinned. Soon, you two will witness the grand opening, so stay tuned. His ability is to materialize the monsters in the paintings into reality, but the condition is that a large number of sacrifices are required. The monster he drew this time required 2 psychics in addition to the 190 ordinary people sacrificed before. Once all the sacrifices are killed by the monster in the painting, the horrible monster will materialize into reality. This means that if Chen Yan and Lu Lin die, the monster will be alive. Chen Yan was sucked into the painting and came to the dilapidated village. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in blood, broken limbs and bones were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and decay. The visibility in the surrounding area was very poor, almost like thick white fog. Lu Lin. Chen Yan shouted a few times. But he failed to find Lu Lin's location, instead attracted heavy footsteps like an earthquake. Bang! 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 A huge monster like Godzilla emerged from the thick fog and began to chase Chen Yan. This monster was tens of meters tall, its body covered with black scales as hard as steel, its head like a dinosaur, and its tail like a giant python sweeping everything on the ground. Chen Yan retreated quickly, drawing the bow and pulling the string as he did so. A blood moon bow shot out. Boom! Unexpectedly, even its scales could not be destroyed. Roughly estimated, the level of this monster is at least level 6. Chapter 67 The Power of the Martial Saint. Chen Yan had no choice but to run away. But I didn't expect that the world in the painting was not big. There were air walls all around, and the real range of activities was only this village. No matter where you run, the monster can always find your location. Suddenly, a cold hand reached out from the thick fog and unexpectedly pulled Chen Yan behind a wooden house. Lu Lin. Before Chen Yan could open his mouth, a layer of ice sealed his body. It was not until the monster's voice faded away that the ice slowly melted away, and the girl next to him was Lu Lin. It can sense sound and temperature. No wonder it has to be sealed with ice. I guess in the monster's vision, I am just a ball of red, thermal imaging vision. Why did you come in? Lu Lin asked. That painting sucked me in, but that's just fine. Friends should share happiness and hardships. Chen Yan looked indifferent. Lu Lin nodded, thinking it made sense. It wasn't that big at first. There were still many survivors when I came in. After they were all killed, it became this big. So, it can kill people to become stronger. The people sucked into the painting become some kind of sacrifice that makes the monster stronger. Chen Yan immediately understood the logic. No wonder Zheng Xian and the other 2 investigators were fine, but he was the one who was sucked into the painting. Because they are stronger and my realm is lower. If a strong person is sucked in and defeats the monster, the cycle will be broken, so it will only suck in weaker people. Maybe, as long as we defeat this monster, we can get out safely. Defeat? Lu Lin looked at Chen Yen expressionlessly, as if to say, are you kidding? A monster with strength close to level 6 would probably require a level 6 realm to defeat. Even if one is gifted with extraordinary strength and can fight across borders, one would still have to be at level 5, right? Can. Only Chen Yen, and only he can do it. There is a power left by the martial saint in his body. Although activating that powerful force would cause internal injuries to oneself, this is a matter of life and death, so why wait any longer? The two began to make a plan. If Chen Yen wants to deliver a fatal blow, he must use this power to its fullest, so it is best to use it at close range. The plan was that Lu Lin would attract attention in the front, and Chen Yen would fly from behind to attack the monster's head. You only have one chance. Action. The two began to run, one in front and one behind. Lu Lin created several ice cones and shot them out, attacking the monster from the front, immediately attracting its attention. Then the monster began to attack her frantically, shooting out beams of energy from its pupils, bombarding the earth with holes. Lu Lin narrowly avoided it. The monster stepped down, and the ground shook violently like a meteorite falling to the ground. In an instant, gullies appeared on the ground. The aftermath of the airflow alone was enough to blow Lu Lin's petite body away. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Yen stepped on the flying sword and flew into the air, made a big circle from behind, and landed smoothly on the monster's head. The power hidden in his body was activated by him. In an instant, the power of the martial saint was like a raging tsunami, violently filling Chen Yen's limbs and bones. He only felt that his whole body was as hot as a branding iron, the meridians in his body were almost exploding, and his bones seemed to be trembling and wailing, and could fall apart at any time. As expected, the power of the martial saint. If his body had not been tempered by dragon blood, he really would not be able to withstand it. Raise your fist. All the strength of the body is concentrated in the fist without reservation. Aim at the monster's forehead and punch it. Inch power. This time it was not the first level of inch power, but the second level of C-splitting. It's called Dragon Fist, inch power, C-splitting. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of this punch is stronger than Ning Meng's full-strength attack. Bang! The monster's forehead exploded like a watermelon. The force of the fist was like a domineering blue dragon piercing from top to bottom, and the monster's huge body was torn into pieces in an instant, and its flesh and blood shattered. Finally, the monster turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood, collapsed to the ground, and was no longer able to breathe. Blood strength plus 10%, God's gift, obtained. It worked. Chen Yen also fell from mid-air and landed heavily on the ground. His skin cracked, his blood vessels ruptured, and his entire body was bleeding like a bloody man. This is the price of forcibly using the power of a martial saint. It is still too much to bear, but fortunately the monster was killed. Chen Yen. Lu Lin ran over and saw Chen Yen's appearance. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and began to freeze him. Don't worry, I'm in good health and won't die that easily. Wait, why are you freezing me? Help you stop the bleeding. Lu Lin said expressionlessly. My serious injuries are internal. External injuries have no effect on me. Stop freezing me. I'm going to be frozen into an ice sculpture. We can always be friends even if we are frozen into ice sculptures. Fuck, you're a Yandra, aren't you? Lu Lin often carves some cute ice sculptures by herself, such as ice-carved rabbits and ice-carved cats, which is her usual hobby. Then, Chen Yen summoned out Tan Lang. Let it eat the monster's corpse to its heart's content. Tan Lang has eaten many corpses and has now grown into a giant black wolf with strength at the peak of level 3. It seems that its strength will only exceed Chen Yen by 1 level, not much. Tan Lang has realized the ability, transformation. Transformation can transform into the prey that has been swallowed at once and gain its power and abilities. There was an unexpected gain. Chen Yen was overjoyed. Doesn't that mean that Tan Lang can turn into that terrifying giant monster? Although it's a one-time thing, it's still pretty awesome. At the critical moment, it can surpass the powerful combat power of the 6th level. Then, Chen Yen opened the gift from God, and 3 options immediately appeared before him. 1. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. 2. Blood strength plus 3%. 3. The attack range of Blood King increases by 4 meters. Chen Yen thought for a moment and chose number 3, Blood King, as his most comprehensive means of attack and defense. The benefit of increased range was considerable. Now the attack range has been increased from 6 meters to 10 meters, which further improves its overall combat capability. The blood strength increase has reached 128%, and with another 2% increase, you can get a new round of gifts from the gods. Ah! After Tan Lang finished eating the corpse, he held something in his mouth and brought it to Chen Yen, looking like a pet asking for credit from its owner. What is this? Chen Yen took it in his hand and saw that this saliva-stained thing was actually a black core, as if it had fallen out of the monster's body. Take it first and study it slowly when you get out. After the monster died, the fog dissipated and the two people's vision finally became clear. I discovered that at the end of the ruined village, there was a space vortex. I guess that was the exit, but it was not easy to be found because it was covered by fog. Look, there's a space vortex over there. Help me get over there. Good. I asked you to help me, but I didn't ask you to hold my hand. Why are you holding hands with me while we're going to the bathroom? Oh. Outside. Two senior investigators were manipulated by the painted ghost. He was like a ghost, no attack could have any effect on him. He could also freely shuttle between the paintings and attack the two with the weapons in the paintings. For example, there was a painting of a knight holding a great sword. The sword in the painting was actually thrown by him towards two people and penetrated 3/4 of the wall. No, this is not a solution. Or destroy this entire art gallery. But those two people were sucked into the painting. I guess he can't survive. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared in the huge painting, Village and Monsters. Chen Yen and Lu Lin supported each other and came out. When the man in the white magician's suit saw this scene, his face lost its calm elegance and was instead filled with intense shock. The two sacrifices escaped from the monster in the painting. Chapter 68 Chen Yen, Confinement. Sorry. The other two investigators also stood there in a daze, their hearts filled with turmoil. I thought this guy was dead, but not only was he fine, he actually rescued another girl. He did what the senior investigators couldn't do. Get out now. This person is a famous demon on the 10,000 Demons Hall list, and he is extremely dangerous. The painted ghost had a gloomy face, his hands were clenched into fists, veins popped out of his skin, and his uncontrollable anger was like an erupting volcano. How dare you run away? How dare you desecrate my paintings? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. In that case, I will have to forcibly summon Astros. Although his power will be reduced, it will be enough to kill you. He half knelt on the ground, and the moment his white-gloved hands touched the ground, a huge purple magic circle instantly appeared. That's right, this is the summoning circle used to summon the monster in the painting. It is expected that when Astros kills all the sacrifices and is summoned again, he will become a 7th-level monster. Now, due to the escape of Chen Yen and the other person, the sacrifice is missing, and he can only summon it by force using his own essence and blood. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out on the ground, and a terrifying airflow instantly surged out of the magic circle, and a dark purple beam of light shot up into the sky. A summoning array of this scale, it seems he has been planning it for a long time. The monster is about to be summoned. What are you still standing there for? Go! The two senior investigators had already begun to think about retreating, but they saw Chen Yen and Lu Lin standing there without moving. Are you looking for death? If you don't leave now, no one can save you. Chen Yen shrugged, looking indifferent, and said nothing. Don't worry about him. This kid thinks highly of himself and looks down on others. He won't blame us even if he dies. Walk! The two men blew up the wall of the art gallery and fled outside, secretly frightened at the purple beam of light rising into the sky. After a while. But nothing happened, and no monsters were summoned. Have you posed enough? Chen Yen asked. The face of the painted ghost half kneeling on the ground was full of confusion. Impossible, why is this happening? Why didn't Astros respond to my call? Maybe it fell asleep. Do you want to try again? The painted ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. Come out, Astros. However, there was still no response. His pupils trembled. What's going on? Why is it like this? The two investigators outside were also puzzled. What's going on? Much thunder but little rain. You are firing a dud here to scare people. Chen Yan scratched his ears and said, "It's not a good business." "Excuse me, I have already killed that monster." "What did you say?" "Bullshit, bullshit." The painted ghost stood up and stared at Chen Yan with bloodshot eyes. "Even if it hasn't become a complete form, it is barely at the 6th level in strength. How can you, a person with the aura of the 2nd level, kill a 6th level monster?" "Absolutely not." But if that was not the case, why didn't Astros respond to his call? "Is it true?" "No. No, how could this kid have such fighting power?" Chen Yan took out a black crystal core. This thing exploded from the monster's body. "What is it?" The moment he saw the black crystal core, Huagui's heart skipped a beat and goosebumps instantly appeared all over his body. The reason why he was so unpredictable and the two investigators could not hurt him was because he sealed his heart in this crystal and hid it in the safest place in the painting. As long as no one else can destroy this crystal, it is impossible to kill him. The boy is holding the crystal now. Does that mean he was the one who really killed Astros? I don't know what it is. Huagui tried hard to keep his facial expression calm and approached Chen Yan and the other person step by step. That is his only weakness. If the crystal shattered, he would die. But he was also afraid that the boy would be impulsive, so he did not attack directly, but approached slowly. "Give it to me and I'll spare your lives, how about that?" Chen Yan smiled, "If you take another step forward, I will crush this thing." The painted ghost immediately stopped, like a sculpture that suddenly stiffened. "Look how scared you are." "Actually, I was just trying to scare you." What Chen Yan said just now was a test. If the other party didn't care about the crystal, he would definitely not stop, but he stopped instantly, proving that he cared, and not just in ordinary terms. "This is interesting. Kneel on the ground, raise your hands, and don't move," Chen Yan said with a chuckle, holding the crystal in his hand. The ghost painter had no choice but to do as he was told. He was a famous demon in the 10,000 Demons Hall, an elegant painter, but now he was humiliated by a mountain-moving realm. What a shame. At this time, the other two senior investigators returned. As soon as I came back, I saw this jaw-dropping scene. "Not a buddy. You were acting like you were going to destroy the world just now, why are you kneeling down now? Weren't you very elegant before, and didn't you play us in the palm of your hand? Why is he acting like a grandson in front of Chen Yan now? What the hell is going on?" Chen Yan said calmly, "Now I can be sure that this thing is your weakness, and you are very afraid that it will be destroyed. Catch him." The two senior investigators took immediate action and subdued the painted ghost. I was overjoyed. I didn't expect that such a dangerous character would be caught for no reason. If we can recapture 749, even though the main credit is not ours, we will still have secondary credit. Chen Yan, you give us that thing to keep. We will capture it and bring it back to 749 for you. Then we will report it as your first achievement. Yes, Chen Yan. After all, we were the ones who accepted the task to investigate. If you did the job, we would lose face. If there are benefits in the future, we will also take care of you. After hearing this, Chen Yan laughed unkindly. It's fine if these two people didn't do anything, but they still want to save face and share the credit? How can it be so easy? Who told you that I was going to take him in? Snap. Chen Yan directly crushed the crystal core. Ugh hi, the painted ghost let out a terrible howl. He immediately curled up on the ground, his body deformed and melted, leaving only a white magic suit. Blood strength plus 8%, God's gift. He killed another powerful demon and made a lot of money. You. The two senior investigators stayed where they were. They didn't expect that Chen Yan didn't even want the credit for sheltering them. Now, the mission report will be quite ugly. The two of them had no credit at all. The credit for killing the demon and rescuing the 749 investigators all went to Chen Yan. Leave Lu Lin. Chen Yan put one hand on Lu Lin's shoulder and walked out slowly with the help of him. Chapter 69 Return to 749, Realm Breakthrough, Breaking the Sky Realm. As soon as the two came out, they met Jing Xian. Stern. Jing Xian hugged Lu Lin tightly, holding him like a doll. I was so worried about you, kid. Are you okay? After some questioning, Jing Xian finally found out the whole story. It turns out that if it weren't for Chen Yan, Lu Lin would have been in danger of death. I didn't expect Lin Lin to have such a good eye. The first time he met Chen Yan, he expressed his desire to make friends with him. Now it seems that making friends is really worth it. How many people would risk their lives to save their friends? Even though Chen Yan is known as a ruthless and decisive, bloody-handed butcher, in the eyes of others, he is very kind to the people around him. Good boy, if you make a mistake in the future, I will definitely speak well of you during our tutors' discussion meeting. Zheng Xinke was too protective of her. Now in her eyes, Chen Yan was as kind as her nephew. Under her escort, the two returned to 749 smoothly. This time, even Chen Yan was sent to the medical department for hospitalization. The damage to his meridians caused by the forceful use of high-level power still required treatment. Chen Yan was lying on the hospital bed resting, and Lu Lin was sitting beside the bed watching her. I just need to rest for a few days. You don't have to keep watching me. This is for you. Seeing Lu Lin holding a round pill in his palm and handing it to him, Chen Yan remembered that she had said she would give him something after she left. What kind of healing pill is this? Lu Lin shook his head. The sky-breaking pill is a reward for completing a hidden mission. After taking it, you can break through the sky-breaking realm. Question mark. You can directly break through to the Puxiao realm, which is a very powerful effect. After Chen Yan killed the demon, he happened to absorb some spiritual energy into his body, and his level has reached LV 100, which means that all 100 spiritual orifices in the body are filled. But this does not mean that you can break through the realm. Breakthrough requires understanding, talent, and state of mind, which is a very metaphysical thing. For example, Chu Wuwang, after throwing 3 punches, he suddenly became enlightened and became a saint instantly. So this thing is very valuable, and it can allow Chen Yan to break through without any obstacles. You don't need it yourself. I have made a breakthrough. When did it happen? At that time. In the small room in the reverse world, Lu Lin woke up and saw Chen Yan, and after he personally admitted that they were friends, Lu Lin's state of mind changed at that moment, and it became an opportunity for her to break through. She has already broken through the sky, so naturally she has no use for this thing, but this does not affect the preciousness of this thing. After all, it is the reward for a hidden mission, and others are probably scrambling for it. Thank you. Chen Yan took the pill. Share the good times and the bad times together. She strictly follows the principles of being friends. Chen Yan laughed, thinking that there are many friends who share difficulties these days. For example, I am short of money recently, can you lend me some money? There is no such thing as sharing happiness. I have to ask you to pay for the meal when I go home. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and 2 people walked in. It was the 2 roommates, Yi Yaya and Xie Yi. Chen Yan, I heard that you were in the hospital, so I came here specially. Oh. You have a mistress hidden in your house. Brother Chen, I brought you some food. From what I understand, you need to take more vitamin supplements, such as... Okay, it's okay. Lu Lin was about to leave, but Chen Yan stopped him. Don't go, Lu Lin, these 2 are my buddies, Lao Ye and Lao Xie. Yi Yaya leaned close to Chen Yan's ear and said, Mr. Chen, you are not trying to seduce me, are you? What, jealous? Fuck you. Aren't you 2 stationed in the harbor district? Why did you come back to the bureau to visit me? You are being narcissistic. We will be participating in a group training organized by the bureau soon and will set off in 2 days. Practice well and catch up with me, your brother Chen, as soon as possible. Yi Yaya ignored Chen Yan and turned to Lu Lin and stretched out her hand. Since you have a good relationship with Chen Yan, then we can be considered brothers. Lu Lin extended his hand expressionlessly. TSK, this is so cool. Yi Yaya took out a lollipop from her pocket. I'll treat you. You're welcome. After the killer Chen Yan, the chatterbox Xie Yi, and the hot girl Yi Yaya, there is another ice girl Lu Lin in this circle. Office. The mentors are meeting with the deputy director. That painted ghost is a great demon from the 10,000 Demons Palace. Although his rank is not high, his methods are quite formidable. Many investigators have tried to deal with him but to no avail. He was killed by Chen Yan just like that. Yes, that's what's written in the mission report. It's absolutely correct. This kid is in the 2nd realm and doing a 6th level job. Can he be any more amazing? It is said that this is the trump card left by the martial saint for him. As expected of a martial saint disciple, the treatment is good. Li Xiao coughed, sat up straight and said, before he became the martial saint, I was his mentor. Look at you, you must be so happy. This is an honor for you. Another instructor said, although Chen Yan has made contributions, isn't it against the rules for him to interfere with other investigators' missions without authorization? If everyone does this, it will ruin Feng Yuan. What's the bad rule? Being able to get things done is a good thing. Zheng Xian immediately retorted, Chen Yan has done a great deed this time, and it's a great deed. Director Zheng, your elbow is bent too obviously. I don't care. Whoever dares to pursue him will be punished by me. Everyone. The two senior investigators have already filed a complaint against Chen Yan's unauthorized interference and are awaiting the result. At this point, the results came out. It says that Chen Yan's transgression is justifiable, and that no punishment will be given to him, but instead he will be rewarded for his merits. Damn it, our mission was taken away by a newcomer who just arrived not long ago. How can we put our dignity aside in the future? Amy, I want to apply for arbitration. Then, Amy's virtual figure popped up. Retrieving task records. Currently being decided. Decision completed. Investigator Chen Yan's rescue of his colleague is understandable. You are not capable enough, so I suggest you practice hard. Grass. Relevant public opinion soon appeared on the forum. The task that the two senior investigators failed to complete was completed by Chen Yan as soon as he arrived. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. How are those two going to get along from now on? Can Chen Yan actually deal with such a powerful demon? Stop joking. He is a disciple of Wu Sheng, one of the 7 saints of the time. Do you think we are qualified to compete with him? In the ward. Chen Yan first opened the gift from the gods that he had saved before. There was nothing particularly good in the new round of 3 options, so Chen Yan directly chose to increase the blood regeneration speed by 5%. Then, he took the Breaking Sky pill, given by Lu Lin. The elixir enters the body. A powerful aura suddenly surged into every part of his body. Turbid air leaves the body, the physical body transforms, the spiritual orifices expand, and the spiritual power increases. Early that night, Chen Yan suddenly opened his eyes. An aura of breaking through the sky realm emanated from his body. Realm breakthrough successful. All sequence abilities and martial arts have been further enhanced. What is even more surprising is that all the internal and external injuries on his body have recovered and his physical condition has reached the most perfect peak. The phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Yan opened it and took a look. You have been invited to join the group chat, Martial Saint Team, 3 people. Chapter 70, Martial Saint Training begins. Is Chen Yan's body so strong? There are 3 people in this discussion group. Chu Wuwang, Ning Meng, Chen Yan. Chu Wuwang at Chen Yan, you used my power forcefully, and now your body must be falling apart, right? Chen Yan, fortunately, thanks to the power left by Master. Ning Meng, I was going to take you to Baliamen to practice tomorrow, but since you're injured, forget it. I'm not going. Chu Wuwang, Ning Meng girl, you're not coming either. Ning Meng, this guy doesn't come, why should I come? You don't think that I am willing to practice with you, do you? Chen Yan, no problem, my injury has healed. Chu Wuwang. Ning Meng. Chu Wuwang, impossible, you must have suffered serious internal injuries and are probably lying in bed now. I would be a fool to be your master. Chen Yan, by the way, I've made a breakthrough and I'm almost well again. Chu Wuwang, breakthrough. You are quite fast, you are worthy of being my disciple. Then will you come to Baliamen together tomorrow? Chen Yan, okay. Ning Meng at Chen Yan, please bring me a few cups of milk tea from the city, your senior sister. Make sure it's very sweet. Chen Yan, no problem. Ning Meng, the little dragon girl also clamored to come and play with me and asked you to bring her some delicious food, this foodie dragon. Chen Yan, okay, see you tomorrow. The next day. Chen Yan said hello to Director Li and went out. He bought a big gift bag of snacks and several cups of milk tea, put them all in the storage bag, and then flew on his sword to Balian Gate. Balian sect is a sect founded by Chu Wuwang. As the name suggests, it means a sect that has been tempered through thousands of trials. Those who practice there are all crude warriors, who focus on making their physical bodies invincible and never practice any magic. But even so, Baliamen is still one of the most powerful sections. After all, it has a saint in charge, and this alone is enough to attract people all over the world. When they arrived, Chen Nian had just fallen from the sky when he saw hundreds of disciples in the mountain, climbing the mountain by squatting and jumping, with a 1,000-pound boulder on their backs. Chen Nian. Following the sound, I saw a girl waving at me from below. The bright morning light embellishes her brilliant smile, and her long silver hair coated with golden light is as magnificent as a work of art. Wherever she stands, there is the most beautiful scenery in the mountains. Next to her, there was a little girl with her arms crossed over her chest. Chen Nian drove the flying sword down. Qianlong, senior sister Ningmeng. Did you bring us anything delicious? Qianlong smacked his lips, his eyes sparkling. I have it. Chen Nian took out the things from the storage bag. Senior sister, your milk tea. You're sensible, hum. Ning Meng hummed with satisfaction, sipped the sweet milk tea, her eyes curved. There are snacks in here, such as spicy noodles, biscuits, beef jerky, and pistachios. If you like them, I'll bring them to you next time. Yeah, I brought you something too. Qianlong took out a delicate little porcelain bottle from his waist. Here you go. What's in it? Dragon blood. If you lose control again next time, you can drink it to suppress it. This. Chen Nian hurriedly took the porcelain bottle and glanced at Ning Meng. She had said that if she was caught sucking dragon blood, she would beat her up. Forget it, forget it. I'll pretend I didn't see it since you bribed me this time. Ning Meng said, and walked into the door on her own. Inside the Balian sect, at a glance, nearly 100 disciples in grey tights were practicing boxing in the square. Here it comes. Chu Wuwang was delighted to see those people. Is that person the new disciple accepted by the sect master? Looking at his aura, he is only at the sky-breaking realm. I don't think he is that powerful. A male disciple with thick eyebrows and big eyes said, don't talk about others in private. Senior Chu will not make a mistake. He must have extraordinary talent. Yes, Brother Qin. But who is that little guy? Ning Meng heard the whisper and kicked the gravel on the ground, hitting the disciple right in the middle of his eyebrows. Ouch! The disciple held his forehead, on which a conspicuous blood mark had appeared. With my mortal body, I can actually be injured by a stone. Her strength is so terrifying. The male disciple was terrified. Chu Wuwang smiled at Chen Nian and said, Today, I will show you how we train here. Come, bring him a sky-breaking realm training dummy. Soon, several people worked together to move a dummy in front of Chen Nian. This thing can absorb spiritual energy, and can only bear the power of the physical body and qi. An ordinary sky-breaking realm disciple will take a whole month to break one. Qin Lian, come over here and give it a try. Yes. A male disciple named Qin Lian came over, emitting the aura of the late stage of the sky-breaking realm. Bang! A punch hit the dummy. This punch, which was capable of smashing a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds into pieces, was unable to shake the body of the dummy. Chen Nian, come here. The first round of training for you is to break this dummy into pieces. Since you are my disciple, the requirements are naturally higher. I will give you 1 day. Good. Chen Nian walked forward and immediately attracted everyone's attention. These disciples in the sect were also curious about Chen Nian's strength. 1 day. That's too much. It will take Master Qin at least 7 days to reach the late stage of the sky realm, and he is only in the early stage. Chu Wuwang said, Ning Meng girl, let this kid practice on his own first. I have arranged other training for you. Just after taking 2 steps, there was a sudden muffled explosion behind him. Under Chen Nian's dragon fist-inch power, the dummy was instantly shattered into pieces, and the fragments were scattered all over the ground. The whole audience gasped. What the hell? 1 punch. I give up, this is too scary. Wait, maybe, the dummy's durability is running out, so he can. No, the dummy I just moved in is brand new. Even Chu Wuwang himself was frightened and stunned for a moment. He gave Chen Nian 1 day, considering his extraordinary talent, but he didn't expect that he could give him another surprise. It seems that this kid's strength has increased a lot after breaking through his realm. That's great. Qian Long applauded Chen Nian. Ning Meng said proudly, that's more like it. As my junior brother, it's not shameful. Master, we can start the next stage of training now. Okay, then I'll let you go to the Thousand Hammer refining room to experience it. Do any of you want to compete with Chen Yan? Have. I also want to see how big the gap is between me and him. Count me in. Many disciples from the sect joined in. This is the so-called Thousand Hammer refining room. Once you enter, you will be attacked by mechanisms from all directions to temper your body. If you can't stand it anymore, just lie on the ground. The mechanisms will only attack people who are standing. Chen Yan glanced at Ning Meng and said, "Senior sister, with your height, won't you be invincible if you go in? You really deserve a beating, don't you?" Once everyone is inside and the door is closed, the rigorous training begins. All kinds of weapons suddenly shot out from the walls in all directions, including swords, spears, halberds, fists, and even a Gatling machine gun appeared on the wall, shooting wildly at the people inside. Some people use their muscles to become invulnerable to swords and guns, some people cut bullets with their hands, and everyone shows their magical powers. This time, Chen Yan felt how strong his body was now. 1 hour later. Almost everyone was exhausted, covered in wounds, and fell to the ground in surrender. Only Chen Yan and Qin Lian were still standing. But the latter was also bruised and swollen, and was on the verge of collapse. Only Chen Yan's muscles still had no obvious scars. "I can't hold on any longer." After saying that, Qin Lian also fell to the ground, unconscious. The disciples lay on the ground, watching Chen Yan calmly, wondering what kind of monster body he had. How could it be so much more terrifying than the ones we practiced every day? Of course, not everyone has the opportunity to drink dragon's blood. Chu Wuwang was very satisfied. It seems that we cannot treat Chen Yan with the ordinary breaking the sky realm, we have to give him some strength. Chapter 71 Chen Yan, don't think so bad of me. Chen Yan, come with me. I'll let you practice new martial arts with Ning Meng girl. Chu Wuwang brought a few people to the back mountain of Baliaman. Now that you all know how to use inch force, I will teach you a leg-based martial arts technique called Thunder Whip. Let me show you the actual combat effect first. A few hundred meters ahead of them, there was a high mountain with a huge waterfall hanging in front of it. As soon as Chu Wuwang finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded and he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, there was a break in the water flow in the middle of the waterfall, and the entire middle of the mountain was shattered by one kick, making it shorter. With one kick, he could break waterfalls and shatter mountains, as fast as thunder. This is Chu Wuwang's other famous martial art, Whip Thunder. How is it? In the blink of an eye, Chu Wuwang had returned. That's it. Ning Meng curled her lips. This martial art has 2 stages of explosion. The first stage is an explosion from the feet, instantly getting close to the enemy. The second stage is a kick, aiming at the opponent's forehead, and killing with one kick. Chen Yan suddenly raised his hand. "Master, what if I can't reach someone's forehead when I raise my legs like senior sister Ning Meng?" "Knock your mother." Ning Meng raised her leg and kicked Chen Yan. He looked so fierce, as if he was about to jump up and hit Chen Yan's knee. "Well, then you can jump a little higher." Chu Wuwang said, "Next, I will inject the martial arts training method directly into your brain." After saying that, he pointed out. 2 auras entered Chen Yan and Ning Meng's sea of consciousness respectively. In my mind, it seemed as if there was a little golden man who was constantly repeating this martial art, and I could watch the key points at any time. However, when you practice this leg technique, you can't just practice it, you have to tie this on. Chu Wuwang took off a leggings from his leg. This is. As the leggings fell to the ground, there was a loud bang, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Weight training. Chu Wuwang said with a smile, "Master, I have a dozen of these things tied to my body, each weighing tens of thousands of pounds. I'm used to it." What the hell? This means that Chu Wuwang's thunderous kick that was like teleportation just now was done with weights weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds tied to his body. How strong will he be after removing all the weight from his body? This is the strength of a martial saint. Chen Yan, your realm is relatively low, so just tie 1,000 pounds to each of your limbs. Ning Meng girl, you tie 3,000 pounds. Soon, Chen Yan tied the weight on. Both feet and hands, a total of 4,000 kilograms of weight. It was not easy to lift my feet, and swinging a weapon was even more difficult. Fortunately, his body has become completely extraordinary and can move normally under such a load, but if he wants to use the Thunder Whip kick, he still needs a lot of practice. In the next 2 days, Chen Yan started various trainings with weights. For example, kicking wooden stakes, squatting and jumping up and down the hill, etc. After training, I would have a discussion with Qianlong and Ningmeng in the evening while eating snacks and playing gobang. Lying down at night, Chen Yan browsed the 749 forum out of boredom. I heard that Feiyu Island has merged with the reverse world. Now there are a lot of monsters on the island, and many people have gone there to train. Such a post attracted his attention. Flying Fish Island. Isn't this the place where Laoya, Lao Xie and others are going? Wait, the reverse world merges with reality, and there are a lot of monsters. How come I didn't know this news? That's a lot of monsters. Chen Yan immediately called Li Xiao. Oh, yes, you follow the martial saint to practice, didn't I inform you? Director Li, can we still go now? Sure, I'll let you know and you can go directly. Chen Yan immediately told Chu Wuwang. Yes, but you cannot remove the heavy weight from your body unless you have no other choice. This thing must be used constantly to have a significant effect. Yes. Then, Chen Yan said goodbye to Ning Meng and Qian Long, saying that she would look for them to play next time, and then left in a hurry. On Balian Mountain, a subordinate came up to Chu Wuwang and whispered, "Sir, we have some clues about the 10,000 Demons Palace base that you asked us to investigate before. We will probably find it in 2 days. But, sir, you usually don't have time to take care of these things. Why are you taking the initiative to participate this time?" The 10,000 Demons Palace was almost destroyed by my apprentice, so of course I have to teach them a lesson. Chen Yan. But as far as I know, he was the one who took the initiative to find the painted ghost, and he was killed by him. Then I don't care. If I don't give them a little warning, who would dare to mess with my apprentice in the future? Yes, I will continue to investigate. Flying Fish Island. The platform is just an ordinary uninhabited island. However, just 2 days ago, Bureau 749 detected an abnormal space fusion here, and many monsters from the opposite world were left on the island. This happened to be an uninhabited area, so many young investigators were sent here to gain experience, including Yi Yaya and others. Chen Yan came down and saw a camp with many white tents. This should be the camp set up by Bureau 749. Chen Yan. Yi Yaya and Xie Yi were already waiting. We received a message from Director Li saying that you were coming. Aren't you training with the martial saint? Why are you joining in the fun? Hey, wherever there are monsters, there is me. I know that Brother Chen is addicted to killing. All the monsters he killed never survived, said Xie Yi. I listened to your words as if they were mine. Chen Yan pulled the two of them over and said, "Hurry up and kill the monster. Oh, and please give me the head. Don't worry, there are many monsters on this island. We will go around looking for monsters during the day and return to the camp to rest at night." Several people began to walk through the jungle on the island. Chen Yan, run faster. Yi Yaya certainly didn't know that Chen Yan had a 1,000-pound weight tied to his body, and said unhappily, it was determined that he rushed too much, and his legs and feet are not working properly anymore. No, you are a woman who keeps saying you are too aggressive. Can you be more reserved? Brother, why are you talking about this, humph? Brother Chen, Sister Ya, look. There's a monster ahead. As expected. 200 meters ahead, a black demon wolf appeared in the sight of several people. Yi Yaya arrived first, but didn't take any action. Xie Yi also arrived and opened his mouth to cast a spell to immobilize the person. Certainly. As a result, the demon wolf was nailed to the ground, unable to move. They all tacitly prepared to let Chen Yan kill the monster. But at this moment, another team of 3 suddenly came in from the side. The leader moved swiftly and pierced the body of the demon wolf with a spear. Sorry, you two, we were a little too quick. Chao Meng carried a spear on his shoulder and smiled playfully. You're done. Yi Yaya said. How is it going to end? This is Brother Chen's monster, and you stole it from him. Xie Yi said. Brother Chen? Which Brother Chen? I'm still Brother Chao. Don't joke with me, it's just a monster. It's not a big deal. Suddenly, 2 teammates behind him said in a trembling voice, Chen Yan. Hear this name. Chao Meng's whole body shook violently, and when he looked carefully, his eyes almost popped out. Fuck. Bloody Hand Killer Chen Yan, is it really him? When did he come to Feiyu Island? Brother, what should I do? I heard that this person is extremely cruel and ruthless, and kills anyone he sees, which is why he is called the Bloody Hand Butcher. Several people kept retreating, their voices trembling. Chen Yan walked over confidently. Raise your hand. You, what are you going to do? Chow Meng was so frightened that his face turned pale. You can't kill me just because I accidentally robbed your monster, right? Chen Yan's hand patted his shoulder, giving him goosebumps. We are all colleagues. I am not a murderous demon. Don't think that bad of me. Chen Yan smiled slightly. Yes, indeed, haha. But since you stole one monster from me, it should be okay for you to compensate me with 10, right? Don't tell me there's a problem. Chapter 72 Demons attack the camp at night. Chen Yan stops pretending. Chen Yan began to live a life of reaping the benefits of others' labor. He only needs others to catch the monster, and then he can kill it and reap the benefits, while his blood strength increases dramatically. An afternoon passed, and a new round of gifts from the gods was received. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Fill up 10 spiritual points immediately. 3. Or's death chain can restrain more powerful enemies. Option 3 is to strengthen your own skill sequence, which is naturally a no-brainer. This is a powerful single-target control skill that can restrain stronger enemies. Does it mean that you can control people across a large realm? Cross-border challenge of magical skills. The news that Chen Yan had arrived on Flying Fish Island was also spreading rapidly. I feel that Chen Yan is not that good. As the victim, Chow Meng wondered, I see his movements are bloated, and he doesn't have the strength that is rumored. Could it be that others are just exaggerating? I think so too. If we compare speed, I even feel that he can't beat me. I just didn't get a chance to see him really fight. I don't know how capable he is. I also want to see what the martial saint sees in him. Of course, Yi Yaya and Xie Yi also sensed that Chen Yan was abnormal. In the evening, all the investigators returned to the tent, made a fire and ate. Chen Yan and others also sat at a table. Chen Yan, are you suffering from any sequelae from the injury you sustained last time? It's okay. Chen Yan smiled and shook his head. At this time, the staff member in charge of counting the people suddenly said, there were supposed to be 27 people, but there were 26 people. There is still one person who hasn't come back. Did you notice who didn't come back? It's Lu Sungwen. He said earlier that he needed to find a place to poop and asked us to leave first. Why hasn't he come back in such a long time? There were 2 level 5 leaders who led everyone to the training. One of them said, I'll go and bring him back. These guys have no sense of time. Amy, locate Lu Songwen's coordinates. Locate. Already located. Then, a projected map with a flashing red dot appeared on the terminal. The 5th level investigator flew up and quickly disappeared into the dark forest. No one took this matter seriously. Since a 5th level leader had already taken action, what could possibly happen? Don't kill me. The missing Lu Sungwen was tied naked to a big tree. A demon was standing in front of him. It was a green-skinned monster with a cow's head, a fish's body, a snake's tail, and wings. In Classic of Mountains and Seas, this monster is called Lingyu. She lives on this island. Often, ships passing by the island are bewitched by her magic and all come to the island to be brutally tortured by her and then eaten. She also didn't expect that suddenly a group of investigators from 749 would come, and all of them were young and strong men. Snap! 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 She kept whipping Lu Songwen's body with her thick tail, leaving bloody wounds and exposing his skin and flesh, which was a shocking sight. After torturing him to its heart's content, the dace used its horns to gut him and enjoy the delicious meal. Monster, die! Following a shout, a terrifying energy force came from a distance. It was the 5th realm investigator who came to look for Lu Sungwen. Oh. I haven't even gone to look for you yet, but you dare to come to my door. Brute! The investigator chopped down with his knife, but only hit a shadow. She had disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only a large cloud of pink smoke that completely enveloped the place. Come on, let's see who will kill you first, or you will hit me first. Phantom figures kept appearing in the fog, and the investigator was confused and disoriented. When he came to his senses, a snake's tail had entangled his limbs. The Dace is also a 5th level monster, and it belongs to the disaster level. There are 4 levels: disaster, dragon, and ghost. Disaster level monsters are stronger than ordinary 5th level investigators. Die. The monster suddenly approached and bit off the investigator's head. After a delicious meal, she flapped her wings and flew up, looking at the tents and fire in the distance, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. A bamboo flute was held in her hand. The sound of this flute can command the monsters on the island to attack the 749 investigators. Hee, since you like hunting, why don't you try being the prey this time? Tent. That's strange, why hasn't the leader found the person yet? Yeah, it's been so long, and there's still no news. Wait, what's that sound? Suddenly, a strange flute sound coming from a distance made everyone alert. Then the ground began to shake, and the dishes and chopsticks on the table made clanging sounds. Everyone be on alert, another leader shouted. All of a sudden, all the investigators stood up and looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. In the dark forest shrouded in the night, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. It's a demon. More than 1 or 2, they are a group of demons. What's going on? Prepare for battle. Dozens of demons surrounded and attacked from all directions. They were almost all the remaining demons on the island. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces, except Chen Yan, whose eyes lit up. How come there is a buffet delivered to my door at this late hour in the evening? The war is about to break out. There were flashes of swords and sabers, running spiritual energy, the clanging of metal, the howling of monsters and the sounds of fighting all mixed together. Chen Yan, what are you doing? Under the surprised gazes of several people, Chen Yan took off all the 1,000-pound weights tied to his limbs and threw them on the ground. Bang! Bang! Every time he threw something, it made a small hole in the ground. What the hell? Does he usually wear these things when practicing? Is it a human? No wonder his movements looked a bit clumsy, so that's why. People were stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. After taking off these weights, Chen Yan suddenly felt that his physical condition had reached its peak, as if he could fly with just a light jump. First try the leg techniques taught by the master and see if you can perform them successfully. Chen Yan shot out like a cannonball, at a speed so fast that only his afterimage could be seen, and in an instant he arrived in front of a tiger monster. When he raised his leg, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. Created by the martial saint, the leg technique whipped thunder. With a loud bang, the tiger demon's body was kicked into a pile of minced meat on the spot. Chen Yan raised his fist again. Dragon fist, inch power. With a deafening explosion, the energy brought out the blue dragon and instantly crushed the 3 demons in front. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly into the group of monsters, holding a bloody long sword in his hand, and fighting the demons with his unmatched body. Amid the flying blood and flesh, one could still see the corners of his mouth raised in excitement. This is the true strength of Chen Yan, the bloody hand slayer. A disciple of the martial saint, tearing apart demons with bare hands, is a bit scary. Damn it! These demons dare to surround and kill us. Kill them. Chapter 73. Don't you like eating people? Everyone's morale was high, and with the addition of a leader from the 5th realm, it wasn't a problem dealing with these low-level monsters. But before they knew it, misty purple smoke had filled the area around the tent, visibility was less than 2 meters, and everyone felt like they were in the mist-hidden technique from Naruto. Be careful. These monsters are controlled to attack us, and the mastermind behind this is very powerful, the team leader shouted. Damn it, I can't see anything. Everyone, shrink your formation, stay together as much as possible, and cover each other. In the purple fog, phantoms of monsters kept appearing, but the investigators had no idea whether they were real or fake, so they could only keep launching attacks. Unbeknownst to anyone, one investigator after another was entangled by the snake's tail and dragged into the depths of the fog. Ah! Screams came from the depths. People's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. The fear that made their scalps tingle was like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their tightened hearts. We can't go on like this. We have to break through this fog. Otherwise we won't even know how we died. I'll do it. The leader of the 5th realm soared into the air, broke through the fog illusion, and prepared to shake the fog away from the air. He gathered a large amount of spiritual energy in his palm and was about to slap it downwards, but before anyone knew it, a figure flew out from the mist behind him, and the snake's tail just happened to wrap around his body from behind. The demon beast, the dace fish, poked out its bull-like head and chuckled in the investigator's ear. It seems that you are the strongest among them. I caught you. If I kill you, they will all become lambs to be slaughtered. Well. He could feel the snake's tail wrapped around his body shrinking continuously, and his bones could be heard crackling. He could never have imagined that there was a powerful wild monster hiding on this island. Moreover, this monster's strength is beyond his own. After all, not everyone is a monster of a higher realm like Chen Yan. Ordinary 5th-level investigators can only deal with disaster level 5th-order monsters. To deal with the disaster level, elites are needed. It takes a genius to deal with the dragon level. To deal with the strongest ghost level, you need a super monster. I'm going to fight you. With a loud bang, the terrifying spiritual energy brought a large amount of airflow to disperse the purple smoke, and the grass carp was also shocked to vomit blood and flew out. It turned out that this investigator forcibly detonated the spiritual orifice in his body, which was a self-mutilation attack. After the explosion, a large amount of spiritual energy in the body burst out like a balloon exploding, which instantly blew away the monster and dispersed all the smoke. However, the price he paid was that almost all of his blood vessels ruptured and he immediately turned into a bloody man. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The vision became clear again and everyone immediately noticed the seriously injured leader. Team leader. How are you? Don't worry about me, go. You can't deal with that monster. Some people were already frightened and tried desperately to escape, but after taking a few steps they ran into an invisible barrier. What is this? It's the barrier. We are trapped. What should I do? I can't escape. Great fear hung in people's hearts. No one could have imagined that an outdoor combat training would actually cost their lives. Leave. No one can leave today. The dace had already risen into the air again, looking down at the terrified investigators, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Why do you think I drove those monsters to attack just now? Faced with the attack of the monster group, they would naturally shrink their formation, and then use a large amount of fog to block their vision. They would naturally shrink their formation even more and cover each other. During this time, the dace built a barrier cage and trapped the lambs in it. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. After all, I've already eaten 2 people today, so it's better to store more food. After hearing this, people suddenly realized. It turned out that the missing investigators, including the leader who went to search for them, had all been killed. Just at this moment. Outside the barrier, a person walked back. His clothes were stained with blood, as if he had just returned from a battle in hell. Chen Yan. That's right, Chen Yan happened not to be trapped inside, because he was the only one who rushed to the innermost part of the monster pile to kill the monsters. So he happened not to be locked up. What? The dace narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that there was still a little sheep that escaped the net. But it doesn't matter. His aura is only at the 3rd level, and he can be killed with ease. Chen Yan, don't come over here, go and call for support from headquarters. Yi Yaya shouted. Although she knew that Chen Yan's fighting power was abnormal, there was no way he could be a match for this demon. Staying here would be tantamount to suicide. What are you talking about? You guys are all my friends, how can I leave you guys behind? Chen Yan looked up at the strange fish with a bull head and a snake tail in the sky. He raised his hand and gathered his strength, and a blood moon bow quickly took shape. I don't like looking up at people, get off. With a bang, the big bow shot out like a missile. The grass carp dodged but was still hit a little. This kid dares to attack me. Looking for death. She swooped down, wanting to crush the human to death. No. She would rather torture him in front of everyone and then eat him. Varied. The dace suddenly found that he could not move. What happened? His hands and feet were locked by blood-red chains that appeared from the void, making him unable to move or break free. Killing sequence 032, Or's death chain. I didn't expect that after the effect of this skill was improved, it could really control the 5th level demon directly. Tan Lang, come out. As soon as the words fell, the black fog formed into a giant black wolf, standing beside Chen Yan. Tear her apart. Tan Lang shot out like lightning, but hit a transparent barrier head-on. Although she was controlled, she was still able to use her powerful spiritual power to form a protective barrier. You want to touch me with just a little wolf? When this thing wears off, I will slowly torture and kill you, human. The grass carp spoke each word with gnashing teeth. Yeah. Chen Yan recalled that Tan Lang had learned a new skill last time, which allowed him to transform into any monster he had eaten. Transformation. In an instant, Tan Lang's body expanded rapidly and turned into a huge monster like Godzilla, dozens of meters tall. It was the one that Chen Yan had killed with the power of the martial saint in the painting before. The expression on the Lingyu's face changed instantly, the corners of his lips kept trembling, and a strong sense of disbelief was revealed in his pupils. Sixth level. No. Impossible. Chen Yan said calmly, by the way, don't you like eating people? Gan Lang, eat her, slowly. Then, Tan Lang stepped on her protective barrier and broke it into pieces. It stretched out its claws again and tore both of her wings apart, causing blood to splatter on her back, and she screamed in agony. Those who eat people will be eaten. She spent the last moments of her life in despair. Chapter 74 Invitation to the Divine Weapon Society. Blood Hunt Feast effect triggered, blood strength plus 7%. Chen Yan's killing of monsters directly increased his blood strength by nearly 20%, and he gained the opportunity to activate 2 gifts from the gods. Tan Lang had already started eating the demon's corpse, and the barrier that trapped everyone finally disappeared. Everyone inside was already stunned. I am not seeing things. Where did that wolf come from? Why did it suddenly help Chen Yan? Its fighting power is too terrifying. That monster should be under the command of Chen Yan. Another 5th level leader raised his head weakly, dazed. I was completely hopeless, but I didn't expect that the situation would turn around in the end because of Chen Yan. As expected of him, he is the disciple of the martial saint. He is able to unleash power far beyond his realm. This is a true super genius. Chao Meng, who had previously robbed Chen Niangwai, was frightened. Fortunately, I politely compensated all the monsters to him before. Anyone who says Chen Yan is not strong in the future is a fool. 749 has never had a wrong nickname. The title of Bloody Hand Butcher is not given for nothing. Chen Yan, how come your summoned beast has become so powerful? Yi Yaya asked curiously. I didn't expect that the ability to transform once would come in handy. Luckily, Brother Chen, you also came to Flying Fish Island. If you hadn't come, we might never see you again. Why aren't you laughing? This is a double entendre. Can't see means literally, but it also means dead. Ouch. Before Xie could finish his nonsense, he was elbowed by Yi Yaya. Don't talk nonsense, help take care of the injured companion first. Just after we rested for a while, we suddenly saw a large ship sailing on the sea. The boat docked and a group of people got off. When they came closer, Chen Yan knew they were not from Unit 749 as soon as he saw their martial arts style attire. Should he be from some other sect? What are they doing on this uninhabited island? Soon, a group of more than a dozen people came over, and the man in the lead stepped forward and asked, everyone, are you from Bureau 749? Yes, you are. We are from Bingzhong. Soldier's Grave. Chen Yan asked Yi Yaya, what kind of organization is this? As the name suggests, it's an organization that specializes in forging weapons. Many of the magic weapons in our 749 are purchased from them, including the flying sword you use. They should be the most authoritative weapon forging place in the world. The man explained, a few days ago, our mining ship passed through this sea and was lured and attacked by a demon. Only 1 or 2 people escaped. We are here to defeat the demon and save people. What's going on here? So many people are injured. It seems like there was just a big battle. The leader smiled bitterly. Is the monster you are looking for a monster with a bull's head, a fish's body, and a snake's tail? Yes. We just fought a great battle with it. Hearing this, the man was surprised and asked, did the monster escape? No, he was killed by one of our investigators, it was him. The team leader looked at Chen Yan. He. The people in the soldier's tomb looked at Chen Yan with puzzlement on their faces. Our group came here with great fanfare, and in order to deal with that strange demon, we brought 3 5th-level masters with us. But this kid clearly has the aura of a sky-breaking realm, so how could he have dealt with the demon? This 749 guy is such a joke. Hee hee. The man from the soldier's tomb smiled and didn't respond. It's natural that you wouldn't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. By the way, his name is Chen Yan. Chen Yan. This name sounds familiar. Grown-ups. One of the subordinates came forward and whispered, the disciple that the martial saint accepted recently seems to be called this name. What? Disciples of the martial saint, they are no strangers to them. Those who could be accepted as disciples by a saint were definitely the top talents of the time. For example, Yi Qinglian, the disciple of the sword saint, and Yu Nongzhou, the disciple of the knife saint, were both first-rate monsters. However, it is still surprising. The people of Bingzhong, however, do not have much affection for Wusheng, for one reason only. Chu Wuwang has always looked down on those who use weapons, because his philosophy is to sanctify the body and rely on absolute self-strength. It can be said that he has strong limbs but a simple mind. Let us investigate first. The people from Bingzhong entered the island, and after some investigation, they quickly found the hiding place of the demon and even discovered a large number of pieces of clothing and bones. It seems, the disciples were indeed killed, and the demon was indeed killed. So, this time we still owe a favor to the martial saint disciple. The people of Bingzhong have always been clear about their grudges. Now that they know the truth, they come to Camp 749 again and find Chen Yan to express their gratitude. Thanks, brother. You killed that demon, which can be regarded as helping us to avenge ourselves. Please accept this invitation. An invitation from the soldier's tomb was handed to Chen Yan. Chen Yan opened it and took a look. The three big characters, Shen Bingui, appeared prominently at the top of the invitation. What is this? Chen Yan looked puzzled. Yi Yaya beside him said in surprise, invitation to the divine weapon meeting, I'll go. This is a grand event held every 3 years. Those who receive the invitation can choose a weapon based on their own abilities. Yes, if you are interested, you are welcome to participate. Although he appeared polite on the surface, Tang Tai was thinking in his heart, this disciple of the martial saint would definitely not bother to participate in the divine weapon conference, right? After all, they all make a living by fighting. Many years ago, Bingzhong had invited Chu Wuwang, but he rejected it outright. If it weren't for a favor, they would never extend an invitation to the martial saint's disciples. Sure, I'll definitely come. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan readily agreed without any disdain or contempt. This surprised Bingzhong and his group. I didn't expect that this disciple of the martial saint was different from the simple-minded but strong Chu Wuwang. He was quite reasonable. Is it okay for me to bring 2 friends to take a look? Of course, no problem. Then, Bingzhong and his group left by boat. On board. Tang Tai couldn't help but hum with joy. Brother, what are you so happy about? You see, when Chen Yan comes to participate in the Divine Weapon Conference, he will definitely meet many talented people from various sects. After all, to snatch weapons at the Divine Weapon Conference, you need to rely on your strength. If he doesn't perform well, wouldn't that be a slap in Chu Wuwang's face? He will look down on us who use weapons. Ha! Interesting. This Divine Weapon meeting is really fun. If I remember correctly, the disciple of the Sword Saint is also coming to get weapons, right? Yes, maybe there will be a chance to see the Martial Saint disciples and Sword Saint disciples sparring with each other. Chapter 75 Dragon God Sequence, New Ability. During the recuperation period, Chen Yan also opened the 2 gifts from the gods that he had accumulated. First time, turn it on. 3 options popped up immediately. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Gain random killing sequence ability. 3. Obtain random dragon god sequence ability. There is actually a dragon god sequence ability in the options. This was a huge surprise for Chen Yan. Last time, after sucking the blood of Xialongnu through the vampire bloodline ability, he accidentally encountered a bug and awakened the divinity of the dragon god. Is it possible to obtain the power of this godhood in this way now? Then choose 3. The next moment, a large number of cards surrounded Chen Yan. He selected one of them, and light shone. Dragon God Sequence 090, Enlightenment of Dragon Script. Ability effect, enables you to read dragon language. Not a buddy. What's the use of this thing? Chen Yan was speechless, and then opened the second gift from the gods. The options pop up again. 1. Blood strength plus 3%. 2. Blood regeneration speed plus 5%. 3. The blood used by the Blood King can be stored outside the body. This means I don't need to draw blood from my body to activate this ability anymore. That's quite convenient. You only need to use a magic weapon that can hold blood, store it in advance and carry it with you, so you can use it to fight at any time. It can be considered an improvement to a certain extent. After killing so many monsters, the spiritual energy absorbed by Chen Nian also filled the dozen or so spiritual orifices in his body. Breaking the Sky Realm, LV-13. As for the next plan, the Divine Weapon Conference will open in 7 days, so let's go and join in the fun. At the same time, under the bright moonlight, in a valley, the 3 investigators from Unit 749 are hiding in the dark. Without exception, they are all A-level or even S-level experts. They are here because hidden in this valley is a large stronghold of the Temple of 10,000 Demons. It should be correct. There is a barrier here to protect it. You can't see anything from the outside. Only by breaking the barrier can you see the true face of Mount Lu. Contact headquarters first. Although they are at a high level and very powerful, they dare not rashly attack this stronghold. Headquarters, this is S-rank investigator Su Yin. We have discovered a 10,000 demon stronghold near the Taiwu Mountains. There may be an 8th rank demon in the stronghold. If we want to destroy it, we need reinforcements. Received. It will take some time to dispatch a high-level investigator. Please lie low and wait. Do not act rashly. After contacting the headquarters, Su Yin said to his 2 companions, then we will lurk nearby and wait and see what happens. Yes. Right at this moment, a figure fell like a meteorite and hit the ground heavily like a meteorite. The entire mountain range seemed to tremble violently. Which idiot is this? It's over, the demons in there will definitely be alarmed. Wait, that person is Senior Chu. Senior Chu. The visitor was a sturdy middle-aged man with messy stubble, bandages wrapped around his arms, and dark skin covering strong muscles. The martial saint, Chu Wuwang. Several investigators rushed forward. Junior 749 investigator Su Yin, nice to meet you, Senior Chu. I wonder why you are here. Of course, we are preparing to destroy the Pantheon stronghold here. It turned out that Chu Wuwang had been sending his men to investigate in secret, and they happened to find the 10,000 Demons Palace's stronghold here, so he came here alone. Senior, you are here to help Bureau 749. Su Yin was overjoyed. Bullshit, how much face do you have in the 749th Bureau for letting me come out? I'm here to vent my anger for my apprentice. Some time ago, the bastards from the 10,000 Demons Palace almost killed my apprentice. They are quite courageous. Your apprentice, is that the one called Chen Yen? Good. Only then did Su Yin and his companions realize that it was thanks to Chen Yen that they had been able to invite the martial saint to help. Chu Wuwang looked ahead and said, it turns out there is a barrier protecting it. No wonder it is not easily discovered. If that is the case. He raised his fist. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and blasted forward an inch at a speed so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. The force of collapsing mountains. Boom. The barrier was shattered on the spot, and the stronghold in the valley appeared in the sight of several people. The first thing that caught my eye was a large altar burning with dark blue fire, surrounded by stone tablets with complicated runes, and behind it was a magnificent black palace. At this time, a large number of demons had been alarmed out of the palace. At a glance, there were at least 100 demons ranging from the 2nd or 3rd level to the 5th or 6th level. It seems that the scale of this base is not small. At this moment, a black gas flew out from the palace and transformed into a demon with black wings in midair. Its angry voice resounded through the sky. Who is looking for death? Seeing this monster, Su Yin and his companions were so surprised that they lost their voices. The Darkwing Demon is ranked 13th in the Pantheon, with a bounty of 200 million on the 749th list. Level 8, Dragon Level. They secretly thanked their luck that they did not act rashly. They didn't expect that there was such a big demon hiding in there. The 8th level of Dragon grade was not something that an ordinary 8th level strongman could deal with. But now there is no need to be afraid. Chu Wuwang laughed loudly and soared into the air. His voice was like an ancient bell, filling the universe. The one who destroyed this place is Chu Wuwang. Hearing this name, the monsters below were instantly frightened out of their wits. Chu Wuwang is the martial saint. The saint is coming. Not good, run away. Even the big demon with wings on his back was trembling with fear and his pupils turned white. Damn, why is the martial saint here? As a saint, what's the point of doing nothing? Why do you learn from 749 to slay demons and monsters everywhere? Damn it. It lost its fighting spirit in an instant, and its first reaction was to escape. Even if they were the top 10 powerful beings in the heavenly demon palace, no one could say that they would definitely be his match, let alone himself. Want to run? It's too late. Whoever dares to touch my disciples in the future, think carefully. Chu Wuwang raised his fist again and punched from top to bottom. This time, it's not the force of collapsing a mountain. But inch power, open the sky. The fist blasted out, and everything below was turned into dust in an instant. Those demons and monsters were destroyed on the spot before they could escape far. Even the 8th level demon could not escape the range of this punch. It was forced to hold up the dark shield to resist for half a second. Just half a second. No, no. The dark shield was shattered and it was crushed into dust in the air. The palace, the altar, the steel. Everything was reduced to ruins by the power of one punch. Su Yin and his companions were stunned. This is the power of the martial saint. It's so scary. Headquarters. No reinforcements are needed. Senior martial saint has already raised the stronghold to the ground. Chu Wuwang fell back to the ground and felt a little bored. This solved the problem. He walked into the ruins of the palace, ready to see if there were any fish that had escaped, but unexpectedly he discovered another world under the palace. It looks like an underground warehouse. But most of the things inside were blown to pieces, so there's nothing interesting to see. Wait. Chu Wuwang discovered that a black box protected by a defensive barrier was intact. What treasure is in here that needs such strict protection? Open it and take a look. It's something like a cheat book. What kind of text is this? It's twisted and zigzag like an earthworm. I can't understand it. Chapter 76, Ancient Dragon Book, Dragon Roar in the Ninth Heaven. Command Center, Senior Chu, has dealt with all the demons here. Martial Saint. Why would he suddenly come to help us 749? Yes, help Chen Yan to knock down the 10,000 demons palace, so that no one will attack his apprentice. Anyway, there is no need for reinforcements. Receive. The 749th Bureau was also in a state of confusion. I didn't expect to benefit from Chen Yan like this. If it were a normal day, asking a saint to help would not be easy. As for the other side, Chu Wuwang took the ancient book back and asked an old gentleman who was highly respected and well-versed in ancient and modern times about it. What kind of writing is this? Why have I never seen it before? The old man put on his glasses and studied carefully for a moment. His pupils, which were almost sunken into his eye sockets, suddenly shrank. This. Is this Dragon script? Long one. Although I can't understand the content, this kind of text is recorded in history. It is very likely to be the real Dragon script secret book. Chu Wuwang frowned and asked in confusion, how could there be something like this in the underground palace of the 10,000 Demons Palace? Perhaps, they happened to have dug up the human heritage of Longyuan town and got this thing. If we talk about archaeology, this is a great treasure. The human race in Longyuan town. Legend has it that there is a small town isolated from the rest of the world, which is on good terms with the dragon clan. They are friends with dragons, practice dragon magic, and can naturally read dragon language. It is said that everyone who walks out of Longyuan town is a powerful person from the turbulent times. Chu Wuwang touched his chin and nodded, not quite understanding what he meant. Chu Wuwang, this thing is useless to you anyway, why don't you leave it to me, an old man, to study? Of course, if there is any gain, the benefits will be yours. No, come again. Chu Wuwang snatched the secret book and grinned, give it to my apprentice. You. Chu Wuwang thought, aren't Chen Yan and Ning Meng very close to the dragon girl? Then why not just show them this thing? The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. You are such a good Chu Wuwang. What use can this precious ancient book have for your apprentice? It really makes me angry. If you have the ability, let your apprentice show me the magic weapon. I want to see what he is so outstanding about. That's definitely not possible. I learn martial arts, and so do I. I'm not good at swordplay, so what can I do in the Divine Weapon Association? You crude warrior. If you don't dare, forget it. Are you afraid that your disciple will not be able to compete with other young geniuses and lose face? Hey, provocation doesn't work on me, bye. Chu Wuwang opened a 3-person discussion group and informed Chen Nian and Ning Meng about this. Ning Meng expressed no interest, so the ancient book fell into Chen Nian's hands. Long one. When Chen Nian heard the news, she was unexpectedly surprised. Because of the sequence ability he had previously comprehended, he happened to be able to read dragon text. Unexpectedly, he happened to get an ancient book written in dragon text. After getting it in my hand, I can really understand what it says. Sword skills, 9 heavens dragon roar. How can a golden unicorn stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. The roar of the dragon in the sky shakes the world, and the wind and clouds gather in the shallow water. Just after reading these few lines of poetry, Chen Yan felt the domineering aura coming towards him, as if once this sword came out, he would look down upon the world and be the only one who was supreme. 9 heavens dragon roar. I have never heard of it before. It is indeed a martial art inherited from the ancient human race of Longyuan town. Chu Wuwang grinned and said, if the sword saint knew about this thing, he would probably have to beg me to give it to him. Chen Yan thanked him, it seemed like he got a good deal this time. But this knife technique sounds so awesome, doesn't it need a good knife? A knife made of blood alone, although hard and strong, only has the appearance of a knife, but not its charm. If I could get a good sword at the Divine Weapon Conference, it would be perfect to pair with this martial art. By the way, Master, I plan to attend the Divine Weapon meeting at Bingzhong and get a good sword. You are a miscellaneous person, why are you studying swordsmanship instead of practicing your fists and feet? Of course, fist and kick skills are the mainstay, with sword skills as a supplement, which can also be considered as increasing the diversity of combat methods. Okay, but you need an invitation to go to the Divine Weapon Association. Bingzhong will not send an invitation to your master, after all, I have mocked them. Chu Wuwang looked embarrassed. I already have the invitation. What? Chen Yan took out the invitation letter and explained the whole story. Well, if that's the case, then let's go join in the fun and see how capable those show-offs with knives and guns are. In the following days, Chen Yan left 749 and returned to his home in the harbor area, where he devoted himself to studying 9 Skies Dragon Roar. 2 days later, early in the morning, a guest suddenly came to the house. Sweet girl X violent lowly duo. Qianlong, senior sister Ningmeng, why are you here? I, of course, am here to be her bodyguard. Hurry up and order me some takeout. I want bawang chaji. Chen Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, it's so early in the morning and the door hasn't been opened yet, senior sister. Chen Yan, I heard that you got an ancient book written in dragon script. Let me see it. Give. It's actually dragon script. You can actually understand it. I learned it by accident. Qianlong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, raised his green index finger and started writing in the air, and the wave-like trajectory formed a few words. Let me test you. How do you pronounce these words? You're so beautiful. Thanks for the compliment, hee hee. Qianlong's eyes curved into crescents with joy. Chen Yan's ability to understand dragon language made her feel more familiar. Oh, right, this ancient book actually contains a trace of true dragon consciousness, which is used to guide future generations who study it. I can extract it and inject it into your body. What's the use? Chen Yan asked. This idea should contain the charm and tricks of this sword technique. You can stand on the shoulders of giants and learn it with half the effort. So cool. Come on. Chen Yan was overjoyed. He felt that this sword technique was too abstruse and would take a long time to learn, but he didn't expect that a shortcut would come to him. It seems that praising her is beneficial and not in vain. As Qianlong began to cast the spell, soon, a ray of thought was transferred into Chen Yanmei's mind. In an instant, insights as vast as mountains and seas came flooding in. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, using this sword technique, and each move was like dancing with a dragon. Before this, Chen Yan had learned a book of swordsmanship in the 749 Logistics Department, Jinghong Yulong Dao. But that sword technique has form but not spirit. What a difference. How can the imitation of a dragon compare to the real thing? If I can learn it, it will be amazing. How does it feel? Thanks to you, my progress in understanding has been accelerated at least 10 times. I'm glad I can help you. Remember to give us some milk tea later. The next few days. Chen Yan is practicing hard. Finally, the day of the opening of the Divine Weapons Conference officially arrived. P.S. Recently, the manuscript of another book has been stuck. I only update one chapter of this book every day. I can't stand it anymore. How can I be so bad? To be honest, the other book is more in line with the author's personal style, and this one is written more as a great read. But you have to wait a little longer, it will definitely be published in February anyway. Chapter 77 The Divine Weapon Conference opens. Divine Soldiers Association. It is held at Bingshongshan every 3 years. Attract young talents from all over the world. The reason is simple. The weapons made in Bingzhong are recognized as of the best quality. As long as you have the ability, you can get them for free. After Chen Yan and Ning Meng said goodbye, they called Yi Yaya and Xie Yi and prepared to go and broaden their horizons. Chen Yan, you're finally here, let's hurry up. Yi Yaya was quite excited. It is said that all the major sects will have young talents competing for weapons this time. It will be very lively. Ordinary people can't get an invitation, but luckily I can hang out with you. No, you two brothers don't have flying instruments. I'm afraid my flying sword can't carry 3 people at a time, right? Xie Yi said, how about we squeeze in? How about this, Chen Yan? You wrap old Xie with blood and hang him on the end of the sword. Then we both stand on the sword, isn't that enough? That's a good idea. Xie Yi. So, Chen Yan and Yi Yaya stepped on the flying swords, and Xie Yi was suspended in the air, flying straight to a height of 1,000 meters, all the way to Bingzhong Mountain. Bingzhong Mountain stands majestically among the mountains. The scenery is beautiful with clouds and mist. Wow, so many people. Looking up, I saw people flying in from all directions, and various luxury cars were parked at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yan and his companions also landed safely. They had to go to the entrance to verify their invitation before they could enter the mountain. As soon as he landed, the black card on Chen Yan's body felt something. It seems, members of the Genius Club have also come here. It makes sense, as those geniuses are eligible to receive invitations. Come in. After successfully checking the invitation, Chen Yan and his 3 companions entered Bingzhong Mountain. The mountain is filled with all kinds of weapons, including swords, spears, swords, halberds, sticks, whips, fans and hammers. On both sides of the path, there is a forest of swords, some of which are rusty, while others still shine with metallic luster. Soon, they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, where a ring was set up and a large number of people gathered around it. Everyone. The old man on the ring had a loud voice. This is the human soldier arena. Those who want to find human soldiers should be prepared. It will officially begin in 1 hour. Human soldiers. What do you mean? Chen Yan and the other 2 looked at each other. This is my first time here, and you don't understand this. The weapons issued by the weapon tomb have 4 levels: human soldiers, spiritual soldiers, earthly soldiers, and heavenly soldiers. Beside him, a handsome man in white holding a long sword said, the higher the level of the weapon, the better. This is just the first threshold. Thank you for your explanation, brother. Chen Yan responded with a polite smile. He turned around and said to Yi Yaya and the others, then we won't join in the fun. Since we are here, our target must be the heavenly soldiers. You are so arrogant. There is only one heavenly soldier every 3 years. You can't get it just by talking about it. The man in white muttered. What if I got it? Chen Yan asked with a smile. If you can get it, I will. You want to eat shit? I didn't realize you're such a greedy little cat. That's it. I won't bother with a vulgar person like you. The man in white snorted coldly and ignored Chen Yan. As soon as Chen Yan came back, he heard Yi Yaya whisper, that pretty boy, he looks so effeminate, not even as manly as me. Yes, you are my good buddy after all. Soon, an hour was up. Hundreds of people have gathered around the arena, all from various sects and forces. Everyone, a total of 100 human soldiers are about to be born. Those who want to snatch them can do it themselves. The one who is capable will get them. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of silver lights suddenly fell from the sky. Like falling stars. That's right, there are nearly 100 weapons with human character. Get started. I want that sword. That gun looks good, it's mine. People jumped up and started to grab the weapons in the air, and a big melee began. Of course, Chen Yan and others did not participate. The man in white didn't participate either, and it seemed that he looked down on the so-called human soldiers. It can be said that those who are competing now are all rotten fish and shrimp. Soon, hundreds of weapons were divided up. Congratulations to everyone for getting the weapons of your dreams. If you want to fight for spiritual weapons, please continue to go up the mountain. Go, 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 up the mountain. Since I'm here, I'll naturally get more advanced weapons. Unexpectedly, there was a fork in the road waiting for everyone. The person guarding the intersection was none other than senior brother Bingzhong, who had delivered the invitation to Chen Yan that day. Everyone, if you are an ordinary guest here to visit, please go up the mountain on the left. If you want to take weapons, please go up the mountain on the right. Someone asked, is there any difference between the left and right sides? There's nothing blocking the left side. The right side, will be under the spiritual pressure of the mountain master. Only those who can climb up within an hour are eligible to participate in the competition for spiritual weapons. I see, I didn't expect there would be a test. Of course. There are so many people here. If there is no screening, there will definitely not be enough to go around. Yi Yaya and Xie came to watch a show, so they naturally walked to the left. Come on, we'll be waiting for you up there. Okay, you go first. Chen Yan followed the others and took the right fork in the road. As soon as I climbed the mountain, I felt an invisible and terrifying pressure pressing down on my head. It feels like carrying a heavy burden on both shoulders. Many people knelt on the ground on the spot, and some even lay prone on the ground unable to get up. Even Chen Yan half knelt on the ground. But it wasn't simply because of the pressure from above. It was because he had 4,000 kilograms of weights tied to his limbs, and according to Chu Wuwang's instructions, he basically never took them off. Now it is equivalent to being under double pressure. At this point, the gap between people is revealed. That person was not affected at all and walked very fast. Who is he? Yunongzhou, the disciple of the Sword Saint, killed demons at the age of 10, could fight across borders at the age of 15, and reached the peak of the Sky Realm at the age of 20. He is an absolute child of destiny. How can you compare with him? And the guy in the Taoist robe, Li Qingqing from Mount Qingqing, is said to be a rare Taoist genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Those who are ahead are all absolute geniuses. While Chen Yan was thinking, the handsome man in white also passed by him. Aren't you going to get a top-grade weapon? How can you fall behind here? Chen Yan could hear his sarcastic tone. You go first, I will catch up later. Forget it. I'm just kindly reminding you not to be too aggressive, or you'll get hurt. I'll go ahead. The idea is not bad. Chen Yan smiled, stood up, and walked forward with difficulty despite the double pressure. On the mountain, VIP seats. Those who sat here were the elders from various sects and high-level officials of Jianzhong Mountain, all of them were big figures in the world of psychics. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. The man was wearing tight clothes, his hands were wrapped in bandages, and his muscles were knotted. Chu Wuwang. Why did he come to join in the fun? Martial Saint. Doesn't he always look down on those who use weapons? What a rare visitor. An old man stroked his beard and laughed. This Chu Wuwang, could it be that he was provoked by the provocation that day? Speaking of which, the disciple of the Sword Saint, Yunongzhou, is here, the disciple of the Taoist Saint of Qingqing Mountain, Li Qingqing, is here too, and even the disciple of the Martial Saint has come to join in the fun, so why is the disciple of the Sword Saint not here? Chu Wuwang walked forward, grabbed the chair of a VIP, and started eating the snacks on the plate carelessly. Everyone sit down and watch my apprentice perform. Chapter 78 Chen Yan, is someone showing off in front of me? Chu Wuwang's words caused a noisy discussion. His apprentice is here too. You only know how to fight, what are you doing here to steal weapons? That's right, it's a waste of resources. Who is his apprentice? I want to see what highlights he can perform. On the live broadcast, the first few runners had quickly reached the finish line, and as time passed, the rest of the runners arrived one after another. However, Chen Yan arrived only at the last 10 minutes, which could be said to be just the right time. "This is it, my apprentice." Chu Wuwang pointed at Chen Yan on the screen. That doesn't seem to work. This level isn't that difficult, but he's still struggling so much. Yeah, old Chu, logically speaking, your disciple shouldn't have a very strong body. I don't see what's so special about him. What's the hurry? We haven't even started yet. Chu Wuwang drank his tea slowly. He knew that Chen Yan was still doing weight training and it was not the time for him to exert his full strength yet. Hundreds of people tried to pass the test, but 2/3 were eliminated and only nearly 100 people passed. Congratulations everyone. Next, you will be qualified to snatch spiritual weapons. There are a total of 17 spiritual weapons, and they will still be won by those who are capable. However, I hope that you will show mercy when snatching them, and stop when you are satisfied. Try not to use too much force. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, 17 spiritual weapons flew out at once, causing another scramble. If he could snatch a spiritual weapon, then this trip would be a huge gain. After all, these were produced by Bingzhong, and they were all top-notch. If this kind of weapon were in 749, it would cost hundreds of contribution points to exchange. Why don't you go and grab it? The man in white looked at Chen Yan and said, "You don't really want to take the heavenly soldiers. You had such a hard time getting through that level just now, you're really brave." Chen Yan glanced at the pretty boy and said, "I'll do my best to make you eat shit. You are simply..." The pretty boy raised his hand, then put it down unhappily, "Too vulgar, I won't bother with you." Soon, the process of snatching spiritual weapons officially ended. A middle-aged man wearing a windbreaker and exuding a domineering look was suspended in the air. The boss of Bingzhong Mountain, Tang Hong. Next, please pass 3 levels. Each level has a guarding puppet. Defeating the puppet will give you a low-grade weapon. The loud voice echoed throughout the valley. It's finally time for the main event. Earth-grade weapons are considered rare and powerful weapons in the spiritual world. Bingzhong Mountain has been preparing for 3 years, but has only produced 3. The next step is the real competition among geniuses. All the participants were very excited, and the interest of the spectators who were watching the fun was finally aroused. Fortunately, this is the technological age, and every level can be watched live. The live scenes will be projected onto a large screen, so Yi Yaya and others who arrived at the top of the mountain in advance can also watch the excitement. Chen Yan followed the large group forward and soon arrived in front of a canyon. This level is called Hurricane Level. The soldier puppets in front of the valley will continuously release extremely destructive wind blades. Everyone should act according to their ability. Pass the level and you can move on. Defeat the soldier puppet at the end of the level to obtain the earth-grade weapon, Wind-Rolling Sand Spear. Chen Yan thought. It seems that in order to finally be qualified to compete for the heavenly soldiers, you need to pass all 3 levels. This is also a screening mechanism. The strong advance, the weak stop. But this level is not stressful for me. The wind blade can't hurt me, and even the weight of thousands of gold on me can't blow me away. While Chen Yan was thinking, several people ahead had already started to break through. Such a strong wind blade, I used my spiritual power to protect my body, but my skin was still cut. No, I can't resist it anymore. One guy's clothes were torn and his body was covered with wounds in an instant. Even his underpants were cut off by the wind blade. He covered his crotch and ran away at the speed of light. The pretty boy quickly covered his eyes with his hands in disgust. It's so dirty. How can a grown man like you act like a sissy and cover your eyes? Don't worry about it. The pretty boy glanced at Chen Yan and said, "Worry about yourself. This wind zone is not something that ordinary people can pass through. Be careful that you might end up like that guy. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of walking my bird in public." Chen Yan walked forward confidently and calmly into the wind field. Immediately, blood naturally flowed out from the storage gourd, forming a large umbrella in front of him, which could perfectly block the oncoming wind blade. You really have some skills. The pretty boy looked surprised, and carefully activated his spiritual power to protect his body, moving forward step by step. He didn't dare to let his clothes be torn, as that would mean social death. Fortunately, although his spiritual power is not strong, he can still barely block these wind blades. Auditorium. Who is that person? He crossed this windy area without any tricks, just as casually as if he was taking a walk in the back garden. He's wearing a blue shirt and carrying a wooden sword. He's from Mount Qingqing. Wait. Could he be Li Qingqing, a disciple of the Taoist master? It's possible. The Taoism of Qingqing Mountain is unparalleled, and it is said that this person is extremely talented. He is one with the heaven and earth, and controls nature. The wind blades are even actively avoiding him. This guy is awesome. Soon, Li Qingqing was the first to arrive at the end of the wind region. He turned around and looked at the rest of the people with a faint smile. Let me come and make it more difficult for you. As he stepped under his feet, the Bagua formation suddenly appeared, with the Sun position lighting up. Sun corresponds to wind. Suddenly, those wind blades became several times more powerful under the blessing of his magic. In the wind area, several people who were struggling to move forward were instantly blown away by the powerful wind blades, and all their efforts were wasted on the spot. Why is that person still like this? Yi Yaya immediately complained. He is trying to reduce the number of competitors. This is fair competition. After all, in the end, it all depends on strength to win the weapons. If they can't even get past this hurdle, they deserve to be eliminated. In the audience, a maid was so nervous that she grasped her chin with both hands, staring at the broadcast screen with wide eyes, not daring to even blink. It's over, miss. If you can't resist, your clothes will burst like those people, and it will be embarrassing when your disguise is exposed. The pretty boy raised his sword finger in front of him, his face solemn and his hair flying wildly around his ears. The violent wind blade that was blowing towards him almost made him unable to hold on. Damn, that stinky Taoist priest in Qingqing Mountain is simply sick. It's fine if you pass it yourself, but why hurt others? No, if I make a fool of myself here, I'm afraid I won't be able to raise my head in front of Dad again when I go back. No. Dozens of people were struggling to survive in the wind zone. They don't want to give up, but they can't move forward. In this state, all their previous efforts may be wasted at any time. Li Qingqing, why are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Someone shouted and questioned. I'm doing this for your own good. If you can't even pass this, any subsequent fight will only bring humiliation upon yourselves. Li Qingqing said calmly. Just when everyone was struggling to resist, there was one person who went upstream without slowing down at all. It's him. There was surprise in the pretty boy's eyes. That's right, it's Chen Yan. He himself could have passed it easily, but he couldn't tolerate someone showing off in front of him. Raise your fist and punch out. Inch power collapses mountains. The terrifying energy that was like a mountain pressing down on one's head collided head-on with a large number of wind blades. For a moment, the wind direction was reversed, and even Li Qingqing was shocked and took 2 steps back. At this moment, people's shocked eyes were focused on Chen Yan. Chapter 79. What's wrong with giving me a girl? The energy from this punch actually caused the entire wind region to flow backwards. So strong. Why didn't I realize before that this guy has such strength? The other contestants felt relieved. Taking this opportunity, they rushed to the finish line. The pretty boy stared at Chen Yan in a daze for a long time. So, he was hiding his abilities before. But it was really thanks to this person, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself the first time I came down the mountain to explore the world. He also hurried forward and quickly passed the checkpoint. However, the most shocked person was Li Qingqing himself, who was a genius in Taoism and a disciple of the Taoist saint. Even though he only attacked slightly just now, it's not something an ordinary person can easily block. The punch he threw was like a mountain pressing down on his face, and the pressure almost made the air heavier. This is no ordinary boxing. Interesting, it seems there will be a dark horse in this divine weapon conference. Yu Nongzhou held the knife in his arms and smiled faintly. This isn't really a dark horse. If nothing unexpected happens, the final battle for the heavenly soldiers will still be between you and me. As disciples of the saint, if they could obtain the heavenly soldiers from Bingzhong Mountain, not only would they have good horses and good saddles to enhance their own combat capabilities, but their reputation would also be known throughout the psychic world, bringing them both fame and fortune. It's a pity that Luo Qiufeng didn't come. It's a little less interesting. It is said that he started to cultivate a sword when he was 15 years old. He has been cultivating a sword for 10 years now. He carries it with him day and night. Naturally, he has no interest in other weapons. Everyone knows that his goal is to defeat the new disciple of Jiaxing Tower. If you and I join Jiaxing Tower in the future, we will naturally fight with him. After chatting for a few minutes, the people at the back had basically passed this level. Those who really couldn't get through it also gave up. When Chen Yan arrived at the finish line, the pretty boy came over, looked away, and said awkwardly, "Thank you for just now. Hasn't anyone ever taught you to look someone in the eye when you thank them?" "Thank you." Chen Yan smiled and patted the pretty boy's shoulder. "You're welcome. Don't forget to wait for me to capture the heavenly soldier. You want the red stone?" "You." Chen Yan thought that this pretty boy was too handsome, with a fair, oval face and clear, watery eyes. He was the type that appealed to both men and women. It's actually quite fun to make him feel bad. Chen Yan's move just now had already caused exclamations from the audience. What kind of punch was that just now, with such strong aftereffect? I see, why does it look so much like Chu Wuwang's inch power? That's right, that's his new disciple. He does look like someone with something to offer. I thought this divine weapon conference would be a competition between Yunongzhou and Li Qingqing, but I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. It's quite interesting. Hearing everyone's flattery, Chu Wuwang couldn't help but smile. Where are we now? There wasn't even any dragon energy in Chen Yan's punch just now. It was still too early for him to use his full strength. What Chen Yan and others faced next was the soldier puppet that created the wind blade, a humanoid combat puppet about 5 meters tall. It stood right in front, blocking everyone's way. Defeat the soldier puppet and you will get the earth-grade weapon, wind-rolling sand spear. However, each person can only take one weapon, so if anyone wants to compete for the heavenly soldier, they will definitely not act rashly. Which brother is interested in this weapon? You can make a move now. There was silence for a moment. Those who are capable have no interest in low-quality items, and those who are interested are afraid that they cannot defeat the puppets. In that case, shall I come and help you? Yunongzhou came to the front, and with a buzzing sound, a long sword came out of its sheath. The knife cut out a half-moon arc at an angle. Clang! A horrible crack suddenly appeared on the soldier puppet in front, connecting it to the rock walls on both sides of the valley. The soldier puppet collapsed with a loud bang, and the low-grade weapons hidden inside were revealed. Please do as you please. Yunongzhou was naturally not interested. He defeated the soldier puppet just to move forward. In the back, several people began to scramble hurriedly. Chen Yan also continued to move forward. Soon, the second level arrived and the old referee was already waiting at the entrance. This level is called Lava Level. You need to pass through the lava volcano area. Defeat the soldier puppet at the end of the level to obtain the earth-grade folding fan, Yanlong. This level is not too difficult. The temperature in the volcanic area is just extremely high, and fireballs fly out from time to time to attack everyone. For those who can pass the first level, this level will not be stressful. When people reached the bottom of the level, they started a fierce battle with the soldier puppet in the magma and defeated it in a short while. The last level is called Snow-Blowing Level. Defeat the soldier puppet at the end of the level to obtain the earth-grade long sword, Shueji. Before everyone's eyes was a frozen forest with jade trees and silver flowers, which was completely different from the lava volcano just now. The difficulty is not high. Soon, everyone arrived at the end of the level. I saw a huge ice giant blocking the way, and a long sword was sealed in the transparent part of its chest. Shueji, what a beautiful sword. The pretty boy immediately became interested. Since he was not well trained, he would definitely not be able to rob the heavenly soldiers, but he could still rob the earthly soldiers. This sword is so beautiful, and I also use a sword, so it's a perfect match for us. Without hesitation, he flew up and started fighting with the ice giant. The nimble figure moved swiftly, and a long sword danced in his hand, smashing the body of the ice giant continuously. This sword technique is quite elegant. Chen Yan smiled. What an exquisite sword technique, how come I have never seen it before? Which sect does this person belong to? Everyone in the audience also looked confused. The sword technique clearly looks very powerful, but I just can't name it. After watching for a while, an old man suddenly smiled knowingly. I know where he came from, huh? Old man, what do you say? It cannot be said. It cannot be said. Fuck, Riddler. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. In the psychic world, apart from the Jiaxing Tower, the number one swordsman is the sword saint Yi Shao. But in fact, before he became a saint, there was also a female swordsman in the psychic world. Because her sword skills were extremely elegant, agile and pleasing to the eye, the female swordsman was called the sword fairy in those days. Later, in a sword fighting competition, the female swordsman was defeated by Yi Shao. The two of them expressed their love through swords and got together naturally, which became a beautiful story. The sword technique used by this person was exactly the same as the sword used by the sword fairy back then. The name of the sword, Peach Blossom Moonfall. I remember they had a daughter. Yi Shao favored boys over girls and was unwilling to teach his daughter swordsmanship, so she learned swordsmanship from her mother. Since she is dressed as a man, she definitely doesn't want to be recognized, so we won't expose her. Soon. The ice giant was smashed to pieces by the pretty boy, and he was about to succeed. Senior brother I want this sword too. Can you get it for me? A woman acted coquettishly towards Yunongzhou. She was the latter's junior sister. We are here to practice swordplay. What do you want this sword for? Oh, it's so beautiful, it would be nice to collect it, okay. All right. Yunongzhou raised his hand. With a buzzing sound, the knife flew out of the air and directly pierced through the ice giant that was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, he also brought back the Snow Princess sword. Give. Hee, senior brother is so nice, thank you. Their action undoubtedly made the pretty boy who had fought so hard for so long work in vain. He came back angrily, glaring at the two of them. How could you do this? So. Who can you blame if you haven't been able to take it down for so long? The junior sister sneered. But I have already defeated most of the puppet soldiers. This is clearly a robbery. Tisk, if senior brother you had taken action, it could have been easily resolved. Besides, how can a grown man like you be so petty? What's wrong with giving way to a girl?